Buster have to leave?
And that plane right there, as I can imagine, is shit. I don't want to. It's perpendicular to it doesn't intercept the sphere, right?
Which one?
That plane right.
Yes.
That triangle. Sorry.
This is just a connection between. This is just shows where the points are relative to each other. That's all. There's no actual plane there. Okay, there's a person here, and there's a person here, and there's a plumb bob here.
Okay. That picture looks pretty shit.
Yeah, it's trash. This is not what I wanted at all.
Yeah. I'm visualizing something different, and I look at your picture. I was like, wait, what? It's inside the sphere. Oh.
What I wanted to do was revolve this so it is spherical, but I haven't figured out how to do that with this shitty drawing tool.
Just
never mind.
You could do that by paint. Like, it's not that hard.
No, you can't in paint.
I'll do it.
Cannot rotate
I'll fucking do it.
From one point to another live.
I'll do it, and I'll send you the picture. Okay, it won't take long. I'll use a fucking mouse too.
Please.
What? Watch. It's not that hard. I'll make it sphere.
Anyway, point is, Buster, if you're listening, it's fine. It's not a problem.
There you go. I don't know why I drew that. Okay, here's the plump. Here's the blue line that you drew. Okay. Whatever. Here. Go. Go. There you go. Not like that bad. All right, here we go. Fuck it. Here's a picture. Oh my god! I'm not gonna delete this one. I'm gonna send you guys a separate picture just because I
print it and hang it up on my wall.
Oh yes. Who said that? Jimbo.
Do you want me to put it on the fridge?
Wait. Who's talking?
Jimbo.
Okay, Jimbo. Okay, perfect. Yes. Hang this.
I'll put it on the fridge.
There we go. Don't ask.
Where is it? Where'd you put it? Why did you DM me? Oh, you DM'd me.
We can move on.
Yeah, that's
really good. We can move on.
Straight on the fridge. How did you learn to draw so well?
I wish I could draw.
How long did this take you to draw?
I didn't draw. I want to though.
You just told me you drew it.
No,
this is our picture of a sphere, right? The
plumb
and the two people.
It's
really good.
God, I can't even concentrate.
I
am so fucking high. I can't even concentrate on your words.
Never send me anything again, all right? I'm gonna delete that. I don't want to see your Rule 34 shit. How do I delete this? I can't even delete a DM message. What the fuck?
Here's a picture. It's on the live stream. There it is. Oh fuck, that wasn't the right picture. Sorry.
Why can't I delete this? There's no option for me to delete. What?
There it is.
And I don't want to know how you found that either. What did you go looking for that, or did you stumble across it, or what? Yeah, that's pretty good. But you can't rotate that.
Lordy,
Is that what you were trying to draw?
Yeah, but I wanted to be able to rotate it live, which you can't do with the paint.
What do you want to rotate the orientation of the image?
Do it in GeoGebra.
GeoGebra?
Excuse me. GeoGebra. Yeah.
GeoGebra.
GeoGebra. Yep. It's magnificent.
Is it Gebra with a G or a J?
Yep, G.
Is it algebra but with Geo at the start?
Yes. Yep, Geo.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, now I Katie answered.
Start calculator. Can you do it? You can't do a sphere with this. It's only 2D.
No, there's 3D GeoGebra.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
How do I?
I would use that website, but that thing lags on my computer.
Show axes. Settings.
Okay.
Give me more.
And wait, and geology, whatever. Okay. Can you? I don't think you can do parametric equations on the darn thing.
Probably not.
How do I add an
that's kind of a problem though.
You still do spheres and everything, so it should be fine.
How do I add an axis?
X squared plus y squared plus z squared equals.
There's a
oh wait, you can't even you can't even put an equation on that darn thing either.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
No, you can't. It's just you have to like put a fucking expression there. It reads it as z equals, from what I remember.
Hey,
you can do like x squared, y squared, z squared. Pretty sure you can do x squared, y squared, z squared equals r squared. Oops, x squared plus y squared. Yeah. Let me share my screen. Hold on. I haven't done much of the 3D one.
Sphere.
Sphere.
Boom.
Share the screen.
There we go.
Right. So, oops. Cancel. X squared.
Oh, where's Buster? Come back.
Y squared.
Anyway, I'm gonna learn how to draw, so I can draw stuff like that and make that a career.
There you go. There's a sphere.
I'll give you free images, Jimbo. I have such a high imagination.
There you go. It's the biggest sphere.
Jimbo,
never send me anything ever again. Like ever.
Ever. Whoops. There we go. Two spheres.
No, you have to bound the boundaries to make the fucking line in there. Like z equals some height and shit. Z equals 7. Just put a number and then.
Roofie equals.
I'm actually thinking about it this as I go along, so I'm not 100% sure.
There's Roofie and then Buster. 0. Oops. Where's Buster? Oops.
That's the x-axis. That's the.
There you go. So there's Buster and Roofie. And if we're both looking at the blue axis, oh, it looks. I should do a curved thingy, shouldn't I? Anyway, -1. Yeah, these on the level guys. I don't know how they don't get stuff.
Because
like, I know Bev pretends.
What are you trying to do?
This was the.
You just changed the point.
To kind of simulate them being a bit lower, kind of thing.
You're an idiot. Just change the height a little higher. You're putting them off the sphere. Well, what are you doing?
Well, they weren't on the sphere. They're on the axis.
Yeah, there you go. Just leave it that way.
Yeah. The blue axis is the plumb bob.
Okay.
Yeah, so they both see it, and if they're leaning back,
If you can, well, you can't parametrics a line on this thing, can you?
Don't think so.
If you can, then yeah, we could do it. No, we'll just visualize it. Sure.
I got it.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, let me see. Click on it. I mean, I know the math that can help you parameterize, but you probably already know it too. So.
Oh no, I've struggled.
Oh, then I can help you. I know all the math, and no, I ain't joking about that. Okay, wait, that's x equals in terms of t, y equals in terms of t. Where's z?
This is in the 2D one, so you can just have a z in terms of t equals fucking, I don't know, cis t.
Okay, well, if you cannot parameterize in that 3D thing, then you can't have a line, a straight line.
Maybe you can.
That's the only way you can have a straight line in mathematics. You need to parameterize in 3D.
Really?
Unless you want to put the fucking equation of a plane in there, we can do that. I can help you.
Oh, I just broke everything. Okay.
We can just put a plane in there, I guess. If you want to go with that.
Hang on.
It's a line. Let me graph the parametrization. Okay, that starts at the point 3, 2, and 6, and then the slope is -4, -5, and -t. It'll be like, kind of forgot this already. Oh yeah, it'd be a line. Definitely be a line. Just pretend that that's z equals. Ignore the fucking x thing. I don't know why they put an x.
I'll tell you.
Oh wait. Put t. T.
There we go.
Oh, I guess you can. Wait, line. Sweet, we're gonna do some fucking math. You're gonna give me a math problem. Great, this is gonna be fun. I haven't fucking done math in like forever. You want me to help you find the equation of that? The other equations you're gonna need?
No.
No?
I will give up very quickly.
Yeah, it's not
Someone
gonna
else
take
can do
long.
it.
I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah. I've had very little exposure to parametric equations.
No, I'll just give you the equation, that's it. And then just plug it in there.
Sure.
That's all you need. I'll do the math, it's not hard. So here's a point. My fucking whiteboard wasn't so fucking... Kind of forgot how to though. I gotta figure this out.
Oh. Come here, puppies. Scar. Who wants to see Scarlet? You ready for dinner, are you, chicken? There's my baby. Okay. Oops. Still got the camera fucked up. There we go. Ready for dinner?
Oh wait, I know how to do it. Actually, I figured it out. It's actually not hard. It's actually not hard. Change the. See that L, that lambda looking fucking thing?
Yep.
Okay, put that point. The go. That point is 0, -3, -1.
Yep.
Put it like where the plump up is. Put 009 or some shit.
There we go. 0, 0, 9. Oops.
Yeah, there you go. That's the
Okay.
point where the plump up is.
There you go.
Okay.
That's one
Now
point.
the
You're
line
gonna
is
take
the
one.
no the other vectors. That's the difference between the point of where the surface is, which I believe it's gonna intersect or straight in through the sphere once you start graphing the fucking thing.
Fuck. I give up. Jimbo.
No, but it's fine. It's fine. The point on the where's okay, Rufus is on 0, 8. So take 8 minus okay, put first point. Let me see.
0. There we go. There's the plumb bob.
Okay.
And then we want Rufus.
Put 8.
0. 8, 0. Vector 1, 1, 0, I think.
No. Put vector. Fuck, I was so fucking high right now. 008. I'm just gonna draw it. I don't lose track of this shit.
Oops.
009, and the point where Rufus is 080. Okay. So so 0, first point, second point, 8, and third. Okay, I got it. 0, 8, -9. That's what you want.
0, 8, -9.
No. On the vector. After the vector. No, leave the point in. Vector 0, 8, -9.
0.
In fact,
8.
That wasn't really hard. It was just -9.
There we go.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
I'm so fucking stupid. I just figured out parametric equation. This is actually supposed to be pretty simple because the vector, always the vector is the change in point. There you go.
Vector 0, 8, 9, I think. No, hang on. Whoops, that was me. Fuck. Oh, I fucking hit the wrong one. How do I control Z? There we go.
There you go.
Change Buster.
So now the x is 8, 0, and -9.
Yep.
There you go.
Hey, there we go.
There we go. Beautiful.
Fantastic.
Learning some fucking math. We could make a fucking plane out of that equation. You want to learn how to make the plane just for fun?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Make the plane. The equation of the plane. That's our math problem. Make the equation of a plane.
That's enough. That's enough for me. Time to feed the dogs.
I love doing stuff like that. Oh yeah, I've done worse stuff like this.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.
I was tutoring a lot of students. All right. Whatever.
Yeah.
We're done.
Yo. Hello. Don, you there? I can't hear you, bro. What's up with the ducks in their picture you posted?
This is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I know who that is. I'm asking what's up with the ducks behind him. There's a lot of ducks.
Yeah, maybe ducks are a symbol. But the guy who I just watched this just basically said, if it was manufactured books like Anthony Fauci and meditation, you could tell he's not a real guy, but because he's got all these weird books, that might suggest that he's a lone actor and hasn't had much set design happen. I don't know. I don't know what the ducks mean.
Yeah, I mean this Kennedy Jr. guy is a pretty interesting fellow, right? Like, I think he might run for president, but he's going to run as an independent. He's not a Democrat or Republican, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because his dad once made that speech, secrecy is repugnant, and people say he was killed, and now this guy, some people are not sure if this is the real son or whatever.
I don't think that was his dad. That was his uncle. His dad is the one that got killed in the plane crash.
Oh, there's so
yeah,
many.
His uncle was the president that got assassinated.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's an interesting character, kind of like QAnonymous referenced this guy, didn't they? Said he'll be coming back to sort the swamp out and stuff.
Yeah, he is a bit Donald Trumpy, but I mean, let's see. You keep cutting out, Don.
Oh, sorry.
Did you say something?
Yeah, I said sorry.
No, but before that, before I said you keep cutting out.
No, I just said yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Emerald Tablets. I've listened to some YouTube videos where they talk it, but I'm always suspicious that they're not talking the exact thing and they've just summed it up from an article or something.
But you should just read it. I mean, it's pretty short, right? It's got like 150 verses in it.
Well, I've watched a lot of those videos that read it out, so some of them are probably close to what it is saying. I have heard most of the content. Just kind of this mystical god magician Thoth, right, giving wisdom.
Yeah, just some Hermes Trismegistus guy or whatever the fuck. I don't know how you say his name.
Trismegistus, thrice great. It's, wisdom seems to all relate to correspondence and duality, like micro, macro, male and female, hot and cold, all of that. Do you think the original Kennedy really thought that making that speech would inspire people to join him, not kill him, and root out the Illuminati? Like, or was he like paid to say that to make himself flop?
From what I understand, Kennedy was always an outsider. You know, it's not like he went to uh these prestigious schools and all of that. I think his family got their money from bootlegging, right? They were like big in during the prohibition.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where they made most of that money. So he was always seen as an outsider, you know?
So he was sort of in the group, but maybe not under the same oath. So wasn't born into
Yeah.
the same.
Yeah, like he had the same money as these people, but he was new money. You know, a lot of these other people, it's like they came from European families and whatnot. Kennedy was, new American made money.
I imagine Christians told him, "You're in this position, and you know about this communist secret society agenda, so you're gonna have to talk about it." And then he said, "Yeah, but they're gonna shoot me after I say this." And him and his wife and his gang said, "Yeah, but you've got to do it anyway." And then he said it, and it was all over.
Mm.
It's kind of cool that someone managed to get to that position and speak out about it. But then it's depressing that they shot him, and then we just get on with our lives.
Yeah, I mean, him becoming president was sort of like Trump becoming president without the celebrity, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if we get Kanye, that's going to be the next step, isn't it?
Mm. I doubt Kanye would ever become president, though.
I don't know. I mean, I doubt there'd be a black president, and we had one. I doubted we'd have a Trump style, like meme clown, but we had one.
Mm.
You know, Trump said he's going to stop men entering women's sports. And then he got a big cheer and a laugh, and he said, "Have you ever heard such a thing?"
Yeah, but he didn't stop it. It was happening under his presidency.
Yeah, that's right. He's a bit late, isn't he?
Yeah, he didn't really do much, you know. He just allowed rich people to get richer.
Yeah.
Did a lot of deals with foreign nations and whatnot. I mean,
I
he was a
definitely think
businessman.
he's Jewish aligned.
You think he's Jewish?
No, I think he's worships the same God. He's Zionist aligned with his deals and his handshakes. So it's Alex Jones.
Okay, I don't know. He doesn't come off as being initiated to me, but maybe. So what's for the weekend, man?
I think I'm seeing my girlfriend tonight.
That's what's up.
We watch True Detective at the minute.
What's that?
It's an old American cop show with Woody Harrelson and someone else, Matthew McConaughey, and they investigate paedophile pagans. So it's very on topic for me.
I've never heard of that show.
It's Matthew McConaughey plays a great nihilist, philosophical cop who believes Earth is suffering and hell, but he still wants to try and fight some of the bad men.
Is this like a new show? Or...
No, it's really old.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do today. I'm bored as fuck.
You're supposed to be resting today.
Yeah, I got the day off, but I just haven't made any plans for today. I mean, it's a weekend, so I ain't gotta work or anything. But I don't know. I'll see what my girl wants to do when she wakes up. But I would like to just stay at home and take it easy. You got plans for?
No.
You got? Do you guys? Is it Mother's Day for you guys tomorrow?
Oh shit, is it?
I don't know. Come to realize, not all countries celebrate it on the same day.
No, we had ours on in March.
All right.
Thank God. Some of those wooden ducks are built for target practice, right? I wonder if he's calling himself a target, or if he's just obsessed with wooden ducks.
What do you mean for target practice?
Well, you put some of these floating ducks on a pond, and you can like practice shooting ducks. That's what they're originally for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's definitely a target, though.
There's another weird development I got from this same video, news roundup. Elon has called the world the thing that Klaus Schwab is doing. I can't remember the letters, WSG or something. Anyway, Elon says the S stands for Satanism, and he's calling. But now he's hired someone who's involved in the World Health Organization as the leader of Twitter, and he's stepping down to CEO. So he's gone against what people thought he should be doing.
But how would someone from who have the necessary experience to run a social media platform? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I can find a screenshot of the person.
Yeah. I'm not on Twitter anyway, so the least of my worries.
He's called out some Satanists, the Klaus Schwab gang, and now he's hired a Linda Yaccarino, a philanthropist, global leader.
Okay.
And she was involved in the leg waxing campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So Elon seems to be a little bit all over the place, and people are wondering what side is he on.
He's definitely not on our side. I mean, he's a billionaire, bro, from well-off family.
Yeah, I
don't know. I don't know how anyone thinks Elon is on the side of the everyday man. You know.
But is he against the satanic elite, or is he one of them? I think that's more the question.
Of course, he's one of them, bro.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know how that's even a question. You know, I mean, if the elite are satanic, he's part of the elite. Hasn't he been on Epstein Island? Has he?
On the dogs, I think, of the plane at least.
Yeah, I mean, there must be pictures of him with Epstein.
There's pictures of him wearing satanic clothing as well with his last girlfriend Grimes.
Yeah.
The sign of the horns he does, and he just owning Twitter makes you suspicious as a character, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But people thought, you know, maybe he's going to balance it a little bit and help free speech and stuff.
Hell no. He's a businessman, bro. He took over Twitter so he could make money.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson's going over to Twitter?
Yeah, apparently.
That's his new show.
Yeah. I don't know how that's going to work. But, yeah, that'll be pretty cool.
Twitter's going to become a news service. Like social CNN.
It's pretty much is already.
It's too much money to run a 24-hour cable news channel where right? CNN costs so much money they got to, like, have people pay them to make stories about stuff that may be true even.
If I was Elon Musk, I would buy Rumble and then have Rumble and Twitter merge. Then Twitter can become like, you know, it's like then you have like Twitter and Twitter TV or some shit, you know?
All right. So it just makes me question everything that he owns. I think that's what it does. Like every property that he has, I'm suspicious of.
Elon Musk, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Every single one. Yep. You think Elon Musk would be rich enough to buy Disney?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, he wouldn't outrightly buy it with his own money. You know, he would do it the same way he bought Twitter, right?
So he's buying these things. Is that how you? That's what that's the word you're going to use. He's buying them. Okay.
Yeah, he's buying it, but he's not buying it all with his own money. You know, he takes out loans and stuff to finance it. And then he uses, like, he would have bought Twitter using a loan, a bit of his own money in the loan, and then he'll use the profits generated from Twitter to pay back that loan.
And all his investors worship the profits.
Mm-hmm. What?
So you can control opinion when you buy something like that.
Well, you can control opinion, but you can also observe everyone's opinion. It's not like Twitter's a valuable thing to check people's opinion. There's no value in that.
Data collection.
Who cares about your tweets? Come on, nobody cares about that. But then why does it exist? Stuff, I guess. All over the world. Or you can track people all over the world about what they think and stuff.
Right.
Cool thing, that Twitter.
I once heard the theory that TikTok was designed by the Chinese to collect embarrassing videos of the Western world. So one day they can say, look, we've got you naked dancing in panties.
No,
we want all your money.
They created TikTok as an educational platform. It's just us. We went and took it and used it for something else. It's the weirdest thing, but they use it for educational purposes over there.
Like brainwashing and teaching kids. Yeah.
And over there, it's heavily regulated, I think. Like, you can't stay on TikTok too long, like after 20 minutes, I think the app closes, or some notice comes up saying go outside, go and drink water, take a 5-minute break. And I think
there's a huge cultural war going on to basically Americanize China.
On,
I know, but I have such a better point. Okay, go ahead.
I'm almost done. I just want to make the second point. And they also do this thing where you can only use it during certain hours. So 9 o'clock, like TikTok cuts off there, so that you go to bed. Go ahead, Snacks.
So they got one thing right, to warn people to stay off it so that they don't get too brainwashed.
And apparently it doesn't even operate in China. I think they have a different name for it. Like the TikTok we use isn't the one they have over there.
But it's designed by Chinese programmers to be like total spyware. The thing is amazing.
Yeah.
I almost think that CIA fucking created it. That's what I fucking think. I also think that a lot of things are going on right now, like cultural. I don't know if you call it warfare or whatever, but we are definitely trying to like Americify China as much as possible.
You think we're trying to westernize China?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's
super important to do so. I don't know if you understand that.
Yeah, I mean, it might be important to do it. I don't know if it is. I don't know why it is.
Where's Stefan Marbury play? Who's Stefan Marbury? Where does he play?
I don't know who that is, but
Steph
China
Marbury. You don't know who fucking Steph Marbury is? Basketball fan?
No.
Who's Steph Marbury?
I don't know who Steph Marbury is.
But
I'm China,
you go off for a week. Cool. You're done.
Okay, but China's not being westernized at all, man.
No, they hold their strength. Slowly, they do. They enjoy American benefits. All the girls like to try and change their face shape to look Western. They've been doing it.
That's more a South Korea thing where they change their face structure and their eyelids.
Yeah, well, some Chinese teenagers get wrapped up in it. I'm saying, but
maybe
I do see Snack's point of definitely we want to get everyone doing the same things the Western world does, but China does its own thing anyway, and they like Western shit.
Yeah, they like Western shit, but they like to, I don't know if this is the right word, Chinanize it, They take a Western product and then make it Chinese. You know, they don't just they don't just take it the way we give it to
them. I think the Chinese people are being heavily human farmed, so a little bit of the West trying to put pressure on them probably doesn't bother them because they're doing their own satanic shit.
But yeah, like all the basketball, all the sports that we try to push there, we have like leagues there, you know, where I'm sure there's some Americans that probably have ownership over these things too. Nike, all these jersey sales and stuff like that, they go to China. China, that's like huge on Discord. Video games. China consumes a lot of stuff. They must consume a lot of entertainment. They do it so much that they just take our movies. They don't even care. TikTok is run out of China, but it's like it's run by Disney, or next Disney CEO, which kind of just tells me everything I need to know about how that's working. And yeah, it's going to be like this is like a 100-year project to kind of like bring China along, I think.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'm sure that's true. Probably longer than that. But maybe they made a new plan.
It could be since 1911 or Boxer Rebellion that they decided this, but I don't know. Maybe earlier. It could have been back to the monarchies and stuff like that, where it seems like the monarchies
could have always been a desire.
Yep.
What's the desire of Westernizing people? You will take our culture, whether you like it or not. What's the benefit of that? Why do we like doing it?
So that we can increase our sphere of influence and make the whole world like us. You know?
Yeah, our plane of influence. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't like things that are different. You know, and it's harder to control people and extract minerals from underneath their feet if they're different from us. You know.
I reckon China's got some minerals going on.
I don't know.
Oil and gold. No, I take all your points, yeah. But I'm wondering if there's something like base and human about it. Like, we need you to be like us. It's just.
Well, they're like pretty. They got some weird attitudes about other people, though. You know, they have like their own like, you guys are weird, we hate you, kind of. They have like feelings like that. So I think that's why there's this big charm offensive to try to make them be part of the American dream, man. Something's going on like that for sure. And you know, they just. I follow Joe Tsai also sometimes. Things he does. He's part of Alibaba. Alibaba's big shit. And then they're now Alibaba is going to branch off and become a AI actor development thing. They're going to get into entertainment. But their first project is basically a Chinese AI woman actor who is there to sort of rep the World Series. They're trying to bring U.S. baseball to China. What do you think? Is that consistent with my story? Yep.
Yeah, the bread and circus is a lot of money, and it really has the American ideals woven into it, doesn't it? I wonder how many McDonald's restaurants there are in China, if you count them all.
How does Nate, a New Yorker who likes basketball, not know who Steph Marbury is? Ex-point guard of the New York Knicks.
Quite triggered by that.
I'm. It's gonna haunt me.
I'm way younger than you are, Snake. So.
Yeah, guess what? I know basketball players from before I started watching basketball because I'm a basketball fan.
All right.
You wouldn't know who Pistol Pete Maravich is by any chance, would you? Probably not. But if you do, then I'd be like,
no.
yeah, you don't know shit. But I'll make it simple for you. Steph Marbury is a Knicks player who's so crazy they had to just make him leave. He's the first guy of great quality player who had such a head problem that he just worked out better overseas. They built a statue in China for him. They created a musical for Stefan Marbury. They created a musical so that Chinese people could understand. And what is the musical about? Stefan Marbury, who inspires a Chinese boy, a young Chinese boy, to become a basketball player from across the world. He does this and then meets him in real China. And then that actually happens. There's a whole musical experience you can go see in China. But this is, I don't know. Like, that's some bizarre shit, dude. What do you think? Just give me your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I mean, if he was only big in China and not over here, then he must have been asked, bro.
Yeah, they're implying
But
celebrity.
good for him.
Celebrity sports.
I'm just saying he's the best in China, I guess. But
Yeah.
it's not about that. It's about the cultural exchange. It's about showing them that they're like afraid of black people. They don't. I think
Yeah,
that's what it seems like from
sure
what I understand.
One is a bit.
They had a mixed girl on Chinese Idol. There's a girl with she was just mixed Chinese and black, and they booed her ass off the stage or something like that. It's like they have no sensitivity for this type of thing. They're a little bit backwards, culturally, I think.
But they are really small, aren't they? Imagine like 20 Chinese warriors, and then there's 20 huge black Afro-Americans come across the hill. You'd be scared. But...
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense why they are, not in tune or sensitive towards diversity. They don't have any history of serious interactions with like Africa or black people. Number one, and number two, China itself, its history is as old as any other ancient history. They're a very proud people. They've been a major cultural superpower for a long time. And they've been very self-sustainable. And most of their interactions with the outside world, especially with the Western world, has led to their detriment. So they are very xenophobic towards the outside world. Like if you look at when Europe came over and started mingling with China in the Opium Wars and whatnot, all of the interactions with the outside world has never been good. So it makes sense why they don't like non-Chinese people.
I agree with that, and I get it. I understand them.
Opium Wars would be really cool if they made that into Star Wars.
Yeah, but I mean, Opium,
Dune, isn't it? Just watch Dune.
Yeah, basically, it's like Dune. Yeah, they had this product everyone wanted, but everyone wanted to use the product for bad shit. Because I think they use it as a medicine, and then the Europeans came and synthesized it and used it as a drug, right? And got all the people hooked on it, and it fucked them up. And I mean, the Japanese are even worse. Like they're like xenophobic times 100. I think there was like a 400 to 500 year period where Japan exiled itself from the rest of the world. You weren't allowed to come onto the island or to leave it.
Yeah. A science fiction anime that's one of my favorites. It's about like the year 3000 or something, where China have decided to exile themselves again and build a huge technology wall around their whole country.
China or Japan?
Japan.
Right.
It must be based on how they felt in the past, and it's been written into this anime.
Mm.
But isn't it beautiful? China and Japan are so beautiful. It's all lush. So why would you want to share that?
Why would you want to keep it to yourself?
Oh yeah, that's a good question too. But I mean, maybe they were just so smart, the kings at the beginning, that they said, look, we can't get multicultural and we're going to have to keep our birth rate down. Like 2 good decisions that they did early on. They've tried to keep to it.
Could be.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I guess I'm not a big fan of the TikTok thing that what happened. That there's TikTok, but I guess yeah.
Well, as long as you show your willy on there or do a silly dance, you'll be fine.
I don't even have like I've only seen like things that are TikTok clips like on YouTube. But that's like watching your eyes. I don't know what else the phone's sensing, you know. The data that they can get off of you watching the shit is more than the data that they're streaming at you.
Oh, Facebook turned into broken humanity and AI bots.
Right, we're gonna
It used to be a wonderful place.
We're gonna break humanity. We'll break music, entertainment. What else can we break with there? We'll break industry. We'll break. What else can we do?
But this is the beginning of the Terminator film. They think they're going to be in control of AI after it breaks everything, don't they?
Well, it's up to a point where it becomes disruptive tech, which is apparently a positive thing because it's like getting in between all the things that conventionally hold the prices to be too high or whatever. So that's supposed to be a good thing, but it's going to be what did I just say? Disruptive tech. Like we're going to have to disrupt. There's
How are they going to stop
AI.
it? That's what we're worried about.
We'll be in Terminator 2, basically, and just hope that they don't have time travel.
We're at the beginning of Skynet now in its creation. The internet was obviously stage 1. AI is like stage 3, maybe. $5G plus AI plus deep fakes.
A lot of G's. Yeah, deep fakes you won't even need. Like people will be like watching actors in the future that don't exist, or like the composite can be so strong is that like you could like just fade a person into an AI thing and it will still look pretty real. I mean, what about like they recast? Last thing, yeah, Back to the Future with Elizabeth Shue in that first one. They can do that and it looks convincing.
Yeah, I agree.
What more do I need? Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be an AI deepfake at the minute. Earlier, I watched a bad actor on Instagram Reels pretend to eat his girlfriend's face cream because it had a spoon in the glass. So they did this little skit, and obviously on Instagram it plays over and over again. So while I'm trying to work out how this man got to this point to think this was a good idea to make and upload, I've then watched the thing 4 or 5 times in a row. It's totally interrupted my psyche. And I was on Facebook. I wasn't even on Instagram.
You have to wear a blindfold while you work out, or turn your phone off. Yeah, but this stuff does it gets in your head. It's getting in everybody's head. All our heads are going to get screwed up with a bunch of AI stuff. Maybe it'll be better, you know. You think that they would actually do something like that if they knew how to just control your mind with an app? You know what I mean? And everybody's mind with an app, and be able to control everybody's like opinions with apps and stuff. Do you think that they'd like let us work well together, or do you think that they'd pit us against each other using the biometrics and creating a caste system, a digital caste system, where all the fucking information is piped to your head and you're just going to agree with it because you've got positive neural fucking activities going on while you watch it?
Yeah. Even I suffer from this. It's very scary.
Yeah. And I'm not even, that's just normal evil shit. That ain't even deep evil. Right.
I've got a new series of memes that's come to my attention called iPad baby memes. So I might share a couple.
Anyway, doing a little research on old ancient India, checking out some sunken cities. Thought about a couple of things, changed the way my mind's thinking right now. You guys ever check out Dwarka, or the possible lost sunken city of Krishna, which was the size of Manhattan and may date back to 12,000 or before that? It's before the flood. It was built below sea level. A whole big bay happened to where apparently ancient India never had that. Did you know that the Gulf of Arabia was also called the Zoroastrian Gulf? Or whatever? It wasn't. Isn't that interesting? I know you don't watch basketball from that far back, Nate, but do you know like the Gulf of Arabia?
Man, he's giving me the cold shoulder.
Waiting for the coast to be clear so you can reply? I'm gonna send you fucking Stephon Marbury clips. I don't even like him. It's just, how do you not know it? You should know this team. You should know were you a Knicks fan? Must be a Knicks fan. Only a Knicks fan.
I just saw a meme with baby's face in it. So then I asked her, why would I want a train going into my mouth?
It's a choo-choo train, you got sometimes kids that don't want to eat the food. You gotta do that.
It makes it more appealing for some reason.
iPads aren't baby toys, though. Right.
Yo, you guys still there? Oh. No, it just got super quiet. I don't know if you guys are still there.
What? Like, would you mute me? Yeah. Yeah, he fucking muted me. Because he doesn't know shit about basketball.
No, I just couldn't hear anything.
Can't believe he fucking muted me, dog. He's so emotional. Germinating a cannabis seed in an ultrasonic vortex. Good morning. Who's that?
There we go. Yeah.
What up?
And I like being here in the morning, bro. Seems to be more mellow.
Yeah. This is the early bird special over here. I think there's another one about 2 o'clock in the morning. But sometimes that's busy too. It's usually pretty. It's pretty all right. It's pretty chill. Because we hold it down, guys. Not gonna doing it. Catch up on any of the videos or anything since you recently? How's it going?
If you only knew how hard I worked yesterday, dude.
Oh.
And then basically I was.
And then you had to watch all that stuff I sent you. This must be a tough day. You're so dedicated, bro.
No, honestly, this is my free time. Like today and tomorrow, bro. I get to chill and like catch up on videos and do this and that. But
cool, man.
I wanted to talk about Krishna. Since you brought Krishna up.
Okay, give me like a minute.
Krishna, I like that because he's got the same name. Was he before Christ or after Christ?
Krishna? Way before Christ.
Krishna's a female.
Krishna came way before Jesus, bro.
I've heard that, Nate, but
doesn't he have an H in his first name?
Harry?
Harry, that's right.
Is it?
Jesus H. Krishna.
Oh my god.
Like, isn't Krishna like 3,000 years older than Jesus?
Yeah, that's what I
Jesus
thought.
is coming back today, dude.
That's what people claim. They claim the Vedas are much older than they really are, but it's all good.
It could be so. There's a chance that Krishna could have been worked in after Christ.
Hell no, bro.
No.
The people that were alive during the time of Jesus knew that, to the east, there's an ancient civilization there that speak about Krishna. Like, come on, man.
So there's a lot to this story. Like, the thing is, the idea, right, that the Messiah was going to be born of a virgin, right? That the seed of the woman would redeem humanity. That's a very, very primordial prophecy. It was given in the garden to Adam. The angels were aware of it. The watchers were aware of it. There was counterfeits prior to the birth of Christ. You get this Trinitarian formula that's the pagans adopted it, right? They had all these antichrists before Christ himself. That's how you get Tammuz and.
Stop saying adopted it because pagans come first.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to say Krishna was the real son of God or he's more real than Jesus. I'm just saying that the legend of Krishna, if he was a real man that lived, is 3,000 years older than the story of Jesus. But I'm not trying to say that Krishna is the real deal.
The thing
is, he's allegedly an avatar who came sent from beyond and manifested a city. That's what they're saying. And then he went back to his place. And he might come back. I don't know.
It's anointed is what the Krishna means, Christ.
Well, are you going from the oil?
Yeah.
See, ancient Egypt had the Holy Trinity.
Christos.
Right?
Yeah,
you look up the Holy Trinity. It existed prior to Christ. Like you had, like this is one example, right? There's many examples of the Trinity formula existing prior to Christ, and people will look at that and be like, "Whoa, look, Christianity just adopted this from the Egyptians." Like I can see how people that's like logical reasoning, it's a logical deduction, but you're missing a variable is that this prophecy was given. If you believe in the scriptures, this prophecy was given in the garden, right? This idea that there would be a virgin that would give birth. In all these stories of these ancient Trinity formulas, it's the same thing. There's a mother goddess that brings forth a miraculous birth, right? And you have the mother goddess in the Catholic religion. They've turned the Virgin Mary into the Queen of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven. The idea of a Queen of Heaven existed way before the Virgin Mary.
Is that somewhat like the Russian Orthodox? Apparently, they worship a cosmic Mother Mary. It's almost like the Nuit, sort of.
Yeah, it's Catholicism.
Well, no, actually, those Orthodox they had Christianity while the Catholics held on to it. like Protestants basically have the Christianity that was maintained by Catholicism, whereas the Orthodox grew separately from both.
Yeah, no, I'm aware, but in my
Mother of
understanding,
Heaven
both
is very old.
the Russian Orthodox, right, and the Catholic Church are basically they ended up splitting early on in, like, I forget what century they ended up splitting. Same thing with the Church of England. The Church of England, the Eastern Orthodox, and the Catholic Church are all rooted in the same, but they all split off at different times. But they're all part of the same. They're just different heads of the same beast.
Yeah, I mean when the Roman Empire split into the Western and the Eastern, the Byzantine they had the Orthodox way of Christianity, and then the Western that was now the Roman Catholics, you know.
Well,
And the
then-
idea was that the Byzantine kept to the original teachings, while the Roman Catholics, came up with these new, weird, and wonderful ways. And that's why, the Protestants also started splitting from the Roman Catholics because they thought that the Catholics were doing things outside of the Bible, a lot of things outside of the Bible.
Like accepting money and shit like that. It's funny,
Yeah.
in the actual translation from the word, at least from the way I understand it, I thought that Mary was not really supposed to be a virgin. That doesn't even make sense that she was a virgin. So it's kind of like an obvious mistranslation.
Why
What
would
do
the
you
word
mean,
actually
bro?
means it means
maiden?
maiden, like she was unmarried.
Yeah,
Like she was
people make
married to
that claim,
John
but that's not
or
true,
Joseph.
bro.
Yeah,
You gotta understand,
God
there's a
came
lot of
down and busted a fat one, bro.
there's a lot of deceptions out there, bro. Like, you have to be careful because
no, actually, not a fat one, just a single, like the
well, no,
smallest.
that's not how Messiah was brought
Chosen
forth.
mode.
It's not how it worked at all. He just okay. So you have to understand the doctrine of original sin and how it all works. Because if Messiah did not come from a miraculous birth, then he wouldn't be the Messiah. He wouldn't be the Messiah. Because
but isn't it the idea Mary was chosen because her birth was also special, right? Like she was born sinless in a way.
No, that's not true. That's Catholicism, bro. You're getting this stuff mixed. That's
Are you
not
sure?
true. Yeah.
Didn't Mary like immaculate conception or some shit?
No, Mary gave birth to Messiah. It was considered an immaculate conception and a miraculous
No,
birth.
Jesus is not the immaculate conception. That's something a lot of people get mixed up. Immaculate conception belongs to Mary.
No. Messiah was conceived, right, without carnal sex at all, and there was no orgasm. There was nothing like that. There was simply,
but
if
the
anything,
term
it was.
Yeah, but
Go
Lion,
ahead.
all I'm saying is that the term immaculate conception doesn't apply to Jesus. It applies to Mary.
I mean, maybe the Catholic Church used that, right, to refer to Mary in that way, but don't. Mary was a regular woman, dude.
All right,
Where do you get that
but
from,
apparently that's
what it
the
says in the
idea,
Quran?
Kosho. No, that's the idea among Catholics. That's one of the 4 dogmas of Mary, that she was born sinless and chosen by God to
Show
be.
me a verse where it says that Mary was born sinless. You won't find
Catholics made up a lot of stuff, dude.
Yeah,
About
I know.
angels and about whatever. Just made everything up.
It's all made up, dude.
It's all right.
Yeah,
we don't
but
have
that's
to agree. You know what I mean?
that's the idea
based on-
behind Catholics, and that's why for Catholics, Mary was the most important figure. Like the whole Madonna and child thing.
It's because they went back to paganism.
Exactly.
The mother of heaven, which is very old.
Basically, all
understand
these
that-
pictures you see of Jesus looking sad and the sun around his head and whatnot, that was all Mary.
The sun.
Yeah, I'll post a few pictures.
Dude, you have to understand that the Christian faith was Hellenized, bro. Throughout the first 1,000 years after Jesus Christ died and resurrected, it began almost immediately to be Hellenized, dude. Because if you look at history, all the followers of the Messiah, the disciples, their apostles, there was hundreds of disciples and witnesses of the occurrences and the commotion that occurred in Jerusalem that spread out and shocked the world. The news spread out through the world. Everybody heard about this guy doing these miracles and all this stuff that was going on, bro. It was like insane. And he converted a lot of people to the faith, the true faith, and set the record straight, and rebuked the rabbis and the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Long story short, I'm not trying to have a sermon, but I find this stuff fascinating. So, if you look at the ancient writings of the early church, right, they weren't even called the church. That word church, the etymology of the word church is pagan in itself. The etymology of the word Bible is pagan in itself. Bible, biblios, gives no, it doesn't. And when you research the ancient terminology of these things, none of this is original. This was all inserted into the faith later on. The word Bible, if you look it up, it's there's a god called Biblios. And if you look up the word church, kirk, there's a mother goddess or a goddess also referred to as kirk. It comes from the Scottish and the Irish through the Presbyterian influence, because the Scottish Presbyterians had a great influence on the Church of England at that time, and which were ran by Masons, and they're the ones that actually took the extra books out. But that's because after King James died, they went to King James' son, King Charles, and they convinced him through political means to take these books out to control the people even more. But that's a whole nother story. But I'm just trying to show you that if you research the history of the early church, right, they all kept the commandments, they all kept the feast days. Clement of Alexandria kept the feast days, Silas kept the feast days, Polycarp, all these guys through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century, Justin Martyr, all these guys were in agreement. They were in one accord. They were ehad. And then you started to have schisms. But it started with, the first person to actually coin, but this is debatable, the first person to actually coin the term Cristiano or Christian was his name was Ignatius of Antioch, who usurped authority in Jerusalem, right, and became bishop. He was the first bishop. This is where you can track the history of the church, the Catholic Church. Now they'll say, oh no, Peter was the first one. No, that's what they say. His history shows that it was Ignatius of Antioch, and Ignatius of Antioch actually was against keeping the commandments in the feast days. He thought that was a Jewish thing, and his idea was that stuff should be done away with. But that you won't find that by any of the disciples. And then that started gaining momentum, and this is where like the first schism appears. And then as time progresses, by the time you get to like the Council of Nicaea, you had people believing in the Trinity, and that Jesus was the Father incarnate, and the Virgin Mary should be worshipped. And then you see Constantine started appearing on the scene, and he started his own conversion, but it was more for political reasons to gain popularity by the Christians. And then next thing you know, you have a whole new religion, bro. And Constantine actually started mixing in like the sun worship and the Queen of Heaven worship, and he literally mixed in paganism with Christianity to appease himself and both sides of the population.
I'll give you that.
Somebody gonna go next?
It's so much deeper than that, dude. I only give you a little summary, bro, but it's so much deeper than that, and you can't group everything.
Go deeper, man. This should sound interesting as fuck. Please go deeper.
Can you mention Krishna? Because that's what I wanted to hear about.
Nate wants you to go deeper, dude.
Yo, pause.
Okay, so we've got a lot of other influences that are sort of starting to bleed into what was originally like a pure Christian scriptural document. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Through influence and through other leaders usurping power, or possibly even a very likely scenario I can imagine is that this is a little bit like warfare, where we're trying to battle different forces that are going to take over the population, or if we have a country and there's going to be religions, like anybody can believe a certain thing, we need to kind of convert them and homogenize that so that we've got a homogenous population, right? So we can control them, right? And so they don't, right? That's
your opinion now. I know you talk about paganism being added in, like that's a bad thing, but to me, that's a more honest thing, because what they've done is gone back from one Jewish man as a supreme leader. They've gone back to the proper concepts and symbology of sex in heaven, a child, and celestial worship, which is all more realistic.
But we need weapons. We need men in marching profiles that they can take over land or convert it, and we need to teach them some engineering so they can build bridges and shit. Like if there is a religion that they will follow, they must be willing and completely spiritually okay with just like murdering some people if they get in their way. Like that's
if they've worshipped the forest gods for 3,000 years, telling them that one Jewish man is now God isn't going to work. It's not going to cut it.
But like Jesus would definitely not be joining an army, right? Be like, no, I don't need to do that.
Yeah, that's another good point. Using Jesus as the model is not a very good way to get people to go to war.
Right, but that's why we have to like bring in some of this Mitraic shit. You know what I mean? We bring in a little Mitra, and now we have the core of like, yeah, you'll die for this shit, right? And they're like, yep, totally doing that now.
Yep. Did you guys know the
like the salute? Like when you salute somebody, that's a Mitraic thing. We cannot see their bright because they are like the sun. The person that we salute is so bright that they're like the sun. We must cover some of our eye and then salute it like that. That itself is a bud that begins out of the Mitraic sort of worship in that culture.
Yep.
I'll stop now.
Do with opening your visor.
It's about having faith. You either have faith in one religion or the other. You can't have it both ways. So the idea that there is a divine creator that's the creator of all things that can actually manifest himself to his people, because the certain people in history he favored, not because he just chose the Jews or the line of Abraham or the line of Noah, but if you look at history, there's a reason why that line was chosen.
No,
it's because Noah was obedient, bro. That's what the scriptures say. He didn't just choose Noah for no reason. Noah was obedient and humble and meek.
That's cool, but Shiva chose all the Indian people, didn't she, as well?
Okay, but you have to understand who Shiva is. Who is Shiva?
another god idea, just as mental as yours.
So not necessarily, because if you follow the Table of Nations, which is just a lot of archaeological, anthropological, etymological evidence that the Table of Nations recorded in the scriptures is legit, and you will not find anything like that in any other religion, bro.
Also,
like the actual dispersion and migration of ancient man.
God all other religions have that story where all the different types of men and people came from.
Not in the
to
detail.
sit here and think that it's they have it in detail, bro. You just haven't read it. To sit here and think that old Christianity has these stories is ludicrous.
Okay, just so who's the Messiah of the Jews?
Haven't read it.
Who's the Messiah of the Jews?
He hasn't come yet.
The Jews? I mean, the thing is, I know a lot of Messianic Jews, bro.
Hold up.
I personally know
a real simple answer here.
He's not talking about
it's Jesus.
No, it's Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great is who helps them out.
You're so funny.
Cyrus the Great is not?
No, bro. That's actually I've never heard that before. That's the first time.
Tell me who Cyrus the Great is.
It has Alexander the Great's like grandfather or some shit. I forget.
Nah. Cyrus the Great's out of like Persia. Cyrus the Great brings his horses and helps the Jews get away from Egypt. As far as what I understand.
They think he's going to come back, resurrected.
No, but my greater point is that Cyrus the Great was not. I don't think he really supported them that much, but it was a military decision to help them. But he is their savior for that reason, because he was able to like bring his armies down. But more is that he wasn't of that faith. He seems to have been of the Mitraic faith, and he's like his burial tomb has lotus blossoms on it. So
I believe you.
No, I just think it's an interesting thing. That's all.
I want to dispute your point, Lion, that God can be all powerful, create all of the universe, manifest himself to me while I'm worshipping the sun at the same time.
Yeah.
That can all work.
Well, because the thing is, even Abraham didn't know who Yahuwah was. He was born in a foreign land. His father was an idol worshiper and idol maker for Nimrod. These things, and the Father still ended up manifesting to himself, to Abraham, when Abraham began to question the creation and the creator and who the creator actually was, because once he started using logic, he started realizing, like, what's the point of worshiping this dumb idol? The idol doesn't speak, the idol doesn't talk, it doesn't do nothing. So it's like, why is my father worshiping these idols? And he started questioning life. Everybody, it's something that we all do. And as he started questioning life, he just reached out in his mind to who possibly might be the creator, and the creator manifested himself. Now, it might be minute, and certain times it'll be minute, but other times it'll be very evident, like he'll literally speak to you in your head, like he'll talk.
Saying I could get the creator to speak to me, believe it, while being a full pagan at the same time, with never giving up paganism. I could still
no, you have to give it up. After he manifests himself, yeah, he's not going to continue.
Who says I have to give it up? You.
Do the scriptures. That's not me. It's
a Jew in the past or a Roman.
No, not the Old Testament and the New Testament. Both.
Fuck those guys.
All right. And I just,
Abraham,
it's all good,
did he look at the stars? He looked at the stars, and he was asking.
Yeah.
He wasn't even just thinking in his head. He was looking to the sky, the stars.
Well, no, he was thinking in his head too, bro. He was pondering life. Don't we all ponder life in our heads, right? Subconsciously.
Life, yeah.
So that's what he was doing. And then Yah knew that he was doing that. And while he was in that humble state, that meekful state, that's when Yah started manifesting to him.
But he was looking at the stars now, right?
But first he had to start questioning who the creator actually was. And it was something that it grieved him because he didn't know. And then that's when Yah manifested himself. But you have to be in that humble state.
Maybe his dad didn't explain what Nimrod was properly.
Can I just read this quick blurb on Cyrus the Great?
Yeah, sure.
Go for it.
I'll do 2 paragraphs of the Wikipedia article just for funsies. If that's not anybody give a fuck or no? I don't have to do it.
No, I would like to hear it, because yeah.
All right, Cyrus the Great was the founder of the Achaemenid Empire and king of Persia from 559 to 530 BC. He is venerated in the Hebrew Bible as Cyrus the Messiah for conquering Babylon and liberating the Jews from captivity. According to the Bible, Cyrus the Great, king of the Achaemenid Empire, was a monarch who ended the Babylonian captivity. In the first year of his reign, he was prompted by God to decree that the Temple of Jerusalem should be rebuilt, and that the Jews who wished could to return to their homeland for this purpose. Moreover, he showed that his interest in the project by sending back with them sacred vessels which had been taken from the first temple, and a considerable sum of money with which to build and buy materials. The existence of the decree has been questioned by modern scholars. That's all.
Mm.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, also Lion. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's what's up, man. There's a bunch of them, yeah.
Alexander the Great had a similar account where, not very similar, but he went into the temple in Jerusalem, and at first he was thinking about actually pillaging Jerusalem, but once he stepped in there and seen the high priest treated him with such respect and actually prophesied about him. He showed him where Alexander the Great was actually in the scriptures in the book of Daniel. And once he found that out, Alexander the Great actually defended Jerusalem against their enemies, because he had a change of heart. It's pretty remarkable. It's in the. I'd have to pull it up, but
he disowned his father to say that his father was Zeus Ammon, which is like the ram-horned version of Zeus. Zeus variant 1.
That's the great fact.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Also, the Lion. I tagged you with 2 links,
and people were like, "Oh, you're hurting your father's feelings. You're hurting Philip of Macedonia's feelings. Because you disowned your father. To like say that your father is Zeus or whatever." And then that guy got killed. Whoever fucking said that shit to him. Like, nah, bitch, you dead now. I'm gonna chill with my homo lover over here now.
So, like, in my understanding, right, you got the Assyrians, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. Around that order, from oldest. So you have, the Assyrians were first before the Egyptians.
don't know about all
And
of that, man.
I don't know.
okay, well,
The Assyrians covered a large stretch of time, you know, and within Assyria you had all of these different types of people. You had Sumerians, you had Akkadians, and you had Babylonians. You know,
bro,
so it's like I don't know
I know,
what
bro.
example.
But just hear me out, bro, because I'm in agreement with you, bro. But you know, before Egypt was anything, before Egypt grew to be, you know, a worldwide empire, because it was a worldwide empire according to the scriptures at one point in history. Before Egypt was Egypt, Babylon the Great, that Babylon was the worldwide kingdom, not Egypt. And in Babylon, you had Uruk, right? You had right? You had Sumeria, Kush, right?
Yeah.
So these places were all part of Babylon. There were cities in
No,
Babylon.
no.
Well, you don't have to
Babylon
agree with me, bro.
Babylon was a city itself. These other places were cities as well, all within
Babylon was all of
the
it.
Assyrian Empire. No, Babylon was just one city, bro.
So yeah, if you don't believe the scriptural account, then yeah, right. If you believe the scholarly account, that's on you,
Yeah,
bro.
but this is the
I
problem.
stick to the scriptures.
The scriptural
Babylon
account
was a one world unified
scriptural account
government.
speaks.
Listen, why do you think that there's all these pyramids all over the world? Right, this is all antediluvian, bro. You had one world unified.
All over the world. Where did Babylon build pyramids outside of the area between those two rivers?
Well, let me explain. Before the flood, you had a one world unified government, and then after the flood, they rebuilt that up pretty quickly. Now, I don't know how far they reached. You know how far
Do they mention Babylon
territory
before
reached?
the flood?
No, no. I'm
talking
saying that
about?
before and after the flood, there was a one world government.
What is this one world government that they speak about before the flood in the Bible? Tell me the name of this.
Atlantis.
Yeah, cool, man.
Atlantis was the main
Bible
capital
doesn't
of the
even
world.
talk about Atlantis. So you are now talking about things that are not inside the Bible.
No, bro, I can't elaborate on it because you don't understand where I'm coming from. So when you look at
I thought you were coming from the Bible.
Well, yeah, Enoch talks about it. Enoch doesn't call it Atlantis though, but Enoch talks about the fallen watchers, which are the Atlantean gods, right? Just like Krishna and all these other so-called gods, they're just fallen angels, bro. The Bible talks about them, right? They're called the watchers, right? They deified themselves. They took worship upon themselves, right? They became gods. The people idolized these so-called gods. These gods ended up having, guess what? Children with women, right? And their children became deities too, demigods, right? And this was the world before the flood. But you had a one world government before the flood, ran by fallen angels, and then God flooded the world, and then after the flood, people started gaining momentum again and built up the Tower of Babel, right? And you had one world government, and Nimrod was a king of the world back then.
This is occultism at this point, not from the Bible.
Yeah, this is not from the Bible. This is
it is.
making up your own.
Bro, I have all the scripts,
ideas,
dude. I have all the scripts, bro.
Nowhere in the Bible do they talk about Atlantis. You know, so you just making stuff up.
I'm not. Listen.
Go ahead, man.
In the book of Enoch, right? It talks about this. All right, let me see. I'll pull up the script. Nah, give me a second.
I've read the book of Enoch, so be careful what you say now. What does the book of Enoch say about Atlantis?
It says that the angels cohabitated with women, right?
Yes. The sons of God took the daughters of man.
Yeah, but it's not like they went around
that's
raping
not Atlantis,
women.
bro.
No, because you have to understand that if you read the Genesis account and the Jubilees account and Enoch all together, we know that they built cities back then, that they had one government, one language. It was the Hebrew language, the Ivrit. Now, it wasn't the modern Hebrew, it was an ancient Hebraic language before and after the flood, even during Nimrod's reign. But before the flood, you had these fallen angels, bro, that were the leaders of the world. They were in control of the world. They had one main
but it
stronghold.
Doesn't say that in the Bible. It doesn't say that these fallen angels, the watchers who had children with the daughters of man, and these children were called the Nephilim, ruled the world with a one world government. It just says that they went that these were great men that went around performing a lot of sins that angered God. Everything else you see,
we'd have to read the scriptures together.
Had in yourself.
We'd have to read them together, bro, because it's exhausting. Like you have to literally read a lot, and I don't have that time right
now. There's no way you can come to the conclusion that Atlantis or one world government existed. That's stuff you
have to include the biblical account, the scriptural account, including the book of Enoch and Jubilees. You have to look at etymology, right, and archaeology, because if you look at all these pyramids all around the world, they're clearly antediluvian. Right?
You mean pre-diluvian?
I agree with most of this.
Do you not believe in a unified culture before the flood?
Yeah.
What I go ahead, Don.
Just wanted to say, I think the stretch is saying it's a one world government for me. I agree with you on the rest.
Same. I believe
there's all kinds of like out of place things. Go, Nate.
I believe that definitely before the floods, there seemed to be a shared knowledge amongst different groups of people that lived in close proximity. These being the Hittites, the Mesopotamians, and the Egyptians. They all seem to have the same stories, even though culturally they were different. They were all in different locations. They all seem to have the same creation stories, the same type of gods with different names, and they all seem to worship their gods in the same ways. They all built pyramids. What do you call them? Obelisks? You know, those like the Washington Monument type things. They all seem to do the same things, but they were different people at war with each other, and they wrote about the wars they had with each other. And this was all before the time of the Bible. Now, when the Bible comes about, and you now have the ancient Canaanites that became the Hebrews and whatnot, during their time, in the area that they occupied, which is very close to ancient Mesopotamia, the dominant city of that time was Babylon. That's why they talk so much about Babylon, because it just happens to be that during their time, Babylon was the dominant Assyrian city.
That's fine, but you're going against what the scriptures say.
That is exactly what the scriptures say.
Babylon fell, bro. By the time these other cities came out that you're talking about, and by the time Abraham was born, Babylon had fallen, dude. The tower of Babel had fallen already, and the people got split into 70 nations. Way before, way after, you know what I'm saying? Way before that. So
but the Bible talks about the Tower of Babel. It talks about Babylon. It talks about the king of Babylon at that time. What was his name? Was it Nebuchadnezzar? Or there was Nimrod. Yeah. It talks about the history of that area after the fall of Babel. It doesn't talk about what happened in that area before Babel.
But how do we sing our songs in a strange land? And most of the time, they weren't executing all the people and they take the city. They just take the city and then march the people to where they don't know about anything. So that's probably another reason why we have like fragmentary things with similar ideas in different places. It's for diaspora.
But also, the Babylon that you guys are talking about is not the old Babylon. They're actually a little bit newer. They're newer than 1,500 years. Because you're talking about old Babylon. That was the one at the time of Moses. And there's New Babylon. And that's the time when the Jews were exiled.
Yeah, the Bible talks about two Babylons. It talks about the Babylon during the time of the Tower of Babel. This was, I don't know if that was before or right after the flood. And then there's the Babylon where I think they built the second temple, right? After Solomon and whatnot.
Yeah, they built the second temple after.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. You're getting the different Babylons conflated. And you're trying to put other civilizations before Babylon when everybody knows Babylon was a great city, bro.
All civilizations before Babylon. Urdu, Sumeria. These were all before Babylon, and they are not mentioned. The Bible doesn't talk about Sumerians because Sumeria was around so long before the time of the people of the Bible.
No, they weren't.
So why doesn't the Bible mention Sumeria?
I don't believe so. The Sumerians came after Babylon, bro. Assyria came after Babylon, bro.
What? Okay, man.
Sumer is one of the first cities that we know.
Yeah, Sumer is so ancient, bro.
Yeah,
The
it's pretty
Bible
old,
doesn't-
but not as old as Babylon. Sumer is
Oh my
located
God.
in
All right.
Babylon, but at the same
All
time,
right.
Babylon is older, bro. The Tower of
No,
Babel
it's
was
not.
older. There was no
No, it's
ancient
not.
Sumer when the Tower of Babel was built.
Post your sources. Post your sources. I'll post mine, and we leave it there.
Do we call it summer because it's hot, and Sumer is probably hot there too?
That's right.
Yeah, I like that.
I just need a stupid idea thrown in there.
I don't think so.
I'm going to ask you a question, Lion. Why do you agree that trinities are unholy, and why?
It's not that I necessarily believe they're unholy, because it is a formula in the scriptures. You got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but what the enemy does is they counterfeit that, right, and they corrupt it. It's a forgery of the original.
If I give you a theory, that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit would actually usually include a woman, but they've changed woman to Holy Spirit to take out the feminine, and that makes that a copy, a bad copy.
Well, I understand what you're saying, because I mean, if I know the Hebrew very well, and in the Hebrew, in all the prophets, whether it's Baruch, Enoch, Solomon, who else? Sirach, even King David, they all mention the Holy Spirit or the Ruach Hakma with feminine pronouns, feminine attributes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
What if I
I understand, bro, but that's not a foreign concept to me, bro.
I said the Trinity is part of my God concept, because putting things into threes is cool. So I have the God in the sky, me, and the energy between them. So the parent, the child, me, and the spirit. That's just a way to look at God. It's just a concept. So how can it be unholy?
Because they've taken that, right, and then attributed it to themselves. Like, you got I listed all these examples of unholy trinities that are forgeries or counterfeits of the original, like Semiramis, Nimrod, and Tammuz. Semiramis is Nimrod's wife.
What do you think was the Trinity?
The father, the Aleph, right? In the Hebrew,
I'm afraid
Elohim.
that's wrong. The original included a woman and a man and a child.
Let me explain, bro. Let me explain, because if you look at the mystical account of creation, it's nobody really knows how this all happened, but the way it describes the creation account is that the Father is all knowing. He's always existed. He never began to exist. He has no end.
The original. That's from like 2,500 years ago.
That's fine. You can believe that.
Finish.
But just so the Father brought forth his Messiah, his only begotten Son, in both the Hebrew and in the Greek. That shows that literally somehow there was a mystical account in the beginning, and it wasn't carnal, right? But he brought forth a son. How that happened, nobody knows. But what is recorded is that the Holy Spirit is likened to a female, right? And it was through the Holy Spirit that he brought forth his son.
I understand you believe that, but that isn't the original Trinity.
But the Holy Spirit is not a deity. It's not a being. It's literally his own, because the Holy Spirit came from him also. He's the causality of everything, right? So he caused the Holy Spirit to be brought forth from him, and his only begotten Son to be brought forth from him.
I'm just saying, originally it was a man and a woman having a child as a cosmic sexual event. That's the original Trinity.
Hold on. I have a question.
Adam and Eve and us, but in heaven.
I was going to ask you, because you said you know the Hebrew. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt what Don was doing with you.
That's all good, bro.
Well, I was just going to say that because you said you know the Hebrew and stuff, but I know Hebrew as well, and also read these books before, and what you said just now about the begotten Son, I don't think that's. I remember that being in the Torah, and also what I said earlier about Jesus' mom, Mary, the maiden, as it says, and the translation I'm using is the Hebrew translation for this word, which translates it doesn't mean virgin. So yeah, I was just curious. I mean, I'm sure you do. You understand the Hebrew. The word that's used, I forget what it is, like Alma, something like that. But it doesn't mean virgin. It just means like maiden or young woman or unmarried.
Yeah, people make that claim because for whatever reason, the virgin birth bothers them. You know, the fact that Messiah is Messiah bothers them, so they try to find excuses in the text to try to be like, look, they try to debunk Christianity. You know, so there's always inclination for human beings to try to pick away at the text. But a young girl is a virgin, bro. Regardless of your, you know,
young girls.
Yeah,
He's telling you the original.
That's an assumption, first of all, and second of all, yeah, Don's saying, like, no one's trying to, no one's reaching for anything or anything like that. I'm just translating the word, and the assumption would be virgin. Virgin would be nothing more than an assumption, based on even what you're saying. Like a young girl or a young woman, you'd have to be assumptive to assume she was a virgin. And if she had a baby, I would say that was an unfair assumption, because she has a baby, she's a young woman. There's no guarantee that she's a virgin.
Yeah, but if you deny this miracle, then you deny all miracles of all of it. So
Yeah,
you can't not have a virgin birth, but then also virgin birth makes me probably have to believe in evolution in some weird way. But whatever.
I want to say which man brought her back and said, "Oh look, she's had a virgin birth," because that's the man that needs to be questioned.
Yeah, also Mary was like 14, 15 when she got pregnant with Jesus.
So it says here that it's the word Alma, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Ayin Lamed Mem Hey. And there's literally a young woman or a virgin. Literally, like it's either or. They're synonymous because young women in the Hebrew, culture, were virgins, bro.
Virgin, even if she's a virgin, that doesn't mean it's a miraculous birth, does it? You'd have to prove she was a virgin after it all went down.
Listen, I can't help you believe in the accounts in the scriptures, bro. You know what I mean? Like you need faith. If you don't believe that happened, then I can't lead you anywhere, because you know what I'm saying. You're always gonna question the scriptures, what they
We're
say.
all special babies. We all come from special divine births through sperm.
I'll tell you why she had to have been a virgin, because if she wasn't, Messiah wouldn't be Messiah, because he would have inherited sin through his father's lineage if he had an earthly father. Because even babies,
sin at this time though is a god though, right? Sin at this time is a religion.
Oh, great point.
Even babies inherit sin from their fathers, going all the way back to Adam.
Yeah, that's a belief.
Jody, shh.
Still,
no, it's in the scriptures, bro.
Yeah, but nobody's denying scripture by stating this, because, like I said, I'm just saying what it says. It's not like denying what it says, but I'm just saying that it doesn't say. I understand some people might interpret it or extrapolate that, but that's not really expressed. That's sort of like a stretch, I think.
Yo, Kosho, what's the Hebrew word for virgin?
That's a good question. Why does fucking percentage gotta be here? Fucking fuck shit up, dude. Give me a second.
Yeah, so Mesopotamia was all sinned out. I'll read these paragraphs for fun.
Fuck yeah.
Nana, or sin, pronounced in the Aramaic sign, or even Shir for moon. Let's get out of that shit. Was the god of the moon in the Mesopotamian regions of Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, maybe throw an H in there, who knows, Babylonia, and Aram. I probably said that wrong. He was also associated with cattle. perhaps due to the perceived similarity between bull horns and the crescent moon. He was always described as a major deity, though only a few sources, mostly from the reign of Nabonidus, I don't know who that is, consider him to be the head of the Mesopot pantheon.
What did you just read?
About the deity Sin, a moon god. But also, I've seen bumper stickers that say Jesus came to save sinners. Is there a relation here between trying to convert out these Mesopot religious people into a different type of religious paradigm, and that also when North says that you've given over to a reprobate mind, it's in Romans 1:28. Is that itself a reference to? No, I'm just saying, is that a reference to? It's a comedy show now. Okay, I'm sorry, I did that. But is that's only in the King James that it calls it reprobate, but in other ones it's just like, oh, what, you don't decide to like understand our God? Like, okay, well then God permits you to like chase your own tail or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot.
100% correct.
Why are you taking shots at North, bro?
Because he always hits it with the reprobate mind, and then the reprobate. You know what I mean? I'm like, that sounds like legalese, doesn't it? And I'm like, well, it is Roman. Oh, and well, it is. You know what I mean? So like, I guess I kind of turn from when it also like puts a degree of force into it too, right? There's a little, you know, like, I'll kick you down the stairs if you don't believe in my God because you're worthless. You know what I mean? In a way, but that's not what the King J says. It's not what other versions of it say. So I guess I'm just trying to add a little clarity to that. This is a little bit about religious conversion and a little bit about that conquest in a way.
John, that's what's up.
Yeah, that's not fair, bro. Like, I'm not here to demonize anybody or put anybody down. Sometimes North or me can get passionate. You know, we can get passionate.
The last thing I wouldn't describe what I said as demonizing him.
No, I don't want to demonize you or North demonize you, right? And think that you're reprobate or anything like that. That's messed up. I don't think he's trying to do that, but it can get a little upsetting when he's trying to talk and people interrupt or, you know, they don't let him expand his thought.
Well, your belief system is partly about converting people from Babylon to Yah. That's kind of part of Snacks's point.
Yeah, you're only supposed to give the scriptures talk about this in the Gospels. You dust your feet and you keep going. You don't. If people don't want to hear it, you don't just keep hammering them with the word. They get 2 chances to receive the word. If they don't receive it by the second chance, you don't keep hammering it in. That's never gonna work.
Yeah, it's called the rule of 2.
We're gonna have to call this a discussion then.
3 times. If you do it 3 times, you're playing with yourself.
But here we're doing it just to have theological discussions. We're not trying to actually force your belief. I mean, our belief on you, bro. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I enjoy having these discussions. Philosophy, religion, science.
That's it. You know, and that I am trying to convert you to paganism. So
that's what's up, dude.
That's the balance.
Well, you're not. I don't know if the pagans are winning, but I know the Muslims are winning because they're the fastest growing religion, and also they're the fastest growing religion in this server. Because I know there's like 3, 4 Muslims in here right now as we speak. And I was to say to percentage, I had to look it up. I can only read the Hebrew, and I don't know if I can pronounce it correctly, but I think it's like Batala or something like that. That would be the word.
Definitely a different word than the one for young ones.
Yes, it is. Starts with a different letter. That's
right. Chirality. I'm seeing what you're posting, bro. But again, you're using the contemporary consensus, right, regarding the history of the world and the history of man, and they're constantly wrong, bro. Everything they believe is wrong, dude. From the heliocentric model to evolution to everything, all of it, dude.
But Lion, we agreed that we would both post our sources. So what are your sources? Because your sources are not the Bible. The Bible doesn't talk about Atlantis or they being a one world government before the flood. So what are your sources?
My sources are the anthropological evidence that the ancient civilizations that sprouted from the Caucasus Mountains, or known as Canaan, Well, dude, I don't have like a single sort. Like,
you gotta let Lion finish. I'm sorry, Lion. I'm gonna let you finish as well, but Nate, just keep cutting him off, man.
All right, my bad. But
it's
I mean,
either you believe that we
post
came
his
from
sources.
monkeys in Africa, or you believe in the Fertile Crescent and in the cradle of civilization. Like, you can't have it both ways, dude.
Yeah,
You
what I
either
believe
believe in a
doesn't.
worldwide flood, right, that occurred, and that in that flood there was an ark with 8 people on it that repopulated the earth, and those 8 people landed somewhere near the Caucasus Mountains and repopulated the earth. You either believe
Yeah,
that account or you don't. I
what
can't
we
help you, bro, if
believe
you don't believe it.
doesn't matter, Lion. We need to
It does,
post
because
sources.
it
Bro, we
shows
need to
that from
post
that family.
line. Come on, man.
Right.
We need to post sources that back our beliefs. Otherwise, all we have is our beliefs, and all we have is you saying something and me saying something, and then we're gonna get nowhere because your word isn't stronger than my word.
I
The
get you,
only thing
but
that gives
we don't have
our word strength is if we have sources to back that up. So post your
there's even
sources.
so there's even secular sources that are not religious that believe in the idea of the Fertile Crescent and the cradle of civilization. They pinpoint to Mesopotamia being the origin of man, not Africa,
Yeah, I mean, post your sources, bro. Like
not Ethiopia.
you talking doesn't change anything. That's the point I'm trying to make. I stopped talking because I realized me talking won't change anything either. I need to post sources, so you should post sources as well, bro.
You know, the only difference between Ethiopia and the Fertile Crescent is like Saudi Arabia. It's like Saudi Arabia is like in between, basically. Yeah, I don't see why both can't be true. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not even what we're talking about. We're not talking about where man originated from. We're talking about these specific timelines of the development of civilizations in ancient Mesopotamia. Lion is making the claim that Babylon came before everything else because Babylon is the oldest civilization mentioned in the Bible. And he's also making the claim that before the flood, there was some one world government called Atlantis. I just want sources for that. I'm not talking about where man originated from or evolution or do we come from monkeys. That's other shit Lions add in here. He just needs to post sources.
Get you, bro. It's all right. The way I have compiled this, right, is through not only studying the dispersion of man, but also just like look at the Sumerian tablets, right? There was 20 tablets that were translated in 1958, and I'm just trying to find this.
Hold on.
So it says
Now
here.
I'm confused.
It's 1952 by Samuel Noah from Mur. The words leading Assyriologist. I don't even know how to say this word. It's Assyria, but it says Assyriologist in the day and a world-renowned expert in Sumerian history and Sumerian language. He immediately correlated it with the biblical Tower of Babel. Accordingly, Arata is commonly agreed to be somewhere about or surrounding the mountains of Ararat.
Why not just post it, bro?
I have the Epic of Gilgamesh. I have multiple Sumerian tablets that are translated into English.
Sumerian.
Yeah.
You didn't say Babylonian. You said
Well,
Sumerian.
hold
And
on,
those
bro.
are older than
Well,
Babylon.
I'll explain to you
Why
how
not
I came
just
to my
post them
reasonable conclusions.
instead of sitting here reading?
I just
stuff,
gave
bro,
you the
please.
guy's name, Samuel Noah. I'm looking through my notes,
Well,
bro. These things are
post
not
what you
easily.
read, bro.
You can't find these things like just with a clicking on a link, dude. These things you
But you
usually have to
found
go to
it.
the library and look into it, bro. These things are
He's looking at his
hidden, bro.
notes, man. He's looking at his
You can't
notes.
just. There's some knowledge that isn't easily accessible on the internet, bro. You literally need to search it out. Like, it's not like. Just give me a second, bro. His name's Samuel Noah. In 1952, he translated 20 Sumerian tablets, bro. Yeah, we've all heard about the Epic of Gilgamesh. Big deal, bro. That's one epic, dude. That's one tablet.
Yeah.
There's more than 20 tablets. If you read these tablets, bro, even this Assyrian anthropologist, right, archaeologist, linked them together with the biblical account. And I've already talked about this before, but you guys I don't think you believe me. In the Sumerians' kings list, it lists Nimrod as the first king, and it predates Sumeria. And who is Nimrod besides the king of Babylon? And then number 6 on that Sumerian kings list is Gilgamesh. And who's Gilgamesh?
Was there more than one Nimrod, maybe? Because I think it seems odd that they listed their first king as the Babylonian king.
Yeah, I don't even believe what you're saying because the king's list I've seen does not have Nimrod as the first one. So you just need to post your sources,
It
bro, because
doesn't.
I'm not gonna believe anything you just
All right,
say.
dude.
The same
All
way
right,
you
so
won't
whatever,
believe
dude. It's
anything
all
I
good, dude.
just say,
It's all good, bro.
right?
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I
I mean,
can't
do
walk
you?
you through it, dude, right now in
Yeah,
a reasonable amount
but
of time, dude.
Lion. When I say things, do you just believe me? You don't, right? You question what I say. So I'm questioning what you say until you post your sources.
But in order for me to unpack this, bro, in a reasonable amount of time, it'd be impossible, dude. Like I can't do that. I'd have to literally walk you through each verse,
But
through
I'm not
each
asking you to
tablet.
unpack it. I'm asking you to post sources, bro. God damn.
So I just told you I don't have a link, bro. I really don't have a link. If I wish I did, I would post the link.
Well, go find one, bro. I'm not saying you got to post
we're
it
dead
right
end
now
for now.
today, but
Don't
when
pester
you
him.
find time, please post your sources.
Samuel Noah Kramer. I'll type in the name for you, right?
All right, thank you.
And you can buy his book. I don't have his book. I just have things that he wrote. Samuel Noah Kramer. Yep, Samuel
He was
Noah Kramer.
related to Noah.
Actually, I think the first
That's
king...
a weird link. That is a weird link. See, that's a synchronicity right there, bro. That's so interesting.
The first king.
Oh, is it or is it like a plant that makes you want to think that they chose that guy to lie about that shit? Who knows, right? And then you believe it because this guy's name's Noah. I don't know. I don't know, but
pseudonym.
Can I kind of nudge this a little bit? I was looking up it's an ancient Indian relic used for meditation practices. Currently, it's called the Vajra. It's also spelled Vajra or Vajra, and it's like a. Has anybody ever seen that before?
Is it shaped like a
Triton?
It's like a double. Well, it's like a rod. They're small. They make them small. They used to be grand weapons of like a bunch of barbs, basically. And if you stab somebody with it, they're not taking it out. Later, after this wartime, the Indian way was to close the barbs and then to seal them so that they were. It's a weapon, but a spiritual, peaceful weapon, rather than it being like a barbaric thing that you could stab somebody with. However, I seen this shit in Greek pottery. Zeus holding one of these weapons. I'm just saying, I've seen multiple deities holding these weapons, and I just find that to be improbable. You know,
kind of like the pick of destiny.
Like, why are all these? It's the same. Like, we're just calling one guy is called Zeus, the other guy is called by something else, right? But they're both doing the same thing. They both basically these are symbolizing lightning bolts, you know, or some kind of holy fire. I don't know what it really is, but
they really had tools back then, weapons, electrostatic discharge weapons. I don't know. We don't really know how they worked, but there's the Vedas do talk about a red mercury of some sort.
All right, let's not go red mercury yet. I want to just stick to the Vajra idea in the mythology of Indian mythology, that the weapon itself had to be created in order to battle this thing that was in the sky that was blocking the rain and the sun. Sounds like a big ash cloud to me. What do you think? They had to construct this weapon because they could not fight. They could not battle the thing that was above them with anything that was made of material. So,
listen,
in this way, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have a translation of the Sumerian kings list open in front of me, and the first king is Alulim. Yeah, I mean, kings of Babylon aren't mentioned till way later, till after the flood, within this king's list. So I don't know what you're talking about, like.
It depends on your interpretation of the king's list, bro. Like again, like
what do you mean? The king's list is one tablet that's been translated. It's not open for interpretation. It's a chronological order of the kings of ancient Sumeria and the cities they ruled. Like it's not something to be interpreted. It's not written vaguely. It's precise.
Okay, Sumerian's king's list, right? Number 1, Utu.
No.
What'd you say number 1 was?
Number 1 is Alulim.
How do you get that name? How do I get Utu and you get Elo?
Well,
Right.
let's post what we're reading. That would make life easier. I'm gonna post what I'm reading. You post what you're reading.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, it just feels
I
like
post.
we're
I
playing
posted what
checkers.
I'm
Some of
reading.
us playing chess here.
It's a whole translation of the whole entire King's List. It's right there. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. And then Alalgar ruled for 36,000 years. Two kings. They ruled for 64,800 years. Then Eridu fell, and the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira, whatever the fuck. There, a new king named Menluanna ruled for 43,000 years. Like, I don't know where you getting your stuff from, bro. I'm sorry, I butchered half of those names.
If those are not years but days, they make more sense for reigns.
I agree.
Like that's like 17 years, 6,000 years. If they were days, would be 17 years, 17 and a half years.
Maybe.
Dude, those numbers are
Yeah.
off. Never mind the actual translation of the names, dude. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
definitely. Those numbers are off because what they called a year back then is not the same thing we call a year today. They didn't use the calendars we use, number one. And number two, those kings were seen as being gods, you know? They were kings as long as their cities lasted, you know? There's a lot of debate as to whether these were actual human beings. You know, like it was just that each city was given a god king type of thing. When we don't know if these were actual people.
I think they could be Nephilim, but I think the reign of each one is an exaggeration. And
Yeah,
they
definitely.
must have had babies.
Yeah, but I mean, these things are like 4, 5, 6,000 years old. You know, like it could just be a fairy tale.
But I think they're trying to talk about family lines holding kingship and being in the god position, right? It's supposed to be a list of family lines or guys. But it could be like a grimoire where they just made up names of demons.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying we should take the King's List seriously as actual fact. I'm just saying that in the King's List, Nimrod or whoever line is saying is mentioned as the first king isn't true.
It's him. Actually,
It's who?
It's him. It's him.
Him or Ham? What are you saying?
Him.
It's turkey.
It's pork.
Hamster.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Linda. They could be talking about their idea of aeons, like yearly cycles that match the sky. So, like so and so house ruled the sky.
What did you just post, Line? What is that?
It's from a book I have. I know you're gonna. I don't even want to tell you what book it is because you're gonna be like, "Oh, we
Please
can't."
tell me.
No, because it's a Christian.
Tell
bro.
me, bro. Come
Christian.
Do not tell
on. You
me.
can tell me.
It's biased, dude. So you don't have to know. It's a biased book because it's a Christian, right?
So it's not from the original King's List itself. You haven't read the original translation from the King's List. You got something.
No, I
from
do.
a
No,
book.
I have. Dude. Listen, I have a lot of books. Hold on, I'll show you other books.
Yeah, but
I don't want to show
why
this one
would?
because this one has a bias. You're gonna be like, "Oh, that's biased," because
Okay, that's
he's a
fine. That's
Christian.
fine. But why not refer to the original King's List itself? You know, to the source. Like, why use a book written by somebody with their own personal biases attached to the original source? That's what I did. I went to the original King's List.
No, I've read it, but I don't know it by heart, bro. I don't know all the kings. I don't even know the list by heart. I thought it was at first. I thought it was Nimrod number 1, but it's not even Nimrod. It's him. So I don't know it by heart.
Okay, but it sounds like then I'm right?
Well, no, because you're saying it's some other guy, and this one's saying Utu. How do you get?
Well, it's not Nimrod. We can agree on that, right?
No, but
It's
even in
also
the
not who you said.
Sumerian language, it's mine says Utu, yours says something else. So I don't know how we got that discrepancy, but
Okay, there might be a discrepancy, but we agree it's not Nimrod.
Don't let Nate have this one, man.
yeah, Nimrod was actually Ham's grandson. He was
Exactly.
third in line. So you got
Oh.
Ham, Cush, and Cush is all over the place in the Sumerian tablets, all over the place. Literally Cush, and then from Cush came Nimrod.
So are you saying it's still Nimrod? I'm confused now.
And you didn't win.
No, Nimrod is the third on the Sumerian kings list, and Merkur seems to be Nimrod, and then Merkur was the king of Babylon. It took a couple generations for Babylon to rise up, so I could see it. I could see it going through Ham and Cush, and then by the time Nimrod was born, there was already
nice. So then we agree that that Babylon wasn't the oldest, Nimrod wasn't the first, and there were kings and cities in Mesopotamia before Babylon. Fine, I'm fine with that.
Well, I know this because I know that Nimrod was Ham's grandson. I already knew that previously, and we already through the table of nations, we know that there were people around. But Nimrod grew to be the greatest king in the world at that time. He was like,
I agree with you
number
there.
one.
Yeah, during that time of the Bible, Nimrod was and Babylon was seen as the greatest city in the known world at that time. But that wasn't the argument we were having. The argument we were having was Nimrod and Babylon the first? And it seems you now agree with me that he wasn't, and Babylon wasn't the first great city of the world in that area, which is fine. This is why we need sources, bro, because we would have sat here the whole day just going back and forth,
Don't give it to him, dude.
I don't know, like I won Kosho, undefeated heavyweight champion of the world.
He hasn't conceded yet.
He's conceded. His own source he posted has Nimrod at number 3. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. If
I
that's not
I misspoke. That's my bad.
Honestly, Nate, it's just so funny. You're going to nitpick over all this shit, but you won't look up Stephon Marbury to understand that you're not a basketball fan. That's what hurts me. Also, I wanted to welcome somewhat new guy Fresco, I think. Am I wrong? Okay, that's what's up. All right.
But what I do find interesting, if you look at number 5, Damuzid apparently is Tammuz. And he's listed number 5. After Nimrod.
I see. Ham. The actual Ham from the Bible is apparently the first king of... Oh, wow. This is very biased.
What are you reading?
I'm reading your source. I'm only realizing now who that Ham is. Yeah. Biblical Ham. That's very biased. Because this guy's trying to say people within the Bible were the first kings in Mesopotamia. Wasn't Ham like a son of Abraham or Joseph?
Ham was the son of Noah.
Yeah.
So, but if you believe in the biblical account, right? Like I said, there was 8 people on an ark. And when they landed, there was no people on the earth, bro. They had to repopulate. Ham, his stature, and Shem and Japheth and Noah, their stature were huge. They were antediluvian men. They were born before the flood, so they were bigger, and they were perceived as giants. Not compared to the Nephilim, but they were pretty tall, bro. Like if the Nephilim were 25 feet pre-flood, Noah would have been like 15 feet, 16 feet. But this is all speculation. But they were big.
I can't even. He would have had to have been black then. If they were that big, they'd have to be black. No. I'm honestly.
Ham was black.
I'll tell you why. It's the arch in the foot, and if you look at any 7-foot basketball player, if they're white, they have a different type of arch in their foot. Black athletes will have a lower arch, and that's what allows a 7-footer to play basketball.
What?
Thank you.
He's not wrong.
It's the navicular bone. Go ahead.
You saying white man can't jump?
What are you
Black
saying,
man
man?
can't swim.
I'm saying like Yao Ming.
Oh wow.
Yao Ming's career ended shortly because he couldn't stand on his feet. There's so many other stories about white players that are tall that can't hack it.
Did you guys hear
Wow.
there's this theory that Noah was an albino. He was the first white person, yeah. Apparently Adam and Eve, all of them, they were black, and then when Noah was born, it took everyone by surprise because he was white with like yellowish reddish hair, you know?
Absolutely.
Would they all be
Adam,
black?
Adam was Korean.
Korean, yeah.
They're actually I'm not 100% sure, but Adam and Eve were not black. If anything, they were red skin, like Native American skin color. And then from that tone, you can actually get both black and white, genetically speaking, too.
Is that true?
I don't know how true that is.
It makes sense that he would have been red, or like Adomim in the Hebrew.
It would have made sense he would have been black because today, genetically, black people are the only person that can give birth to all types of races.
Yeah, so yeah.
Well, the same can be said about red people.
You can't say that about anybody else.
No, really, you can get dark
American,
complexions and you can get lighter
a Native
complexions.
American cannot give birth to a white person or to a black person. They can give birth to Asiatic type of people because they are descendants of those people. But
even if they have sex with a white person.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. But
No, I mean like two black people can give birth to a white baby. That's what I mean. Two Native Americans cannot give birth to a white baby.
Albinos exist, yeah.
No, like actual white people. Bro, I'll show you. Hang on, let me show you some pictures.
Yeah. I've seen some interesting like cases where it's alleged albinism within like a population of people from India.
Yeah, I'm not talking about albinos, bro. I'm talking about an actual
but I'll complete my
white
sentence.
baby.
I'll just complete.
Sounds like you're talking about a cheating wife.
I'm sorry, Snakes.
I just find it really interesting that so the transformation that occurs here in the albinism with the Indian gene profile apparently is that their hair gets curly, red, and that they turn white.
The reason I don't believe that Adam and Eve were black per se, like African nappy-haired black, is because Noah didn't have nappy hair. So even if he was an albino, why wouldn't he have nappy hair as an albino?
You know, if he's 28 feet tall, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but
Could
this is
be numerous reasons.
How do you know he didn't have nappy hair?
Yeah, how do you know that?
Well, in the script here, I'll pull up the script, bro. Give me a second, because I keep talking. You guys are asking me for evidence. All I have is scripture as evidence for most of this stuff.
I always thought Noah was black.
Noah had good hair.
So it says here, this is the book of Noah, which was found in amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, and also it's compiled in part of the first book of Enoch, chapter 106 in the book of Enoch. It's also corroborated in the Testament of Lamech, which was Noah's father, that survived on the ark. These testaments, if you believe the account. It says here, and after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife. Real quick. And after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow and red as the blooming of a rose. And the hair of his head was long. His locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful.
I could find a German couple that had a black baby if I look hard enough, I reckon.
I would love to see that.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, show me that couple, and I'll show you an unfaithful German woman.
Exactly.
No offense, but it's like if you believe stories like that, then you believe like a girl's a virgin when she has a baby. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I inherently believe that the scriptures that were given to us is the word of God. Like I really do. Like he's sovereign over all things, and he has preserved the text for us. I really do believe that. But it's all right. We don't have to agree on that. And it says, thereupon he arose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with Yahweh of righteousness. And his father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. And he said unto him, I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike any man, and resembling the sons of Elohim of heaven. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. Jody!
He definitely sounds albino.
So he thought that his wife had cheated
albino.
on him.
But maybe, well, anyway, I'd like to meditate on this later, how a white baby pops out of black people and how it's then written about like it's a special child. Oh my God, wasn't it beautiful? So white. Well, weird.
It's hella weird, yeah. This shit is all weird, man.
Listen, it's all good, bro.
We could have all been different races. We could have been all mixed as one. I don't know.
The world was a weird place back then, you know?
You got people being born for no reason, people being mixed up all for no reason.
All that and all that.
Unless like maybe Noah had a bunch of different, ladies, you know what I mean? He'd be like, oh yeah, this my ham lady. Like does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, there was wild back then. Noah's daughters tried to rape him and whatnot. It was crazy back then.
Word. That's what's up. But things were crazy back in them days. It's like the 60s.
What's up?
Yeah, that's a. Go ahead.
Do any of you believe in talking goats? I saw a Christian YouTube video and it says it was titled, I legitimately believe in talking goats.
Yeah, I don't know that goats can't talk, man. I have barely even met any.
Possible, 1% possibility.
Sure. I think there's a 1% possibility sometimes cats will vocalize with some they were dogs, right? They're just not good at imitating. That's all. They're trying.
Yeah, definitely.
Mockingbirds, they were good at imitators.
The goat talking is in the Old Testament, is it? Or the New Testament? It's in one of the Bibles. And it was then turned into the devil whispering in the witch's ear.
Yeah, you can't be talking to goats in a holy scripture. Isn't a good thing.
Unless you're at the beginning and you're a Jew. Then it's fine.
That's fine. I'm kind of grandfathered in now. Yeah. Literally. Yeah, I don't. Whatever. I have my own viewpoint on things. There's so little that I really know, right? I might know my viewpoint, but it's just based on a bunch of Wikipedia readings and some actual seeing of real architecture. There's no absolute way for me to know this. So that's why I could only believe that all what I think is correct because it's so far back in it. What are we?
You kind of have to take a leap of faith because if this word is truthful and it's been passed down and not been tampered with, I have to believe the word over modern archaeologists that just try to dig up artifacts and try to piece history together. Like they're doing their best to try to piece history together, and they're giving you certain dates and time frames that go against what the written word says. So who am I going to choose? Am I going to choose man?
Probably the Vatican. No, I'm just joking. But it seems like they've got a pretty vested interest in Hellenizing the world, and getting dates all goofed up, getting stories goofed up, getting translations goofed up, getting locations goofed up. You know, that would be what you'd want to do. You'd never want anybody to get to the bottom of it. If I were the Vatican.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think what makes the most sense is that it's all of these different religions and people are telling the same story, and it's an age-old story, and it's just a story about the sky, the stars, the moon, and the sun. Because all these stories seem to be related to gods, beings from the sky, calendars, the sun, the equinox, the solstices, lunar months, constellations. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you see it in all of these stories.
But because like if you can't explain the sky, then your religion's bunk.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. And you feel like you want to for some reason. There's a human draw. There's a desire to explain the sky.
Yeah, and it's great knowledge to have that, because if you can understand the sky, you can understand the seasons. When is winter gonna start? When is summer gonna start?
Yeah,
When is it the right time to harvest?
You are a god when you work that out.
Yeah. If you understand that, you'll know. You have a better grasp of agriculture.
Right. But you would literally the link between the sky and people. Like you're that sort of agent where you're able to do that. And that's very similar to a lot of these other sort of Zoroastrian kind of ideas too. And yeah. Sky gods.
So it's not that I'm biased, because at one point I was agnostic, and I didn't know, like, I had the same logics that you guys have. Like, well, there's so many gods and so many religions. Like, how do I know which one's which, and which one's the actual god? Or are they all talking about the same god? I had these ideas when I was like 17, bro. And by the process of elimination, I started looking into these different deities and the historical accounts. And honestly, bro, like, only the Elohim of Abraham really showed any power in history, like historical documented power, bro. Like, everything else is really just hearsay. Like when it comes to Krishna and Vishnu, and which is the one at CERN in Geneva, Switzerland. What's the one on their lawn? The destroyer.
Shiva.
Shiva. You know what I mean?
It's a bit more whimsical, and maybe the Elohim are trying to talk about a real large being that was around. That's what I think. But apart from that, they're both pie in the sky stories. The Shiva stuff, the Indian stuff, is about God and nature. It's not supposed to be an actual being, really. It's the embodiment of nature and the universe. But Elohim, you could say it's just the embodiment of God, but I think it relates to actual entities. I mean, physical.
Like physical beings from Earth or from
space, I think. Nephilim and the giants, the Watchers, are all stages down from the Elohim, which were giant aliens. And then that's why I think Christianity is about authority worship, not the true God. Some of it's about the true God, but a lot of it, the first Bible was about authority worship of monsters, basically.
But then my question is, where are they now? Like, why don't they interact with us or speak to us, or like why were they so active in our development and way of life way back when, and then they just disappeared? Like, why don't they come back?
I don't know. I call it cosmic abandonment because I watched a lecture about it. But maybe they flew away. Maybe they went underground. Maybe they all died because
maybe we killed them.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah.
But we're still worshipping what we killed. When it talks about the Father God, I think it is talking about an energy in the sky that looks out for us. But when it's originally talking about Elohim and picking. I think that's about beings that they'd heard stories about.
The idea of a sky daddy, right? That's actually has a singularity and actually can manifest himself, right? And have a personal relationship with us is kind of like people laugh at that. They think that's a joke. They think it's funny and fantasy.
I mean, before that, like people were looking up at a star. They'd have like a syzygy. They'd look at that star. They feel like that was their star, and they'd have a personal interaction with that thing. I don't think the concept is foreign. The religious convention is different, though. Yeah, like what you're saying.
This is totally off topic, so I don't want to talk about it. I just want to tell you my anecdote. My girlfriend got her legs waxed twice, and she still keeps getting the flu known as C19. And each time she gets it, mildly, from her work in a school, debunks the leg waxing more and more and more, over and over again. It's quite astonishing. Tom, you're gonna burn in your own hell for being angry at other men. That's gonna be your painful punishment. Your ego battle through life.
I'm not angry. Why would I be angry? I have no reason to be.
You're telling me that I'm gonna have a punishment, painful punishment. So you must be a little angry that I don't agree with you on stuff.
No, that's what it says in the scriptures. I'm just
frustrated. You're frustrated. I don't see it your way.
No.
I'm
that's what it
frustrated
says
you
in the
don't see it my way.
I don't think he's a believer. He's not even a believer, dude.
You frustrate me as well, Tom. So it's all good.
Tom, you're not a believer, right?
I'm a believer, man.
He's
Are
a
you
Muslim.
trolling me then?
He's a Muslim.
Oh, I feel you.
There's only one God. It says in the Quran, if there are multiple gods, then they'll fight each other for supremacy.
That's what Enoch says.
Okay.
That's what they
happening
did.
now. That's what's happening now, right?
That's what
And
Enoch
also,
said. That
listen
would
to
happen.
this, right? In the Quran, God tells Prophet Muhammad, saying that, you can't convert anybody to my religion. I do the converting. And, even if they mock you, even if they make fun of you, just, look over it, forgive them, because you can't convert anybody. So,
I mean,
Dawn,
we still
also,
try.
right, there is a consequence. Like, you're denying God, and, after you're resurrected, there's punishment as well. I don't know if you know about that.
Deny God. I believe in God.
You believe in God, but not the true God.
Yeah, so just because my idea is wrong, what sort of punishment will I get for that? For having the wrong idea, but still believing?
Well, believing requires action that follows through in your belief.
I believe.
It's complicated, bro, because the demons believe and they tremble. Just because the devil believes.
You think I'm going to burn into hell in the flames and then disappear, but I just wondered what Tom thinks is going to happen to me.
Well, I mean, he says that, the disbelievers, the sinners, will be tossed into hell.
Well,
and
in the Quran it says there's chambers. It's not quite hell.
Chambers within hell. There are different levels.
Maybe.
Like, if you're a monster, right? If you killed like multiple people, then you'd be at the bottom, right at the bottom. And like if you just lied or whatever, now you'd be at the top. And also, there's a chance that after you've tasted hell for a bit, that you'll be forgiven and sent to heaven.
Oh, that's good. We'll both go to that lying bit, won't we? Because all humans lie. Right.
Yeah, well, we might see each other there. Yeah, you're right.
That's where we differ from Islam, is that to be redeemed of our sins, we have to accept the Messiah as our redeemer. And if not, then there's no way you get into his kingdom.
thing is, right? The Messiah, Jesus, was a human being.
Yeah.
That's the
He was an
beauty of it.
ordinary man. Like
No,
you
because
should. It's only God that, I mean, Allah Himself, that should be able to determine where you end up in the afterlife. It can't be through an ordinary man born of a human being made of flesh and blood. Number one, and number two, you can't take this ordinary man and raise him to the same level as Allah. You know, that's just wrong.
Let me give you the
And number
pagan
three,
that's not what I believe.
once you reach a certain age where you are aware, you know, it could be puberty, it could be 15, 16, 17, 18, but where you become aware of the laws and the wants of Allah, from that age onwards, you will be judged for all of your deeds. Anything you do before won't matter. The angels will not record that because you were seen as a child. You know, you didn't know any better. But once you hit, you know, a certain age, you're going to be judged on what you do, because from here on in, you should know better. But in Christianity, if I'm born, you know, and I die within the first 2 years of my life, you know, I die as a 2-year-old, I'm going to go to hell because I haven't accepted
That's not true,
Jesus
bro.
into my life.
That's not true.
Well, that's what Christians tell me.
So
That's
I'll
what
explain
a lot
it
of
to you.
Christians
Let
tell
me.
me.
I'll explain it to you. So, Yah judges everybody according to their works, according to their deeds, according to their ways. It's very scriptural, and he judges you according to your understanding.
How do you judge
To
a
whom much is
2-year-old
given,
in
much
those
is
things?
expected. Obviously, a baby is not capable, right, logically, to understand who the Messiah is. He's not going to judge them like that, bro. Whoever told you that is a liar.
How
But
do I get
regardless,
it? How do I get into heaven?
You have to accept the Son, bro. The Son is the way, the door.
So
is the
if
way,
I'm
the
a
truth, and the life.
2-year-old, have I accepted the Son?
As an innocent little child, you don't have to, bro.
But I'm not born into sin. Remember, from birth, if I'm a
But
Christian,
original
I'm
sin.
not innocent. Yeah, I'm born into sin. So I'm a sinner from birth. I'm 2 years
Yeah.
old. I haven't accepted Jesus into my heart and life. I die. Where am I going in the afterlife?
You're looking for loopholes in the
No,
word,
I'm
right?
asking you. I'm asking
Well, I'm
you.
telling you, bro. Babies are
hole in-
innocent. They're
the
going
hole
straight
in
to
your
heaven, bro. They're going straight to paradise.
Okay.
It's like
Lion.
claims adjustment.
Yeah.
Listen,
It's like some
Adam was
insurance
forgiven.
bullshit.
Listen, Lion, Adam was forgiven, right? He asked forgiveness, and he
Exactly.
was forgiven before he was sent to earth. He was forgiven. So we don't inherit his sin. When
Exactly.
we're born, we're pure, right? We're all
No, I
pure
disagree with that.
souls, and
No.
it's our
Where was-
deeds.
Where was
Our
Adam
deeds
before he was
later
sent
on.
to Earth?
I'll explain it, bro. Just hear me out. I'm gonna have to break it down now for you guys.
I've
Give
got
me
a lot
sec.
of
I gotta
questions.
pull up my
sorry.
notes.
And where was Adam before he was sent to Earth?
He was in Eden.
Well, Eden is on Earth, and the Garden of Eden was on Earth, and still is on Earth.
Sounds
It's just
like you-
ethereal.
Wait, is it in Florida or?
It seems to be towards the north, where we're not allowed to go. Ironically,
North Pole. So
What?
we've got loads of Edens, man, all over.
North
it
Pole?
seems to be towards near the North Pole, towards the east of the North Pole specifically. But so the North Pole is where apparently Yah dwells, like in that area, but in the ceilings of that area.
Is
the
he
height.
Santa Claus or what?
I mean, that's we can talk about Santa Claus later, but that's a whole nother topic.
To me, it sounds like Adam came from space.
We'll get into it, but hold on, just give me a second, right? So in the scriptures, you have this verse, 2nd Ezra chapter 3, verse 22. I'll start at 21. It says, for the first Adam, or the first man, you know, the name Adam is synonymous, it's the same, it's the word man in Hebrew. For the first man, bearing a wicked heart, transgressed and was overcome, and so by all they that are born of him. Thus, infirmity was made permanent, right? Infirmity was made permanent, and all that are born after him inherently carry that genetic predisposition. They're genetically corrupted already. The genes have already become twisted. And the Torah also in the heart of the people with the malignity of the root. That word root there, if you study the word root in the Hebrew, it's talking about genes, genetics. There's a malignity in the genetics so that the good departed away and the evil abode still. And you can see this in the pictographic Hebrew. It shows the Y chromosomes, it shows the Nun Sophie as a sperm cell, and it shows the helix. It's all in there. I don't know if I already presented
Arabic means soul.
Hold on, brother. Let me just unpack this real quick. All right, let me just give me 1 second, and then we can move on. Because this is you got to really break this stuff down. You can't just rush it. So it says here the ancient Hebrew word for iniquity, H5771 in the Strongs. What you'll see for the word iniquity in the pictographic Hebrew, the ayin represents a helix, right? And the vav is a Y. It's ironic that the ancient Hebrew gives insight into genetics of mankind. It says the pictographic ayin is a picture of a twisted rope related to the parent. Now, this isn't even talking about original sin, but it's in there. There's no denying it. It's actually inherently part of the actual alphabet of the ancient Hebrew. And it says here, the result of twisted actions, right? And you'll see a twisted helix, a Y chromosome, another Y chromosome, and a Nun Sophie that looks like a sperm cell or a tadpole. This is incredible. Because back then, they didn't know what the DNA looked like. They didn't know what Y chromosomes look like. The Y chromosome is inherently the father's line. And it's through the father's line that all human beings inherited sin. Not the mother. Even though Eve was the first one to sin, it's not because of Eve that sin entered into the world. There's a mystical component to this. It's because of Adam that sin entered into the world. And it's through the father's DNA that babies inherit this malignity of the root, malignity of the gene.
Well, it says in the Quran they were forgiven, right? Adam, Eve asked for forgiveness, and they were forgiven and sent to earth, right? So that means you don't inherit their sin. It's pointless. It's ludicrous.
You don't get it. You can be forgiven, right? Prior to the Messiah coming, many people were forgiven, but forgiveness
not restored.
Yeah, but not restored. It's a temporary covering.
See, again, you're talking about the Messiah as being the Son of God or having some sort of divinity, but he was a human being like you and me, 100% human, right?
Hold on, let me just break this down first, because there's one more verse, and then we can move on to another aspect of this.
Even the Quran recognizes being special because it doesn't speak of any of the other prophets coming back. I do not think the son of. I didn't mean to say that. I do not think that he is God. But even in the Quran,
here, in Romans 5:12, and Shalom, Chris. Therefore, just as sin came into the world through one man. So right here, Paul's telling us that through one man, and it's not talking about Eve, it's talking about Adam, sin came into the world. What we see here is the beginning of entropy in the world, decay, corruption, and the degradation of the flesh, of the genetic genome of all things, not just mankind, but even animals show a progressively deterioration of genetics. Like this is going on since 6,000 years ago. And I'm a young creationist. I do a young earth creationist. And it says, and death through sin, and so death spread to all men because all sinned. For sin indeed was in the world before the law was given, the Torah of Moshe. But sin is not counted where there is no law. So again, not only does this verify what I was saying earlier about he judges us according to our knowledge and our understanding, it's saying that through man, death entered into the world and babies die. We all die because of the corruption that is part of the malignity of the root. That's the doctrine of original sin. That's why when it comes back to Messiah being born of a Virgin Mary, he had to have been born of a Virgin Mary, because if he was born of a carnal union between a man and a woman, he would have inherited the sins of his father, and then therefore making him not the Messiah. Because in order for him to redeem us, he has to be pure and spotless, without blemish, without sin. Therefore, needing him to be born of a virgin.
To me, it seems like more of a reason to make sure that that's interpreted that way. Right, but it's probably the case like the Tom was saying that he's a special dude. He's still a dude, you know.
Oh yeah, so let's move on to that then. Let's talk about Messiah's divinity. This is something that even amongst the Hebrews and the Christians, we can't all agree on, because this is like, again, there are things that until we're dead, we're not gonna know fully. But this is one thing that I'm passionate about, is Messiah's divinity. I mean, I posted a list of names in the book of Genesis that from Adam to Noah, you know, in the Hebrew, the names mean something. When you name a child, you name him something that resonates with him. Adam, obviously, we already went through this, means man. Seth, appointed. Mortal sorrow, the blessed God shall come down, teaching his death shall bring the despairing rest or comfort. Now, the blessed God, that word Mahala'el, El is arbitrary. Like, it doesn't mean the Father came down. El just could mean mighty one. But there's more to this than that, right? So not only was the names given in Genesis from Adam down prophetic of the Messiah coming, so you can't make it up. Like, this isn't, it was encrypted into the actual names of the patriarchs before Christianity was even a thing.
Listen, bro, the prophecy of the Messiah doesn't necessarily mean that he was the Son of God, or he's part of the Trinity, right? Or he has part divinity. Prophet Muhammad was prophesied.
Okay, so what are the criteria to be considered El or Elohim for you?
I'm talking about Jesus and his divinity. You said,
yeah, I'm getting into it. I'm talking to you, bro. I'm having a conversation. So
Messiah
what
was
do you think?
prophesied.
What are the criteria to be considered Elohim
I have
or
no
divine
idea. I don't believe in Elohim.
or Allah?
Yeah, we don't believe in a god and his hosts, you know.
You believe in angels, guys, so don't try and hide it.
Listen, Lion, what I'm saying is like the
Angels
do you
are
know
from
the
Zoroastrianism.
meaning of the word Messiah at all?
Anointed one,
Yes,
Mashiach.
anointed one. So why do you
No,
give
specifically the anointed one.
why
It's
do you
because it's
attribute
different than
divinity
Christos.
to
There could be
Jesus?
many Christos. There can only be one Messiah. It's the anointed, not just anointed.
Right, Lion, why do you give a divinity to Jesus then, if he's the anointed
So
one?
I'm not okay. Jesus, Yeshua, is not the Father incarnate. Let's get that out there right now. I do not believe in that doctrine. I separate the Father from the Son. They're not the same deity. But hear me out. So let's set up a base for who we consider Elohim to be, right? And from what I understand, the main attribute of Elohim is his creative power. He's a creator of all things. Now, if you study the Hebrew, in my opinion, creation was a cooperative effort. Contrary to popular belief, it wasn't just one ultimate creator. There was actually a cooperative effort between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And this is consistent with what the scriptures teach, both in the Old Testament and the New Testament. But who was that? Right? That's where we differ. Who do you think Elohim is? The most obvious
What's the
attribute to be
translation
considered
of
Elohim is his
Elohim?
creative power.
What's the translation, English translation?
God.
No, it's
So,
not.
right? Well, it's substituted in the Bible 6,000 times with the word God, you know. But you know, you got the name, the Yod He
Well,
Vav He, the
a
Tetragrammaton.
lot of
Go ahead.
different words are substituted for God in the Bible. Elohim, Yahweh, El Shaddai, you know, all of these words in the Bible, they just substitute all of them for God. So Even though a lot of those words didn't mean God.
I agree.
It's like when Moses asked God, "What is your name, Lord?" Right? He said, "I am that I am," meaning he cannot be described. And the Christians immediately jumped on and saying, "I am." So great I am or whatever. That's not a name. It was just telling us that he cannot be described, or we cannot we human beings cannot understand him. He's spirit, we're material, right? And there's a barrier between himself, creator, and us, the creation, and we cannot understand him. It's like if I give an analogy of the computer program, The Sims, right? The computer programmer, the Sims wouldn't understand the computer programmer who programmed him. So similarly, we can't understand God because He's spirit. That's what He was saying to Moses: "I am, and I am."
So let me finish my
Who,
train of
who
thought.
uses the word "I" most in your life, Tom?
Well, God uses the royal we,
You.
doesn't He?
It's you. You say, "I am Tom. I do this. I believe
Yeah,
in
but
Islam."
we should let Lion finish, man. But just don't be long-winded, Lion.
I'm sorry, but okay. So I'm posting a couple verses here just so I can defend what I'm saying. So we have here three witnesses, 3 verses that testify that creation was a cooperative effort. And I got more, but I'm just gonna break them down little by little. So we have here Genesis 1:26 says, and said Elohim, let us make man in our image. Well, some people will say, well, look, like Zechariah's teaching would be like, look, these were the Anunnaki. They're the creators of mankind. It's the
that's
aliens.
the royal we.
That's what I believe. Yeah.
That's fine. Listen, I'm just trying to show you what other people believe. I don't believe that. And then you got Genesis 2:18 in the Septuagint says, and the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make him a help suitable to him. So again, it says us. When you look at the language, it's Elohim. Elohim is already being used here in its plural.
Yeah, there's loads of plural. But you can say that's royal we, like Tom said. It could be.
And you got Jubilee.
The royal we, that means something in itself, doesn't it? You're saying we're a group. So me and the group.
Yeah, the group. But who is that group, right? And and this is what the New Testament goes deeper into and tells you who they are. Jubilees 3:4 says, and Yahweh said unto us, it is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make a help me for him. Again, so who's us? It can't be the angels. As far as I know, there's no scriptural precedence for an angel, Melachim, having creative powers at all. Not one. Not one.
You still don't understand the royal we, do you?
No, hold on. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna break it down in a second. Just hear me out. So, in order to be considered Elohim, not just like a mighty one or a judge, right? But the Elohim of all things, you have to have creative power. You have to. If you don't have creative power, then you're not Elohim. Not in the original sense. The Elohim was preserved and reserved for the Father, His Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's why Elohim is plural to begin with, because it's not just the Father. It's the Father, His Son, and His breath.
In the story, it's a council of gods at that point in the story.
Exactly.
Obviously.
Yeah. Have you heard of this idea, Lion? Firstly, with the royal we thing, that wasn't something used in language by Jews of that time. That came about way later with the kings of Europe because they felt they were anointed by God, and they would refer to themselves as we, but they would be basically saying God and I. We have decided to wage war against those people. That's how the royal we came about. But the idea is, especially with when you look at the Quranic version of creation, there are 2 creation stories happening. There's the first creation story where a group of gods, right? So it's Yahweh, Baal, all of these other gods created the world, the universe, and mankind. And then Yahweh or the God of the Jews went and created his own special people called Adam and Eve, and he made a special place for them. That's why when they left Eden, it turns out there were already other people out there worshiping other gods. But Yahweh kept getting angry because his people kept turning to these other gods. Those other gods have their own people. Let them be worshipped by their people. You worship me. And that's why it
Lying now.
seems,
Sure, that's not in the
especially,
Quran. It's not in the
I didn't,
Quran.
I not once did I say this is in the Quran, Tom. I said this is in the Torah. Yeah.
Which book?
Genesis.
Book of Nate.
Yeah. No, but this is an interpretation some people have of the creation story within Torah. It's just an idea I'm putting out there.
It's not an unfair interpretation because there's multiple Genesis writers. It's not just one writer. And it's not just one story, and they're overlapping. That's why the story doesn't make that much sense at that very beginning part. It's like this, they say certain things twice and out of order, which is why Nate is saying that interpretation. Of the two creations. There's two stories overlapping each other.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's what I believe, but that's a very popular idea that's out there.
This fits my theory, yeah. If a load of alien alpha males come down here, like Enlil and Enlil and Enki, and loads of others, maybe some of them got bored and said, look, we need to try our own experiment. Let's steal a couple of these Nephilim, steal a couple of these women, and we'll go over here and try our own little thing. That fits for me. But they didn't all work as one group. They actually got involved in ego with creating different types of humans.
So just to wrap this up, this viewpoint, Colossians 1:14 says, in whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins, who is the image of the unseen Elohim, the firstborn of every creature. For by him were all things created, that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist. And he is the head of the body and the called out assembly. So it says here that Messiah literally is co-creator. And through him were all things created, including the principalities, which are the angels themselves. So Messiah is not just a regular man, but he is actually creator, co-creator.
Is that from Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's not a real disciple of Christ, was he?
All right, that's fine. We got John. John says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and Elohim was the Word. And the same was in the beginning with Elohim, and all things were made by him. And without him
John?
was not anything made that was made. So
Who's
through
John?
the apostle, one of the apostles.
Sorry to cut in, but who's John?
One of the apostles, brother.
Is he a prophet or a messenger?
He's an apostle of Jesus Christ.
Was he a prophet or a messenger of God?
I mean, I would consider him a prophet and a messenger. He was sent out.
He wasn't a prophet or a messenger of God.
It's all right. You don't have to believe in that he was an apostle or not, but I'm just showing you another witness that Messiah is credited to have been the creator of all things. Like through him and the Father, it was a cooperative effort. So that's why I consider him more than just a regular man, more than just an angel or prophet. He's literally co-creator.
Listen, try this, right? Get rid of the New Testament and just read the red letter Bible, yeah? Just the words of Jesus. Get rid of everything else, because they're not part of the Bible, in my opinion, because it was written by men who had no authority to write. It was all assembled by Emperor Constantine in AD 325, right? In Nicaea, when he created Christianity. Get rid of the New Testament, except the red letter, the words of Jesus, what he said.
Why would I do that, though?
Because all the others were not prophets, nor messengers. They were just people with opinions like you and me.
I don't believe that. The scriptures are congruent. They testify of the same deity, bro. They're congruent. They
No,
corroborate
the
each other.
scriptures, right? The scriptures have to come from God. It's got to be directly from God. Otherwise anybody can make shit up.
I get you, bro. But you have to believe that the one Elohim is sovereign over all things, and He has compiled His scriptures. And
But the thing is that we
Go ahead.
don't know who John or Paul or Peter or those people were. All right, they might have been disciples. Peter could have been, actually known Jesus like in the flesh, but he didn't have authority to write anything. He was only the prophets or the messengers of God have the authority to write, because it's directly from God. God inspires them to write, and that's the only scriptures that we should read and accept. Otherwise, it's just opinions of men.
I get you, bro, but you have to understand that the apostles communed with the Son of God.
That's what I'm saying. We should just accept the red letter Bible, where Jesus, we can use his words, right, his teachings, but everything else just discard, because we don't know who John was, we don't know who Paul was. Actually, Paul came after 70 years after Jesus was taken up to heaven. So, and Paul claimed that Jesus, he met Jesus, right, the risen Christ, on the road to Damascus, and it says in the Quran that Jesus was neither crucified nor killed. So he was a charlatan. And don't forget, he was also a Roman citizen. He was working for Rome. So it seems like he was making shit up.
It's funny, you take the account of the Quran, no problem, right? But you're reluctant to accept the Holy Scriptures, and the Quran didn't even come about till like 800 years later, dude.
Like I said, the New Testament is not part of the Bible. It's not scriptures. It's the words of men. Like I said, scriptures have to come from either a prophet or a messenger of God. And
the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed.
That's what Christians say. But like I said earlier, right, we have to discard everything from the New Testament except the words of Jesus. We can learn from Jesus what he said, what he taught us.
All right, you know what? If that's what you believe, bro, you can still find salvation in that. You really can. You stick to the red words. You actually will find salvation in that. But
inshallah, God willing.
Don't be
Ya Allah.
Can I ask the question? Jesus said, "Me and my Father are one." That's red letter words. What does that mean?
Means they have the same. They have the same message. They have the same goal. It says God is one. It says, "Hear ye, O Israel, your God is one." Right? And Jesus actually prayed to God Almighty. He submitted himself to God. He was a Muslim.
Okay, let's go in another direction then. What about when he says, he said, Jesus, the red letters say, your sins are forgiven. If only God can forgive sins, why did Jesus do it?
He performed miracles, right, with the permission of God.
He had the permission to forgive sins?
He was conveying what God told him, through Angel Gabriel, right? Angel Gabriel.
It doesn't say that in the text,
all
though.
The prophets.
You're reading something. He doesn't say that in the text. Oh, it's from the Quran. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about in the New Testament, not the Quran. But you said to focus on the red letters.
That's
Jesus
right,
went around.
That's what
okay,
I'm saying.
So Jesus, hold on a second. So Jesus said, your sins are forgiven. He didn't say. God said your sins are forgiven. He said your sins are forgiven. Like he's the one doing the work, not God.
Yeah, he can't forgive sins because he's not God.
He did.
Like you and me.
Uh-oh. That's red letter words. Let me find it and quote it to you.
He's conveying the message from God.
It's really muddled up.
Forgiving sins. He can't forgive sins because he's a man like you and me.
Yeah.
You're
What
right.
exactly did he say, Paul? Did he say, "I have forgiven your sins," or "Your sins are forgiven"?
I'm finding it. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I think he said
He
your
says this
sins
is
are.
Luke 5. Hold on a second. I'm reading it. Luke 5:20. And when he saw their faith, he said, "Man, your sins are forgiven. Tell you your
Exactly.
sins, which are right." Did he
So
say
Jesus
no?
is not
You're
saying, "I have forgiven your sins." He's just
no, but
saying your
who's doing
sins.
it? He didn't say God's forgiving him either, though.
Conveying a message
Yeah,
from
but
God.
he's conveying a message
So
from God.
it's
Exactly.
gray area.
Yeah.
No, but you're reading into the. I mean, I'm just saying that he did not say God. You know, if I was gonna tell someone, you know, I wouldn't walk up into him and say your sins are forgiven. I say God has forgiven you.
Well,
Jesus didn't do that.
if I was the one forgiving your sins, I would say I have forgiven your sins. I wouldn't just be ambiguous and say your sins are forgiven, right? It goes
Hold on,
both
hold on.
ways, Paul.
Hold on. John
I know.
5:22
Well, I mean,
literally
so
says, "For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son."
that's interesting too. Well, yeah, that's interesting too.
What?
So why
That is a
would if I
judgment
only
that Yeshua made and said, "You are forgiven." Who will be judging you is not the Father, but the Son, because He's the one who
why would
actually redeems you, and He's the one who decides if you're worthy or not. And
Is
you
that
can't get to the Father
that
unless you
red
go through the
letter?
Son.
Are those red letter words?
That's
yeah,
I'm not trying to listen. That's
he's just
John
saying that
5:22, bro. If you don't believe in John 5:22,
here.
I can't help you, bro.
Well, this is focused on the red letters. John 5:22. Let's look at it. I'll read it. I'm right here looking at it. I got a Bible
What
up.
is John 5:22 red letter words?
Oh,
All right.
here, I'll read it. Hold on a second. 5:22. He just read it, but I'll read it again. Oh yeah, actually, in my Bible, it's actually all red. Every bit of it's red. So let's say, for as the Father raises the dead, gives life, so also the Son gives life. So wait a minute. Father, this is red letter words. So the Father gives life. The Son also gives life.
That's
The
wild.
Father judges. This is red letter words. The Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son. So if only God judges, why does God give judgment to the Son?
That's wild. Okay, then clearly in Christianity, Jesus can forgive you and judge you and whatnot. That's wild.
But this is within your own words. Then you have to accept the red letter teaching as well, which means
No,
the
we don't have
Father.
that.
Even in
We don't have that in the Quran.
okay, but the other guy said
Please,
you must focus
what
on
I'm
the red
saying,
letter
Paul,
words of what Jesus said. We throw out everything else except the red letter words. Here's the
what
red
I'm
letter
saying is
words.
Jesus can't forgive sins because he's a human being like you and me.
Well, Tom, I mean, focusing on the red letter, and at first it struck me, yeah, that's got a ring to it, but I mean, it would take, I don't know, it's like taking the context in the apostles' experience when walking with Jesus, that I don't think it would really change the end message if you
The thing
just
is,
read the red letter.
yeah, they walked with Jesus. Okay, they were helping Jesus, right? But they have no authority to write scriptures. They were not inspired by God. They were not messengers of God. They were not prophets of
Who
God.
did?
They had no
Who
authority.
did?
They walked with
Who
God.
determines?
That is why they walked with Jesus. That is true. But
Who
you know,
determines
they can't
inspiration?
write.
Who determines authority?
Can't write
Determines
scriptures.
who determines inspiration? Who determines authority? Who determines that? You said they weren't inspired. This wasn't from God. They weren't from God. They weren't prophets. Who determines that?
God.
If they're prophets or who can write for God and all this stuff, who determines all that? Who determines inspiration?
God chooses, right? He says, well, obviously, I have to go by the Quran. He says he chooses whom he wills, right? And he chooses prophets and messengers from humankind through the ages. So obviously, Jesus was the Messiah, the anointed one, and he chose Jesus. And like somebody was saying earlier, he was prophesied in the Old Testament, same as Prophet Muhammad was prophesied. So
Okay, well, you still didn't answer my. You still didn't answer my question. So you're saying only the Quran can determine something that is inspired and who's a prophet. Only the Quran can do that.
I said God.
Okay, well, how do I know when God speaks to tell me that that's a prophet?
Well, I mean, he sends. You can either believe or disbelieve in the prophets, right? I mean, the majority of people, human beings today, do not believe that Prophet Muhammad was a messenger and prophet of God. That's entirely up to you. He says he's given you free will to either believe or not to believe.
Okay, but see, well, so it's up to me to determine whether someone's a prophet or not.
No, it's not. It's up to God.
How do I know when God tells me someone's a prophet?
Scriptures.
Scripture.
I just want to make something clear. We were before
Hold on
you
a second.
came in.
No.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I want him to answer that question. So he's going to circle back to the Quran. It's the only option he's got. So only the Quran can tell you if what Jesus did, said, and did. The Quran can only be the only source of telling you what is true. It's the only source.
Listen.
Doesn't line up with the Quran, then it's not right.
No, listen, Paul. God chooses prophets and messengers from humanity through the ages, right? Sends revelations which are then written down in book form. His words, his direct words are written down, and it's up to you and me to either believe or not believe. He tells us that it's okay to not believe, but there are consequences.
So it's up to me to determine
if believe the Quran or not.
I know. So you're saying it's up to me to determine whether someone's a prophet or not, whether to believe.
No, it's not. It's up to God. How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, I know, but
It's up to
well, if I don't believe the Quran is telling me the truth about who a prophet is,
it's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you are free to believe that. The same way we believe that the Bible isn't accurate about the life of Jesus. It is what it is, Paul.
Well, you don't get what I'm asking you, though. You're trying. Okay, life. I mean, if God is the ultimate source of all reality, and He's the ultimate thing I should believe, and my eternal destiny is determined by the truthfulness, either the Quran or the Bible, wouldn't it be that's very significant?
You have free will.
That's fine, free will.
Either to
Okay,
accept it or reject it. It's entirely up to you.
Well, here's the thing. You're right. But I also have faculties and rational mind. I'm going to trust a book that was written 600 years after the events to tell me the life of Jesus that was written down in the Gospels. I have to trust it over something that was written usually within a few decades of the events. I mean, when you're looking at purely historical, excuse me?
I was just going to say, sorry to interrupt you, but it says the Quran corrects all the mistakes are in the previous books. So it's the ultimate truth. He says Jesus was neither crucified nor killed, right? So he's correcting what was written previously.
Okay, so someone wrote a book named Muhammad, a book 600 years after the events, to correct what people believed for 600 years up to that event, and had documents that were recorded of those events.
But that's the same thing that happened with the Bible. You had the Torah, and then 600 years after, people restarted writing things that were the original Torah and adding books to it. Even the Gospels of Jesus were written at least 60 to 80 years after he died.
No, they weren't.
The books of Genesis, they were the books. I've also done research. The books of Genesis, no one was there to see God create the world, but someone wrote about it. Like, come on, Paul.
Okay, so you're saying if the Quran says something about the creation story, and he was not there, but whatever he says that was 2, 3, 4, 6,000
I was
years.
refuting what you said. That's all I was.
Oh, I see. But the thing is, the difference, though, I mean, okay. Would you trust a book if I told you I have a book written about, let's say, World War II? I have a book that was written about World War II. Okay, that World War II happened 70 years ago.
All right.
Okay, Then but this is within 70 years, right, of the events. But then you come along and tell me later, I have a book written that was written 600 years after the event. So like, what's 600 years ago? Let's say, I mean, who do I trust? Who, which is more reliable?
Muhammad didn't write it. That's your mistake in thinking that he wrote it. He didn't write the Quran.
Did he pen it? Did he put it on paper?
No,
Did
he
the angel
passed
write
it
it for
down
him?
verbally. He passed it down verbally, and it was only later, long after he died, that people started to put it in writing because they felt that the verbal message might be tampered with, it might be lost. So just to make sure, let's put it down in writing. But from the time he lived, he was passing that message on verbally because that was the tradition of the time. That's what the Jews did as well. That's what Moses did as well. He passed it down verbally. It was only when the Greeks came about that they started writing these things down.
Moses did not pass it down verbally, dude.
Hold on a second. So you're telling me Muhammad didn't write anything down. He just went around and started talking about things, teaching about Jesus, teaching about how to live as a Muslim. And then he did this for years, and then finally someone sat down and decided to write it down.
Yeah.
Revelations from Angel Gabriel, from God, Paul. That's what you're missing. He didn't make up stories.
All these, but see, this is, I mean, if I, as a historian, I was looking at this, you're telling me to take it on faith, right? Now you have no evidence.
But
you're telling me to take it on faith with no evidence.
But I can say the same to you, Paul. As a historian, I should take on faith that Jesus was born from a virgin.
No.
What is the evidence for that?
That's where it changes, bro. Because actually, like, there's all kinds of historical events that you can
And
actually
Jesus
see
died and then came back 3 days later. Where's the evidence for that?
Yeah,
Why should I
that's
believe that?
In the okay, there is evidence for it. It falls within the same category of historical documents. Like if you go, I mean, there's documents outside of the Bible that talk about these events. At least say that these things.
And there's documents outside of the Quran that talk about the life of Muhammad. It's whatever you say, Paul, I can throw it right back at you.
What was Muhammad doing? Miracles, healing the sick,
Yes, Muhammad
reviving
was.
the dead. Did he resurrect?
Oh no.
Did the Father speak from heaven twice when he was on earth, and everybody witnessed
any
it?
of those things. No.
That's Muhammad what I'm saying. Like you're comparing
any
Messiah,
sorcery, any
Yeshua to
necromancy.
Muhammad, bro.
We are not. No one here
Muhammad,
is comparing Muhammad to Jesus. That is a lie. Please don't ever
didn't
say that.
Muhammad die by the sword?
Don't ever say that again, because we hold Jesus, Isa, in high reverence, and we would never compare him to Muhammad. Don't ever say that again. That's pretty insulting.
He was one of the mightiest prophets that ever lived.
He's mentioned. Jesus is mentioned more in the Bible than Muhammad is. Sorry, in the Quran than Muhammad is. It is said that Isa will come back at the end of times with the Mahdi. We do believe he will come back. We're not trying to say Jesus was just some ordinary dude. All we're saying is he wasn't the son of God. He was a prophet of God, and he was raised. He was taken by God to Yana. He didn't die on.
So you don't believe any of the ancient prophets? You don't believe in Solomon and the whole patriarchy at all?
They are prophets as well. Like, bro, you need to read up on Islam because you don't know about
it. I do not have any interest in reading the Quran. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
But I'm asking you, so you don't believe in Solomon's testimony in the
We do.
Tanakh?
Solomon is our prophet. Musa, Adam, they're all prophets within Islam.
You believe that the Father had a son?
That God had a son?
An only begotten son. Solomon did.
What do you mean? Solomon had an only begotten son? What are you talking
Solomon
about?
believed that the Father had a son.
Well, our interpretation of what Solomon believed is different from yours, but we do believe that Solomon was a prophet of God.
Well, I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but Islam is the ultimate in cherry picking.
Yeah, cool. I mean, that's your
It
opinion.
is.
Yeah,
You're basically
that's your
saying,
opinion.
well, this is the truth. I mean, you're saying basically Islam comes around 600 years after Jesus, saying everything written in the New Testament except certain things in the red letters is accurate. You say we like Solomon, but not everything Solomon preached in the Old Testament. Okay, does
Paul, do you
God
believe in
change?
revelation from God?
How do I know something is revelation from God? How do I know that?
Oh, you don't. That's the thing. It's belief, isn't it? You have to put your belief in what you hear. Like if you hear the Quran, you can either accept it or
believe the
reject
Bible's
it.
true. You know.
Okay, so I just want to get into it theologically because obviously we're not gonna agree on everything, but I want to go into it more theologically than talk about like who believes what and why you believe what. Just in Proverbs 30 verse 4, Proverbs is attributed to Solomon, right? And you are of an Abrahamic religion. You should believe in the patriarchs prior to Abraham, and if you don't believe in their testimonies, then I can't help you. But in Proverbs 34 it says, "Who has ascended to heaven and came down? Who has gathered the wind in his fist?" Who was that? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name and what is his son's name? Surely you must know.
As God doesn't have a son.
Yeah. Anywho, I mean, this is kind of pointless because
Do you think we can go like another couple hours on this?
This
Yeah.
actually proved my point though. So in the Old Testament, if it agrees with Islam, then that's where it's correct. If it doesn't agree with Islam, it's where it's wrong. But this is basically what you're saying.
It's the same way with Christianity. If it agrees with whatever the Jews say it's correct, but where you and the Jews differ, the Jews are wrong. You know,
But here the thing that's not the wait a minute. That's not the claim that I said. I'm talking about the book. I'm not talking about me and a Jewish person may differ. We both agree that the Old Testament and the Torah is inspired by God, all of it, not just parts of it, but all of it. So we can agree on things that we can agree on that. How we interpret, how you so-called interpret that you could make that argument. But like he quoted something directly from the Bible. And he says only God's son or whatever can ascend to heaven. You're saying, well, God didn't have a son. So you virtually are contradicting what the text says, not what I say, what he says, y'all say, or line of y'all says, but what the text says. So you're cherry picking the text on when it agrees with Islam and not.
So basically, you have an Abrahamic religion, right? That's based on the descendants of Abraham through Ishmael. Yet you don't have any records, right, attesting to the patriarchs before Ishmael. And if you do have any records that contradict what the Quran says, you don't believe them?
What?
Like you don't believe in the patriarchs?
We do.
So what's wrong with believing in the Father having a son and sending his only begotten son? Like I don't understand why that's such a problem when it was prophesied.
Because I don't have to believe in the patriarchs, and then also have to believe that God had a son. You know, that's a silly argument.
But how do you skip all of the patriarchs and then jump to Muhammad and just start from Muhammad on?
We don't skip the patriarchs. Muhammad is hardly mentioned within the Quran.
But you don't accept the Tanakh.
The Quran mentions all of the patriarchs from Adam all the way to Jesus. They are all in there. All right. There's no patriarch we've left out or skipped or ignored. They are all there. So I don't understand what your argument is.
You accept the wisdom of Solomon. You accept Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. That's all Solomon, bro. Do you accept Psalms?
Not all of it. You know, the Quran is not a one-for-one retelling of the Bible. You know, it's basically an attempt to clean up the Bible, because remember, most of the things that were in the Bible that were being spread around during that time that Muhammad was alive was being spread, as you said, by Hellenistic philosophers, by Greeks. And the idea was the Bible they were putting out there wasn't the true, proper recollection of the Bible. It was a tampered, muddled, bastardized version that the Romans and the Greeks came up with. And what Muhammad was attempting to do was to clean it up, to take us back to the original Bible.
Here's the problem with that. I've said this 1,000 times and I'll say it again. The only way to know if something is corrupted, you have to have the original source, or at least close to the original source, to determine if it's corrupted or not.
But we don't have that, Paul. We don't have the original source.
Exactly. So how do you? So the only thing you have is you have a claim by Muhammad that the angel Gabriel came to him and helped clean up the mess. And here's the thing about that. Here's the thing about that. The Bible talks about that the demons can come as angels of light. How do you know that Muhammad did not get an angel or a demon coming to talk to him about, or a jinn talking to him? How do you know?
How do you know that all of the angels that came and spoke to prophets in the Bible weren't demons?
Because they always lined up as something God had already said.
And what the angel Gabriel came and told the prophet lined up with things God had already said, Paul. It's I don't
but you're
see
telling
what
me Okay, you're telling me, okay, for thousands of years, the Jews look at the Torah, look at the Psalms, look at the prophets as inspired by God.
Mm-hmm.
You come along 600 years after even the events of Jesus and say everything that the Jews believed about the Bible that they carry is wrong.
No. That's not what we said. Like, it's like you didn't even listen to what I said. We came around 600 years later after Jesus said the Bible being put out there is not the original Bible that the Jews had. It is a bastardized it's a bastardized version that the Greeks and the Romans alive during that time came up with. So the Bible
Okay, so
people
you're
had
saying,
let me just conclude. The Bible people had 600 years after Jesus was not the correct one.
okay, so for him to say that, you would have to have one that's prior to that, before that, that you can say, look, the text you're using is not correct. Here's the text. So then also what you have to be saying is that the Jews, hold on a second, and also you'd have to say that what the Jews had at even Jesus' day, because they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls copies of the Old Testament that dated before Jesus, and they match what we have today. So
But
even going beyond before.
Okay.
How do you? I mean, you're saying that nobody. Okay, so you're basically arguing that the Bible that people deal with today, we don't know what's right in it. Muhammad knows. The Quran knows.
It's corrupted, what you're saying, but you have to understand that when you compare the New Testament with the Old Testament, bro, it's harmonious. It's not what you're saying. Like, if what you're saying was true, then the New Testament would contradict and actually
I don't know
go
about all
against
that.
the Old Testament, and it doesn't.
I don't know
It's your
how
belief.
harmonious they are, but what I'm saying is number one, I agree with what you said, Paul. They found the Dead Sea Scrolls, which seemed to line up with what was in Genesis. But not only did it line up with it, it elaborated on it. Yet somehow the Dead Sea Scrolls are not in the Bible. They were kept out. It wasn't seen as canon. People knew about it before the making of the Bible. People knew about this extended story of Genesis and the books of Enoch and whatnot, but they decided we're not going to put this in the Bible. But the Dead Sea Scrolls are in the Quran. Number
Okay, now
one.
you say okay. For one,
I'm not
you're
done.
missing my point.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Number one, they're in the Quran. Number two, the Bible we have today, we all know is not the original version. You know, especially the King James version. We all know one man decided, I'm going to change the Bible myself. You know, we know that there are books in the Bible before the Bible we had now that have been kept out.
Okay,
Possibly
well,
Muhammad might have been
you're
aware.
making.
What? No, Paul, come on. Possibly Muhammad might have had access to the original Bible during his time. That's 1,300 years ago. We don't know, but the idea is he got the original Bible, the true revelations, from an angel of God, not from a book. I'm done.
And see, for one, you went kind of in a different direction than making a different type of argument. There's a difference between, like, when I quoted, I said that they found the book of Isaiah and other books of what we have of the Bible today. Okay, now you're talking about different books that should be in the Bible. That's two different things, first of all. Okay, that's not the same thing. What one person may consider a canon and another may not, that's a different argument. What I'm saying is, if you're saying the Bible's corrupted, and we can go back, which means like the book of Isaiah or the book of Deuteronomy, the book of Exodus, things that we all can agree upon what are in the current Bible we have. If they go in the Dead Sea Scrolls and they find the book of Isaiah, and they find very minimal changes between that text, the Hebrew text, I'm not talking about the King James either. I'm not talking about the Hebrew or Aramaic text. And to compare that to not an English translation, but another Hebrew or Aramaic text, they are virtually identical, okay, to what we have today. So the Hebrew Bible that the Jews read in the synagogue is very similar to the one they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not talking about King James. I'm not talking. I'm not talking
it's very
ESV. I'm not talking
similar,
about any of that.
and it's also
Okay, now that being said, you're saying Mohammed somehow said that things maybe that were written in Isaiah were not right. The only way he knows that is he had to have a copy of it to know it.
No,
Something
that's
dated
not
back.
the only way. That's not the only way he could know that. Number one. Number two, what you are saying, I agree with. Right? The what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls is a lot closer to what's in the Torah than what's in the Christian Bible. What's in the Dead Sea Scrolls is also what's in the Quran. The Quran is a way better one-for-one recollection of the Torah than the Bible is.
Okay,
Because
hold
the
on.
Bible leaves out a lot of
Hold on,
things.
let me get in here.
Hang
Paul.
on, hang on. The Bible leaves out a lot of things that are actually in the Torah, which the Quran doesn't. Number two, as I said, Muhammad didn't get the proper Torah or Injil, Gospels of Jesus, from a book. He got it from an angel of God.
Real quick, let me just okay. You have to understand that the canon, the Roman term canon, what the church decided to compile, there were different compilations throughout history of what we considered inspired scriptures. Like the Ethiopian Jews had their own canon, the Syriac churches had their own canon, or so-called canon, right? Compilations. The
Emperor Constantine created
the early church before the Council of Nicaea, we know through the ecclesiastical records that Eusebius records, they considered Enoch inspired. They considered the Apocrypha inspired. The term Apocrypha was not even a thing to the Reformation of the church, right? So when you talk about the Quran having more than the canon, yeah, you're right. Because the canon a lot of times leaves out these books. But if you include those books, yeah, the Quran sometimes corroborates biblical testimony or scriptural testimony. Big deal. Another thing
you can't talk about
but that's the point Paul was
even
making.
reading it.
Hold on. Just listen, because there's Apocrypha like Second Baruch, Tobit, Second Ezra's. These books talk about creation, talk about prophecy. There are things in the Quran that actually resonate with the Apocrypha, but that's not really given much credence to the Quran because there's a lot of things that actually go against the Holy Scriptures. So you got to differentiate both of them. Like just because there's certain stories that match up in the Dead Sea Scrolls with the Quran, because the Dead Sea Scrolls were a sect of priests that were part of the actual Second Temple. There were Zadokites, and in their library they had all the Apocrypha that was part of the first King James Bible and more. And those people that were Jews exiled into the desert, not Jews, they were Levites of the line of Zadok that were in the desert because of what was going on in Jerusalem at that time, the usurping that was going on by the Pharisees. While the Pharisees were completely oblivious to the coming of the Messiah had arrived on the scene. They were completely oblivious and denied his divinity, denied who he was as the son of Yah, right? Hold on. While the Zadokim that were living in the deserts of Judea, right, as that were actually Levite priests that actually 200 years before worked in the temple, right? They were aware that the Messiah's coming was imminent. And there's a fragment in the Dead Sea Scrolls called 11Q13. They call it the Melchizedek document because in that Melchizedek document, they talk about Melchizedek, both king and priest, and they attribute it to this Elohim-like being that would come and redeem mankind and redeem the debt of all humanity, right? And they actually prophesied the date of his coming, which was at the end of the 9th Jubilee, that he would come from when they were alive, or from when Daniel was prophesied. So basically, while the Pharisees were completely oblivious,
you're going too long, man.
I know. While the Pharisees were completely oblivious, these Zadokites were aware of the coming of the Messiah, and they prophesied it to the T. So when he came, the wise men that traveled from the east knew who he was, right? They knew he was the king of Judah. They knew who he was as the Messiah. This was already well known to people that were in touch with the Holy Spirit. And you're telling me that Muhammad, 600 years later, goes against the wise men, goes against the Zadokim, goes against all of that?
He didn't go against anybody, number one. Number two, I don't know how you expect someone to respond to everything you just said now. But Tom, go ahead.
Melchizedek, right? He was just a human being. He lived at the time of Prophet Abraham, and they knew each other. He was living in Jerusalem, and you've attributed divinity to Melchizedek. It was just a human being who lived next door to Abraham, and you assumed a lot of things in your statement there. You attributed divinity to Jesus, right? And these things are not in the Bible. It's only created at the Council of Nicaea when Christianity was created by Emperor Constantine. So you have to weigh up. Like obviously, you have to weigh it up yourself. Right? You have to read all the scriptures and decide which is true and which is false. Obviously, previous scriptures were corrupted over time, and that is a fact. And the Quran is the final testament to mankind, and you can either believe it or discard it, reject it. It's up to you.
I didn't make any of that up. That's actually what the 11Q13 document actually says, bro.
I want to ask Lion. Lion, you've studied quite a bit of this. Do you consider yourself in any way prophetic with the Bible and this stuff?
No, I'm not a prophet at all. No. If he does give me the ability to prophesy, it's only in part. And I don't know. I'm not a prophet.
Yeah. And the reason I ask, I've heard some people on here say that they do consider themselves to be prophets, which kind of messes them up. But I appreciate your honesty on that.
The problem with Lion is that he mixes scriptures with other stuff like what men wrote, right? You should only be worried about the things that the prophets and the messengers wrote by inspiration from God Almighty, right? If you only stick to that, then you'll have a much better understanding of who God is and what his intentions are, why he created us. And if you mix truth with falsehood, you wouldn't get anywhere. You won't have any understanding, and you'd be
I agree.
clutching at straws.
But I agree, brother. And that you have to make sure you have discernment to be able to understand when you're reading Levin, like Mormonism, modern rabbinical Judaism,
What I suggest is that you go and read a translation, English translation of the Quran, and you don't have to convert to Islam like God told Prophet Muhammad. You can't convert anybody. You're just a messenger, right? You convey my message, and that's it. You're not going to convert humanity. They can either accept it or reject it. So what my advice to you, Lion, is go and read the English translation of the Quran, and if it makes sense, then that's fine. But if you want to reject it, that's also fine. You're given free will, right?
Yeah, there's a vital schism between you and me, right? And it's the fact that I believe Messiah existed prior to his coming on earth, and he was Melchizedek in heaven. Because you have to understand that there's a heavenly temple, like a legit heavenly temple, with an actual throne and an actual altar. That there's an actual Father that sits on it, and in that temple there was angelic priests, and there was a high priest, and it was Melchizedek, not some regular man. And this Melchizedek had to come down to earth as a man, so he had to actually humble himself spiritually and do away with his immortal body to come as a regular flesh and blood man. And who was that man? It was Messiah, Yeshua.
None of what you said is in the scriptures.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I believe that too.
I think it was interesting what you said, Tom, about because I've read all those books.
Mac, you're hot micing, mate. Mac.
Oh shit!
Sounds
Sorry.
good though. Sounds great, but at the same time, I did hear what you said, and I've read those books, even parts of the Quran, and what you said though, I think was interesting because I think about that a lot about the New Testament and who it was written by. And it does seem to be sort of a recollection That's like recollection.
That's my
Sorry, just trying to get in.
I can't hear anything but the kid.
Paul, can you mute yourself, bro?
Anyhow, yeah, I was just saying that the New Testament does seem to be like a recollection or a retelling of a story written by friends of a person rather than prophets or anything like that. Seems to be like, but other than Paul kind of seems like he's got ulterior motives, but the rest of it seems like it's like written by his friends, which doesn't really seem like, it seems different than the Torah or even the Quran. Like it's the whole attitude is different.
Well,
it seems to be like about a person written by his friends.
Kosho, it says in the Quran that the disciples were helpers of Jesus, right? So obviously they weren't divinely inspired, so can't write anything. They don't have the authority. And Paul lived like 70 or something years after Jesus was taken up to heaven, and Paul said that he saw Jesus, the risen Christ, on his way to Damascus, on the road to Damascus. And it says in the Quran that Jesus was neither killed nor crucified. So that means he lied, right? He lied about meeting Jesus on the way on the road to Damascus. And what you have to understand is also that Christianity, modern Christianity, was created by the Roman Emperor Constantine. He saw that the followers of Jesus was increasing. His popularity or his message was being spread throughout their empire, and he wanted to stop it. So what he did, got some of these church leaders together, and they chose certain aspects from the Old Testament, and they created the New Testament, and voila, Christianity was born. And he said, everybody in the empire have to adopt this new religion, or they'll be killed, right? So the New Testament, like I said earlier, I don't accept anything except the letter, the words, actual words of Jesus. Everything else was written by man, and it's just their opinion, nothing else.
Yeah, and I mean, even sorry, go ahead, Coach.
I was just very quickly. I was just saying that that's true. That was a huge part of the population of Rome, not just the empire, but the actual city, Rome. The large population was Jewish at that time. And that was kind of a new thing. Like it was that only just recently happened, that a large population of the Roman people were Jewish. So it makes sense what you're saying.
Well, Rome was ruling the Middle East, right? Israel, that kind of Egypt, that kind of places, right? It was part of the Roman Empire, and in Rome there were people from all over the empire, so it was a mixture of people. But what I'm saying is that Emperor Constantine gathered all these church leaders at the Council of Nicaea in AD 325 because he wanted to adopt a new religion. Don't forget, Jesus came for the children of Israel, the Jews, and they wouldn't accept a divine human being, Son of God or part of the Trinity, because they were monotheists, right? So, to me, Christianity is a pagan Roman religion.
So I just want to bring up
hot take,
a defense earlier, because I mentioned that Abraham, when he built the tabernacle, the sanctuary, it was patterned after a heavenly tabernacle. The 24 priests, right, in the the priestly roster was based after the heavenly roster. It was all patterned after the heavens. Right, and we have in Exodus 25:9, according to all that I'm going to show you as the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all its furniture, just so you shall construct it. Exodus 25:40, see that you make them after the pattern for them, which was shown to you on the mountain. Numbers, according to the pattern which the Lord has shown Moses. Right, so he literally, it was a replica on earth as one in the heaven. And then when they got into the land, they built it and they ran the temple the same way it's being ran in heaven. You don't have to believe this. I'm just saying that he did pattern it, and the priestly roster was one after the heavenly, and there was a high priest on earth, but there was also a high priest in the heavens. The kingship, Judah was never supposed to have a king, nor were they supposed to have a priest. They already had one in the heavens.
What if I were to tell you, right? The Kaaba in Mecca was the first temple on earth. Do you believe that?
Listen, it's fine, but you said that that's not scriptural, that I don't have Yes, I do, bro. It takes me a second to source these things, but they're in there, bro.
Why do Christians even celebrate Christmas? Like, why do you guys partake in these pagan holidays? You know, the shit will never make sense to me. The weird, like, there's so much paganism and esoteric mysticism mixed within Christianity. You know,
Yeah,
like it's weird as fuck.
If you look at the flags, the colors of the flags, they'll tell you where the Matraic countries were because they're red, green, and white flags.
Exactly.
Like Italy.
Christianity is such a weird religion.
I agree. It can be pretty weird. I've been in it my whole life, and I've walked away from Christianity trademark, like the church on every corner and the gospel that they preach, that Jesus died on the cross for my sins. And if I just say this little prayer, I'm in like forever. And they talk about salvation is yours, and you can basically do anything you want, but as long as you said the little prayer, your sins are covered. I don't think that's the truth. I think Christianity is persecuted and twisted and inverted and messed with to confuse people away from the truth, just like real natural food is good for you and herbs. There's a way to be healthy, but they want to push, toxic foods and not the right way to eat, not the right way to live. And I'm not going to say I know the answers and I can preach it. We're all like gambling on what we believe is the truth and right. And you have just as much of an ability to say, I reject that. Like, I'm not going that way. I think it was made by man. It's a religion just to control people. That's one option to think of. But I kind of try to tap into the creator of this place. And I do think it's the God of the Bible. But understanding how it all works is confusing because man's gotten their hands on it and used it for power and control. So I basically am, and I'm about to be done, I just try to pray to whoever made this place and ask for help. And I think I've gotten it. It's led me to great conversations like this. And I just act like a kid. Like, I think I'll be held responsible for what I do with my heart and my mind. Did I love people? Was I gentle? And I know that I don't have the ability to be gentle. So if I'm gentle with somebody, I believe it's the Spirit of God working through me. So you could call that like a weird religion, but it's just the way that I walk.
Austin, do you believe that Jesus is divine?
That's pretty confusing because I do believe that Jesus is the Son of God. I don't think he's the Father. I don't think that Jesus is the 3-in-1 Trinity. That was really confusing because I was raised 20 years believing that God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit was like the same essence, but put on like a different hat. And I've walked away from that just in the last 7 months as I've learned about a lot of the other deceptions on the world. So bottom line, I think that just like if I had a biological kid, they would have my DNA. I think Jesus has the uniqueness or the markings of God because he is God's son, but he's not the Father. And I think when he was on earth, he was a man, but he laid down his divinity. So I'm not a scholar. I'm not a preacher. I definitely think the Trinity idea is a deception.
What about the direct quote from God when he tells us in the Quran that Jesus was a miracle birth, right? He created Jesus through a virgin, as a sign for the children of Israel, and that he's a human being, 100% human being. Would you accept that at all?
I do think that he was human being. Like, he had to be able to be tempted. And if he was God, there'd be no way to tempt him. Some people say that there's no way that he could have sinned. But in my mind, I hold the possibility that if he chose his way of living, because that's what we face every day. Are we going to trust ourselves? Are we going to go our way? Or are we going to yield to a higher authority? And, you know, some people go to the Quran for this authority, and some people pick Christianity. It should be a free choice to be an individual that has a mind to choose the way that they'll go. But I know in the Bible it says that men will think that they're going the right way, and they could be off. So I try to stay humble. I try to listen to anybody that has any insight. Like if you talk about truths out of the Quran, I'm going to listen with my whole heart open. I'm not going to reject what you're saying, because I believe all truth, any truth you can find, is God's. I don't know if I answered your question, though. I'm just a dude.
Well, I mean, you know, I was brought up in the Roman Catholic Church, right, in that belief system. And the first image I have is like when I was 5 or 6, going to church and looking at the hanging, Jesus hanging from a cross. You know, you have that in almost every Roman Catholic church. And I thought to myself, is that really God? You know, there was a doubt from the age of 5 or 6 in my mind, you know. So when I found out that Jesus was just a human being, 100% human being like you and me, he was created as a sign for the children of Israel, and that he was taken up to heaven without being crucified, without being killed, made a hell of a lot of sense to me. You know, there's only one high power, and that's God Almighty. You know, it makes so much sense to me rather than Christianity.
Right.
Enoch 62:10 says, "Then shall the kings, the princes, and all who possess the earth glorify him who has dominion over all things, who was concealed. For from the beginning the son of Adam existed in secret, which El Elyon, or the Most High Yah, preserved in the presence of his power and revealed to the elect." He's talking about Jesus Christ. And Enoch also refers to Jesus Christ being invoked before the foundations of the earth. Before there was water, before there was anything, he was invoked in the presence of the Most High Yah. And he was brought forth from everlasting. This is who was born on earth. It wasn't like that was the first time that Jesus came into the picture, bro. He's existed. He had a pivotal role in creation. Both, you know, Paul, Colossians, in Hebrews, and in the Gospel of John referenced this, that he is co-creator. He's responsible for all creation itself, and nothing in creation has existed without his help. So like,
I don't
he's more than just a regular man, dude. Enoch wasn't even included in both the Christian and Jewish Bibles.
I agree with that, Lion. It's a bit of a mystery because I don't believe that Yeshua existed for all of eternity. I think only the Father is in spirit form and existed like the eternal existing one. And I think that Yeshua was created by the Father and was hidden until his appearance. I don't know if he was hidden in his bosom or what, and it may sound crazy, but I do think that Yeshua was co-creator. And this is what's really interesting. I know it's a side note, but we also were in the mind of the Father for all of eternity. Like, we're here. It's a fact. Here we are talking, but we're not God's son. We are all sons and daughters of God in a way, but we're not his beloved and begotten son. Like, if you think more of like the genetic DNA type, we're his thought or his creation. Like, we're here because he willed it. And I think when Jesus came, he was a man, but what he did more perfect than any of us is he laid down his intentions and his life and his will and emotions. He laid it all down constantly to his Father's bidding and his Father's will and agenda. So that's how he's the Savior. Is he was sinless and he was, you know, the Son of God, and he laid down his power, his might, his abilities to be a man, and then died for us. And he was resurrected.
Yeah,
He
let me ask
overcame
you this.
death. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Bolton. Saying all that, yeah. Let me ask you this. So God has to send his son to earth and crucify him for the sins of humanity.
I don't think the actual sacrifice on the cross, I don't think it did what people think it did. I think the main point is he came to earth alive as a man, and he overcame sin and death. It's not so, like, I was just listening to this talk by Sean at Kingdom in Context, where the brutal beating and murderous death of Christ was by the hands of Satan and the demons. Like, the evil is what made him die the way he died. It wasn't God the Father wanting to punish his son. You know what I mean? Jesus willingly went through what he went through, and I don't even know that I have English words to explain. I don't even know if I have a brain that can understand the hows and the whys of why he went on the cross and was risen again. And I also want to say, I don't know if any of it's true. Like, it could be that when I die, I'm worm food, and that's it. It get lights out. It could be that reincarnation is a real thing, and I'm going to come again and again and again to try again and again and again. I'm just telling you, the path that I've chosen is to have faith that the one and true God of the Bible is the way, the truth, and the life. Following that path. Now, I could be wrong. I'm just a guy trying to figure stuff out. Like I said a little bit earlier, we're all just kind of taking chances with our faith and our hopes and our desires, or what we reject, right? Because I can't prove what happens after we die. I haven't been there. And I can't prove that it's not a made-up story. I'm just telling you the direction that I'm going, because I tried to live for myself for 20 years, and drugs and alcohol and women and pleasures and adrenaline rushes and skiing and going fast in cars. Like, I just tried everything to find fun and lasting joy, and it would give me a temporary spike in pleasure or a smile, but then I would feel like even less of a man, or I would feel empty. And whenever I surrendered what I thought I wanted, and I stayed like on a path that was kind of boring for a while, just trusting the Father, then I was recreated over time to want the things that he wants. And now I just want to love people. I want to help them no matter what they think, no matter what faith path they're on. I just want to be like, hey, you're a valuable human. Let me hear what you've been through. Well, what have you experienced? Where do you live? Who are you? What do you do for fun? Like, literally the relational aspect that humans can have with each other is, I think, very important. And so over time, now I've got a wife of 10 years, and we have peace and joy, and I'm a dad of 3. And there's no way that I could have been a partier and lost and like basically just a jerk and now have peace and joy if there's not something to the faith walk I've been on. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I believe in the Quran, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says that Jesus was neither killed nor crucified. That makes sense to me. He was taken up to heaven as he was, and if I'm not mistaken, there were like 3 other people who were taken up to heaven bodily, without being killed, being Enoch, Elijah, right, and now Jesus. So it makes sense that he wasn't killed or crucified, like as the Christians claim. And it doesn't make any sense to me that God has to send a son to earth, right, and live as a human being, and has to crucify him, shed blood for the atonement of humanity. God tells us that all we have to do is sincerely repent, ask for forgiveness sincerely, and he will forgive us. There is no need for this charade of Jesus coming down from heaven as part of the Trinity or as the Son of God, and then being crucified on the cross and for the sins of the world. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But if it does make sense to you, then it's no problem at all on my part.
Right. I'll say one more thing and I hear you with what you're saying. And some Christians may not like this part because it's not like the regurgitated script of what we believe or what our faith is. But I do believe that our Heavenly Father is loving and is sovereign and is just. And for his children, I don't see how, if a person is trying to figure it out and they've gotten on either a bad path or the wrong like choice in religion, he's going to damn them for eternity or smite them out. Because I don't think hell is, they teach hell is eternal torment. But I think if you don't find the way and the truth and the path, I think, just a second, baby. Can you just give me 1 minute and then I'll help you? Okay. Got my 3-year-old. I'll be right there. Just a second, and then I'll come play. All right. Just a second. And I'm not trying to say all religions lead to heaven. I'm not trying to say that. I think behind everything that we're trying to think about and say, it's the intentions of the heart where. Okay. Gosh, distractions. I gotta take care of my kiddo. Ultimately, what I'm saying is, we could fight with passion until we're blue in the face that our religion is correct. But I'm wondering, when we do die, if we're going to have an opportunity to have things explained to us, or like this, who's to say that if I got in a car wreck and I had 6 seconds left to live before life left my body, who's to say in that 6 seconds the sovereign, heavenly, loving Father is not going to have a however long he wants it to be, conversation about what I had right, what I had wrong, where I needed to adjust my thinking. Like, what if salvation is still available to people in the last moments of their life? We just don't know it because it's not preached from the pulpits of all the religions. You know what I mean? Like, the what if he's ultimately loving and not going to just like slam a gavel down on your head because you were confused, or you were raised in this society, or your mom and dad did this to you, or you were abused mentally or emotionally. So anyway, I'm not preaching everybody gets saved, but I do think the deepest part of your heart, were you listening to the guidance of the Father? Were you yielding your will to the way he wanted you to go? Or were you prideful and you just shook your hand at God and said, there is no God your whole life, and you just did whatever you wanted, and you went towards darkness and you hurt people your whole life? I don't think that's good. But if you truly were seeking and trying your best to find the truth and the way, there may be a conversation possibly from the Creator to you before the ultimate decision is made. Now, I don't know if that's true either. That's just what I feel in my heart. Thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, Boston, good news. God tells us that, was a sinner that sinned all his life, and on his deathbed, he sincerely repented and asked for forgiveness. And he told us that, he's given the mercy of heaven, like he was sent to heaven because he repented sincerely. So there is a chance that obviously every single human being sins. Right? We're not perfect. So the trick is to repent sincerely, ask for forgiveness, and he tells us multiple times that he's the most merciful. So he will forgive us. And also regarding hell and heaven, he says after judgment, those who are sent to heaven and those who are sent down to hell, they will abide there eternally. He says that multiple times. So I'm afraid it is eternal. You will suffer eternally, and you will be in heaven eternally.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I think that's a scare tactic, like that all religions use, even Christianity. The Christian view of hellfire and brimstone, that if you mess up in this short little brief life, then you're going to be cast into hell for all of eternity. But in my studies, I realized that every man and woman is offered eternal life if we want to be with the Father and we want to do his ways and be like his Son. Or if we reject the ways and his behaviors, if we don't want to be with him, he's a gentleman. He's not going to force you into heaven or force you into all that. You're essentially wiped out, like you never existed. That's kind of where my heart is going on the whole. You either can go eternally with the Creator, that's the offer, or if you reject the offer, that's it. Just, it's done. Like, I don't see a a loving creator facing 1 millisecond of a vapor of a life, and now you're going to be in hell for all of eternity. To me, that doesn't make sense, and I reject it. Even if you still think that's what happens to people, that's okay, because I mean, we're literally just trying to figure out what's the truth. And yeah, thanks for being cordial, because like I'm not a theologian, I'm not a genius. I mean, I'm just a dad trying to walk and live in a way that makes the creator smile at how I treat people, and trying to figure it out too.
Okay,
Yeah,
can I say something? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just it's kind of controversial though, to be honest.
That's okay. Yeah, I mean,
because you know, I'm actually a Jew. I'm Jewish, and I heard about the Muslim and the Christian, the Islam, what they say about Jesus, that he didn't really die on the cross, and actually, I believe that as well, but I don't really believe it the same way that they do, or that Tom Tom was expressing that it says in the Quran. Because like I'm just trying to figure out whatever's the truth is too. So I think that he was real and existed, and he actually was a good person, and he was very skilled at doing the same sort of thing John the Baptist was doing. Like actually, I don't even seem very different than John the Baptist, really, except for just being better at it, more successful, and a great arguer, and he'd be. I mean, to me, it's kind of like the Pharisees are kind of like the Globers, and Jesus was kind of someone like Whitsitt, right? Who was very skilled at arguing against them, and he always had a rebuttal and all this and that. But anyways, my point is that I think he was just skilled at doing that and getting people to, um, you know, put more faith into what he was saying, because he knew these kind of tricks, like the water and the wine and the fish thing he did, and the walking on water, and then the one that sealed the deal was, you know just, making it seem like
Culture, you told me he was a magician, right?
yeah, like a magician. Yeah, I mean, some of the best magicians are Jewish.
But
I'm a
that's why
magician. David
miracles are seen
Blaine.
with the eye, right? Or miracles seen with the eye, like mira, over here, right? Miracles.
Yeah, right. But that's my point. All magic tricks are seen with the eye, right? And they can be quite convincing, especially if you see somebody die and then come back to life a couple of days later. That would you know literally immortalize that person.
Well,
I think
here's
that's kind of what happened.
well, here's the problem though, Kosho. That what that means then, if that's what happened, he was a trickster. He was a liar. He was out to deceive people. So if he was that person that was just a great magician, that doesn't make him a great teacher. That doesn't make him a great anything. It's a charlatan. Why would
That's
you
not
follow a
true.
charlatan? Why would you follow a charlatan?
Well, that's not entirely true though, because sometimes in order to get your message out to people, a good message, which he does have a good message, sometimes you have to do things like that. And like everyone's been saying, everybody sins and everybody lies. If he was lying,
So
if he was lying to get done what he was getting done, then necessarily wasn't a bad reason to lie.
So you're saying that the ends justify the means. So because Jesus had a good message, he says, "I want you guys to speak truth, but I'm going to deceive you."
Yeah, like I said, there's many. I mean, the reason why this makes sense to me is because this is the model that I'm familiar with. Um, there's magicians and there's con men, and there's also religious leaders like gurus, people in the 70s, people today that have great followings, and they w- they sort of made themselves seem like they were more than human. They had some sort of divine gift, and that was kind of necessary in order to get those followings like that. And like I said, that this is not me just coming up with this. This is the model that I'm familiar with, because this is.
Let me respond after this when you're done. So this is not a new accusation. Like in the Arco volumes, you know, you have letters that were found in the Vatican of that century. You got Pilate, you got Gamaliel. They accuse John the Baptist of starting a new religion. He was doing away with temple sacrifices. They accuse Messiah of being a necromancer, a sorcerer. Even within the Gospels themselves in Matthew 12, it says, but when the Parashim heard it, they said, this fellow does not cast out devils, but by Baal-zebub, the prince of the devils, because he was doing miracles and actually doing good things and healing people. And they said they attributed his good works to the devil, or a being called Baal-zebub. And Yahusha knew their thoughts. Yeshua knew their thoughts and said unto them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. If Hasatan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How shall then his kingdom stand? And if I by Baal-zebub cast out devils, by whom do your children cast them out? Therefore they shall be your judges. But if I cast out devils by the spirit of Elohim, then the kingdom of Elohim is come unto you. And then, you know, at his crucifixion, the earth shook. There was an eclipse that lasted 3 hours, so that anybody that doubted wouldn't, at this point, did not doubt anymore that he was who he said he was. There were so many things that happened, supernatural events, that if he was just this sorcerer, none of that would have happened.
Supernatural.
You don't have you don't have an eclipse lasting 3 hours, huh? Unless it's Yah of the universe, of creation of all, you know, existence. He himself is controlling the luminaries. The devil doesn't control the luminaries.
A lot of people don't like to cop to that eclipse. It says something like foreknowledge existed.
I want to filter.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I want to filter what Kosher said through just a conspiracy lens, for example. Let's think about what would have had to have happened to Jesus to pull off faking his death and resurrection. What would be required? Okay, for one, you'd have to have the Roman guards in on it. Okay, first of all, that means you'd have to pay them off, convince them. You'd have to pay them off, convince them somehow. Okay, because first of all, the tomb there was a 2-ton stone rolled in front of his tomb. You'd have to how to get rid of the guards. Okay, you have to figure that out. So you can imagine. Hold on a second. Jesse started talking. I said the second thing is, can you imagine sitting down with the 12 and say, "Hey guys, that we're going to have this. I'm going to fake my death and resurrection, and you guys need to believe this, and you need to preach it afterwards that I actually rose from the dead." So that all 12 disciples had to be in on it. They have to be motivated to do that, to accomplish that. Do you see are you starting to see the problems with claiming that Jesus faked his death and rose again in his resurrection? Have you ever thought about that?
I have thought about that actually, and I disagree with what would be required, because you're not thinking like a magician. So what a magician will do is he'll say, "This is the thing that I'm going to show to people. So I'm gonna have to do this miracle. I'm going to have to display this. Now, how can I get that done?" So he wouldn't get it done by actually, getting the guards to get in on it and, moving the stone. He would simply, be crucified by people who didn't know who he was. By people only knew who he was by, word of mouth. And if there were people in the crowd who knew him, he probably would have been unrecognizable by what they had done to him also. So it's like, and I think, wasn't there only one disciple with him when he got picked up? Wasn't it just Peter? Or
His mom was there and John. So you're telling me that a mother would not have recognized her own child?
No,
and two,
we're talking about his disciples.
I know, but you're talking about crucifixion. At the crucifixion, he's on the cross. John is there and his mother is there. And Jesus says to John, "Behold your mother, and mother, behold your son." From the cross, he said, I'm dying. I'm going away. John, take care of my mother. Mother, take care of John. Or basically, this is your family now. So you're saying both John and Mary, Jesus' mother, did not recognize him on the cross.
So for some of his tricks, I thought about this too. For some of his tricks, his disciples would have to have been, if not in on it, they would have to have known something was up, like with the water to wine. And
I agree. I actually agree with you, Kosho. That's
Kosho, can you turn up?
That creates more problems for you. That means all 12 disciples were in on it. They had to believe his message. They had to go in on the conspiracy. They had to go in on the
Right. They can never fake the
crucifixion.
moon landing. I mean, crucifixion.
Okay, in the first century, you saying they can fake a crucifixion? They can fake nails being going through your wrist. They can fake a spear going
It's
into
funny
your
that they both
side.
got something to do with the moon, right? The moon landing.
Okay, you're creating a red herring. You're creating a red herring.
Oh, an eclipse is a red herring? Okay, gotcha. It's funny, too, because of the moon and the sin and the fucking shit like that, right? That's a weird kind of fucking coincidence, right? Got you.
Oh, wait, are you talking? Who are you talking to? Kosho or me? I don't know what you're.
We're talking
I don't
about
know.
the crucifixion, right?
Well,
So
Kosho's
you're saying they
saying
can't fake it, right?
No, I'm showing you the problems if he tried to fake it. If Jesus tried to fake it.
You're giving me the moon landing defense is what you're doing. It's impossible
Yes,
for those
even in the
people to
moon
like
landing.
collaborate. But and yet you're only dealing with like 10 people or something like that, and they're separated out at different times. They weren't all contemporary with.
Yes, all 12 disciples. What's that? What did you catch?
I automatically, when you were talking about all these guys that would have to be in on it, I went to the moon landing.
But the thing, here's the thing. Well, here's I'm not. You're red herring the argument, and there may be a parallel, and I don't have a problem with that at one level. So don't get me wrong. But you gotta have to think about it from the first century. Okay, all 12 traditionally, all 12 of those men died except one. I'm sorry, said Judas died a martyr's death except one. I think John. I take that back. So 2 people didn't die a martyr's death. 10 of them did. Okay, so they went to their graves preaching that Jesus died and rose again, and they went to the graves for it. Okay, they were persecuted, beaten, all these things. Okay, so you're saying these 12 people, Jesus got in a room with these guys, say, look, I want you to continue my message, continue everything I preached for the last 3.5 years. We're going to fake my death. You guys need to be in on it. And then I want you guys to be convinced so well enough that you're going to go to your deaths for this.
No,
Okay,
okay,
I'll feed
so
you.
you're seeing it. You're not seeing it the way I see it because, so he didn't have to fake his crucifixion. Okay, so that's one. He had announced to them, beforehand that one of them was going to betray him. He knew about that somehow, right? He knew someone was going to betray him, and that he was going to get, arrested and shit like that. So he already knew this was going to happen, and this could be because he was divine, or it could be because I don't know, maybe he had something to do with the fact that somebody was going to betray him, and it just so happens that the person who betrayed him had to identify him to the guards who didn't know what he looked like, didn't know which one he was. So he had to be identified by the one who betrayed him, to the guards, and then the guy who betrayed him and got money for it killed himself within days. He, just killed himself. Even though he went through all the trouble of betraying him and getting money, just killed himself. So he wouldn't have had to fake his crucifixion. He would just had to not get crucified, right? And had the guards not know that it wasn't him. And you said that John was with him at the crucifixion, and also John was one of the disciples who didn't die in a martyr's death, right? And I'm just thinking of David Koresh, like when David Koresh was on Mount Carmel, there was people who stayed with him to the very end, and there's people who left. And you know, I think the whole time there's hints of, you know, what seemed divine at times. It also seems like it could be, you know, less than divine. Like there's that guy who wrote about it. He wrote that book about uh, what he believed at the time, and then what he sort of picked up on over time. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is that there's like hints. It's not that he's like overtly deceiving or tricking or whatever. It's that he's even tricking his disciples, so to speak. Um, Although they can pick up on it more than other people because they're around him more,
You
so
know,
they're more privy.
after the crucifixion, it was so evident to Pontius Pilate that that Yeshua was who he was, that even though he washed his hands from the judgment that was given to him by the people, he felt so guilty that he lopped himself off a cliff and killed himself. The mountain was named after him because it was evident that he truly was a son of Yah. If you believe in the historical and biblical account that there was an earthquake, the temple veil was rent in two, and actually part of the temple actually had physical cracks in it because of this event, that the earth shook. Now we know that the Elohim of heaven and earth has the power over nature and over the earth and over the sun and the moon. Like I said, if you look into this account, this eclipse was not 3 minutes long. This was a 3 hour where the sun was darkened at his death. The earth shook. The temple was rent in two. Like the Jews witnessed this. It's in their Talmud, right? Even in the Talmud, it says that after his resurrection or his crucifixion, that there were certain rituals that didn't work anymore, like Yom Kippur. For whatever reason, it wasn't working anymore. There's spiritual implications there. So there are things that happen that clearly point to Messiah being who he said he was, not just a trickster.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the stories are true about what him arguing with the Pharisees and them thinking they would show up with like arguments, like just look for him just because they had arguments they'd been working on, and then he would come back at them with like, I don't know, just like something they didn't expect, and always made them look stupid. So I think that he very much had an impact on the whole region, all the Jewish people, um, you know, people who loved him and hated him, all that kind of stuff. But so yeah, I think he had an impact. I don't think that he was a bad person.
He had an impact like no other man in history had an impact. There's no like the commotion that radiated from Jerusalem outwards. It rippled civilization outwards, and there were conversions were being made by the thousands while he was alive, and all the miracles. There was thousands of witnesses. Millions of people were converted to the faith, and it wasn't because some guy would just had the power to manipulate people through words and deception. These people literally seen miracles at play here. Like they seen people come up from the dead. Like this is unheard of in any time in history. Like this is why we have so many Christians today, is because of the events that occurred 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem. It's not because some trickster. Like if you really believe that a trickster is capable of that, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't think that's the reason. Go ahead, Lefty.
No, I mean, that's the story, right? That's what's written. So.
Yeah, and people embellish stories all the time, but it has nothing to do with
narrative.
Him being a trickster is not the reason why he's remembered. This is the reason why people remembered him, you know, after his death, or after the story. But the reason why so many people believe in him today is because of the Romans and the Catholics. The Catholics carried the religion for 1,000 years, and if it wasn't for them, you know, I don't know if there would be many Christians.
Yeah, you got to keep big up in this stuff, or else it dies, right?
Have you guys heard of the Codex Sinaiticus? Apparently, that's a Greek some Greek writings of the Bible before the actual Bible that we have today, and they say that there's no crucifixion written in that manuscript of the Codex Sinaiticus, and then the Romans, as far as I understand, I've been recently introduced. That's why I'm also mentioning it or asking the question about it, if you guys have heard of it. But yeah, they talk about pretty much what the Bible talks about, but they don't mention anything about the crucifix until the Romans reintroduced the Bible to the, I would say, population as we have it today. Have you guys heard of that Codex Sinaiticus?
I mean, there was a lot of different manuscripts, bro. You got the Textus Receptus, the Latin Vulgate, you got the Syriac, you know, the Peshitta, but they're all congruent, bro. The most inferior one is the Latin Vulgate that Jerome did. A lot of errors in that. But you know, I'm not familiar with the one that you're talking about.
Yeah. So I was introduced about a week ago. I was told about it. And as far as I see, yeah, this is most likely, with what I've been searching, the earliest depiction or place that we get the written scriptures from.
I don't
the
believe
actual
so.
Bible that we have today. Oh yeah. I'm just saying that's my research. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I'm saying with what I've been doing. I was hoping you guys had maybe some more
Even
information
Josephus acknowledges that stuff, you know. And you got Eusebius, right? Not Eusebius. Yeah, Eusebius. He's considered the father of church history. He's the greatest historian besides, you know, like we hear about Josephus and Pilate. I mean, not Pilate. This is the other Greek guy. Platos. I said Pilate. Platos. It's almost the same. Piloto, Plato. But yeah, man. Like you can't forget Eusebius and his records. He lived in the 2nd century, bro.
Yeah. But you say you haven't heard of this one, so you're already putting it out and you haven't heard of it. So I was just interested.
No, I mean, there's so many. I haven't actually studied the actual manuscript, like verse by verse.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm just asking the question because this is something that popped up recently in my research. I'm not. I'm basically a Christian in the sense of the way I was brought up. Went to general Sunday schools and things like that, and I was brought up Christian. But yeah, my whole viewpoint has changed in recent years, more in the Buddha sense of not really. It's not really a religion, but the Buddha's teachings, Zen teachings. I'm heading more in that direction. And yeah, the more I've headed into that direction, I would say makes a lot more sense of where Jesus comes from as well, or where his mind comes from. Yeah, and then I was told about this Codex Sinaiticus, which is something I want to look into. I was hoping you guys had some information about it, because you guys research a lot, and I'm a lazy researcher. So, but yeah. It's good stuff. I would highly recommend looking at it. Codex Sinaiticus. It looks very, very interesting. And yeah, apparently the little bit of research that I've done so far in it, in the Codex Sinaiticus, it's basically what we read in the Bible, but it excludes the crucifixion until the Romans took over, which is, for me, which is very interesting, because since then the control took place, and without the crucifixion, it obviously changes a lot in a lot of people's minds as well, or understanding. However, I don't discredit who Jesus was and who he is. I think he was an enlightened being. I think he was for me at least, I would say, I think he was a Buddha in a sense. And yeah, I just think the way it's been taught is incorrect.
Well, let's think about this. Just an analyzing of this discussion is just listening myself, and I know I've been in defense of the scripture, but usually the attacks are coming on the Bible itself, whether Jesus died and rose again. The Muslims don't think he died and rose again. They say that the Bible wasn't right. They didn't record. There's things wrong in it. But you just said that you look at Jesus as a great teacher. The only way to know what Jesus did and taught was what the Bible says. So then you're going to have to either go through and pick and choose what you think is accurate. Like Kosho would at some level acknowledge things that happen in the Bible, but he doesn't accept the death and resurrection of Jesus.
What about
I mean, it seems like
Gospels? Can we use that as well?
Sorry, go ahead, Don.
Can we use the Lost Gospels as well as the Bible? Because the Bible seems quite limited for Jesus' teachings.
Also, attributing divinity to Jesus is a big step, right?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I
agree with what Beerman had said actually about him being like an enlightened being and a prophet and this kind of thing. I agree with all that stuff. I just don't agree. I see the miracles that they're said to have been done by him to be obvious, magic tricks.
Okay, one question, Coach Joe.
Oh no. I just want to denounce what he just said about the Codex Sinaiticus because it took me 2 seconds. I looked at the manuscript. The crucifixion is actually in there. It is missing parts of the other manuscripts, but it's in there, bro. Whoever told you that the crucifixion is not in there was lying.
Okay, real quick, back to what Coach said. Coach, if Jesus was a good prophet, right, and he spoke good things, where do you go to find what he taught?
The Bible.
Okay, so you're going to pick and choose. You're going to say, okay, well then he probably walked on water, but it was a trick. He probably turned water into wine, but he got the disciples to go in and swap out the jars. He faked his death and he faked the resurrection. Either someone died in his place instead of him, which means he had to find somebody willing to do that, or he had to set somebody up to do that. He has a good guy. I mean, he everything he said was good, but he actually figured out some way to either get someone to die in his place, which doesn't sound very ethical to me, in that sense of the word, either deceiving or framing him to do that. I mean,
let me submit this for your approval as a Twilight Zone guy would say. So there's a guy, not Rufus, not Brutus,
Barnabas.
Judas. That's the guy.
With Judas. Okay.
Yeah, Judas. If the story is true, killed himself within days. So he killed himself because of what he did to Jesus.
Right.
Or he, was told his role, and he accepted it, and he died a couple days earlier.
Okay, listen.
For the same cause, basically, one was regret and one was, he was told to, whatever. But I don't think that's that far-fetched.
Okay. Let's analyze the backroom meeting that Jesus had to talk about Judas. Hey, Judas, man, I've got this plan. I want to be a great teacher. I want some fame to get out there, so my word can get out there. I need a betrayer. I need someone that's going to betray me, because we're going to fake my death. We're going to figure out how to do this. So you need to be the one. I need you to volunteer, but you have to do this of your own volition, your own free will, and this is going to lead to your death. But it's for my good, because my teaching and my preaching is good. So you need to pay the price for that. Are you willing to do that, Judas? Are you willing to do that?
What are you talking about?
If he was a pious man, which I think all of his disciples definitely were, probably some of the most fanatical people that you know of. I mean, that's what fanatical people do. Is you talk
well, here's the thing.
You say,
real quick,
they're trying to kill me. I need you to take one for the team and protect.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Preaching.
Mailman needs to be verified.
Hold on a second. If he go, so we're going back to the text that you say we got to go for Jesus' teaching. If you go to the text, they say that the disciples said Judas was a thief. He stole money from the purse. He stole it from them. You know, he stole from Jesus and stole from the crowd or from the group. So you're saying he's a pious person, but he's a thief.
No, I'm not saying he's a thief. They wrote that he was
The
a
Bible
thief.
says he was.
Right.
The Bible says he was.
I'm only
But he's,
discerning. I'm only discerning the information, so I can either reject all of it.
I am too.
Right,
I
I can
am
reject all
too.
of it,
I'm just.
or I can accept that. You know, who would make up a story? Who would make up this elaborate, completely made up story? So I would have to accept that it's based on the truth, and then I'd have to try to realize which parts I would feel my personal discernment, not what I'm telling you is the truth, but this is how I'm discerning it. What I think is true, and
Well,
what
you're
really happened.
well, you're analyzing it because you already have a predisposition against miracles. So if there's a miracle involved, like a resurrection, walking on water, turning water into wine, you have to find some other explanation for that other than the fact that a miracle could have happened. Because you have a predisposition against miracles. I'll be right back.
It's fine. It's not a predisposition against miracles. It's like I watched that show.
Bioman's asking me verified.
Penn and Teller fool us because
Yeah.
it's like they do magic tricks. So you try to figure out what their trick is. And if you're a magician, that's kind of fun to watch. But if somebody is doing tricks that you know exactly how all the tricks are done, and they're actually like, like 101, like magic 101, then
I'd like to say
that's what I'm going to go off of.
This logic debunks Moses and all of your rabbis as well, I'm afraid.
Say what?
This logic debunks all of the rabbis' miracles, not just Jesus's.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so Moses, the whole law, all of it, up in flames,
I've always said that.
psyop.
A line of your when you said that the Codex Sinaiticus doesn't have his crucifixion. You correct. What I meant to I see. I'm obviously misunderstood. I don't think it brings up his resurrection. So yes, he was crucified, but in the Codex Sinaiticus, I don't think they bring up the resurrection, and that's what I was obviously referring to. Like I said, I'm still new into it. I was only recently introduced to it. I still want to know more about it, but it's about his resurrection, not his crucifixion. But yeah, you guys carry on. Sorry.
But the water to wine trick is what would have been known back then in some places, probably not in Israel. So it's something that somebody could have learned because it's a simple chemical reaction, and it's actually a clever one that you can pour these things that look like water, and all at the exact same time they will all turn into a color that looks like wine. So it's a pretty neat trick, and if they're done correctly, and to people who don't know better, it will fool a lot of people.
Okay, let's read the text, Kosho. I can tell you've not read the text about the miracle. They're at a wedding party. Wedding parties in those days go for 7 days, right? And somebody comes to Jesus. So they say, Jesus, the water, we're out of wine, dude. We're out of it. So the Jesus says, what does this have to do with me, buddy? He says, okay. And then they said, go do this. The servant tells him to go do whatever. Well, the servants go do it, pour the water in, and they say, go take some of that to the master of the house, so the person that's in charge of the event. And he goes, he takes a sip of it and goes, what's this? Holy cow. Usually people bring out the worst wine as the party progresses. Like during the beginning of the party, you pull from the top shelf, but as the party progresses, when nobody cares, they bring out the bottom shelf because nobody cares at that point. But this guy says, why are you bringing out the best wine now at the end of the party? We're out of wine, but all of a sudden we got some new wine, but it seems like the best wine. If it was just a color change of the water, how did they make it taste like top shelf wine? Please explain.
Because it wasn't water; it was iodine.
How do you make iodine? How do you make iodine taste like top shelf wine, Kosho?
I mean,
how do you do that?
Make somebody believe it's wine, and they think that it tastes good, you know, because they haven't tasted it before. It doesn't taste like the shitty wine they're used to. It's not gonna get them drunk. It's probably gonna get them sick.
You didn't hear what I just said. Go back and read the text. Go read the miracle.
I know, yeah,
Go read
I
it.
remember. Yeah,
Well, go read it again.
He talks about how it's the second, the latter part of the wedding, and it's the best. It's the better wine. So it's odd that you would bring out the better stuff at the end of the wedding, right? I remember.
So somehow Jesus tricked this wedding host. That this wine that was brought to him is top shelf wine. Man is he good. Man, is he good. He tricked him. Made him think.
This is what it says, of course, but
either it is what it says or it isn't. You have to say it's not what it says. That's what you have to say.
People are gonna I have to imagine that there's probably a large part of it that's embellished, and a large part of it that's secondhand information. So I'm not.
Okay, so wait. Hold on, Coach. So you have to go to the Gospels to find out what Jesus said and did.
Yeah.
So now you're gonna, because this doesn't match what you think, that's embellished. But when he says something else over here, that's not embellished. So you're the arbiter of determining this is embellished, this is not embellished. The only way to get around this embellishment, the only way to get around this is how early was the dating. Because if I was somebody during that time period and I heard that story, all I have to do is go talk to the people at the wedding party and say, did this really happen? Because if it happened within the time frame, then that's possible to happen. The only way to get around what you're saying is have to be dated not just decades later, but centuries later. But the early writing of the Gospels was within, some of it, like even Luke's writing, was within probably 10 years or less of the writings.
Right, and Paul, people forget what they had for dinner yesterday. So what makes you think that decades later they wrote anything accurate?
Okay, my daughter was born 6 years ago.
Come on, man.
I can remember the events of her birth. Something that is hold on a second, Ed. Hold on a second. Something that has high significance in your life, the details are very sharp.
Doesn't mean you remember it correctly, though.
Oh, I don't remember my daughter being pulled out of my wife's stomach.
Well, let's go back to the wine and let's go back to wine.
Really?
Let's go back to the wine and the miracle.
Go ahead.
Well, no, it's just that. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just trying to draw
Does
it
it
back.
have to be red wine? Could it be white wine?
But that's the thing. So it's like say I'm just finding out about the Bible and I'm trying to do my discernment, and I'm going to realize that based on how I know it was written, that I can say, I don't know, attribute 15% of it to embellishment, secondhand information, or something like that. When I hear something like this and the story about a person and the acclaim from the dude at the wedding, I can write that off as both embellishment and secondhand information. And I can even, I'd be happy if, somebody went back and it was 10 years after it happened and when it was written, they go back and they talk to the guy like, hey, you were the guy at the wedding who drank that wine. He's like, oh yeah, that's that guy Jesus. It was crazy. There was no wine, and then all of a sudden wine showed up, and yeah, it was.
Oh, sure, you can't comment if you haven't read the scriptures. You can't comment.
I've read the scriptures. I've read the scriptures in almost 4 languages. So
okay.
Yeah. So I've anyways, my point is that I remember my point was. Oh yeah, right. That the stories that are in there, those sort of acclaims or whatever, it's not far fetched for that to be any one of the 3, like an embellishment, a secondhand information, or just just as it says. Like the guy probably he had his sip. He's like, oh wow, this is like a very exotic wine. Wow, it's good shit, and it's actually just iodine. He doesn't realize that in a couple minutes he's going to realize he's not drinking wine.
Yeah, like a question for you, Paul, would be: there are similar, miraculous stories from other religions. Like, take a simple example: Muhammad's having a meeting with some priests in the desert, and they're highly skeptical of him, and they don't really think he's a messenger from God. And so he splits the moon in two. And this is a belief that modern Muslims still hold. And they show pictures on the moon where there's giant scars down it. And they say this could be the line along which he split it. What do you think could be possible explanations for that? And I reckon you'd be giving the same answers, right? Oh, it could be mistranslations. It could be that half of the moon was hidden from them. It could have been that they were in a hypnotic, suggestible state. They could have just lied about it. He could have just told them a really good story and it was embellished and turned into this moon splitting when in fact he was just saying, I can predict the cycles of the moon. It will be a half moon today or something.
Well, the difference between, let's say, that and Muslims, in my view, see, I don't bank the gospel or Jesus on the turning water into wine. I don't do that. I know it may seem strange to me make an argument about that miracle, but I bank on what the Bible says. Hold on a second. I bank on what the Bible says that determines if Jesus who he says he was, and that's the resurrection. Did Jesus die and rise again? That's where I bank it.
Right, but the question is, what do you think of what do you think that Muhammad proving that he was the one true messenger of Allah split the moon in half, or if not, why did that story get immediately retold? So much to the point that there's some king in India who thinks he saw the moon split in half, despite, not having heard of Islam till much later.
Well, okay. How many people witnessed this event, and how many, that are claim to see this event? How many?
Well, I don't know exact numbers. I think anybody who was the belief for Muslims, I think, would be anybody who was looking at the moon then would have seen it split, because it's not he made it appear to split; it's he physically split the moon. And some of the claim is it was seen as far as India, and I think even somebody once said the UK, but I didn't track down that claim. I only tracked down the claim about India. So many different people.
Wow. I mean, or somebody saw something happen in the sky and it was a coincidence. I mean, there is that possibility, and I don't deny that. But the thing, that's why I don't bank. That's why I don't bank. I mean, like Kosho just did. He said this is iodine. Somehow the guy was convinced that it was good wine. That was Kosho's argument. Somehow this guy in the story, or it was embellished. Jesus went to a party. They were out of wine. Somehow they went and found some other Jesus. They came to Jesus about it, and somehow they found some wine that convinced the guy that it was wine. I mean, that is completely possible. All of that's possible. Or they turned in for iodine. Go ahead.
My belief is that he was a charlatan sort of person, and those were magic tricks. So I do think that if that story is true, he did the iodine trick. But the part I was saying that was embellishment was maybe the part about the guy, that the guy saying, "Oh, this is the best tasting wine ever," or whatever. That could have just been embellished, right? But
in either, well, I mean,
tricks.
If you're standing in the
well, here's
to be that. Sorry, I keep doing it, Paul. You go.
No, well, the thing is, the thing about, this is, according to what Christians think and believe, and also what the Bible seems to bear out, I have to go find the text for it. Miracles are for the purpose of validating the prophet or the person. It's a means of validation. It's like, and Jesus, John comes to Jesus and says, John sends his disciples to Jesus, how do we know you're the one? John's questioning Jesus. He sends his disciples to Jesus says, go look at the things that I've done. Look at the miracles that I've been doing. That will tell you that I am who I say I am. So miracles are about validation of the person. So even Kosho recognizes this, because he says he's a charlatan, and he kind of fancied all these miracles or made these miracles happen to kind of back his own message, to back his message. So there's an element of truth in what Kosho is saying, that even from a Christian perspective. Now the question is, if a person goes around saying, I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and that's the message he's preaching. If you want to come to life, come to me. If you want to know the truth, come to me. But he goes around.
You're misunderstanding this whole fucking thing.
Hold on a second. I'm not done. I'm not done speaking. You can finish. You can respond as soon as I'm done. I said he went and says, I'm the truth. I'm about the truth, but I'm going to go around deceiving people through magic tricks to validate that the truth is the best thing for you. I'm going to go somehow make my death and resurrection not really, it wasn't really me that died, it was somebody else, or I was somehow able to deceive these people or somehow to get my death and resurrection to not really happen, but it make people think that it happened. Come on. How is that? Going about doing those things validates a message about truth. Please explain that to me.
Seem extraordinarily possible. There are countless flat earthers who make deceptive videos. I don't think they're globers. I think they are hiding, tucking away the truth sometimes, tidying things up. There's great examples of globers doing the same thing. Nat Geo making, reusing footage or reusing frames as well. Like people regularly do that. I think that is a much more believable thing. Somebody lies in what they see as the defense of a greater truth, a more important thing. They're going around telling one another to stop murdering one another and do all these sensible things. And it becomes clear that the message won't stick unless they also do a bit of conjuring.
Yep.
Okay, so if you want to think that, have at.
I followed a
Go ahead.
cult leader, and the lady said she was a reincarnation of Robin Williams to try and boost herself.
If I count examples, Sai Baba is a great one. Sai Baba's still alive, and he conjures rings out of the air, and gives people jewelry and his devotees absolutely believe that he has an empty hand and then turns the air molecules around his hand into gold. And if you meet people who've left the religion, they're like, yeah, after a couple of weeks, the ring starts to flake. So all these people in his cult have rings that he's given them that, the gold peel flakes off and it turns out to be a shit ring and they still believe. It's crazy. But it's natural. It's human belief.
Hey guys, quick question. If any mod can please check in Mallman in the voice verify.
Still not checked in.
Mallman, he's cool dude.
Eggshells. So you were saying you were asking about Muhammad and splitting the moon and things like that. So if you look into a lot of different religions and not religion, so religions we're talking about Christianity or Muslims and whatever that religion's called when they look at when they read the Quran and things like that. But then you get the ones where it's more self, like Buddhism, Hinduism, and things like that. That goes on for thousands of years, and there's always in our written history, there's always been enlightened beings or people feeling that they are the universe. That's written for thousands of years, and that's generally, as far as I understand and as far as what I've been reading and learning, is where religions start. So there would be this enlightened being, and he would be so convincing. Whatever he says and does demonstrate, people follow. However, there are times where people trick people. I think in your own country, you guys have got that guy that thinks he's Jesus. I can't remember his name now. I'll get his name down for you, or a little bit later for you. But you guys have got these people that present these sort of miracles and things like that. However, there are some really compelling enlightened beings that start religions, and that's, I think, where a lot of these places come from. So I don't want to ramble, but I think that these people like Jesus and Muhammad, I do believe that they possibly did something miraculous, and that's where it comes from. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
I mean, to me, the more probable answer, while it's possible that you've got these truly magical beings, is you're talking about the difference between an open eye and a shut eye. And an open eye is like that guy you're talking about who tells people he's Jesus, but he's, as far as it looks to me from the outside, just clearly running a sex cult. I think he even has fraud convictions in his past, which is really common. The guy who started the Book of Mormon had fraud convictions in his past. There's good reason to think that L. Ron Hubbard, who started Scientology, was doing it as a obvious, scam. Definitely. But I don't think sincerity, like people sincerely think that they are males, sincerely think that they are female, and most of the people who are defending the scriptures also think that's ridiculous. So it's entire. So everybody in this room thinks it's entirely possible to hold delusions sincerely.
I agree. So that guy, that Jesus dude there in Australia, that I would say in today's time that's clearly a cult, and I would thank the method of how we get information. It's easier for us to get the information, but in the past, I don't think it was that easy to get information. It would be a lot of hearsay. However, for Christianity to get as big as it did, there must have been something really, really big for it to have been so well known or believed, as well as
I agree.
for Muslims, as well as for Buddhism. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. We all hand wave dismiss these basic guys, but I think these ones that really do something compelling, there's something to
What
it.
I think the best answer for that, because I just got to Tel Aviv this afternoon. I was in Jerusalem this morning,
Oh wow.
and so I've been watching all these docos on it. And one of the best compelling answers for why they kick off so much is they become monotheistic. So pre-Judaism, pre-Buddhism, you have these pantheons. Every city has its own god, and there's often like minor deities as well. There could be thousands of gods for any one person. But my suspicion is it's very, very hard to control people and very, very hard to get people to all cooperate and do the same thing, work towards the same goal, build a wall or an aqueduct or something, unless you have a single God. And then, so Judaism makes that switch. It suddenly gives these 10 commandments and goes, stop worshipping these other gods. It melds a few into one. You've got Yeshua and Jehovah and two or three of them become like the main big god, and all of the others it's forbidden to worship them. And suddenly you see this supercharged improvement or sort of, it suddenly becomes far more successful because you can get 10 cities working together to smash other cities, where otherwise each city is sort of their own little thing following some little, Dushara. We found them Nabateans worship Dushara, but like 20 other gods besides.
Well, yeah, I see that. That's exactly what
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, because that's exactly what he did when he. The story even expresses this, that he had this unruly people worshiping different gods, and then he had some inspiration to give him these 10 commandments after he went and meditated on it for a little bit. It says that he got divine,
but he could have just been
but. Yeah, it sounds. I mean, when you read the 10 Commandments, it does sound like he just made them up. I mean, they're obvious rules, like it's except for the first 4.
They're not made up, though. They're copied from Egypt source.
Oh, they're
It's
obvious rules.
monotheistic.
It's rules
kingship.
anybody would make up. Anybody would make up if they wanted to keep people in order. Like after the first 4 ones, like the last was like, hey, don't lie, don't steal, don't cheat, don't covet your neighbors or whatever. Honor your parents.
Be a good little boy.
Yeah, it sounds like he went up the hill to try to figure out, like, oh my God, these people all listen to me. I'm undoubtedly a really important person for them. But, these ones murder, these ones cheat, these ones steal, because like their gods are like, hey, no murdering, but you can cheat people. And the other ones are like, you can murder, but no, and they're fighting. And there's lots of infighting. And like you see anywhere else, there's like lots of different gods, even arguably with Hinduism. And they fight between themselves. And it's entirely possible he went up the hill and went, what can we do about this? And he's like, I've got to just narrow this down. This pantheon of gods is too difficult.
Yeah.
The Hinduism.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
just-
The Hinduism gods are. Sorry, man. The Hinduism gods are a little bit different in the sense of they're not physical beings. It's more a conscious god in that sense. If you really look into it,
I'm not sure I agree with that. The gods are meant to, in the way they exist in their pantheon, they exist, on another realm. They exist sort of in a way that is physical to one another. So Shiva cuts off his son's head and then realizes he's killed his own son and replaces it with an elephant's head, and that's why you get Ganesh as a human body elephant head. But at the same time, they also do intersect with down here human physicality, in that they regularly incarnate through humans and live a life as a human, and they can regularly come down and appear as humans. It's I think there's somewhat a bit of switching between whether they Matrix style take over an existing human's body, or materialize into a human body and wander around. But yeah, there's lots of stuff where they do absolutely intersect in a physical way with reality.
Do you know what
Yeah,
Branch
so
said? Go ahead.
oh,
Raven.
okay. Okay, thanks, man. Yeah, so I sort of find out eggs. So for instance, say now, okay, I'm 37 or 38 years old. I keep forgetting. Anyways, more or less that age. So for instance, if I go get myself a skateboard again, and I feel like I want to be a kid again. So I get this little rush inside of me. So to go play around on my skateboard and do tricks I did when I was, in my teenage years and things like that. However, then I get this other feeling inside of me that's like, no, 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 fucking business orientated. So with these different feelings or these different I would say it's almost like a takeover in my body where I feel like a kid again, or I feel like I need to be an adult, or I feel like I need to be a businessman. In that sense of the gods is, I think, what's taking place in Hinduism. The more I read it, the more I'm trying to understand of what they're presenting, or what they're teaching. So when Shiva takes over, the goddess of destruction, for instance, it's that devilish. If you want to call it a devilish, but that destructive nature in a being, and that being would be so destructive that they're saying is Shiva themselves coming in human form and causing destruction. But you get different gods that manifest in these beings or these people, and these are those different types of consciousness, uh, as far as I understand it, what they're trying to teach, that's taking over as we call physical, which I don't think is actually existing. I don't think anything is physical, but that's for a different topic. But what we experience as beings, yeah, I think those sort of consciousnesses are taking over, and that's what they're referring to as the gods.
I just want to interrupt real quick, and I want to say that there are people that don't believe in magic, don't believe in sorcery, don't believe in entities or gods or angels or aliens, right? For those people, this isn't for you, right? This is for the people that have an idea that there are other realms, other entities, whatever you want to call them, that you could potentially reach out to and speak to, right? For ancient man was aware of the principalities, the pantheons that exist. In every religion, every culture, they understood pantheons, right? The Egyptians had their own pantheon of gods that they worshipped, that they communed with, and they would use psychedelics and sorcery to do that. They would take the blue lotus flower or the blue lily, the lotus flower. They would trip out.
Does that
So
walk
did
on
so
water?
did the Jews, mate. So did the Jews.
just
They loved a
kinda-
bit of hashish.
No, just hear me
in the
out.
temple.
But if these beings actually exist, right, and you can actually physically come in contact with them, now we know that they seem to be existing behind a veil, so you can't just directly talk to them face to face. You have to break down that veil, and the way that the sorcerers would do that, it's not just witchcraft. It's witchcraft alongside alchemy and psychedelics, like drugs. Like that's what the scripture talks.
Normal religion. How do you think people talk to angels? It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Can I add something
Sure.
to Cohen? What Cohen said? He's bringing
Right.
up the East. That the smart men from the East, they had cosmic consciousness where suddenly their mind was blown and they thought they were the universe. And I seem to have worked that out myself just by watching YouTube videos, basically.
That's what's up, man.
And I think that's what happened to Jesus. That's what happened to Moses. All of these guys, they knew they could be the universe, and they wanted to tell people stuff.
Correct, and that's where my understanding has got to so far. So I would love to hear Eggs's reply to what I was saying too about the Hindu gods, because I think that is what's happening.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Like one of the struggles I had when I first started trying to learn about it all is like I expected to get a single answer. Like when I just been meeting all these Orthodox Jews around Jerusalem, and I kept asking them questions like, "What's that thing mean? Why do you wrap this thing around your hand and stuff?" And there's one answer. And if you don't get that answer, you've given the incorrect answer, right? Like, whereas every time I ask people those questions about Hinduism, like, do you think these gods are physical? Do they interact on the realm? Da, 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 da. it was always really difficult because there were as many answers as there were answerers. Like, some people take the gods super, super literally. They exist. You go and pray to them. They answer your prayers, all of that stuff. They sometimes come down and inhabit human form. But you could equally meet people who self-identify as Hindus, still go to temple and pray, wear the ticker and all of that, who don't think the gods are real in any kind of meaningful sense. It's just a sort of philosophical way of looking at how do I structure my morality? What are the rituals we do during marriage and important times in life? Like, it's like a true version of sort of being agnostic but still religious. So I think it's kind of difficult then to answer what's the one thing, and that's also to me points at what I was saying is the difficulty is you very much struggle. Modi's trying in India at the moment, but you very much struggle to get all of the Indians, all of the Hindus under one banner, sort of marching in one direction.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
would
I was
agree
gonna
there.
say. That's what. Well,
No,
that's
go
what
ahead,
Branch
Gojo.
had. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Say for a while. That's what Branch had expressed. I don't know if I know it was in conversation with you, Eggshells. We were talking about this, but Branch. Or maybe he just told me. I don't know, but he had said that from the way he understands it, because he grew up Hindu and his family is Hindu and stuff. But now they're Christian, I think. Or no, no, not that they're Christian. They're Hindu, but they have like a lot of respect for Jesus or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Some Hindus do.
yeah, but that's what he was saying was that the pantheism, pantheism was when there's a lot of gods, right?
Yeah. Well, pantheism means all gods exist. I think it's polytheism that there are lots of gods exist.
That's what I mean. Polytheism. He was saying the polytheism nature of Hinduism is the same as like the same reason why they have so many different languages is because they are a collection of many different like groups and tribes and small communities that collectively make up India, and it's the same reason any other religion has the polytheism is because they basically merged a lot of different groups together and they just basically included their god with these gods, and so they eventually came up with a whole collection of gods. But what he was saying was that it's basically many different expressions of the same god, like basically a single god.
Yeah. So that is a
Yeah.
much more Brahmin belief that is it Brahma? I'm going to get bits of this wrong, but
Yeah.
yes. So there are some people, I think it's Brahmins, believe that like Brahma is the one true original creator, and every human, every blade of grass, and every other god is not just like his children. Like there's a whole family structure of these gods, but they actually are him. It's something like, if I'm going to get this right, he sat around for eons by himself and there was nothing, and he started like almost out of boredom or sort of to have something to rule over or to have friends or people to help, or I don't know, he started creating everything, but they're all parts of him. I think that is a belief, and given what I said before, I wouldn't surprise me if you talk to some others who go, no, I don't believe that version. For me, he's like an uncle god.
So,
It's fucking mind blowing.
Are you familiar with Carl Jung at all, Eggs?
Yeah, I've heard bits about it. I wouldn't be super crash on it, but I get the idea of Jungian psychology, and that's the stuff about the ego, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. Carl is one of I would say, the fathers of psychology, or what we have psychology as today. Him and Freud, and a few of them wrote some interesting stuff in psychology, and he talks about this awakening as well, which ties in a lot with the Hinduism and Buddhism understandings or teachings. It's not a religion; it's more an understanding of what's actually happening with yourself. And I think Carl Jung was an absolute genius. I wish I was, I would say, a smart dude where I can remember a lot of these things. I think a lot of people are blessed to remember things. If you listen to the way Whitsitt reads something and remembers everything, I wish I could do that. However, I'm still grateful for who I am and that I'm able to accept new readings and teachings. It just takes me a lot of times. I have to look back the whole time. But when I do read Carl Jung's work, at that moment, it makes a lot of sense to me. So I can't parrot it back to you to say, dude, really trust me, read this stuff because this is what he's saying, because I can't parrot that back. But when I read it, it made a lot of sense. So if you're into these sort of things and to get an understanding, Carl Jung was an absolute blessing to psychology. They philosophize on the stuff as well, but with his experience of, I would say, I wouldn't say interviewing, but discussing different patients or speaking to different patients, he saw a lot of patterns, and it ties in a lot with Buddhism and Hinduism and things like that, which is very, very interesting. And that took me away from Christianity, mainstream Christianity, and led me more to a Hinduism, Buddhism, not religion, but understanding.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I've been meaning to read a bit on Carl Jung, so that's a good reminder.
Oh, you'd love it, X. You'd love Carl Jung.
Cool. Nice. I'll definitely check it out. I'll find some docos or audiobooks to listen to.
Yeah, highly recommended. He's very, very good.
Thanks, man. Yeah, good. Nice chat. I gotta run now. I gotta go and have some dinner.
All right, cheers, man. I wish I could preach it to you guys, but that's what I'm going to say. I'm blessed that I'm able to take that information in for myself and only recommend it. So yeah, do with it what you want, but highly recommend, because it made a lot of sense to me.
Oh, on left. If you saw you light up.
What's up?
Okay. I was going to ask. The idea that there was wise men in the East before Jesus, maybe that inspired Jesus to have his simple, natural way of detachment and love, or whatever. Some of his teachings, to me, seem to be inspired by the East, and you said something similar.
Correct. Yes, and
you think the three kings might have been three Eastern wise men that came over to give their blessings to a new young Jew that was taking the path that they liked, something like that.
Yeah, there's evidence of the Chinese in their record knowing when the Redeemer came through the stars.
Right.
I think it's the first. Let me see if I can find the source.
We'd agree that they knew about it and there was something happening, but I don't know if they predicted it. Or they could have just heard on the grapevine.
They knew it through the stars, the Chinese, that the Redeemer had come, the Redeemer of mankind. So even the ancient Chinese were aware. And this is in their own records. I'll find the source, bro. Give me 1 second. I'll find it.
So
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dawn. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know the story 100%, but that would make sense to me. I would look at to say yes, okay, cool, great, I agree. However, I would say that after reading quite a few texts and things like that, I came to learn that I don't know if it's true or not, but Jesus went to Egypt and was an Egyptian. It was in an Egyptian mystery school, as far as I understand. And
He
I
does
think
get about, so that's another theory to talk about, because he could have gone to the East and seen the gurus, and then he could have gone to Egypt and learned magic, and then he might have been really powerful.
Jesus is anathema. Jesus is anathema to the idea of apotheosis, which is similar to the Hindus, the Buddhists, that you can reach the state of exaltation or nirvana, this state of blissfulness, or this elevated state where you become God yourself, whether on earth or after death. You can reach a state through yourself, through your own knowledge inwardly, right? Reach a state of apotheosis where you become a God.
That's quite rare, that you must believe.
That's anathema to both the Hebrew and the New Testament scriptures.
It's one guy. After that happened, they said no more, just once.
Correct.
Yeah. No, we all have the ability to become like Messiah if we walk obedient unto death. Yeah, with proclaiming him as our Messiah, because he is the one that actually gives you everlasting life. There's no other religion like that.
That's interesting. So you think anyone can become God, man?
Not God in the sense as actual God, but eternal, like the gods.
I can have an experience and think I'm God, And it can be like half legit, you're saying?
Correct. Yes. So Dawn, that has happened quite often, and
I agree with you. It happens all the time too.
yeah, and in today's time, you would be sent to a loony bin, and in the past, you would be sent for crucifixion.
Yeah. Heresy.
Yeah.
You know, if you
Does heresy have anything to do with Hera, the god?
Hang on a second. Any of you guys
probably.
pre-existed?
Paul.
Have you anybody claimed to pre-exist before creation?
No, I don't claim that.
Has any of these other people claimed that?
Sure, actually.
They have. They
Sure
have.
I'm sure they have. Yeah.
Can you quote them that they quoted that they pre-existed before creation?
I'm sure some cult leaders that get lost in ego claim all sorts of mental things.
Okay, well, Jesus actually claimed that he pre-existed before creation.
Like
John 17:5. Okay, now that being said, did any of those other guys claim to rise from the dead?
I've met a woman that claims she is Robin Williams and Jesus Christ in a woman's
Okay, did
body.
she die and rise? Did she die and rise again?
Yeah, she's died, and people are waiting. They say she's ascended.
No, when I'm talking about died and rose again, I'm talking about died physically and rose physically. I'm not talking about some kind of spiritual manifestation.
Anyone can claim these things. They do. People do claim.
Why are you ignoring my question? Did she claim that she could die and rise again physically? Did she do that?
She claims she's done that as Jesus. Yeah.
She died and physically rose from the dead.
She did everything Jesus did because she was Jesus.
Okay, where's her body right now? Where's her body at?
It was enshrined in a camper van, and then the police took it.
Okay, where's it at now? Is it in a grave?
They probably cremated it or put it in a grave. Yeah.
Okay, so her body's still in the grave. Okay, that's all I need to know. That's what. So she's not risen from the dead.
Maybe
her body's
Jesus'
still in the grave.
bones are still in the desert somewhere.
Well, go produce them. For one, the Pharisees couldn't produce them. The Romans couldn't produce them.
You go produce this lady.
Can you produce them? Can you go show me where Jesus' bones are, Dawn?
Can you show me where this lady's bones are?
Well, you claim that the police have them. So if the police have them, that means they have a record. And you actually admitted yourself that they're in the ground somewhere.
I could have claimed that she claimed that the bones have gone, couldn't I? I could have claimed that.
You could have claimed that, but you didn't.
I know. That's, you get my point. Anyone can claim crazy stuff.
Okay. Again, back in the first century, the Pharisees could produce it because they said they put him in a tomb, so they could have produced the bones really easily, but they didn't.
Why do you accept the witness reports from 2,000 years ago? People that were fanatical. Why would you accept that?
Why should I accept your reports of this lady?
Well, I'm saying it's the same, but it's just a lady saying things. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, you're just saying things, so what's the difference?
I've got a picture of her body in the shrine, a video of it. You haven't got
Oh, okay. So you're saying, so I have to, a technology that the first century didn't have, I have to still produce a physical picture and a video camera. Okay, Don.
You've only got eyewitness reports, but I've seen this lady on video.
Did you know in a court of law, people are convicted over eyewitness testimony? Did you know that in a court of law?
Not from 2,000 years ago, they're not.
So someone was not convicted of eyewitness testimony 2,000 years ago.
No. No one uses anecdotes from 2,000 years ago. Anecdotes about anecdotes about anecdotes about anecdotes in court. That doesn't happen.
You believe that the Exodus account with the 10 plagues that came upon Egypt when Pharaoh didn't want to let his people go? You believe that?
I believe in lots of natural disasters that people wrote into scripture.
Because we talked about sorcery and how you have these other little g gods that are also deified and worshipped like God, but they're not actually God, the creator of heaven and earth. In the if you believe the scriptures, It says in Exodus 7:8, then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, when Pharaoh says to you, prove yourselves by working a miracle, then you shall say to Aaron, take your staff and cast it down before Pharaoh, that it may become a serpent. So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord commanded, and Aaron cast down his staff before Pharaoh and his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh summoned the wise men and the sorcerers, and they, the magicians of Egypt, also did the same by their secret arts. So by their secret arts, they were capable of actually turning their staffs into serpents. For each man cast down his staff, and they became serpents, but Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Still, Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he would not listen to them as the Lord had said, and did not want to let his people go.
Right. Right. Set of words. There's a lot of meaning in that.
But this is also recorded in the hieroglyphics in Egypt. The Exodus account, the plagues that came upon Egypt, the swallowing of Pharaoh's army, that's recorded according to their pagan testimony. It happened.
I believe there would have been plague, but I don't think they're special God plagues. I think it's a thing that nature does all the time.
I'm just pointing out, bro, that we have one Elohim, the creator of heaven and earth, that has control over nature itself and over the plagues that come upon mankind. These little g gods that the Egyptians were worshiping did not have power over these plagues. They couldn't stop it, right? Obviously, the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Moses showed himself to be stronger and more powerful than the deities that the Egyptians worshipped. And I'm only talking about Egypt because you keep bringing up Egypt like they're like more profound, like their knowledge was more profound than that of the Hebrews.
Oh God, what's the point? I was excited to answer it. I've forgotten.
I'll address your plagues thing. Plagues happen all the time. They do happen all the time. But do they happen on the command of a single person? Whenever they say that?
You reminded me. Okay, so if I give you that all plagues are from the one creator, and then the tribes try and get their little gods, their pantheons, to stop the plagues, and the plagues don't stop, that is a great natural debunk between tribes of certain gods, and I like that logic. It's fun because nothing can debunk nothing. Well, maybe if I prayed to my little demigods and I changed weather, I could then report it back to you guys, but you wouldn't believe me, would you? I could say there was a really bad rainstorm and I wanted to fly my drone, and I prayed to Lucifer, Isis, and the rain stopped, and then I went out and it was the best time ever. You wouldn't believe me that my prayers changed the weather, but you believe people from 2,000
I would believe it, Don. I would believe it. Yeah, here's the thing. Right now, it is sunshiny where I'm at. I want you to command the clouds and to come and rain now. Do that.
I mean, I don't mind talking about it. I don't use God for that because I'm not that going. I would use it for myself, but I'm not going to use it just to prove in a demigod. So I know your big God, the creator of the universe, is much more in control of your weather than any little demigod concept I would have.
Well, okay, so that means at least that my concept of God is greater than your concept of God.
No, but I also believe in your concept of God. I just wouldn't try and invoke a smaller concept inside that to change the main thing. Well, I would, but not just to prove anything to you.
I respect that. I truly do. But why would you not try to at least figure out which one of these pantheon of gods, right? Which one is actually the one creator of all, right? The most powerful of all. And try to just use your logic and praying to the creator himself to manifest himself to you, so you can distinguish him from the rest of these other pantheons. Because I agree, bro. It's complicated. It's a lot of religions, a lot of these deities. So which one is the one?
I wanted to answer that with that would be the same as picking my favorite fairy tale, but the actual answer is I've already done that, and it was like picking my favorite fairy tale.
And who is it?
It's God. It's called God, but you can call him Yah or Baal, or Moloch, or Isis, or Nuit, or the universe.
Paul said something now. Okay, he's gone on headphone mute, unfortunately. But he said something about can you if you are God or something like that, why don't you force the rains now? If you manifest the rains now, that it rains immediately, that you can prove. I read something yesterday, and like I say, I don't have a good memory in that sense, but I remember that I read something about this. I don't have the photographic memory to give you word for word, but as far as I understand, Jesus said, you do not tempt me to do these things because you're so unbelieving, or because you're of evil content. I will not prove myself to you. Something like that. He
Those
wrote.
that ask for a sign, and a sign shall not be given.
Correct. That's the one.
That's one that I have.
Yeah. See, now that, I mean, I can't remember it word for word, but I remember something being said like that. So I wish I had that memory that you guys have, but I unfortunately don't have it. But I'm
In the
blessed that I can
game,
take that
in the game,
information.
in the game, we call that a cop out.
A what?
Cop out.
Cop out?
Cop
Is that a
out.
good or bad thing?
It's like when it's
it's a cop out.
yeah, it's like when you are you like
I
I can
admit-
fucking beat anybody in basketball, and they're like, let's play it right now, and you're like, oh, like I can't play right
admit
now.
My demigod can't control Paul's weather. I admit this.
How? So then it sounds like it's a bad thing.
It's an
However,
excuse. It's an excuse. It's an excuse.
how? No, but I tried to explain it, and then at least Dawn understood what I was trying to say. So it's not that I have an excuse. I was trying to explain it as best I could, and at least
No,
Dawn
Bearman.
meant what I was saying.
I mean, Bearman. I'm saying no. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. Not that you're making a cop out. Your example for I think Paul asked Don the question or whatever to do this miracle, and you were giving the example of someone doing it to Jesus, and Jesus had this cop out. I'm saying Jesus had a cop out.
Yeah.
Oh,
someone
okay,
asked Jesus to do it. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
okay.
also, that cop out is on purpose to point at the ego of someone who needs a sign, because they can't feel it already. Need a sign.
No, but that's a cop out. Yeah, they blaming somebody's ego and then saying that you're not going to do it because
That would only be a cop out if Jesus had been boasting about his God's power before that, which he probably had.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I didn't mean anything. I didn't mean anything against you, Beerman. I was
No, all good.
Yeah.
It's just that obviously whatever I have to say, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to take seriously, because I really struggle to recall it correctly. But I know what I've read and heard.
Yeah, exactly the same way. So
Kosho, you calling that a cop out was like the pot calling the kettle a faggot. All right.
It's a cop out, dude. I mean, anybody with eyes, if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, you can see it's a cop out.
Guess the Jews cop out, Kosho, is your Messiah hasn't come yet, so you don't have to identify.
Yeah, I'm only a Jew by blood, so.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hang you.
I believe.
I'm just saying.
I believe in God, but just like you said, I see things for what they are. So, like I said, Moses came down with the 10 Commandments. Seems like a dude in a tight situation, and he came up with those rules. But I think that they're based. I think that there's inspired by something real. All of this, but their stories written by dudes. Yeah.
I think what my point was, all religions have to cop out because you can't prove supernatural things easily.
Line of Yah, are you yeah?
Yeah, buddy, what's up?
Yeah,
I'm here.
I don't know if you heard earlier on. So regarding the other scripture I was talking about, oh fuck, I forgot what it's called now again. But when I said that Jesus wasn't crucified, I did correct myself saying that so they do talk about the crucifixion, but there's no record of the resurrection in those texts. That's what I was getting at with that one.
You know what's
fuck, I can't
interesting is that when it comes to converting non-believers, Paul talks about the most important thing to do, and it's to compare the Old Testament, right? Like in the Psalms, in the Proverbs, in Isaiah, because the Old Testament clearly spoke of a crucifixion, right? You will look upon who you have pierced, in Zechariah, you will look upon whom you have pierced, and basically mourn, right? And then the Psalms goes into the crucifixion in great detail, and the dividing of they made lots of his garment. This all was prophetic, and it all manifested during Messiah's time. And the best way to convince somebody that Messiah is who he is comparing, 1,000-year-old scriptures with the incidences that happened in Jerusalem in those days, and everything that happened, it was all prophesied way before him.
But
Judas betraying him was prophesied.
You said it's clearly stated, but those things that those verses, you could attribute them to almost any event in history, like Julius Caesar. You could just attribute those same verses to Julius Caesar.
No, man, absolutely not.
Did not pierce Julius Caesar, then mourn.
When he walked into the temple, bro, when he walked into Jerusalem on that Friday prior to his crucifixion, and everybody was saying Rosh Hashanah. No, they were saying what they saying Hosanna, right? Dude, he walked in on a donkey, dude. Like that was prophesied. And
I'm
the events that came after.
I'm talking about the thing you just said, though. I'm talking about different ones. I'm saying the one that you just said, you could attribute that to many different events, including the one.
I mean, yeah, it depends on if you got scales in your eyes or not. Once the scales fall out from your eyes, you can see clearly.
Okay, what you said was that it's clearly stated, and it's clearly talking about the crucifixion. And the thing that you said was so vague, you can make it about any event of somebody killing somebody with a sharp weapon, right? So that's all I'm speaking on.
Well, no, even the
eyes to see that.
No, even his genealogy that he would come, from Judah, and he would be part Levite and part Jew. That was in his lineage, bro. Like it's all there, bro. I don't know. You know what I mean? If you don't have the eyes to see, you're never gonna see it, bro, because you're spiritually blinded, and I can't remove that. And that might sound like, well,
okay, listen.
How do you know?
Let me tell you what's happening, okay? Because you said something. I'm just talking about what you said, okay? And you can change it to something else. You can say, oh well, it's all these other things too. But the thing that you said about it, you can clearly see that they're talking about the crucifixion. I'm just telling you that's not true. Okay, you can say that there's all these other prophecies too. Okay, that's fine. I'm just talking about what you said about that. Okay, so there's no need to say that someone's blinded or they have scales in their eyes. You don't have to have scales in your eyes to see that thing about the piercing from Proverbs or Psalms or whatever.
Zechariah,
be about many things.
14. Yeah. But listen, there's so many scriptures, bro. Like, but the thing is, if you don't believe in Messiah, you're gonna try to rationalize these things. You're gonna reduce it to just pure coincidence or not, connected at all, not linked at all. People will look at something and not just for whatever reason not believe it. I don't know. I can't help you. But in the Hebrew alphabet, the last letter in the Hebrew alphabet is a tav, right? It's a mark, and it's actually also means covenant. But if you look at the pictographic Hebrew, it's a cross, bro. And in the Torah, when it talks about the formation of the tribes in the desert, right? It goes into great detail how they formed and how many people were in each tribe. And if that formation was a cross, bro.
You know what I just equated? You're talking about losing the scales from your eyes. And in relation to what Kosho was saying and how you were rebutting, you're trading your scales for blinders, and you're focusing on one thing and ignoring all the other possibilities to go down the road you want to go.
I mean, the thing is, it's like biogenesis or abiogenesis. Like, you can look at all the variables at play and be like, yeah, it's still a coincidence. Like, I can show you all the variables that are at play and how the probability are, no pun intended, astronomical, and you will still say, oh well, it's just a coincidence. How am I supposed to take the scales away from your eyes? I can't do that. I can bring you evidence. I can, I can't force you to believe in all the evidence that I can bring forth. So it's it's redundant to go down this road because we can go on all day back and forth, and you're still not gonna believe it.
Well, I mean, just by your estimation, how many Jews in that century do you think died on a cross? Because I think what happened was, like a few years after Jesus, they killed most Jews that they didn't enslave. They killed almost all of them on a cross at the
Yeah,
Jewish
that's
revolt in '76.
yeah. Crucifixion. There's actually record of the act of crucifixion. It wasn't just a Roman. It wasn't just a Roman custom. It goes back further than Rome.
We've just hit
Even
the
back to
mother lode.
Babylon.
But Jesus' crucifixion was super special compared to all the hundreds of thousands of others.
Yeah. Yeah, because the earth shook. There was an eclipse that lasted 3 hours. A temple was rent in two. Millions of people witnessed it. That's the difference. These other
The
crucifixions
difference
were
is
just
millions of
regular.
people were crucified. They were not regular.
Yeah, but
That's a
no
disgusting
other
thing. That's a
crucifixion
disgusting
but
thing to even
his
say. Yeah.
resonated through history.
Yeah, it did actually. That's actually written in the history books, right? Like there's some stuff here people wrote about Jesus and Josephus, but that Jewish revolt is actually it's a very you know dramatic day in history. The temple, the temple was sacked and the temple was destroyed, and they killed nearly everyone in that state that they didn't enslave, probably a million people. So I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit more of an important event than one person
We can
being
agree to
crucified.
disagree. You can say that
Yeah.
what the Gospels record are embellishments, that the earthquakes never happened, that the temple was never rent in two, that the eclipse never happened. You can say that, right? But I believe that the Gospels are historical record of what happened by real people, right? That accurately recorded and testified of the events that occurred 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem. Now you can believe that that's all nonsense and fantasy and fairy tales, right? But you have no problem believing any like Pliny the Elder or whoever, any of these other historians. You don't bat an eye. But when it comes to the Gospels, it's too far fetched. I can't help you there, bro. I believe it to be true, and you don't. So that's a schism right there that we're never gonna agree on.
I didn't say any of those things, but like the story of Rome, Romulus and Remus were raised by wolves and shit like that. I can believe that there was a king that was named Romulus. That I don't have a problem with that. The problem I have is the part that sounds made up, that they were raised by wolves, and because that's the kind of stuff that dudes will say, especially when they become king and they have the opportunity to make shit up. So I'm just being discerning. I'm not trying to bash anybody's beliefs or anything, but I don't think that it's deserving to get bashed just because I don't accept unbelievable claims. I mean, I believe the stuff that sounds true and realistic. I don't believe the stuff that they have or witnessed,
Um,
or
it's well said.
there's no possible way to make happen. Yeah.
That's fine, bro. And there's materialists out there that don't believe in any magic, any spiritual powers. They don't believe in aliens or other realms or anything like that. And that's fine, man. Like if you're a materialist and that's where you stand, then it is what it is, bro.
Well, yeah. Could you agree that like God gave us the discernment to know the difference between like let's say what is commonly occurring every day versus allegory? You know what I mean? And wouldn't our elders be aware of that? What are your thoughts on that?
You might need
When
to
you say
come closer.
allegory,
Closer.
when you say allegory, do you mean like? Because I see it as like parables or something like that. Is that what sort of you mean?
Well, no, Kosho. I'm like I say, like I mean, I'll join Kosho in this discussion. Let's say as like because discernment. God gave us discernment to be able to decipher what is fact from what is fiction, right? Or attempt to. And like you just said about being raised by wolves and things like this, or possibly even a virgin birth, like might be allegory because it's unknown in nature.
I agree.
Jeez, I said, it sounds like you're on the
Like, unknown.
ISS. And maybe if you can get closer to your mic, maybe.
I was just gonna say that I was agreeing with Lion. If you're questioning
Yeah,
this, you should question some of your other history books as well.
Question at all. I
Yeah.
heard everything that Issa said. I agree with what
It's
Issa
all
had
good,
said.
man. I really don't want to argue though. I just wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, we gotta chill though with talking about it though, because I don't know if you heard what Blaze said the other day, but hello?
Yeah.
What Blaze say?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what Blaze was saying the other day about how she got kicked out of servers and shit because of it. Like, yo, it's cool that you guys talk about the Bible stuff, but like every single day, like we can't be having like 8-hour conversations every day on the Bible. Like that's not gonna fly.
I agree. Might need to go in another room. I was thinking about what Blaze said later. And I was thinking it's fine if it's all free speech.
Yeah.
It's server, and he didn't want
But
it to
like
be
2.5 hours ago, I was trying to be like, hey, can we move on to something else? But like,
yeah.
We just like it like this, I guess.
We can have a
But
vote.
do
We
we?
can move to another room. It doesn't matter. Like, if you guys want to talk about curvature and parallax, we talk about that same thing every day too. Like,
That's what this
also
is.
true.
I know, but it's just been heavy with the Bible lately. Like, you know, we don't mind talking about it. It's fine, but like, it's been happening like every day, more and more for a lot of hours a day. People are complaining to me. That's all.
Why do you hate Jesus? Why do you hate Jesus?
I know. I know.
Yeah, why do you hate God? What's up?
well, usually when SE joins, he instantly diverts the conversation. I was waiting for him to join. He hasn't joined yet. That's the only reason.
Well,
But
recently he's been debunking Christianity, so that's made a few extra hours.
But listen, I'm new to the server, but I'm noticing a lot of believers in the server too. So it's pretty mixed, bro. So you gotta really, if
Yeah, we
it's,
got no problem with the Bible thing, absolutely, dude. But just every day, you know, day after day, 8 hour, like we can't do it that much. So that's all I'm saying.
I don't even know who owns the server. I really don't. Is it Geo? Is he like the server?
It's Don.
Yeah, it would be fine.
Oh,
Yes,
Don?
Geo.
If,
No, Don doesn't
if it
own
was
this.
if it was half and half, Geo would be happy.
It's
You know what's
Geo. I
happening?
mean, go ahead, Gojo.
Impasse, like when it gets like an obvious impasse, I think that's probably a good time to, for conversations like that. It's probably a good time to wind it down, because then at that point it's only gonna get repetitive, right? like if you see if two people aren't budging or whatever, and it's something like that, then that's probably a good time to. That way it doesn't last too
Yeah,
long.
the brother pointed it out well too. He said there's like a schism that we're just not going to do. Like, that's a great point.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
It is an interesting topic, though. I read also a couple of days ago. I'll see if I can find the paper where people were interviewed, or psychologists did these discussions, or if you want to call it an interview with people, and each and every person had I think they did 100 different, let's put in inverted commas, patients, and each and every one had a different idea of what God is or who God is, which I found very fascinating. You would think, or at least I would think, that there would be some similarities, but everyone had a different idea of who and what is, and I found that fascinating. So I find the subject interesting, but yeah, I agree. It's maybe a topic for a different Discord. What generally gets
Don't you ever
discussed
think
here.
though, dude, that it's just then it's all conceptual? I always like that. I think it was the Hebrews. I'm not so sure, so maybe someone can correct me. But they referred to God as that which cannot be named. That resonates with me because you're just bringing it. You're just making it into a concept, aren't you?
That's not scriptural though. It's called the infallible name doctrine, and it's not scripture at all. That's actually against what the scriptures actually teach. His name is to
All
be
right.
proclaimed throughout all the land, all the nations. Yod He
Oh,
Vav He. But anyways,
well,
we don't have to continue this topic. I'm down with switching the topic, but I just wanted to make clear that I'm also, you know, I would go to another room. We can continue this conversation. I'm willing to do that too if anybody else wants to join. I don't have no problem with that.
yeah, I'd definitely come down there. I like your passion, Lion. I'm not really a Bible person, but I just like someone who's speaking from the heart, and you certainly do that.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Yes, I agree.
You want to hop into Livestream 2 then for a bit?
You guys
I've got a
want to
couple of
contact
more
me
things I
quick?
want to say. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, quick.
Go down there. Let's go down to the next room down. You guys.
Like, I hate to be like that,
Jeremy,
but people are starting to complain and shit.
I don't always give you props, man. Actually, I almost never give you props, and I probably shouldn't even give you props now. But that was a smooth move, man.
Well, I'm saying people like the Bible thing, like, you know, and I don't mind it that much. I get involved sometimes, but it's just like people are complaining.
You know, it's weird because the same thing with the C-19.
Yeah, well,
Thing
people
that
are
must
gonna
not be named.
complain about fucking. People are gonna like that's. I don't know. I just walked in, so I feel like deprived of the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, I thought it would, you know, be interesting. But if you've been talking about it forever, I get it. But also, like, you know, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, what else are you gonna talk about now? You gotta introduce something else. And my point was this: is that fucking haters are just gonna always be there, man. They're boring. You know,
Yeah, but
conversation roll.
what did you mean by what you said though
Or
about
just change the
Blaze?
topic.
Wait, what you said though? You said Blaze got kicked out of a server. What do you mean by that? Like the server owners kicked her out, or Discord kicked her out, or what do you mean by that?
Oh no, Blaze was just telling a story yesterday because she was talking about how she was always talking about Jesus or something, and she ended up getting kicked from a server because of it. It's like, you know, we don't mind it. You know, we'll do Jesus Day once a week or something, but like, because when we get on that topic, it tends to go for just hours and hours, like, and it's been happening every day. Like, I like that Lion guy, but he goes there every time with it, like every time.
Well, you know, people love Jesus. So what are you gonna do?
They love Jesus, and I'm not I'm not a hater of Jesus. Like, it's all good. I get involved in the shit sometimes too, and I don't know. Like, if
Are
I
you
say
sure?
if
Are
I
you
try to
sure,
say
Jeremy? Are you sure? Big
if
on,
I try to say
demon.
look,
Jeremy,
if
the
I
only
try to
thing
say,
is, aren't
go ahead,
aren't
Paul.
we the pot calling the kettle black? Because I've come in the morning, you know, around 8 or 9, and they're on a topic, and then I leave for a few hours, come back, still on the same topic, leave, come back, leaving into the evening, and they're still on the same topic. And it could be Coriolis, it could be something else, it
Yeah,
could
no,
be, you know, so it does
we'll
happen on both sides.
yeah, we'll stay on a topic for, you know, a while, a day, a whole day. We do Coriolis week and shit, but like eventually, you know, you gotta switch it up.
I can't wait for Coriolis this week, man. Hey, but yesterday, because then also sometimes we do the meta talk for hours. I don't want to do that. But yesterday, both of you, I think Paul, I forget who brought it up. Somebody brought something interesting up, and I can't remember who or what it was, but somebody attributed it to Jeremy. Like, oh, Jeremy brought this thing up. Now he left. I wish I knew what it was. Paul, yeah, Paul, you brought up something. You brought up the local system or local group.
Yeah, the local group. Yeah, why is everything flying in the local group flying towards us but not away from us? Yeah, I brought that up. And honestly, just to be clear, like I can't always be in here like 8 hours at a time. I got family, got work. It's hard for me to stay in. I might come in for a few minutes and leave. So don't, I can't always stay for hours at a time. So
Oh, don't worry, man. You're a good dude.
If it's not 5 hours, don't count.
Yeah.
Yo, Jeremy, I've been sending you a whole bunch of fucking Karl Monk stuff. I don't know if you've seen this.
well, we could still
I
talk
have
about
not had
that.
time.
I
Okay,
said
Go
we can
ahead.
talk about that we could talk about that local group. So everything else is accelerating away from us, but the local group is accelerating towards us. So why is that?
It's a pretty easy answer, but real quickly, there's an intermission. Because I'm going to answer that question. I'm just going to say I want to have a Karl Monk event where we
do
watch
you want to do
Karl
it?
Monk's video. We watch his video and we pause it every time we need to pause it. And we
Okay, I've been collecting other things to battle you with, Osho. So
okay.
we'll do this.
Also,
Okay.
Stacks can do the Karl Monk voice to the T, so you're about to get bodied.
Okay. Well, I want Jeremy to be there because I don't really feel I don't feel compelled to destroy Karl Monk to you, Snacks, because I felt bad at first destroying it to Jeremy, but I don't feel bad about it anymore. So I just want to make sure when I
Bro,
destroy
there's
him,
nothing
there's
you have
yeah.
nothing to destroy anything with.
Okay, fair enough. That's exactly what. Okay, anyways,
You got mad
point
because he
is,
used the number 2.
no, that was just one of the things I remembered. I told you many things. It was one thing you remembered that I said. But regardless, I'm
Yeah,
gonna watch
well,
Karl Monk right now. Yeah.
all right, I'm ready.
I'm literally gonna watch Karl Monk right now so I can fucking get to destroying it again. But Paul, right, yeah. So turns out that the gravity, even at that scale, you would imagine gravity is really weak because the distances are so great. But even at that weakness, that weak gravity, gravity is still stronger and more influential than energy at that scale. It takes greater scales for dark energies might to be realized. It's not even realized below that scale. But for instance, in the solar system, it's happening. But gravity, electromagnetism, electrostatics, these things are very easily outdoing any effect that you're going to see. Like you're not even going to see the you're not going to see the effects of dark energy because of you know the strength of gravity or electromagnetism, which are much weaker than the other forces. So
you've got so it's the same thing. I think like gravity's too weak to overcome magnetism or overcome the different strong forces, but it's strong enough to maintain um, orbit around the sun. Now you're saying the gravity is so weak that it, or is strong enough to overcome dark energy, but it's dark energy strong enough to cause things to accelerate. But kind of the progression of thought.
yeah, so it's all about scale. So on the quantum scale, for instance, the reason why gravity can be ignored is because its effect is not even enough to change anything, right? And that's basically the same thing as dark energy. At this scale, its effect is not enough to be apparent. However, because of its effect, it's at all points in space. Space is increasing by X amount. I think 70 kilometers per megaparsec or whatever. If you add up enough um, megaparsecs, enough space, and space expansion is quite a big deal. So you add up enough, enough length, like the length between multiple galaxies. Uh, that increased size becomes apparent. Whereas smaller than that, even though it's happening, uh, the attraction due to electrostatics and gravity and strong force, all these other things will very much easily mask that. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Hal, here's the next question. This is an explanation. What's the proof?
That's a good question. I mean, the proof is the same as the evidence for dark energy in the first place, which is, the red shifting. Well, no, actually, for dark energy, it's not just the red shifting, because that's the expansion. The accelerated expansion is observed in the CMB. But regardless, that same evidence, you can calculate the magnitude. So all you have to do is calculate the magnitude. And just like I said, if it's 70 kilometers per megaparsec, give or take, you could see what you would expect at a galactic level. I think I've once heard it expressed like over 1,000,000 years, a meter will increase by like a millionth of a meter or something like that. That could be incorrect, but I've heard that.
Let's think about what you just said. So you got a millionth of a meter, or it takes 1,000,000 years to go a millionth of a meter. How would you ever measure that?
Like I said, at grand scales, the CMB
Even
map is
that makes it worse, Kosho. That makes it worse. At grand scale, how would you measure at a grand scale something moving over 1,000,000 years, a millionth of a meter?
Oh no, that's an extrapolation. That's not an
Oh, you're
observation.
extrapolating. That's not okay.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah,
Extrapolate.
the measurement is on the big scale, and so the meter. Like I said, I don't that those numbers could be wrong. That's not right. I mean, meters in the millionth of a meter, but that sounds right. But either way, right. So that's just an extrapolation from the the measurement, which is the big scale measurement. Yeah. And I know there's two ways of measuring it. So hold on, let me see. One was when they mapped out the CMB of the whole universe. And let me see what the other one is.
What's happening?
Talking about dark energy. I finish
I
cleaning my
think Kosho was
fridge
looking at.
room and watch Dark Monk. Dark Monk. That's a cool name. Watch Carl Monk in the background.
Yo, QE was trying to play us on his last fucking video, dude. I gotta go to 24/7 now and fucking smooth the shit out. Also, I don't know about his airplane argument. It doesn't sound right.
QE
Like, yo, if you got us dropping 2,000 feet a minute or some shit, and your argument is we would feel it because we're flying over a globe. First of all, if you're flying over a globe, you only got to drop a mile, or sorry, 8 inches every mile to stay level.
Sounds like his
So
argument. Else had the same confusion, and they got cleared up. Who was that? Oh, right.
Robbing
It was,
him.
no, it was Dan the Waterman. He was talking about how like them on Globebusters, they had the same argument, and he was trying to correct them.
Yeah, you only no even his correction is wrong, dude. If you're having it, you can't mix models up. Like you're not. If the argument is where you're gonna feel it, right? There's so much drop, you would know, you'd feel it. If it's on a globe, you only have to drop 8 inches every mile.
We said that the drop would be exponential in the airplane.
No, it's not exponential. It's 1 mile. It's 1 inch every 8 miles, or 8 inches every mile. That's it.
Yeah, he argued for me that it's exponential, that after 10 hours you'd have to be dropping huge amounts.
No, not on a globe. Not if the plane's been dropping the whole time, keeping
It's
it
just
down
elevation.
the whole time.
What's up, Mo Man?
All good. Can someone give me the picture posting role?
Yeah, hold on.
Cheers.
I
Here's
gotta
the thing
go.
about that argument. Here's the thing about that argument, though. If the
Like that
airplane is
plane shit's all
correcting,
wrong. Go
hang
ahead.
on a second. If the plane is correcting, which means it have to be nosing down. If it's on autopilot, it have to be nosing down every few minutes, or at least be a slight push down on the stick, and that should be able to be measured within the instruments themselves to be able to see if that's happening. And so the other side of it, if gravity is just accounting for it, then it would look from the person or even in the cockpit of the instruments, it would from that perspective, it just look flat. So if it's the plane's accounting for it, which means the plane's having nose down, you would see that in the stick. It'd have to be in the stick. But if it's just
Yeah,
gravity doing
this
that,
ain't about nosing down or nosing up or anything. This is about how much you need to drop, and if the passengers would know because they would feel it.
well, that's what but even in that, right? I don't think the passengers would feel it necessarily from either scenario. So I think QE's argument is a little weak.
Everyone who's got numbers, everyone who's ever made an argument to this and has numbers for it is wrong because they're mix and matching the models. This is what I was talking about. Like, if you're flying over a globe and you want to keep the same elevation, you only need to drop 8 inches every mile you travel. That's how it works. Like, I don't know where you're getting this crazy number from or anything. Like, it's 8 inches a mile.
You don't even have to do that.
That's not even
Yeah, you
drop
do.
from. That's drop from
What do you mean you
horizontal.
don't have to do that?
It's not drop in elevation. It's drop from horizontal from the point A.
Right.
Kosho, what do you mean you ain't even got to do that? Of course you have to drop 8 inches per mile to keep your elevation.
Well, like to keep your elevation is right from your horizontal. It turns out that that's such a irrelevant thing that it's not even going to be something that you have to be conscious of. Same reason why when you drive around the globe, you don't have to be conscious of it, or when you run around the globe or ride a boat around the globe, you don't have to be conscious of it. It's because you're like Moman just said, you're dropping from horizontal. That drop is from horizontal, which is irrelevant. To drop from elevation isn't occurring, so it's not something that you're gonna notice or even have to think about. It's not gonna be consequential to you.
I'm just saying, man, you wouldn't feel the drop. If you're on a globe and the plane's flying, keeping its elevation, and it's dropping 8 inches for every mile, I don't know if you would feel that or not, but it's not anything close to the numbers that anyone puts up.
Drop from what?
Huh?
Dropping 8 inches per mile in what in elevation?
If you're flying over a globe, you got to drop 8 inches every mile.
Drop in elevation, you mean? Like 8 inches in your elevation?
Yeah, drop.
Okay, so after 10 hours, I'd be at ground level because I've been dropping 8 inches per mile.
You're flying horizontal. You're flying horizontal, and then you need to drop. What's up?
Not on a globe, you're not. You're flying
You're
level.
not flying horizontal.
Yeah, no.
Dude, you said it yourself in your own words. You said to keep your elevation, you have to drop inches per mile. If you're keeping your elevation, you're not dropping 8 inches per mile of elevation.
If you're flying horizontal.
We're not flying horizontally if you're on a globe.
Xanax,
that drop.
Xanax line on his screen is horizontal.
What screen?
What's the screen, Kosha? Xanax screen he's always on about.
Yeah, we talking about the fake gyro. I forget what it's called. I forget what those things are called. The things that the pilots look through in the thing.
Oh, you mean the artificial horizon?
Yeah. I know they're not flying. They're not flying horizontal because they're dropping, or they're staying with the elevation. I know they're not flying horizontal.
That's just the orientation of the airplane. You can fly nose up or nose down. It doesn't matter.
This ain't about nose up or nose down. This is about if you're flying horizontal how much would you have to drop?
You're not flying
And
horizontal.
on the globe, you'd only have to drop 8 inches every mile.
How can you drop if you're flying horizontally? Then you're not
You'd
horizontal.
be climbing. You'd be climbing if you're horizontal, flying horizontal.
Yeah, that's why you drop 8 inches every mile, so you don't climb and you stay at your same elevation.
Then you're not horizontal if you're dropping. How can you fly horizontal and drop at the same time?
From your horizontal. The plane is the plane horizontal in the air?
No, it's 2 degrees roughly nose up.
So if you just were to freeze frame on a plane right now and put a level on it, the shit wouldn't be horizontal. The plane wouldn't be horizontal.
It'll nose up. It's just a balance between the lift and the power setting. Like I can back the power off a little bit, and I'll have to pick my nose up a little bit to counteract that and maintain altitude.
Is the plane horizontal right now in the air? Some guy's on a 747. He's got a level in the front, a level in the back, and a level in the middle. He's not horizontal.
Yeah, he's not.
That's why I don't let drinks. That's why I don't drink anything on a plane because you can't.
They're always falling all over the place, right?
No, but it's not
Nothing's nothing,
horizontal. Do you think it's 10 degrees nose up horizontal?
The plane's not horizontal?
Yeah, it's 1 or 2 degrees nose up.
So the plane's not No, I thought the plane was. I don't know. Every time I have a drink on a plane or something, it's fine. There's no. It doesn't look like there's any tilt or anything. I've never brought a level up on one. But like a spirit level.
Yeah, they're not 100% horizontal now. They're
So the planes are always tilting. The planes are always tilted down. You're saying?
No.
If we bring a level on the plane, they're always tilted down.
No, they're nose up.
So they're tilted up.
Yeah, the nose is X amount of degrees up.
So you're dropping. You're flying down around a curve, but you're pointed up.
Oh, there's no down on the curve. It's same elevation.
Yeah, so you're flying around a curve that's going down from a horizontal, but your nose is pointed up.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. We'll have to get a spirit level on some planes or something. Anyways, the argument doesn't make sense.
The front of the plane is dropping drastically, and the tail.
Do you just talk whenever the fuck you want, and you're like, fuck it?
Exactly.
You're like, fuck it, I don't care who's talking. No, not exactly, bro. Stop doing that shit. You do that shit every fucking day.
Well, tell him to explain it then.
What happened? For nothing. Jeremy has the heart of a little girl, so any disturbance in his
Yeah, good sentence, bro.
Hey, fuck you, man.
I miss this place.
Okay, either way.
Jeremy's pissed right now.
If you're flying, if you're flying and you're talking about how much you got to drop from a horizontal to keep your elevation, if it's on a globe, it's none of those numbers, them guys. And anyone's ever, it's only 8 inches from.
Yeah, from from this point to 1 mile away, it's 8 inches from the horizontal established at that point.
Yeah, then you adjust. You got a new horizontal at that point, and it's 8 inches from there. It could be less than that. Even 8 inches isn't right because if you readjust every half mile, you only got to do it 2 inches.
Yep. And if you're flying horizontally, then you're keeping your stick pulled back and you're nosing up all the time. If you get a horizontal from point A and just continue on that horizontal. Just raising the nose.
Sorry, email that you guys are to Jesus, man.
Can I talk now?
Maybe.
That's bullshit about reorientating every half mile, because then you would be pushing the throttle forward the whole time. It doesn't happen. So bullshit on that. You'd have to be pushing the throttle down the whole time, the whole flight. Does that happen? No. So you're not adjusting. They just flying flat, just like the pilots say, they're flying flat. That's it. There's no way you can maintain altitude by not reorientating the plane continually.
Not true.
Yeah, how would you, like, let's say the Earth is a globe. How would an airplane function on a globe, in your view?
Look, you take a globe, right? Slide a ruler across that globe. Okay, do you see what happened?
Yeah.
There's no way you can keep the altitude unless you continually push that nose down the whole flight.
Why?
Otherwise, you would fly off into space. We know that
Not
doesn't
true.
happen.
Not true.
How does an airplane fly? Like, how does it maintain a flight level or an altitude?
Well, you tell me.
Well, it follows a pressure band.
Right.
Oh
So,
man, I actually got a banging. Oh, go ahead, guys.
so it continually dips down the whole flight to maintain the altitude. If it didn't do that, right, it would fly off into space. It's use your brain.
What do you mean deep down in relation to what?
That the tail has to dip up, and then the nose has to dip down. Otherwise, it would not be able to maintain altitude.
Yes, it would.
What does that even mean?
How though? How?
How would it change? Like on a globe?
Take that ruler. Look. Get your globe, right? That you taught in second grade. Get a ruler on top of that globe. Now go from the North Pole to the South Pole without reorientating that ruler. Show me how to do that.
I don't know if this is necessarily a great argument, because the way planes are built, the way that they function, the way that they move within the atmosphere, right? So I'm sure Left Lane can attest to this. Left Lane, you could probably be flying your plane at X amount of miles per hour at 5,000 feet, and you could probably land your plane, meaning it would descend onto a runway, continuously having your nose up, right? You could do that by varying your speed.
You do that.
And what?
Yeah.
Right. So here's the deal, Godric. If Left Lane has the ability to do that,
but hang on, that
on a
doesn't make
short
sense.
span, he has the ability to control the rate of drop of that plane compared to its lift based on its power input.
It's not.
Right?
You missed the whole point. It's not the rate of drop. That happens on a flat plane. It's not that. It's tilting the plane around that globe, which doesn't happen. That's what we're talking
Godric,
about. Not the drop.
Godric,
We
listen
can
to me
drop
though.
easy. We reorientate that plane.
Never. I don't know if you'll get it then. Never mind. Sorry, I was trying to help you, but
Dropping happens on the
it's
flat
just
plane.
a stupid argument. I wouldn't use it
Napalm,
if I was you.
Take that
you know what I
ruler
just realized,
and
Napalm?
get it from the North Pole to the South Pole. How does that work?
For $40 an hour. Hey, but Napalm, you know what I noticed is you sound just like a pilot, dude. Like
Me?
a
Yeah, man.
commercial pilot, like through there. Yeah, that's how you talk. I just realized that, man, because you always have that calming, like
If
no matter
you-
what's going on, pilots.
Yeah, come to Tennessee and we'll go flying.
Welcome to the flight. This is Captain Napalm on the flight deck.
Damn, now it does so much. Holy shit, man. Now I
You-
thought I was on a plane just now.
If you look out the left-hand side of the plane, you will notice the Grand Canyon, which can only happen on a flattened stationary Earth due to flooding, which is talked about in the Bible. Everybody have enjoy your flight. We'll be descending into oblivion in no time. Thank you.
But I think what Kodrick
That
is
was good.
saying It's like saying that Islam doesn't make sense if you presuppose Christianity. Like he's trying to fit the globe on a flat Earth and then try and fly on that. Obviously, it doesn't work.
That's his MO, dude.
Another way to say it is that when you're flying a plane, you're proving there's no curve. You're proving it.
No, we've been following the surface, like the level.
Take a ruler from the North Pole, give it to the South Pole. Go ahead.
Yeah, the orientation in relation. The orientation
Never
in
happened.
relation. The orientation in relation to the surface doesn't change. It's still the same orientation in
Exactly.
relation.
In that case, you'd have to dip your nose for the complete flight.
How? If I'm saying that the orientation doesn't change, now you're saying yes, so you have to change the orientation. It's like no. You already agree that
If
it
the
doesn't change.
orientation doesn't change, you would never be able to get around the sphere because you're dipping down the sphere. You understand that, right?
Yeah, if I take the ruler and I move it anywhere on that globe, the orientation of the ruler is exactly the same in relation to the surface.
Take
Yeah, but
your globe.
you're going in a. I think you're trying to say. Hold on. I think you're trying to say you're going in a circle, right, Godric? The plane it's flying in a circle.
It would have to, but see, because it's on a
Yeah.
flat plane, they think that it's not doing that.
If
Take
you have the
Can you
ruler,
change your orientation if you travel in a circle? Can you go around a NASCAR track and not change your orientation?
That's what they're doing. They're going straight on the NASCAR track and trying to get to where they started. It's possible. It's just globe logic is happening right now.
no, Godric, if you take the ruler, is the bottom of the ruler always touching the globe?
No, it's above it.
What?
God damn it, Godric.
If it was touching, you'd be walking. Oh, you're flying, aren't you? Aren't you flying or are you walking? What is it?
You talked about the
Coach,
ruler.
can we fly around?
No, Jeremy said it right.
Go ahead,
You're on
Mo,
a
man.
NASCAR track. How do you get to the other side without turning? Figure that out.
Is the NASCAR track a globe or a flat surface?
This is
It's
an
a
example.
circle.
You can't get the
It's a
globe.
circle.
So I'm using the NASCAR track.
Sure.
Make it work.
If you're driving, let's say you're driving clockwise, the right-hand side of the car is always pointing towards the center of the track, right?
No, that doesn't work that way.
I want to try something. Let me try something.
If you have a car,
Godric,
hang on a second. Wait. You have the car. You have to make that bank. You have to bank around that circle. You're turning left. When does that happen on a plane? You have to be turning down in this case. How does that work?
Okay, orientation means direction, right?
It just means it means you're tilting the tip, you're tipping the nose and tilting up the back.
We're talking about
No, we're
attitude.
talking about the definition of the word orientation.
I don't know what it
direction,
means.
right?
That's what is happening.
It does not mean direction.
No, because it says the relative physical position or direction of something.
Well, then the or part is.
And we're talking about traveling on a plane, so we were using direction for this, right?
So Godric,
the direction the plane has to go, it has to change that, right?
But I'm gonna say this is another problem you have. If you started in the North Pole, flying flat, right, which is what it does, by the time you get to the South Pole, you'd be flying exactly backwards. You did not orientate that plane around that sphere. You'd be flying exactly backwards. We know it doesn't happen.
Damn.
The nose has to go down around the sphere. Tail has to go up to maintain that altitude. Otherwise, you would never stay for that. You would never stay on that surface. You would never stay in that altitude.
So Godric,
Down, ass up.
Luke,
Go ahead, Leftwing.
let me try something, man. So I'm gonna put my plane's highway at 5,000 feet at the pressure altitude of 5,000 feet. I'm gonna trim it out. After I get up to speed, I'm gonna trim the plane to stay there and fly 5,000. That's my highway, is at 5,000 feet for that airplane.
Well, let me stop you there.
Let me finish. No, let me fucking finish, man. So you're going to drive your car across country on a long straight road. It's got hills and stuff on it, but it's pretty straight. Do you have to like lift the nose of the car and push the nose down to go over the hills?
Not if it's flat, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, not flat. I'm talking about hills, going over hills and shit. Your car follows the road. Your car follows the road
There's
because of the density of the surface underneath you, and he's not going to listen.
Cars just go
Godric,
left and right.
Left
the
lane,
same
if you're
thing. The
flying
same thing.
straight
Godric.
at 5,000 feet and you've trimmed off and there's a mountain in front of you, you have to raise or go around the mountain. What a
Yep, you
terrible
sure would.
example.
You
Another
sure
ad
would.
hoc.
You
Another
sure
ad
would.
hoc. Another ad hoc example. Nice try, Left
Yeah.
lane.
Left
Just
lane,
so
that was
you
a great
know,
example. It was the same
just so you
example
know,
I was about to give.
planes go up and down, left and right. Cars just go left and right. So no, bad example.
That's a
By the
great
way, your car
example.
is going around the curve, but because it's on the ground, it's tilting, but you don't recognize it. With a plane, you have to do that tilt manually, or the autopilot would have to do it. But you can't ever show
Godric,
me that, so it's not
Godric,
happening.
let me tell you about the worst city in Texas, okay? It's called Houston. Okay, it's the worst city.
Mhm.
And the way that it's made is that there's a city in the center of a highway that goes in a loop around the city. And then around that highway, there's an even bigger highway, and it goes in a loop around that. So in that bigger loop, I've actually been caught going around that loop because I didn't use GPS and I got lost. I went around 3 times.
Right,
And
left lane, left lane.
here's the point. Here's the point.
Go ahead.
Is I went around. I did circuits 3 times, and you can do this without ever realizing that you're changing direction, that you're taking a left or right. In my case, I think that shit was left. But regardless, you're doing this big giant loop. You're the entire time curving around. You're not consciously doing it. You're not noticing it. Uh, it's not something that you take into consideration.
Right, left lane is claiming you can get around that loop without turning the wheel. This is like
No, it's
globe
not.
logic, classic globe logic for you. You're gonna get in a circle without turning the wheel. That's what he's saying.
No,
You,
that
you
isn't at
definitely got
all
to
what I
change.
said.
You definitely got to change your orientation if you're flying over a globe, because if not, you just be going in a straight line, right?
That's right,
If
Jeremy.
you
And you
don't,
got
if you don't
let me
change your
ask
orientation, hold on, Godric. If you don't change your orientation, are you moving in a straight line?
you
And you're
didn't do
floating in
that,
space. Yeah.
you'd be flat. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't change your orientation, you're flying in a straight line. Yeah. So you're
Yeah, but your
definitely changing
orientation.
orientation.
So tell me
Orientation
where the
relates.
orientation is happening. Where does that happen?
Your orientation now. Imagine running around the King Kai's planet from Dragon Ball Z, a small planet, very small. You're running around it. Your vertical is always felt below your feet, and every step you take, you're consciously making sure that your vertical is oriented correctly. When you're flying a plane, it's the same thing. You're driving a car, it's the same thing. If there's something out of, you know, orientation, or if your car's on 2 wheels tilted sideways, you're gonna immediately correct for that. Okay, so anything outside of you being vertical, your plane's gonna it's a natural effect of just flying. You're never gonna be caught fucking upside down or backwards, whatever you said, Godric, because you're gonna consciously be making sure that you're oriented correctly the entire time. And if you're doing that, then you never have to consciously correct, for the curvature of the Earth.
Right. The only way that you would see any type of deviation from your initial orientation would be through a gyroscope. It wouldn't be based on whether the plane was nose up, the plane was nose down. That has to do with the aerodynamics, the lift, the weight, all the balance within the plane. That's within the manufacturing of the plane. If you want to figure out whether or not you're flying a straight line within relation to a specific orientation, you need to use something that would maintain rigidity within space, meaning it has no deviation from its orientation, no matter how you move something around it, like a gyroscope within a gimbal.
A dip is 66 feet every 10 miles. So if you're going anywhere, you'd be dipping.
8 inches per
Dude,
mile.
get away from the dip thing, man, because on a flat plane or a
It
globe,
works. It works on a
depending
flat plane. Doesn't work on the globe. You have to be dipping. You have to be reorientating that plane Just take your globe, get a ruler on the North Pole, and now get to the equator. Now, how do you not reorientate that ruler? How does that not work? You never get to the equator and reorientate that ruler. That's what I'm saying. That reorientation doesn't work. You have to the nose would have to go downwards, and the tail would have to go upwards. If it didn't happen, you can never stay with the surface of a globe.
Right.
If
If you fully understand their model, though, their model claims that things are pulled towards the center of mass or the center of Earth. So you have a reorientation of your gravitational vector every single movement that you make within their model.
No.
So that reorientation of the gravitational vector
that
is
would take you
adjusting the
down.
plane and how it's.
That would
then-
take you down towards the ground. Would not tilt you. You need to tilt, reorientate.
Patrick, are you listening to what he's saying to you, or are you just gonna you're talking over him before he can finish his sentence? Just like you're doing to me right now.
I just debunked a simple point. Gravity pulls you downward. It doesn't tilt you. That's what I said. You get that, right?
Orientation is in relation to the first.
What's really being
gravity?
What's really being discussed right now is what's called the attitude of the plane, which is the relationship of the nose and the tail of the plane in relationship to the surface that it's traveling over. Now, what Napalm is attempting to explain is the fact that based on the gravitational pull, quote unquote, of your model, there's this consistent arc flight path that's consistently introduced on a consistent level. And what Godrich is saying is that the pilot would have to be consistently responsible for adjusting the attitude of the plane, i.e. its forward and backward, quote, throw, if you will. That's all. But I think you guys are definitely on the same point. Just
or you can give it to the autopilot, but it has to be
gravity is magic. That's basically what I got out of that.
So is time.
I think
time's magic too.
Everything's. But Godric, are you saying that if
love is magic?
So is Kosho's car. It's magic because he can't tell he's turning when it's clearly turning.
That's true.
It's a big old circle.
Look at the
Turbulence.
map I just put in chat, dude. It's hilarious.
Turbulence is going to change your orientation a lot more rapidly than the curvature of the Earth.
Sounds like Godric is saying that if you're flying on a globe from North Pole to South Pole, you have to be upside down in relation to the surface when you got to the South Pole. So the roof of your airplane is pointing towards the ground.
Now, I guess your best argument is that you can't tell, which is a globe argument. It's spinning, but you can't feel it. It's curving, but you can't see it. And now we're going around a curve, but you can't tell. This is the best you got.
That's the way it is.
Yeah. Why would you?
It seems to make sense to everyone else.
Well, it's reference frame that's being argued, right? They say that when you, let's say, leave Toronto, Ontario, Canada, in the Northern Hemisphere, you're going to fly around the globe, and through the magic of reference frame, and you end up in Australia, you realize that, oh no, the world is still upright. I've just changed my reference frame to a different location.
Wow.
Yeah, the flying upside down in Australia, it
Lefty,
sounds like a
don't
stupid argument.
Lefty, I'm going to say this to you, brother. Don't wow me, right? Because understand that is what you guys sell, is the idea of, quote, reference frames. Is it not?
Now, what you're talking about there is not, you don't have to talk about reference frames.
All right, cool beans. So you're going to hand wave it, or you're actually going to go in on providing further? Because
You don't leave a reference frame. You're in your reference frame always.
Bro,
You escape in the Matrix.
That if you're in Australia, you leave Toronto, Ontario, Canada, you're in one reference frame, right? And then when you get to Australia, it's a different reference frame.
How big is a reference frame?
Oh my gosh. Okay, bye.
Later. If those two places are like, is there two reference frames on Earth?
I made that mistake one time of describing reference frames like that, and that led to the whole thing It led to like months long of Nathan. It was like a huge. It was like the first reference frame war between Nathan Oakley and everybody, and Zanuck and everyone. Because I expressed it like that incorrectly, like leaving a
A
reference.
lot of
frame.
bloodshed.
There was a lot of bloodshed. Yeah, but we're still seeing the residuals. Hey, hey.
Yeah, sounds like a
Even
dog.
these dogs are upset a bit. They're still.
Is the dog in the same reference frame?
Who let the dogs out?
Oh. Yeah, I think the sun is still in the same reference frame with me because it hasn't set yet. But I guess it leaves my reference frame and I don't see it anymore.
Okay, geniuses, let me finish it with this. If you're going 600 miles an hour, you're going 10 miles a minute, okay? Every 10 miles, you have to dip down 66 feet to keep with the sphere of the Earth, to keep with the altitude. So every minute on the minute, you have to dip down 66 feet. If you did not do that,
No dippy.
you would fly
No
off
dippy.
higher in the altitude.
No dip.
Down from what?
Then it's flat then if it's no dipping. It's
Where
flat
do we
then.
have to dip down? Dip down from what
66
elevation?
feet. Every
From
10
what?
miles, your ball is dipping down 66 feet.
From
You don't
what?
do that, you're going to lose your orientation and go out into space somewhere, fucking Uranus or someplace.
What do you? Pew! So drop from what? Drop in
And
elevation?
this is the math. At 600 miles an hour, you're going 10 miles a minute.
Sure.
Every 10 miles, there's a physical curve of 66 feet. You got to know that. Okay. This is
Sure.
just whatever.
That's the elevation. Yes.
So to get from A to B, you have to lower 66 feet your orientation. If you did not do that, you would fly off. You would go higher into the atmosphere.
What do you mean you have to lower your orientation?
Is
That
there a
sounds like
sphere? Is there a sphere?
sure.
Then does that sphere physically? Is there a physical curve of 66 feet and 10 miles?
Yes, but that's equal elevation. Sure.
Right. So you have to reorientate that plane to go downward 66 feet. If you didn't go downward, you would not stay with the sphere because the sphere curves
If you go
downward.
if you go downward, you're gonna hit the sphere.
And we know that doesn't happen, right?
Yeah,
And
because you don't
that's why
go
it
down,
proves
you
it's
just
flat.
follow equal elevation.
That's why it proves it's flat.
You
The
can't
only way you can
fly
see
off
the
into
elevation
space because you
by
lose lift.
shifting the nose and
Yeah.
lifting up the tail. That's the only way you
What
can keep
happens?
elevation.
What happens to an airplane if you don't do that? Would you end up in space?
Yeah,
You would
your
not be able to
old
maintain.
logic.
Just use,
So you
like I told you,
think
get the
airplanes can
globe,
fly in space?
get your globe, take a ruler on the North Pole, slide it across. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
You would not be able to
that's
bend around that sphere.
Yes, that is what would happen. The orientation of the ruler is
Wonderful.
the same in relation to the surface at all points.
And that would mean you're dipping around that sphere. So let's say in the first 10 miles,
No,
you have to dip
no.
66 feet.
No.
Look,
I know you
I
get
want to, Godric, if you let me, I want to just make a statement, and if you would, just let me finish the statement.
Go ahead.
We say planet Earth is spherical, big, gigantic sphere. The pressure gradient, the atmosphere, that gradient follows the curvature of the Earth. You trim your plane to fly at a certain altitude, and you can let go of it, and it will follow that altitude, that density gradient. Even though it's curving, the plane will still follow that altitude that's following the curvature of the Earth. And you don't have to dip your nose, you don't have to lift your nose, you just trim the plane out and let it go, and it'll follow it.
That is such a damn lie.
What happens when you trim the plane?
You trim the plane. You're inserting that. That makes everything nice, right?
You trim it to stay at altitude,
What happens?
so it flies straight
What happens
level.
when you trim? What happens when you trim the plane? What is actually happening?
You're
Giving it a
adjusting
haircut.
tabs. You're adjusting tabs on your stabilizer to keep the plane at a certain altitude, based on its power setting.
What do the tabs do?
They adjust the attitude of the aircraft.
What happens with the plane when you do this?
You could lift the nose, change your angle of attack. You can lift the nose or drop the nose. Like if you're at full power or cruise power, and you're climbing, you'll trim the nose down a little bit. You watch your indicator and make sure that you quit climbing. And when you stop climbing, or you don't descend, you've got your plane trimmed properly.
So when you trim, you're changing your orientation.
You're changing the attitude.
No, the attitude's up and down. That works on the flat plane. Sorry.
Yeah, it's called attitude. That's why they've got an attitude indicator instrument on the plane.
That's a flat plane, not a globe.
Okay.
And I like how you insert trim. I mean, Jeremy was trying to ask you what happens. You didn't never explain what happens with trim.
I didn't.
Trim around the globe, guys, it's happening, but you can't explain how or why or how that actually works.
Okay. I'll remember that Thursday if I get to fly.
And
I'll
that's
remember.
okay.
My trim means nothing. It's a joke. The trim is not a thing. Okay.
Because it doesn't happen. He asked you what happens to the plane when it trimmed, and you said, "What? Altitude?"
Changes the attitude of the aircraft.
That's the up and down. That happens on a flat plane. What's the difference? You didn't explain what
You
actually.
see, that's the thing, Godric. A plane don't care. It could do the same thing over a flat plane as it does around the globe.
Wonderful.
There's no difference.
So you said it. There's no difference between a flat plane and a globe. Okay, that's
And flying an aircraft, yes, you would fly them both the same way. Yeah.
Let's just end with that. We're done. Thank you.
Well, I mean,
Move
that's
on.
what I always say. The plane is a bad argument because it's not indicative exclusively of either model.
If you're flying flat above the sphere, after 10 miles, you have to dip down 66 feet.
Now that's what you say, but pilots will disagree with you.
Right, because they know all about the sphere, right?
Yeah. They need to know about how
they
to
need
fly
know
for
about
sure.
the sphere. Wonderful. So, what are they doing differently than they would do on a flat plane? Okay,
I
go.
thought it was over. We're not going to get anywhere with it. And I think we should maybe
you
bring
don't
up a
know that.
different
Okay.
topic.
You're right. Different topic. Go ahead.
Oceans.
You don't ever
How
get
is
anywhere
gravity holding
arguing with
oceans
people
in?
about religion.
How
got
is
religion
gravity
complete?
holding oceans in when we have butterflies and dew on
How do-
grass?
How
Still
do
sticking to it.
volcanoes work on a flat Earth? These are the questions we need to ask.
Holy shit. You're right.
How do they work?
What the fuck? Now, what is it? Is it like some toxic heap of shit some person left and it's just exploding through the ground?
You're the flat earther, bro. You
Dude,
you
I'm
tell
coming.
me.
Dude, I've seen some theories with those mesas, like basalt rock, those proclaimed big giant trees, and if they were mining them or the petrified trees, they would need a place to dump it, and that could be like volcanoes, and a bunch of toxic waste was in the center of it, kind of like a quarry, some shit like that. Like, you know how they have giant piles? They have an excavator that shuttles rubble to the top and it just builds up over time. It could be like a volcano, but on a grander scale. And they had some type of fuel that they're using to cut those trees that they just buried it along with in the giant pile. And that's what you got as a volcano. Or it could be something where the earth is alive, like a living being.
The Earth is alive.
Yeah, and it could be something biological almost. I don't fucking know. Who fucking knows? You can go in so deep down the rabbit hole with this shit.
All right. Yeah, I can see you having.
The Hills were alive in the Sound of Music, so I guess he's not wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how relative density works because I can pick up a magnet from the floor upwards, but it goes against relative density.
Right?
It's more dense than the air, but it's going up.
Yeah. How does that work with relative density? That is a very good question.
Because we know that you can't have two forces acting on an object at the same time because gravity doesn't work because of buoyancy.
Yeah. That's an amazing question. Any flat earther, like, how are you able to pull a magnet upwards, considering it's more dense than the air around it? Like, how does that work?
Just density and buoyancy. No gravity.
No, but I mean, a magnet is more dense than the air around it, so it should sink. But I can pull it up using another magnet. How is that possible?
Are you guys saying gravity is
Magnetism
magnetic?
is
then?
magic.
What?
Magnetism is God.
That's the magnetic force. It does stuff. The
Very good
magnetic
answer.
force does stuff. So what?
But then
That's
you
your
debunk relative
answer?
density. That debunks relative
Yeah,
density.
exactly. Like, you don't understand the implication of this question. You can't just say the magnetic force does stuff. Like, what kind of answer is that, man?
Who says that gravity is relative or density and buoyancy?
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about relative density. We want to know how on a flat Earth, where we have relative density, am I able to lift a magnet even though it's more dense than the air around it?
Do you not understand how magnetic forces work?
Explain it to me, bro. Using relative density, the Earth is flat. The floor is yours. Go for it.
You're asking me to use relative density to help explain magnetics?
I'm asking you to explain to me how, considering a magnet is more dense than the air around it, and factoring relative density, I'm still able to lift it.
Who is saying that that because things weigh more than the air around it, that's the cause of gravity? Because that's what you're getting at.
I'm not getting at that. We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about relative density. Because you guys tell us gravity doesn't exist. It's all relative density. So
Gravity
using
does
relative,
exist. It's called weight, dude. Gravitation doesn't exist.
what?
Your
How does the
gravitation, your
how
cause
can
to
the
the effect. You have no cause
What?
to the
So
effect.
You're bringing a tear to my
exists.
eye right now, bro. Bringing a tear to
Gravity
my eye
exists?
right now.
I'm so lost now. I've been told for the last
Hey yo,
5 years
hey yo, how
gravity
about
doesn't
this?
exist.
Yo,
Yo, how
hey,
about this? How does it work on a
gravitas,
globe? How does it work?
means
How does it
weight
work on a globe?
in Spanish, right? Or Latin or whatever the hell it is. Gravitas means weight. Literally means weight. So
Yeah,
when you're
but
talking about
I'm so
gravity,
confused.
you're talking about weight. That's the only thing you're talking about.
Yeah, but I've been told that gravity isn't real. I've been told it's all relative density.
No,
That's what you guys
so
have
what you're
told
saying
me
is
for the last
gravitas,
5 years.
weight isn't
So
real. Is that what you're saying?
bro, I'm
Weight
talking.
isn't
I'm
real.
talking, man.
No,
Bro, you
okay, yeah,
hear
I
me
know you're
talking.
talking, but
Yeah,
weight
so
isn't
don't
real, is
talk
what
through
you're
me,
saying.
man. Like, don't
Okay,
bury
carry on.
through me, bro.
Yo,
Gravitas
hey,
means
hold on a
weight.
That could
second.
happen.
Hold it,
You go.
drop.
You go.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, bud. You can't just talk over people. I don't know if you're
Sorry, man.
new to the server or what, but you can't just incessantly talk over people whether you disagree with them or not. Nate, go ahead and finish what you're saying. Jop, you can respond afterwards.
Okay. So I've been told gravity isn't a real thing. I've never heard a Globa come in here and talk about gravitas, or levitas. I've been told gravity isn't real and it's all relative density. So I just want to understand, on a flat Earth where there's only relative density, how am I able to lift a magnet with magnetism, considering that it's heavier than the weight around it? Floor is yours.
Magnets are magical.
I told him the magnetic force does stuff. You get it.
Hey Nate,
I
how
don't
does it work
understand
on the
why you're
globe?
bringing that up, but you don't bring up other shit that's like oceans and like dew on grass or butterflies.
You realize if you have magnetism, you lose your compass, right? Compasses wouldn't work, right? You realize that.
So none of you want to answer the question. It's cool. It's fine.
No, it's because
Well,
you
that's
straw
it's magical. It's fucking what?
Hold on a second, Nate. The
You're like
thing
a
is,
4-year-old
right,
ass asks why, like
mic check.
there's a certain point to it, like it just is.
Yo, bearded
We
Dora.
can we can hear you, Napalm. That guy's
All
just
right,
over
cool.
talking.
Yeah, relax, guys. It's a Saturday morning. Chill. Nate, do you have the ability to explain magnetism's effects on gravitation, or with your gravitation model on a globe Earth?
Once
Can
my
you?
question is answered, I'm happy to do that, Nippon, because I mean, all we ever do is get asked questions and we answer them. I'm just asking one
Right.
question. I just want an answer. Once I get an answer, I'll answer any other question you want. You know,
Yeah,
I
I
gave
always
you
it
my
works.
answer. I gave you mine.
I can give him an answer.
So here's the thing, Nate. The answer to it would be the same regardless, right? Because if you're talking about gravity, you could be just specifically talking about weight. If you're talking about gravitation, that's something else. That's something different, right? And you'd have to
But I'm
explain those within magnetism.
I'm not
But behold,
talking about gravity, and I'm not talking about gravitation. I'm talking about relative density. I don't know why you guys want to go to gravity. That's not what I asked. It has nothing to do with what I asked. If you guys could just
because
answer the question I'm asking.
Okay, so
what does relative
what's
density
the
have to do
question?
with magnetism? This is a ridiculous
Oh,
question.
well, people say the reason I point out brought the question in is because people say that because there's buoyancy, then gravity is fake. So at the same time, if relative density is the cause for objects moving down, and you can take an object that is denser than the medium and lift it up with magnetism, that'll debunk relative density. And
People
that's
in
the
here
reason.
have said that. People
It
in here have
doesn't
said that
debunk
to you.
relative density.
No, it's the application of another force, an
Yeah. So then
electromagnetic
buoyancy.
force. But
Sure. Then gravity isn't debunked by helium balloons or anything that's buoyant. It's just the second force, right?
well, gravity's never been
Are helium
substantiated to
balloons
begin
like
with.
stronger than oceans? Like the gravity that has an effect on the oceans?
Mole Man, when you refer to gravity, which form are you talking about? Which
The one where mass tends
philosophical
towards mass.
explanation are you referring to?
The one where mass tends towards mass.
So nothing to do with space-time warping.
That's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant.
Hang on. So hang on a minute. Am I unmuted? I have no idea.
Yeah,
No, we
you
can
can
hear you.
hear you, bud.
Okay. So hang on a minute. So what was the last thing you said? Repeat it. Sorry.
Me?
You said mass is gravitation towards mass. I can't remember what the last thing you said was. Repeat the
Yeah, I
last
said
thing.
that mass tends towards mass, and that's the
Okay.
gravity that.
But we haven't used that for what is it? 115 years. Yeah, that's Newtonian, right? Mass
every day.
attracts
It's
mass.
used every
Right?
day.
No, we use it
Even
every day, man.
yeah.
We don't use it anymore.
We do
What is the
every day.
cause? What
I
is the
could be
cause of
wrong.
mass attracting mass? You can't just say mass attracts mass. What is the
Right.
cause of that? And if you say
Yeah,
gravity
but
is the cause of
I
mass
don't need to know
attracting
the
It
mass,
can't
cause.
be
then
the
it can't
cause
be
of
both.
gravity.
But hold
yeah,
on.
but you guys
Why
still
would I?
haven't answered our question. You guys can't be asking
What's
us
the
questions.
question?
Yeah.
Sorry, what's the question?
What you heard
Yeah.
the question and you were shouting at
You're
them.
like a parrot who just keeps repeating, you
Jesus.
haven't answered the question. Yeah, we have.
But you
Sorry.
haven't.
That's my
Someone just
bad.
said
Okay.
magnetism does stuff and it's magical. Like that's
Yeah.
not an answer. What?
Okay. Ask
I
me the
already
question one more
answered
time.
it, Nate. I
That's
already
my bad.
answered it.
Just ask one more time. Ask the question. Sorry. I
What was
know.
what?
I might have missed it. I'm repeating myself. Just ask me it one more time.
So do you
Well,
want
no,
me to do it? Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
go ahead, man.
Yeah. If relative density is the cause for objects moving vertically, then how can it be the case that I can pick up an object with a magnet that is denser than the medium? It's working against relative density there, right?
So relative density. That's what you're talking about.
Sure.
How can you pick up an object with a magnet?
Yeah.
And
Because
it's
the object
denser than the medium around it.
Yeah,
So
it's
we're
moving
talking
up.
about magnetism now, right?
And relative density doesn't go anywhere. Like
So
the
if
magnet.
relative density isn't that linked to the fact of how coherent something is in terms of how many? So in terms of the electrostatic attraction within that matter. So we have if we have a block that's really dense, it has more coherency. So it has more molecules in terms of attraction and like distraction or whatever you call the other side of that. So in terms of electrostatic, we're talking about things that attract each other. So something that attracts something else. So the more dense something is, it has more of them molecules in it. My Alexa's going off. Sorry, Alexa, shut the fuck up. All right, sorry, that's my bad. I didn't mean that. So within that mass, we have more molecules in there that attract and distract each other. So they're constantly trying to attract and like they're constantly trying to attract each other. That makes an object more dense. Am I right in thinking that? I could be wrong. I'm
No,
happy for anyone.
I'm not sure. I mean,
What I'm
how do
what
you
I'm getting
identify?
at here is magnets are gravity.
Oh,
Magnetism is
no,
gravity. That's what I'm getting here.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. So
Not what
let's
you're
the problem
saying.
is
What
that
the other guy was saying. With he keeps like you haven't answered our question. Well, like what? Like,
no,
you like
that's not what I'm
magnets
saying.
are gravity? That proves
No,
gravity?
I'm pretty
no,
sure I didn't say that. But okay.
no, I
You
didn't
can
say that. I
demonstrate
say that.
anything else except with magnets of two objects going against the
Okay,
dense
can
whatever the fuck.
do objects move depending on their density, up and down?
Steve.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I pick up an object that is more dense than the medium with a magnet?
Steve.
Pick up an object more dense than its
Depends.
medium.
How heavy is the
Yes.
magnet, and how heavy is the magnet that you're using to pick it up?
I would say
Does it have
yeah.
enough strong
The
enough
magnet
pull?
is it's a 1 kilogram metal sphere, and the magnet is very strong.
Are you saying you're not invoking a new force with the magnet?
Yeah,
I
he
am.
is. That's why I answered his the question previously. It has nothing to do with density. It is the application and introduction of a force that is magnetism, the magnetic force. We even have calculations for it. So I don't understand why you think there's some confusion.
Yeah, there is no confusion. So then now we agree at that, like, if you're saying that helium balloons work against gravity, that's not a point.
We didn't
Because
say
gravity
that though. No one in here said that. You're just
Yeah,
bringing
what are you
in like.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question. But if we agree, then sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, no one can debunk gravity with just using a helium balloon saying it goes up.
Gravitation is what you have to prove. You have to prove the cause to the effect. Just dropping something and saying, "Oh, look, that's gravity," is not proving the cause.
I think
of
that
what
example is pretty spot on though. Like, is
why do we
helium all of a
need to-
sudden stronger than oceans? Like, is
Dude,
helium
you
a
need to
weapon of
get,
mass
you need to get more
destruction?
B vitamins, bro. You need more B vitamins.
Come on, man. Mole Man, did somebody in here actually make that claim that like a helium balloon debunks gravity or something?
That's
why I
Oakley.
asked. No one, yeah,
Oakley argument.
yeah, Oakley does it.
Yeah,
And a lot of
I
others
can-
have said it, but not here.
Is Nathan Oakley in here claiming that or something? Is that what we're discussing? Or?
It doesn't have to be someone in here. It's a flat earther that said it. It's the same way Neil deGrasse Tyson is never in these VCs, but you guys keep like talking about him. You know.
Oh,
The
we did
flat earther
say?
doesn't need to be here to make that claim. I can
All right.
post
then
so
Nathan
many
Oakley has
videos and
But we can
debates.
move on to. Someone said that we need to know the cause for gravity for us to talk about it. Is that right?
Well, that is literally the only conversation, right? Because if we're just saying, here's this effect, the effect being 9.8 meters per second of acceleration downwards, right? Like all that is a measurement. We understand that the measurement exists, and this tends to be the case,
and the effect,
right? But there is a variation within it, not a whole lot, but there is a variation, so it's not necessarily a constant. But that's literally the only contention and the only conversation that's that's taking place is what is the cause of that? What establishes this up and down vector that we seem to have? What is the causation of that specific orientation, up and down?
But we still have that attraction and orientation, right? Whether we know the cause or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's literally. Nobody's saying that things don't fall down or that things don't go up. Everybody's saying that this takes place. We all observe it. Nobody's claiming it doesn't take place. We have the observations, we have the experimentations, and we have the measurements of it. The question at hand is, what is causing that up and down vector to be set?
Can we agree that it's also not just vertical, it's in so many directions?
What do you mean it's omnidirectional?
Like you can do a Cavendish experiment and show that it's not vertical, it's just vertical, it's also horizontal.
No,
in the Cavendish.
I wouldn't say. Honestly, I don't think the Cavendish is a good experiment or any type of anything to prove that it's
always
taking
vertical.
place in a different orientation. Because the way that here's my beef with the Cavendish, and people can vehemently disagree with me on this, But any movement to the apparatus at all whatsoever will have the masses tend towards one another or directly away from one another, period, because it sets them in a specific orientation to where they have to come together. Meaning the device, if you push a weight on the Cavendish, you know, the weight's being held by a torsion bar and a string. If you push on the weight, you apply any force to the weights at all whatsoever, they are going to have a known path. And that's my contention with Cavendish. But either way, I don't, if you can prove omnidirectionality with something other than an apparatus where any force applies gives it a definitive vector or movement, then sure, I could maybe agree with you, but I haven't seen that unless you have an example.
Okay, so do you have any idea how you could test it?
Yeah, I have a BB stick to a wrecking ball.
Can we go to a 0G plane to see what happens in one of those with relative density?
A wrecking ball.
No, I mean, I don't know if I like the term omnidirectional either. If we have things that like conglomerates of matter that tend towards one another, like to me, that just inherently makes sense, right? That this could be the case. But the question still remains, right? Regardless of the directionality, what is the cause for the attraction?
Sure, I can say the same thing for magnets. You don't know.
So you don't know. That's fine. So you don't know. That's fine. So the explanations of gravity are unknown. But we use the term gravity just to describe the effects that we see and that we can measure. But we have no actual understanding as to what causes it, aside from what people tend to espouse.
Sure, but we don't know the cause for anything, to be fair. What's the cause for a molecule? Have an idea?
What do you mean, what is the cause for a molecule? What is the cause for bird? I mean,
yeah, what's the cause for bird?
What's the cause for magnet?
Bird is
Same
not
shit.
Yeah, what's the cause for an electron or the weak nuclear force?
An electron, in my opinion, is there is an overcapacitance within that specific spatial area of the ether, and there's a discharge of excess energy, and that discharge is what we meter as an electron, which is just a unit of energy, discharging energy. So what do you mean? What is the cause of it? There you go. There's my cause.
Yeah, what's the cause for ether?
It just keeps boiling down to why is this? It just is.
Ether is
Yeah.
when you
It just
when you get to a
Yeah,
certain point.
you have to stop. Yeah,
Well, man, when you get to a certain point, it becomes a metaphysical question and a non-physical question.
And you can't use words to describe it because it just is, right?
Yeah, that's what I could say about the space-time. It just is, and it just bends because of mass. It just happens.
Yeah, but here's the problem with space-time is you're giving an application of physicality to something that is not even physical, right? It's conceptions. One is a measurement, and another is a lack of things.
Let's bring it back to magnets here, okay? Because that's what it was really
Moleman's
about.
just going to continue on and on. The thing is, he has no justification for any of his claims,
Either
right?
have you.
Any more so than anybody else does, especially if you want to try to boil it down to the subatomic borderline between the physical and the metaphysical that nobody can explain. So,
yeah, that's
so what is your point, Moleman?
I'm just saying that you do it for gravity, but you don't do it for other things, and you accept other things except for gravity.
Can you give me an example? When you say you're talking about me. So can you give me an example where I go wrong?
Yeah, is ether physical or is it metaphysical?
Ether actually has physicality when tension is applied to it. Yeah.
So you can apply
it's where the physical manifests from. Yeah, it creates the spatial relationship that we have in order to have matter manifest.
Mailman, you never heard of vacuum energy?
So ether is physical.
Ether creates the physical. Dun, dun, dun.
So Is it physical?
Ether creates the physical.
What
Okay,
does
well
that
then
mean?
space-time creates the physical.
That in which we can measure to call physicality, right? Something that has spatial dimension and mass.
Does
Is
ether
that what
have
you're
mass?
talking about?
Oh, I'm just like trying to figure out if ether is physical, because you claim that I'm giving something physical aspect that isn't physical, and you're talking about ether as a physical thing, but now you're
No. Did I say that ether is physical? I said ether is that in which the physical manifests from. Did I
yes,
stutter
and
when I said those words?
so that's what space-time is too. So what's the issue?
Did you lose a comprehension of that? Well, here's the thing: space-time.
Okay.
So space-time has nothing to do with what we call time or what we call space. It's something totally different, right?
Can I make an example of what ether is?
What is space-time, Mo man?
Sorry, can I make
It's
an
something
example?
that is. Oh, sorry, go on.
It's
No,
magical.
you go. Sorry.
Because it's my understanding that space-time has an effect on matter. There's no claims at all whatsoever that space-time is that in which matter can manifest from, that opens up the spatial dimension in which allows for matter to manifest, unless that is the claim. Is that the claim of space-time?
That could be the quantum field then.
Which quantum field?
The quantum field.
The Higgs field?
No, the quantum field.
Is there just one? Hey Nate, is there just one quantum field that we call the quantum field? You're a physicist, right?
No, there's each elementary particle has its own quantum field. Yeah.
Yeah, each one has its own quantum field. So is Moleman kind of talking out his ass when I ask him if it's a gluon field, and he says no, the quantum field.
Maybe give him a chance to elaborate. What
That's
do you
okay.
mean by
I'll
the
take that as
quantum
a
field?
yes.
Of course, you're going to take it as a yes, but it's interesting. Like you can't tell me what ether is, but you accept it.
Well, Nate just asked you a
issue.
question. Nate just asked you a clarifying question, the same one that I had, and you just skated right past it. When you say quantum field, what do you mean?
The same thing that you mean with ether. Like, what's the problem? It's just the thing that
I think
exists.
we're just playing mind games at this point. What can we test? Like we could test obviously the magnets, but what other objects that do attract each other besides magnets? Apparently, if mass or space time is attracting other objects, shouldn't there be other objects that should attract to each other?
Can I talk for a second?
We can test that with the Cavendish. We can show that mass attracts mass, or matter tends towards mass.
Cool story, Mo man.
Can I talk?
Sure.
Can you test it?
Yeah,
Can we
I'm gonna
test
talk about
like
something.
something like a blade of grass getting attracted to a microphone?
Yo, here's the thing. He has no justification for the causation of this attracting. Mass attracts mass. What is mass, Mo man?
What is mass? It's an intrinsic sort of aspect of matter.
So what is matter?
Matter is all the physical substances that exist.
So every physical substance that exists has mass.
Sort of.
Matter has mass. Yes.
Yeah, matter has mass. Yes. I think
matter is defined as all the physical substances that exist. So do all physical substances have mass?
Yeah, matter has mass. Yes.
Dude, I'm not gonna have the conversation with you. I'm done.
Sure. Okay.
Was he being intellectually dishonest?
Yeah. I don't know if you hear him avoiding it.
He's not avoiding it.
What am I avoiding? I answered your question.
No, you stated that matter is all physical objects, right? All physical substances. So then I said, okay, so if matter is all physical substances, then do all physical substances have mass?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
So is a photon a physical thing?
It's not a substance.
Is it a physical substance?
No, it's not a substance.
No. So a photon is non-physical?
No, a photon is not a substance.
So it's non-physical.
No, it's just not a substance.
Holy shit! What is
See,
the
this is
sun
why
then?
this is why I'm not going to engage with this guy. Never mind.
What is the sun in his paradigm?
Definition. Substance is a particular kind of matter with uniform properties. Yeah. There you go.
You just got here today, right?
You're just talking in circles, bud. That's all you're doing. You're just literally talking in circles. Mass is matter. What is matter?
This
Matter
witness
is
is
all
not.
physical
Well,
things. All physical
can we
things
go
have
back to
matter.
gravity?
What? Why are
This
you
Go back to
talking
witness
gravity.
isn't very credible, is he? He's not a very
I,
credible witness.
I
No,
never
he's
You guys
just
said,
talking at the
I
same
never
time.
said matter is mass. I mean, why do you lie? No point.
what? Did you say I'm lying?
Yeah, you said that
No,
I said
just
that matter is mass, and I never said that. You're lying.
What is mass?
Mass is an aspect of matter.
It's an aspect now. You
What
didn't
is
say
what is
that
your
previously.
definition of aspect?
Right.
I'm
So
gonna.
hold on.
it
You
ain't,
didn't say
it
that
ain't
previously.
property. It's
Hold on.
it's a
51.
property
Yeah, it's a
of
property. Yeah,
matter.
yeah, yeah.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
property.
So when I asked him previously, he didn't say it's a property of matter. So okay. So
Sure,
what is this?
but
What is this
I meant
property?
property.
When you say a property of matter, can you define this property?
Sure, I
How
can
it?
get you the definition for property.
Okay. Go ahead and read off the definition of
What you
property and how that applies to mass being a property
this
of
is
matter.
this is exactly what you said that I'm doing with you and the ether, that I'm asking questions. What is, and then it goes to metaphysical. This is exactly what you're doing now.
No, I'm just asking for
We can
clarification on definitions of
test
terms because
objects
the
if they
problem
attract
is
each other or not.
Yeah, we
I'm
can.
asking for clarification on the definition of terms because all you're trying to do is have some semantical argument.
Oh, no, I'm not.
I'm pretty sure he just conceded eventually that the mass conversation is going to go to metaphysical, anyways.
Because everything is, if you ask why or what is enough times, it'll end. You can't
So
go.
you defeated your own argument. Thank you.
What was my argument? What was my argument? I haven't made an
You
argument
just kept
yet.
asking us why. Why is this?
So
Why
now
is
he
this?
hasn't made an argument, right?
Well, what argument did I make? Can you recite the argument?
You made the argument that space-time is the same as ether, but you have not substantiated that at all whatsoever.
I said it's the same, as in it's like you believe you accept ether, but you don't accept space-time. But what's the difference between ether and space-time?
That's what I'm trying to get you to elucidate because you made the claim that they're the same. So then when I said, okay, so when I say that ether is what allows for the spatial realm to manifest into existence, I asked you if that's the same within space-time, and then you completely moved to something else. You diverted away from answering that. So my question to you is, within space-time, what is space-time, right? What is it?
Sure.
And then how does it have an effect on physical things?
I mean, I asked that same question to you about ether, and you couldn't answer. So I'm figuring.
I've already answered it 4 times, bud. Here's
You
the
gave
problem.
Oh.
You're really good at asking questions, which means you never actually make any claims, which you try to take that as the intellectual high ground because you can never be disproven because you can never actually have a claim to begin with. All you try to do is go into a line of questioning. Typically, it's a Socratic method, but at least most people that go through the Socratic method actually have a claim of their own.
Oh, so I'm a bit like a flat earther, just saying that globe doesn't work, but not making a claim about the flat earth, right?
I'm at the time.
I would say that's the opposite.
Can you
That's
answer
the
my
opposite.
question
It'd
about
be the
space-time?
globe.
Can you answer
Sure.
my question about space-time?
Sure. I don't know the function. Do you know the function for ether?
So you can't answer my question.
Yeah, I cannot. Can you answer mine?
What do you mean? Do I know the function? Can you give me an idea as to what do you mean by the function of ether? The function of ether is that it is what holds our realm together. It is the base foundation for our realm. That's its function.
Sure. How does it do that?
I already explained that to you, and I'm not going to do it again for the
Oh,
fifth
you said
time.
it doesn't.
You can
You said it
rewind.
doesn't. You never
No,
said
no,
how.
wait,
You said it
wait.
doesn't.
Does ether cause attraction? Things to attract to one another?
But that's the idea, right? Left lane. It's the idea that the ether is actually a closed system, and it doesn't invoke stupid terms like space or time in order for you to understand it and observe it. We're asking Mailman, who only just got here today, surprisingly, to
I've been
further
here.
define
No,
what actually is an actual space time. Like what is
no,
space time?
no one's ever
Hold on, here's a question.
No,
How does
okay,
space time
I don't know.
contribute to maintaining gas pressure? How does space time contribute to maintaining a closed system?
What closed system and what gas pressure? What are you talking about?
We haven't observed gas pressure. Is that news to you?
14.7
I know what gas
psi
pressure
at
is.
sea
Bro, I
level.
was Rob, but I think
I don't think
Napalm's
you
done an
breathe in
amazing
this.
job
So,
holding your feet
the
to the
space
fire.
time, space time doesn't have much to do with the gas. Like, what do you mean? What's the question about the gas pressure now? Like, how do we get gas pressure on Earth?
Yeah, what you're breathing.
Yeah,
You're
there's
asking
gas
for
pressure.
the definition of ether and how it works and so on and so forth. What we're trying to do is basically to be really, really strip it down to brass tacks and state that like the ether is like the stadium, right? It houses the pressure. So the question then becomes, how does space-time house a pressure?
How can ether house pressure? Like, is
It's
there
somehow a
physical?
container, I guess.
Well,
It's
you
physical.
can't just flip
Yeah.
everybody's question back onto them.
No, but someone said that ether causes gas
Answer his
pressure or
question.
holds in gas pressure. I don't know how it does that. Like,
Okay,
what's the
so that's
function?
somebody asked you how space time would house gas pressure.
Yeah, I don't think that space-time houses gas pressure.
Well, that's the gravity.
Okay,
That's
so there.
Albert Einstein's form of gravity for you that you guys
Yeah,
accept.
well, we could go to we could go to Newtonian where we can understand things, and the same thing that's keeping you from floating away is keeping the atmosphere from floating away, and it's pretty much that simple.
Newton invoked an ether and fixed space.
But where does the
All he did was invent a theory to formulate, like to fit the globe model that Copernicus made.
It works
But
too.
what's the point in asking about the gas pressure?
Great question.
Well, like how are you breathing in a not closed system?
Well, what's the open system?
Because here's the thing, we
Well,
have
what?
these
What?
called
Yeah.
barometers.
Open
right?
system.
Now,
What the globe model's open
barometers-
system is gravity somehow contains the atmosphere. It sticks
hold
to
on.
the Earth.
Bearded,
Where
hold
does
on. Do you not hear other people talking?
So back to the question of how do you observe gas pressure? What is it? However you want to ask that question. But again, we have a tool called the barometer, right? It's a measuring device, and we can measure pressure. Therefore, pressure exists. So the follow-up question to this entire thing is, how does space-time create pressure? Because in order for us to accept the idea of a system, you bring in a structure which can house it, which is our statement being the ether is the composition of the system that we're in.
To be honest, to me, that's a sort of a nonsensical question. How does space-time hold the pressure? I don't think that could even be answered directly. I think it's a very convoluted way to ask a question.
You guys should ask yourselves this question: like, can I demonstrate or test a system of pressure that's not contained?
So
I mean,
so
where
in the atmosphere? Yeah.
Left lane.
We only got one.
It's
That's it, and it's a
nonsensical
fucking. You can't
question.
even know. You fly high altitude balloons up, and you still have pressure. It may be less, but there's still pressure.
Dora, where does in the globe
Dora,
Earth model, where does the pressure end?
You can't.
Nowhere we can't experience a globe Earth model except with math.
There
You can
we
only
go,
experience a
Mark.
globe
The pressure
with
never
math. You
stops.
can't experience the physics of gas in the globe model.
That's right. Dimak was correct. The pressure never stops. There's pressure in space.
It's like,
There we go.
the globe Earth is an idea of a simulation. That's all they can produce.
No.
As
but
far
there's
as what
always
space
pressure.
time.
Sure.
My bad,
Yeah,
man.
okay. You've got to take
So
everything
hold
back
on,
and
man.
ask
Me and
yourself.
Mailman started. So your turn to go? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, just
Go ahead,
quickly,
Mailman.
Yeah, in the globe model, if you want to talk about the model, yeah, the pressure never stops. There's pressure in everywhere in the universe. So there's like, I don't know where you need the container to be.
So as far as what space time has to do with the gas pressure, that is the cause. Sorry, that is the cause of why the globe has gas pressure. Is because space time is bending, forming a gravity well, causing all the mass to attract all the other mass, and the gas to stick to your ball. Why was that difficult?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to cut in to say that exact same thing, especially when Left Lane came in to say, what does space-time have to do with gas pressure? The claim is gravity, right?
It has everything to do with gas pressure, yeah.
But see, then
No, I
this
just
is
said it, and
this is the
Jeremy.
trick, right?
Yeah, Jeremy did a good
This
job
is the
explaining
trick,
it, but
right? Is they want to
it's a sort of a difficult thing to do to explain gas pressure using space time. That's an odd question to me.
well, here's the thing. Why do you have space-time to explain anything then? Can everything be
It's a theory
explained
that's
through
not proven, so
through
you
Newton?
can't base it on anything.
Why don't we just stick with gravity, Newtonian physics, when we can explain it that way?
Left
You
your hand
can't
is
prove
right.
gravity
You can't
either.
demonstrate it that way, though. You can explain anything with cartoons, but you can't demonstrate. Your hand's
There's
right.
no
Your
proof of
mind's
any
right.
of this. It's all speculation.
Newtonian physics doesn't work on Earth, Left Lane. That's the problem, is because when something's free falling and it's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, in the Einstein space-time bendy model, which is the model that the globe works off of, that's where this is all happening in space-time wells and all that bullshit. When that happens, there's no force. And Newtonian clearly states that F equals ma, Newtonian physics, F equals ma, you need a force. Doesn't work together. They're not like you guys have been telling us for years. Newtonian physics works fine on Earth here at the normal scale, but it doesn't. Not with your other model that you have. They can't both coincide simultaneously.
It it works good until Zanuck comes in and fucks it all up.
No, they don't want to unify the theories from quantum to the big scale. That's the whole thing. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to unify the theories for you guys by invoking an ether. We're trying to make your lives simple, man.
Yeah, I think all these theories were never
realize-
supposed to be questioned in depth. That the ball Earth is
Right.
never expected
Yeah,
people to be intelligent.
They never expected you to ask for more than a mathematical concept or a cartoon. They didn't ever want you to go to the lab or physics. Here's the thing.
My mic
Why
wasn't working.
are we arguing the fact that an electrical continuity exists everywhere? Fuck if you call it ether, fuck if you call it space-time. Let's all get fucking real. We know we live in an electrical fucking static background of everything. And if you go through the fucking shit, temperature and everything else negates through that, right? And if you go through it, you're going to build up potential. There's resistance everywhere. There's a different resistance up there than there is down here.
Can I go
I
after
agree with
Kosho?
that. I agree with everything he said.
Can I go after Kosho?
Everything he said, I agree with. And the answer is no, Nate. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I was trying to get in before, but my mic wasn't working.
Can I go now?
Well,
no.
Do you have?
I agree
Well,
with what Left Lane
spit it
said.
out.
You asshole,
Yeah,
dude.
say
I
something,
agree with
bro. Jesus.
I agree with what Left Lane said, dude. Left Lane was right. That the question was malformed. It didn't make sense. When Jeremy said it, though, that made sense. That was a well description. Space-time, though, doesn't cause pressure, so that doesn't make sense. The bending of space-time, though, does, and that does create a force in our reference frame.
It's unfortunate.
Pseudo force.
How can you prove space time though?
Pseudo-forces-
This doesn't make sense
Static
at all.
and temperature build up of force
Pseudo-forces
and pressure.
as forces
Static and temperature.
in that reference frame.
Hey, Kosho.
Can you hear Kosho?
Sorry, Kosho. I couldn't.
Can you guys hear Kosho?
No, I couldn't. I was trying to apologize to him. I couldn't hear him.
You're
He was breaking up a
lying,
little bit.
Demonk. You heard him, bro.
I just want to
But
thank
I
Joe for providing.
Yeah, but if
Why?
Kosho's done, it's my turn. So Jeremy,
Oh,
in general relativity, they all forces. It's just gravity itself is not seen as a force, and the idea is things are especially in terms of gravity, the acceleration of things towards another piece of mass is caused by the curvature of space-time. So with relativity, we use geometry to explain gravity as opposed to forces. But other forces still do exist. The electromagnetic force, strong and weak nuclear force, they all exist within relativity. It's just gravity isn't seen as the force. It's geometry. I'm done.
Yeah, we know. There's no force
You're
when
agreeing
something's
with
free
him.
falling. I know. Yeah, you're agreeing with me. Newtonian physics doesn't work on the normal scale here on Earth.
Yes, it
Perfect.
does. It does.
No, it doesn't. You just agreed with me.
Yes. No, I didn't. I just said gravity.
You did.
Gravity is the only thing. Newtonian forces do work, right?
Okay, why do things fall?
That's what he's
Newton's
talking
three
about.
laws can be used to explain the electromagnetic force within
He's not talking
relativity.
about Newton's three
Dude,
laws.
here on
He's
Earth,
not saying
here on
Newton
Earth,
didn't live. Gravity,
here
dude.
on Earth,
Uh-huh.
here on Earth, we have something accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared. Newton
Yeah.
said we need a force to do that. Einstein, no force.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they can't both be this. They can't both be happening. You can't have a force and not have a force at the same time.
It's both happening. It just depends how you look at it. If you want to look at
No,
it
it's antithetical. It can't both
if you
happen.
want to if you want to look at it from a geometric perspective, there's no forces. If you want to look at it from a force vector perspective, there's a force at play. Just depends how you look at it, but they both give you the same answer.
No, Zanuck told me there's no force on an object
Yeah,
that's in free
fuck
fall
what Zanuck
accelerating.
said, bro. Zanuck is
But
just a dude on
the
Discord.
problem is though, he's mimicking your globe paradigm correctly. You're just in here
No, he's
fighting
not.
for
He's
anti-flat
not.
Earth shit.
He's not
He's
mimicking it
complicating it.
correctly. Yeah,
He's
he's
not
not doing a
complicated.
good
you
job.
not build
Spinning it like it should.
No, he's not.
Spinning
how
it
do
like
you
it
not
should
build
be.
up a static charge
Nope.
when you're falling in free fall? You build up a potential charge, you build up temperature, you exert something else. So that temperature and that static charge, whatever, however you want to explain it, it's going to crack something from a farther distance than it is up close. So does that make your marble weigh at 10,000 pounds because it just free fell?
That's a
Why
good
is your
fucking
marble weigh
point, dude.
10,000 pounds?
Yeah, man.
Because electrical continuity is exerted, the potential kinetic exchange of energy is put into it. And the more and more and more, the more distance it has, the more potential can be put into it, more current. And that current static flow of energy, electricity, is going to hit that object in that object and be exerted from it to the thing it hits. And that's why it hits so fucking hard. The electricity in there negates the weight, the density, the force, and all of it. And it also, the temperature also negates the weight and density and force of everything, which is the static electric field.
DeMarc
That's
is
right. I'm
right.
going to speak on that. But first I
Now,
wanted to
that's the
say,
Democrian principle, baby. I'm done. I'm sorry.
I
That's
love
what's
that, dude.
up. The
That's what I'm going to
Demarchian
frame it.
principle.
So I'm framing it for now. I'm going to speak on that in just a second because that's a big deal. But I did want to say that I had already expressed before Nate had came in and fucking, I don't know what the fuck. He hates Newton. He thinks like I don't even know what you were doing. But I was telling you already the force of gravity, Newton's force of gravity, other than the instantaneous action. You can use that just fine because in our frame of reference, in the frame that it's being experienced, it's going to be experienced as a force. Forces are experienced by accelerating masses. So that's what it does. That's what pseudo forces do. They actually act like real forces from that frame. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's completely legitimate to think of it in the Newtonian sense, as long as you're remembering that it's not instantaneous.
Stop being silly. In
The
Newtonian
DeMarc.
mechanics, you need a force to accelerate something. To accelerate mass, you need a force in Newtonian mechanics. In Einstein mechanics, there is no force, dude. They can't both happen at the same time. They're antithetical. Stop being silly.
Yeah, the point is it behaves as a force. It behaves as
But
if
it's
it's a
not a
force.
force. But it's not a
but that's
force, and you need one for
same.
Newton.
Yeah, Same
Yeah, but
thing.
Newton
Exactly.
needs
Same
a
as
force. You need a force
same
for
as
Newton. You don't need something that acts like a force or maybe it dresses like a force on the weekends. You need a force for Newton.
that's exactly what you need. You need it. You need it. You need it to be a beard, just like if you were trying to be a person. You just get the look, do everything exactly like you would if you were a force. And it's exactly what it does. It does exactly what it would do if it was a force. This is what the equivalence principle is. It
But
tells
here's
you that
the
it's
thing.
indistinguishable. It's indistinguishable
We
from
don't
being in
even
an
know if it's
accelerated
a
frame,
force. That's the
But
point.
accelerated
Kosho,
frame,
here's the
or
thing.
being in a force field.
Your analogy falls flat because you're saying it's basically like a female with the beard or a male with some boobs, right? Is what you're saying.
Yeah, that is what he's saying.
Yeah, but
What I'm saying, I'm
here's
saying a
where your
beard, like
analogy falls short.
a gay guy. Yeah.
I understand.
It's good enough, right? It
Yeah, that's a
works.
horrible explanation. I think Mark explained it the
Most of
best.
it settles. We're just gonna settle because it's good enough and it works. Settling
Well,
for
No,
second best
it
is
within
is
you're the
as
Kosho's
it
first
should.
loser.
language, he had a very telling phrase where he says, "You can think of it as," and Nate also had a couple of phrases within what he was previously saying where he said, "From the perspective of." So thinking of it as, and from the perspective of, right? We don't want to think
But
about it as anything, and we don't want to have the perspective of this perspective it's that, and this perspective it's this. We want to know what it
Mhm.
actually
No,
is, regardless of your
not
We
perspective or how
don't
you think
know
about it.
what these things actually are because we didn't create reality, Napalm.
Thanks.
You know.
hold on,
Thanks,
hold
okay,
on,
Dean.
hold on,
so
Just
hold on,
don't
hold
so
on.
play
That
the
wasn't the
Napalm,
game.
the
question.
great
That
thing
wasn't the
that was
question.
stated, I'm gonna keep talking on this one because I've been holding for a while, but the great thing about what Kosho stated, Napalm, was that he did in fact tip our hat to what we were saying earlier, is that we have some form of it, call it air structure, which actually, guys, when you look at the term atmosphere, it actually refers to an air structure, not that air is a structure, but an air structure that retains this pressure. So this is where the question of this whole space-time contribution of this ether comes from. Thanks for letting me go on that one.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So the actual framing of what's being talked about now is not where does gravity come from? What is it? The question was, can you? I think Left Lane was saying something about using it on Earth as a force. Jeremy said you can't use it on Earth as a force. We're talking about what it can be used as. You can use as, you can think of gravity as, you can treat it as a force when you're talking in these terms. No one's saying that that's actually what it is, but because it behaves exactly like a force, you can treat it exactly like you would a force. This is the point.
Gravity determines the direction. The
But it's
weight of the
not a force.
object
You can say we can
determines.
look at it like. My bad. Go ahead, man.
No, I'll wrap it up in saying the weight of the object and the distance away from the rest point determines the, let's call it the magnitude or the impact. Go ahead, Jeremy, please.
Yeah, for this thing, it doesn't matter if it looks like a force, it acts like a force, maybe it's a force, maybe we could think of it as a force. It
It's a
doesn't matter.
theory, not a
For Newton,
force.
for Newton's thing, you need a force, right? You need a force for Newton's. He made it absolutely clear. F equals ma. You need a force.
You're right. You're right.
Now,
Yeah.
He assumed it was a force before it was named a
now,
force.
now, in Einstein, with space-time bending, there is no force. You can't measure a force. There's no force there. The thing with Zanuck is, I know you guys are hating him right now, but he's spitting your Einstein shit correctly. You guys
What
just
did
aren't.
Xanax say? What did Xanax say?
When something's in free fall, and accelerate, and it's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, there is no force on that object.
Right. Okay. Well, guess what?
Did he say that applies in Newtonian mechanics as well? Or?
He just said there's no force on that object. Now, if you guys wanted me to set up a debate with whoever is opposing
No,
this in
dude.
Zanuck, I'll be free to.
I'll
Well,
take it up with Xanax.
yeah,
Go
the
on.
point being is
Said.
we're talking about somebody dropping like a ball or an object on Earth, and that object is in free fall. You can't just now say, okay, well, then we'll just go ahead and start using Einsteinian, even though it's in an exact scenario where you would try to use Newtonian mechanics and we would want to know what the force is, blah, 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 but there is no force, right?
Okay, listen, dude. There's two important things. One is, Jeremy, you just said F equals MA. You can't use that, but you have MA, which equals F. So in this case, you actually can treat it like an F. So that's exactly why we do that. And two
No, but in
is
Einstein's thing, there is no F.
yeah, it doesn't matter because if you use
It
Einstein's to
does
try to
matter.
solve the same, if you use Einstein's to try to solve that same problem, you're gonna get that same answer. You're just gonna take
Yeah,
it
it's not
one more
about the
way.
math. It's about the physics of it. It's not about the math. It's about the physics. What's actually happening in physical reality. I know it's crazy.
Yeah, I
Reality.
mean,
Dun,
this
dun,
is a dumb
dun.
this is a dumb argument to have because we're arguing about something Xanax said. You know, like
Xanax fitting Einstein correctly.
all
There is
right,
no
if you
force when
think
something's free
so,
falling.
Well, you
yeah,
guys are trying to.
definitely
Well, set
Einstein
up the
says
debate
that.
when you want to debate. When you're free to do a debate.
Yeah, definitely within relativity, there's no force. But if Zanuck is saying that when something is in free fall within Newtonian mechanics, there's no force acting on it, then Zanuck's dumb as fuck. It's that simple.
Yo, we're not talking about Newtonian mechanics. We're talking about Einstein mechanics,
That's
the
why I
model that
asked
the
you when.
heliocentric model operates in. The
That's why I
heliocentric
asked you.
model operates in Einsteinian mechanics, right?
That's why I
What's your
asked you,
point?
Jeremy. When Zanuck said when something's in free fall, there's no forces acting upon it. Is he saying this also applies to Newtonian mechanics? Is that what he's saying?
Oh, he's in reality. He's talking about reality, Nate.
All right, I'll take it up with Zanuck, bro. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's
I don't
talking
see.
about
I don't,
Einstein
I don't
reality.
see the point of
He's
us.
talking about
Oh,
he's talking about in Einstein in reality in
yeah, I don't. I
the
don't think
mechanics
you.
that your heliocentric model works.
Yeah, last time this happened, Jeremy, and I took it up with the person. It turned out you weren't being honest about what they said. So I'll take it up
I
with
don't
Zanuck. I
believe
think we
you.
should.
I don't believe
Yeah,
you.
this did
You're not
happen.
being honest about that.
No, this is exactly what happened. You said Zanuck and agreed or disagreed with somebody about something. When I took it up with Zanuck, it turned out you were lying. So I'm gonna take it up with Zanuck. I don't see why we should argue about something he said when he's not here. It's a bit dumb.
Kosho just said it.
But you guys
Kosho
were
just
just.
said it, and hold on, Kosho just said it. In Einsteinian mechanics, there is no force there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Nate.
I don't
Why don't you
disagree
take it
with
up with
that.
Kosho right now?
I don't disagree with that, Jeremy. But that's not the
Okay, and
question I'm
Newton said you
asking.
need a force. And Newton said you need a force.
I don't disagree with that. But that's not the question I'm asking you.
So they
So I'll
can't
just
both
take it up
work
with Zanuck.
and they can't both work consecutively at the same time because they're
They
antithetical.
do.
With yes
They
force, no
do.
force.
And they can't.
Yes force, no force. It's either one or the other.
No, they do and they
It's
can't,
binary.
Jeremy. They do and they can't.
They don't and they can't.
They do and they can.
Yeah, we've got to stop debating this old science. It's all proven as incorrect. We've got to go out
Also,
and create new
can someone
theory and new
unmute
science.
bearded Dora? I don't know why they got muted.
I don't know, but probably interrupting because they were doing a lot of that. But Nate, I find it ironic that you guys were arguing about something that allegedly Nathan Oakley was claiming about something earlier. And then
Yeah,
you're
but
like,
that,
well, this is what one of your flat earthers says, and blah, blah, blah. And
yeah,
the room
but
was stuck trying, let me finish now. And the room was stuck trying to figure out, like, why the heck are we even having this argument? Who even said it? And it was nobody in the room. And then somehow it needed to be defended because allegedly somebody who is a flat earther said it. So what just happened with you being like, why are we even discussing this with Xanax not even here? I find it ironic. Just wanted to say that.
I hear you. But number one, there's documented evidence of Nathan Oakley saying this. Number two, Jeremy's the only one saying Xanax said this. I don't know who else heard Xanax say this. Number three, I'm actually saying that I'm going to take it up with Xanax. None of you said you're going to take this up with Nathan Oakley. I'm done.
Kosho just said there's
Nice save.
Kosho's here. Kosho's here, and he just said in Einsteinian mechanics there is no force, right, Kosho?
Nate didn't disagree with that.
Yeah,
He did
I
not
agree with
disagree.
that.
He agreed with it.
Where's the
Okay.
disagreement then?
Okay, there's no disagreement. Fine. So now
He
you
just
can't have.
wants to go on a date with Xanax. Let him go on a date.
Yeah, I'll take it up with Xanax. Let's just move on.
There's nothing to take up with Xanax. We all understand Einstein,
I'll
no
take it
force.
up with
Newton,
Xanax,
there's a
Jeremy.
force.
You can't stop me.
Einstein, no force. Newton, yes,
Yeah.
force. They're
All
antithetical.
right, cool.
I'm confused. Sorry.
All right,
What is it?
Jeremy.
What is it
Jeremy.
that
You're
you?
right. Oh, sorry.
I'm just confused. What's in contention? Because you're saying you're going to take something up with Zanuck, and then it seems like you're in agreement with him. So I don't really understand what's in contention.
What's in contention is whether or not the statement Zanuck made applies to Newtonian mechanics. Is Zanuck saying that when something is falling in free fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, is he saying, and then he says that there's no force acting on this object, is he saying this applies to Newtonian mechanics? Jeremy doesn't really want to answer that, so I'll take it up with Zanuck.
I did answer it. Hold on, man. I did answer it. I said he was talking about Einstein mechanics, the reality that the heliocentric model happens in. You were just too busy over talking me to hear it earlier.
That's a weird answer. I'll take it up with Zanuck, Jeremy. We can just.
What do you mean it's weird? I just told you Einsteinian mechanics, no force. We all agree.
All right, cool. But I'll still take it up with Zanuck. Don't worry.
Bro, he doesn't listen. He just waits to talk, man.
No, I hear you. I hear you. But I want to take it up with Zanuck. I don't know why that's an issue. Can we not just move on?
Which mechanical model within physics do you ascribe to, Nate? Is it the Einsteinian or the Newtonian? Because they're in opposition of one another. So you can't really just use one here and another one there. So which one do you ascribe to personally?
Both of them, because they're not in opposition with each other. So let's move on, guys. You know,
They're a direct opposition. I know you want to move on.
Yeah,
All right,
just.
I know you want to move on.
Jeremy, you win. You win. All right, you win. Are you happy? Can we move on? God damn,
Jeremy,
you guys are annoying.
Jeremy, he speaks Spanish and English at the same time.
Yeah, I'm wrong. You guys are right. So let's just move on.
Well,
I feel like
the
you're just saying
ascribing
that,
to both is literally just like doublespeak.
Yeah, I was double
the
speaking.
physics
I'm
terms.
stupid. I'm an idiot. I double speak.
No, I'm
I practice
just saying,
dialetheism. Can we move on?
within the realm of like physics and and the mechanics of what's taking place, if you want to hold both of those as acceptable, then yeah, it would be the equivalent of like double speaking.
You're right, Napalm. You're 100% right.
You say that if it's something wrong, Napalm, as if they're not allowed to have dialetheism.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to point it out for the edification of the room.
I'm sorry I stole your word, Odysee.
You can use it, bro. Dialetheism. Spread it around.
It's not double speak though.
Look, you guys,
Yeah,
you operate in a world where you have two truths. You have to have two truths. Up, down,
There's not two truths,
curved,
man.
straight. We get it, bro. We get it. Newtonian, Einsteinian. We understand.
They don't disagree, though. They don't disagree. Yeah.
Yeah, Newtonian is just not a complete answer. That's all. It's not being it's just
You cutting out, Kosha.
Not only is Newtonian not complete,
is
it's
not the complete answer. Yeah.
it's in direct opposition of there being a force. This is the exact opposite.
Yeah, but Jeremy, how
Newtonian
does
says
that
there's a
work? So
force.
Kosha was cutting out, and then it became your turn to talk? Like, come on, man.
Well, he was breaking up. All right, go ahead, Kosha. My bad.
You're fucking sick, dude.
Go ahead, bro. Tell us how it's not in opposition when it directly is.
No, it's just not a complete answer for what gravity is. However, pseudo forces are not in opposition for what forces are. They're actually a subset of what a force is. So it's a subset of what a force is, meaning that in the case of gravity, it behaves just like a force if you're talking about it from that frame. The complete answer is it's not actually a force. It's it's a product of the reference frame.
Anyways, they're in direct opposition of each other. It is a complete answer. Newton said that Newton's complete answer, his final answer, if he was on I Want to Be a Millionaire show, his final answer would have been yes, there's a force if you're accelerating mass. Einstein's final answer would have been no, there is no force if you're accelerating mass. Direct opposition.
Actually didn't even say that. He said, I don't want to go to the grave saying that I think it's a force intrinsic to the material. I have no idea what the hell's happening, but I did calculate what's happening. This is what's happening. I just don't know what exactly is the reasoning behind it.
And correct. You went to it. Go ahead, my
Turns
bad.
out what he noticed as the pseudo force, just like as Coriolis or centrifugal, it turns out that there's a greater answer there for what's happening. It's not an actual force acting on it, but it is giving the exact effect the force would give you. Come on, bro. Come on.
Okay. That was incorrect. The first part. I didn't even listen to the second thing you said because the first part was incorrect. Newton did go to his grave saying it was a force because we have F equals ma. He died with F equals ma, chiseled in stone.
Turns out F still equals ma.
What? What'd you say?
Anyway,
F is equal to ma. That still is the truth.
what are you guys doing
Not
for
an Einsteinian.
Mother's Day tomorrow?
Yeah, so when it's not a force, we just call it a pseudo force. So when it's not actual science, what is it?
No, pseudo forces are still forces. They're just not.
Pseudoscience is still science, right?
No, pseudo forces are just
Camel
forces in
camel spiders are
non-inertial
actually
frames
not
of reference.
camels.
Yeah, a pseudo force is just a force in a non-inertial frame of reference. That's all. Literally.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Which frame of reference is non-inertial?
An accelerated frame of reference.
So what did Newton have to say about reference frame?
He thought that there was an absolute reference frame against which everything moves. This absolute reference frame being the ether.
Yeah,
and he thought that
incorrect?
within this absolute reference frame we have real forces. Later,
So
people
he was wrong,
realized,
though, right? So we don't have real forces within.
bro. No, go ahead, Nathan. He was wrong.
I guess so. We don't actually have real forces then, if he was wrong, right?
No one's saying he was wrong. We do have real forces. They are real forces.
Oh, okay. Then why did somebody else have to come along and change that? What do you mean?
Because
the answer wasn't complete.
Yeah, it wasn't complete. It didn't answer because we started seeing things, observing things that his answers couldn't answer. His formulas and laws answer most things we see and do on Earth because we're not that big and we don't move that fast. But once we started seeing things that move that fast and are that big, his formula stopped working, and we needed a more accurate answer. That's all.
Okay, so we did away with his shit and we started applying what?
No, we didn't do away with it.
Oh.
Yeah, we still use Newtonian mechanics in almost all everyday situations. Yeah.
When is it not applicable?
When you are moving at speeds
speeds.
close to the speed of light, or when you are, super big, like the size of the sun, a black hole, things of that nature.
So really, never is what you're saying.
No, I just gave you situations where we use it, or GPS satellites.
Super big. Whoa! Are
Whoa.
GPS satellites moving at the speed of light?
No, but they rely on on relativity to work and be as accurate as they are. Yeah, in order to synchronize the clocks, and be as accurate as they are. To within what, 4 meters or something? Yeah.
I bet you guys wish you could synchronize clocks, like in experiments.
Yeah, we can. There is a way to do it.
Okay. I don't want to throw a spanner in the works, but you can't prove GPS satellites exist.
What?
What are you talking about?
Is somebody gonna check him? Like one of the flat earthers gonna check him? Or are you guys just gonna let him say stuff like that?
There could be things in the sky.
They're not going to check him. Don't worry. You can move past that statement. Move past that.
Yeah.
Extremist.
No one's gonna
I don't
check
know if you
him.
were around earlier, but I check flat earthers all the time. I did it earlier this morning, so don't act like it doesn't happen.
Oh,
Did I not?
I said it's not going to happen for this statement.
See the GPS satellites, all right.
Yo, Jeremy, come and get your mans. Ain't you gonna check him, correct him, something, bro?
Dude, I just said there could be things in the sky. Did you guys not hear me?
Dude, I'm the CEO. I'm catching everyone out there, bro. Don't act like I don't. I'm out. I ain't off my job none of the time.
Team Flat is on the sus. Don't worry, guys. We be sussing. Big has done a great job. Jeremy's always on point. Well done, boys.
Did you
I
guys
know
know
SE
that
Montreal sit back too.
You the CEO.
Jerusalem crickets are not found in Jerusalem? Thank you.
It's easily to prove that there's
Where are they crickets?
GPS satellites, man.
But is it fine if we ask you guys
Because
questions? You know, like for the next 2 to 3 hours, can we interrogate you guys and ask you questions about your beliefs in the flat Earth? Like, don't you guys
No.
get tired of asking us
And,
questions?
and we'll respond with "I don't know" when we don't know stuff because we're humble enough to say so. We don't make up shit we don't know.
Okay,
That's
how
the
does the
cool
Who
part.
sunset
here?
work? I don't know.
Who
Okay,
here?
well,
Hold on,
I
hold
don't
on.
believe
Who
It
you.
goes
here?
away from
Who
you.
here
Here,
does
okay,
that?
how does this?
Who here
Okay,
makes stuff
hold on,
up?
wait. Let's just. How does the sunset work? The sun was showing me 12 p.m. It was overhead, right? And then I know because I can call somebody that's maybe like 5 hours ahead of me, and they know that the sun was with them just before me, and I know that somebody who's 5 hours behind me, right, is going to see the sun. So that means when the sun goes away from me, it goes to somebody else because everybody gets to see the sun at least once every 24 hours. How's that for an answer?
It's non-responsive.
How is that non-responsive?
Because I asked about sunsets. Like the sun is fully visible right above the horizon, and then 10
Right.
minutes later, it's completely invisible, no matter how powerful of a telescope you get.
What's the
Right.
horizon?
So,
Matthew, we've gone over
the
this a million
horizon
doesn't
times.
exist and there's no
just give me a
sunsets.
quick sec. Just give me a quick sec. I just want to just answer that. Just because I think it's important to know that if I know that that guy that's going to be receiving the sun, right, can also pull out a level and measure flat on his dining room table or whatever, and the sun shows up for him, that means that the sun has disappeared off into the horizon, just like a boat disappears off into the horizon due to this thing called optical or angular resolution. That means when things go away from you, you need to get a tool which can reduce your optical or angular resolution on it, therefore bringing it back into sight. The human eye has approximately a 3-mile limit to its ability to see that far. That's how sunsets work. The sun
3
travels
miles?
away from you. Thank you.
Human eye can see
the sun,
500 miles. Thank you
the
very
sun
much.
sets at full size. It doesn't disappear due to angular size.
Right.
So how do we see the sky?
Talk about making things up.
Hold
Jeez.
on. Don't let Left Lane just throw that out there at you, Kiwi. He said something about angular size. You never said anything about angular size. You said angular resolution.
Well, that's what angular
That's
resolution is.
correct. I mean,
Something that
I
gets
just
too
I
far,
didn't
it gets
want
so
to get
small for you to
too
see.
far into really discussing things with Lefty because Lefty is really just the contrarian at this point. But we have to understand, right? Again, the sun is in the sky. We know
Right.
this. Check. We know that the sun goes away from us because it gets lighter. It gets darker as it moves away from us, right? And we know that that sun is going to be coming to somebody else, right? So I know that through the process of elimination, there are certain checks and balances I can fill out as I go through this process, specifically knowing that the person that's receiving the sun after me gets to see it just the way that I saw it, providing the atmospheric conditions allow for it, i.e., there's no clouds, etc. These are the things that I think we need to start paying attention to versus being so selfish that we think that I can only understand the sun from my own perspective because we know the sun is the sun. It only depends on perspective to determine how it fits within our lives at that time.
Yeah, so I agree. So Matthew asked the question about sunsets, right, Matthew?
Yes, I did.
And you said, how do sunsets work? So how do sunsets work on a globe? Let's establish that first.
No. We asking you guys questions, Napalm. Come on, man.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, so
No,
the
I can answer, but basically, when light, when you can see light at one point and then you can't see light at another point, there's two different explanations for how that could happen. One would be it goes so far away that you can't see it. Another would be that something physical is blocking the light. On the globe, we say that something physical is blocking the light.
Right,
Yeah,
but at the beginning of that, your first option was it goes away from you.
Right, but that doesn't happen to the sun because we see the full-size sun fully visible right above the horizon. If you watch the sunset over the ocean, then 10 minutes later, it's completely invisible because it's blocked by the ocean. It can't be because it went farther away because it never changed size.
So it's blocked by the ocean. So
Right.
is your claim that the horizon
No,
is...
incorrect.
hold on, bud. So is your claim that the horizon is the ocean? What is the horizon in your opinion?
Oh, that's irrelevant. I don't know what it is, but it's blocked by something.
Well, then you've never
Whoa, whoa,
seen a
whoa. So
sunset in the heat.
if you don't know what the horizon is, how is that irrelevant to the conversation about the sun allegedly going below it? Are we
Right,
talking
because
about the horizon?
because
Is that
it doesn't
relevant?
matter what it is, we see that something is blocking it. If we want to argue about what's blocking it, okay, but I'm saying something is definitely blocking it. It's
Yeah, it's an optical
patently
illusion.
obvious to everybody who ever watched a
It's an
sunset.
optical effect. It's an optical effect, right? Because that's what the
No.
horizon is. So do you think the horizon is an apparent location or a physical location?
I mean,
See, we're changing the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh no,
No,
that's
this
the
is
best
the
question. I've been waiting for that question. Is it physical or apparent, Matthew?
The reason we don't see the sun
Is it
after the
physical or
sunset,
apparent, Matthew? Be honest. Can you please answer that question honestly,
No.
like a man?
I will
Is it
not.
physical or apparent?
Oh, come
Will
on.
not answer it.
So then you don't want to
Wow.
actually know how the sunset works. Cool.
No, I don't want. I don't want to
So that
change
was
the
Well,
subject.
what,
was a
how does that
question out
affect
of
the
bad
You're a
sunset?
fucking pussy, Matt. You're a pussy.
How
No,
does
I'm
it
just not
affect the
changing the
sunset?
subject.
And we don't call
Black.
names.
Hey,
Don't call names.
left lane, do you not fucking hear me?
No, I
Jesus.
didn't actually.
So Glad, you cannot call people names. Like, I appreciate you coming in, but you can't just blurt out name calling, bud. Like, that's against the server rules. FYI. So warning on that. Next time it'll be an actual warning. So just chill. We don't need to call names. First, second of all, left lane, the conversation is between Matthew, right? You're over talking Matthew, so we can't even hear Matthew's response. So is the question yours, left lane, or was it Matthew's?
No, Matthew had a question that's not being answered properly. You know, y'all are diverting to what is the horizon. That's a different conversation.
Is the point
It's
being
not.
is the horizon applicable to the conversation about a sunset?
No, because that's a
Hell
separate
yeah.
conversation.
Yes,
We're
it
talking
is.
about why we can't see the sun.
Because the
Hold
globers
on,
are using the horizon as an argument.
hold on. So the sunset, you say the sun is occluded by something. What is it occluded by?
I don't know, but it's occluded by something. If you want to argue about what it is, okay, but I would say, what do you think? Why can't we see the sunset after the sun's set?
That's literally the whole entire argument, would be establishing what is occluding the sun if we're trying to answer a question as to why the sun sets.
No,
right?
we're not what is occluding the sun. The question is whether something is occluding the sun or whether it becomes too far to be visible anymore. That's the first question. Then second, we could argue about what occludes the sun once we've decided that that's what's happening. But I thought that you guys were saying that the reason we don't see the sun after the sunset is because the sun goes farther away or is invisible for some magical reason.
Who said it was invisible?
It's just strictly a matter of. It's
No,
just strictly a matter of.
I'm going to take this. Hold on a minute, Matthew. Who said invisible? I said to you from the very beginning that I know the sun is going to somebody else because it's going to be 12 p.m. for them. Who said anything about the sun disappearing and being invisible, bro?
Fair enough. Invisible to me, I should say.
Thank you.
I'm watching.
And that's why I said to you, it is so important that we understand and we draw it out for the audience's perspective, that we know that from my perspective, yes, I know the sun is doing something, it's traveling away from me, and I know that it's going to somebody else. So somebody else gets to use the sun for that time.
Okay.
Right? So there's nobody saying that the sun is in fact disappearing from anybody. It's just going to a different place. It's moving, not us.
Okay, so let me see if I got what you're saying right. Because to clarify, my original question was, right before the sunset over the ocean, I can see the whole circle of the sun. And 10 minutes later, I can't see it. So disappearing from my view, like you said. And the question is, why does that happen? Is it A, because something occludes the sun, something physical gets in front of the sun, or B, because the sun goes far away enough that I can no longer see it? And so it sounds like your answer is B. Is that right?
Well, this is where we have to start talking about what the horizon is or is not, right?
Exactly.
No, we have to answer. We have to answer A first, and then we can argue about what A is.
It's both. It's B, that the sun is traveling away, because even in my answer at the very beginning, right off the hop, I stated it's going to be 12 p.m. for somebody else. How do you not see my answer?
It can be both, right? this you're kind of giving a false dichotomy, Matthew.
How so? Sorry, Napalm.
No, Matthew's giving like a false
Oh,
dichotomy.
Matthew is. Oh, sorry. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
So lights are no longer visible when either they are blocked by something physical, or they've gone too far away, or I suppose C could be both. All of
Is
the above.
humidity physical?
So hold on, let me give you just a prime example of how you can demonstrate that what you're claiming is not correct, because we have optical illusions that take place. One of them being something that everybody can do, which is experiment with what is called the blind spot in the human eye, where things are actually non-visible, even though they're right there in front of you. Every human eye has a blind spot. So if every human eye has a blind spot, is that physical obstruction, or is something going too far away for them to see it?
Okay, no, I see what you're saying. So I'd be happy to add a third option, C, optical illusion, to the list.
Perfect. So what is the horizon, Matthew?
That would be an example of answer A. Something physical blocking the sun. B,
Seriously.
So the horizon. So the horizon is a physical location.
No, the ocean is. The ocean.
So how do you define horizon?
The horizon is just the apparent medium
There you
of the sun and the ocean, but we're talking about the ocean blocking the sun.
What does a
That's not. Hold on. That's not what's taking place. The horizon is what's blocking the sun.
No, horizon is just a thin little line. We're talking about below the horizon. The ocean is what's blocking the sun.
That thin little line chews it all up, right? Because that thin little line is comprised of so much information.
It can eat stuff.
Over a distance, all of that information can occlude the light.
I don't see how a single thin line could occlude the sun. I'm not talking about that.
Do you see it every day when you go out to the ocean and watch the sunset? What do you mean you can't see it?
Oh my God.
I'm talking about what's below the horizon, not the horizon itself.
What's below the horizon? What do you mean below the horizon?
The ocean that I see when I watch the sunset over the oceen.
So if you're seeing the ocean, how is the ocean below the horizon? What are you talking about?
Can I explain to this guy for 1 second?
Go ahead.
Hey, dude, if you got an aircraft, could you follow the sun at 1,000 miles an hour?
Yes.
Okay, would the sun never set?
That's right.
That's it. It's over. Let's move on. New conversation.
It's completely irrelevant conversation. But
That was awesome.
That was really good.
Yeah, no answers given.
That's not an answer, to be honest with you.
It was actually an example, a very well stated example that you can literally follow, because again, he's showing that if you can follow the sun, quote unquote, right, even follow 12 p.m. as it moves around this place, that you're actually just following in the sun itself.
Yeah, sunflower is also a good description.
But it doesn't explain the optical phenomenon that happens to take place when we're on the surface of the earth and we're viewing in perspective, and we have an apparent horizon which is set by our perspective due to our relationship with our height above the surface.
I think you answered my question. Like I was saying, when the sun is setting over the ocean, at the moment the sun touches the apparent horizon, you can see the whole sun. And then 10 minutes later, you can't see it. And so I was asking, what are the causes of that? A would be something physical blocking it. B being it goes farther away, or C being some kind of optical illusion. And it sounds like you're saying that the chief cause for that is that it goes too far away, so you can't see it.
That's correct.
It goes too far away, and there's an optical effect that takes place that makes its apparent. It apparently disappears. Yeah.
No, I understand. I understand your answer. I get it. I'm saying that we Globers don't buy that. We don't believe that explanation. We think it's insufficient. I understand that you think it's okay, but we're telling you that we don't think it's a sufficient explanation.
That's because you think of the sun as 93 million miles away and the size that it is, rather than a local closer light source.
I suppose it wouldn't matter how far it is. It's just the light source. The question is, why does the light source stop giving light to me?
Have you ever heard of light attenuation?
Yes, that would be B. Okay. It gets farther away.
So yeah, so if it gets further away, it would also get blocked eventually because the light has to travel through Atmos, correct?
Right. The odd thing is it goes completely away. It completely disappears in the space of 10
Yeah, I
minutes.
mean,
Well,
if you,
I've actually watched
it,
the sunset in the Keys, and I can see the sun's not setting and just going away from me to the point that the sky will turn black, and I can still see to the west of me a point of light further in the distance.
yeah, that's funny. I've never seen that before in my life, and I've watched many sunsets and sunrises. And you sit and watch the sun drop and become obstructed by the horizon.
How
That's
often
the
do you
way the
watch it
sun
in the Keys,
sets.
in the Florida Keys? How often are you watching the
But
sunset?
it doesn't matter if I'm in Florida at Daytona
It
Beach
does
or
matter.
Tampa Bay, or if I'm out west in Phoenix or in the desert at Texas. It always
Really,
sets the same way.
there's no mountains in Phoenix and Texas that could obscure the view to the sun and make it
No,
set earlier in one valley than the next.
no, in western Texas and eastern New Mexico, it's a pretty flat desert.
Yeah, what's
There's
there above?
mountains here and there, but
How high above sea level are they compared to the Florida Keys?
well, what difference does it make?
What do you mean? What difference does it make? You don't think the location that you are to see the optical effect that you're
So,
explaining matters dependent on your elevation and sea level?
well, I tell you this: it looks just like it does in Tampa.
Okay, in Tampa, what's across from it? Mexico? Is there any mountains in Mexico?
Mexico
You
is
can't
not
see the
really
mountains in
a
fucking Mexico from Tampa, man.
I know that. I agree with you 100%. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, from the Florida Keys, if you travel to the Western Path, what are you going to hit?
Texas.
Texas from the Florida Keys?
From the Florida Keys, I thought, never mind, maybe not Florida Keys. I thought we were saying Tampa.
Yes, I agree with the Tampa to Texas or whatever. But do you not think that the atmosphere changes from day to day to day to day?
Yeah, the sun always sets behind the horizon. Always.
And the horizon is an apparent location, right? So it's just
The only,
apparent.
let's clarify that. The horizon is a product of the geometry of the surface. It is the point at which you can no longer see the surface beyond that point. And the reason they call it apparent is that it presents to your eye through refraction, which may dislocate it a little bit, resulting in an apparent horizon. But that does not explain why a sun becomes 100% obstructed as it sets.
So because the horizon doesn't bend left or right, that's why you're invoking what you're saying?
I'm not invoking anything.
Well,
That's
you
just
just
what the
said that
horizon is.
it's apparent location that had refraction, it's refraction dependent, because if it were truly the shape of a sphere, we would have divergence left and right as well as far back. Like we don't live on a cylinder, right?
No,
Yeah, but the sunset problem is irrelevant to the shape.
Yeah.
It could be a flat Earth. It's a pancake shape, and the sun is going below the bottom and going to the bottom side of the pancake. In fact, that's what most flat Earthers thought 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, until we started to realize how our vision works and that it's an apparent effect, right? It's an optical effect that's taking place, which is set by the fact that you're viewing it extremely close to the surface, right? And you're viewing an object that's extremely far away from the surface. So when your optical field of view is filled almost 50% of your lower field of view is filled by the surface that is really close and directly below you. What happens to objects that are extremely high above you as they move further away from you and they interact with that apparent junction that has been set and rendered by your perspective? Certain optical effects take place, one of which is what we call a sunset. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate the discussion. I think I have my answer.
A horizon isn't geometrical. It doesn't have anything to do with geometry because it never is there. It doesn't even exist.
That's why I find it weird that Flat Earth is
An
always used
apparent
at a different
location
years.
isn't a mathematical. I'm saying an apparent moving location that's always moving and never there can never be a mathematical pinpoint location of any kind. That wouldn't make any sense. So it's no part of geometry at all, left lane. Geometry is stationary, young man.
Yeah. So now that we went,
No paper.
now that we went over the sunset, what else you got? Nate, I think you were the one wanting to know or something. I don't even think he's here anymore.
Yeah, he said he wanted to ask us questions for the next few hours. And
I have a quick question. Did you say that the flat horizon is evidence for the Earth being flat?
Nobody
Physical
said that.
evidence?
Nobody said that.
Yeah, I asked a question. Would you say that the flat horizon is evidence for the Earth being physically flat?
It's definitely evidence for how your eyes work.
Evidence, but not
for the
proof.
flat Earth.
Evidence, but not proof.
Sure, because it's just apparent. Nothing to do with physics or physicality. It's just apparent.
Yeah, we get an idea of how our eyes work. Yeah.
Sure.
The
What would be evident for flat Earth?
sextant use, mathematics, observing celestial bodies and using an angular measuring device, just like a protractor, except it's called a sextant, which was done since the 1700s, maybe even earlier, by sailors who navigated waters.
Yeah,
Sure,
measuring for movement and getting a null result.
Like with what Bob did? What do you do with the sextant? You measure an angle with a sextant. How does that prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, if you understand mathematics and how a protractor works and Sakatoa, tangential relationships, things of that nature, you know that trigonometry, which is the study of three-sided objects, three angles add up to 180 degrees, which seem to magically match the horizon line as well. Kind of cool. And whenever there's mathematics applied from a glober, maybe measuring their shadows, things of that nature, they always seem to come up with this thing called spherical excess. So I'm trying to figure out what I need to do with an excess when I'm just trying to navigate these waters so I can get home to see my wife and kids.
How does the horizon, like, what do you mean with a triangle, sextant, or a protractor? Where's the triangle?
All right, so you remember using a protractor in grade school?
I'm not sure if I did use it, but I know the thing.
Do you know what a protractor does?
Yeah, you can measure an angle.
Perfect. And so can a protractor work on a tennis ball?
Sure, you can get the horizon from a tennis ball and measure the angle from that to something else. But why not?
So I'm saying to you, a protractor interacting with a tennis ball to be able to pull off an angle. So you would have to project the lines from the points on the tennis ball onto a flat plane of the protractor in order for you to administer the protractor in order to measure the angles, correct?
How do we use the protractor in navigation nowadays?
All right. Again, in grade school, maybe you didn't use a protractor to measure angles. What I'm saying to you is that using the protractor was used in a flat profile. There's no spheres or anything like that involved. Now, when you take the ability to measure angles with that, apply trigonometry, Sakatoa, things of that nature in order to figure out those internal angles always add up to 180 degrees. Always. Sometimes you get a bonus of getting a 90-degree triangle, a right angle triangle, and that internal angle is 90. Then you just have to figure out the other two. But the bottom line is those three angles, if it's a closed three-sided object, they always add up to 180 degrees. It's a rule.
What are you talking about? What the horizon has to do with this?
Because if those weren't three straight lines, if there was a curve introduced in any of that, the wheels would fall off the wagon.
Sure, but if you take a sextant, for example, you have one straight line from the sextant to the horizon, one straight line from the sextant to, say, Polaris, and you get that angle. So where's the curve? But then, where's the curved line?
I don't know. It's all straight
Yeah.
lines to me.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon on a sphere, you can imagine a straight line from your eye to the horizon. It doesn't bend.
Okay, yeah, but you're forgetting about that's fine going out straight from you, right? Which again, a boat goes away from you. It appears to go over a curve. However, I still think that it's just going away from you and it disappears as it goes further away from you, just like the sun does. Where does the curve come into play from left to right? It seems flat all around me. This is the point.
Yeah,
But the bottom line is from
it's a circle around you.
the sextant. It's a circle around me, but it's still a flat plane. The bottom
Sure,
line,
if you
the base of the
Sure.
triangle is still flat. There's no curve.
Sure, if you look at the horizon, it's a circle around you, and if you cut a sphere with a plane, that would form a circle on the sphere, equal elevation, no problem. I still don't see the problem.
Is the sphere coming into play from left to right? And again, we know
would it?
that. Excuse me.
Why would it?
100 miles would show a 1.25 mile drop.
Sure. Do you see 100 miles
The
left to right?
1.25 mile drop coming from left to right.
Do you see 100 miles left to right?
Pardon me?
Do you see that much left to right?
I'm not saying that I can, but I know that sextants, again, observing using celestial bodies, use these distances in order to figure out their location.
Can I ask a question about what you said, Moleman? You said
Sure.
it's level and smooth all the way around. Where does a mountain and a cliff come into that equation? Can you show me the equation of a mountain and a cliff and a valley and a hill in your spherical geometry, please? Your smooth geometry that doesn't exist on this plane we live on, nowhere.
Sure, so we don't, like, a mountain isn't flat.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're
So
asking.
where is the geometrical mountain equation for a globe mountain? There aren't geometrical mountains on globes, right? In geometry,
What do you mean with
there
the
aren't
geometrical
mountains and canyons, right? Your globe has canyons and mountains and valleys. So why do you keep applying geometry to it when it's not right at all?
Because he was talking
where's
about
the equation
celestial
for a
navigation that happens at the ocean.
Yeah,
On a ship
I'm
going
not,
up and
we're
down,
not
up
talking
and down.
about topography. We're not talking about
No.
topography now.
Moleman said we live on you said we live on a round, even, circle, level thing. No, we don't,
No.
because there's mountains,
No.
valleys, and dips.
Yes, that's what I was
So
talking
how much
at
of
the water.
it fits your spherical geometry then?
When
How
you're
much of the earth
in water,
actually fits your spherical geometry without a dip or a mountain?
the dishes make too much noise. I can't hear you well. But when you're
I just
over
need the
water,
mountain equation in geometry. That's all.
what's the mount? What
Go
is
get
a
it for me,
mountain
please.
equation? That's just
Yeah, the
nonsense.
equation for mountains in geometry of the earth. Where's that at? You don't have it? Something's wrong.
Yeah,
What do you mean you
I
don't know
think
what
no
that
one
means?
has it.
Then how are you doing geometry of earth then if you don't know what mountains are? Come on,
I know
dude.
what mountains are.
No, they're not smooth, are they?
No, they're not. Yeah,
They're not level, are they?
yeah, they're changing elevation.
They're not smooth and level, so you can't add them in your geometry, buddy. I know
Yeah,
this is
that's why
hard
I'm
for
not.
you. I
That's
know
why I'm
it's
not
so
talking
hard.
about. That's why I'm not
that's why
talking
we
about
approximate.
topography. Yeah, we're not talking about topography.
You said a level, flat, smooth plane. That doesn't exist
No.
anywhere. Where does that exist at?
When you're in the water, hypothetically, and there's no waves, then yes, there you go.
Waves are level and flat and smooth?
No, I said
don't think
when
so.
there
Again, I'm going
are
to ask you,
no
where is
waves.
that?
I said
So
when
where's
there
the equation for a
are
wave and a tsunami
no waves.
No
Isn't there still
tsunamis, no
tides?
waves in the ocean now,
And it
guys.
was a good
We don't have no ripples
discussion,
in the
but
water.
I guess it went to shit now. Dishwasher
So
came
now
in.
we don't have water and mountains. So now we live on a smooth geometrical shape with no waves, no tsunamis, no
That's
tidal
exactly
wave, no
what I said.
whirlpools.
Yes.
Okay, I got you, Mo man. That's a cool magic world.
Sure. Are you done?
Why do they think that they could just point and shoot so easily and be accurate to the target as well? Don't you know there's people that every day like take guns and they practice their target? shooting. So like you take a sextant and then just point and shoot it at a star. How do you know for sure you're on that star?
You can test.
What?
You can test it. I mean, it's been tested. It seems to work quite well.
It seems to work quite well to reify your already presupposed model. Is that what you're saying?
You can test the model, and it works.
Because you can point and shoot. Like if you point your finger at something, like just pick something around you, like 10 feet away from you and point your finger at it. Are you positive your finger's pointed at that object?
Sure. Fuck, what do you mean?
Have you ever heard of the alley experiments?
Alley experiments? Not sure. No, I think not.
Hey, I've almost cracked the code for her so-called sun moving away in distance.
Nice.
Okay.
What is it?
You guys could stop going to target practice, dude. You don't need it anymore.
Oh, you still got to side your shots.
I'm not going to tell yous yet because I have to see if I can work it out exactly. But it's actually measurable, so that's very interesting.
I think, why do people sight the horizon with a sextant if it's totally not physical, like it's just apparent? Why? How
That's
do you
a
get
fascinating
horizontal?
question.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
So are
Because
you
it's not
saying that the horizon is physical Earth curve and not an apparent position?
Yeah, the
It's a
physical
physical
horizon causes
physical
the apparent
surface.
horizon.
Yeah. That's like if you put your
And
if you
is it the same every day? It's the same every day in the same spot every single day?
Oh, it changes. That's why they make corrections based on refraction on the sextant.
Which uses the radius value of the Earth?
Right.
Yeah, and it works perfectly. So I still don't see the issue.
Because you took points off of the sky and mapped them onto the ground, you don't understand the issue? Like in order to measure the ground, you look at the ground, you don't look up. Have you not measured something?
So if I take the GP of a star and I measure the angle to it, I know the distance to it, and if that comes true, I made
You
a
don't know the
prediction using
distance
the
to
model.
it? You don't know. You assume an infinite distance. What are you talking about?
No,
Distance to
I
the
said the
GP.
distance to the GP, yeah, on the surface. Let's say Polaris, and I'm at 45 degrees latitude. I know
This
the
is how
distance to
the
the GP.
latitude was made, dude. 45-degree
Yeah.
latitude means you're 45 degrees from the Polaris.
Yes,
Off
that
the
works.
horizon. Yeah, of course. So they made your map system based off by looking up at the stars and taking angles. And then because you don't even see in Euclidean geometry, but you see in curved visual space, you took a bunch of weird points that you mapped out, put it on a piece of paper, and went, oh, look, this makes a bunch of curved lines, because that's how your eyes see.
Well,
You
we
know,
don't see straight
parallel.
lines as straight. We don't
No,
see straight lines.
you don't. You ever stood at a railroad track? Do those straight lines stay straight the
Oh my
whole time?
God.
They
So
are
all these
straight.
straight lines I'm looking at are actually crooked lines or bent
No,
lines.
they up to your vision, they curve. Are you not?
Oh, what?
They
No,
don't
I don't
curve
see
to your
curve.
vision.
Tracks curve.
The
railroad
parallel
tracks
lines
don't curve.
the parallel lines appear to meet at the distance.
Yes,
Yeah,
due to
they're
perspective.
still straight. They
Yeah,
don't
did you
curve.
take that into consideration when you took all your angles to the sky?
You don't have to take that into account because everything at eye level will stay at eye level. You're not looking at lines. You're looking at an object.
Latitude isn't lines.
No, you're not looking at a latitude. Jesus Christ.
How do you map latitude lines?
That's irrelevant. We're looking at a star, and it has a
That's
GP
how
on
they
the
map
surface
the
of the Earth.
latitude lines, dude. How do you?
Yeah, the latitude lines are
Oh,
based
God.
off of the measurement to stars, right? So the reason that's the whole argument here, right? Is this it's kind of an affirming consequent, right? Like, since we can look up at the stars and measure 45 degrees and we're at 45 degrees latitude, therefore Earth ball, because the math works. Really, the math was established, right? The coordinate system was established based off of measured angles to the stars. So you can't say, oh, because the coordinate system works, therefore ball, because the coordinate system was built off of the observations you're claiming can only happen on a ball.
Yeah, that's called reverse engineering.
So the the angles to stars can work on a flat Earth somehow. So if you look south, you're not looking at a star; you're looking at different south stars.
So let me ask you a question about your idea of celestial navigation and angles to stars. So does this hold? Yeah. So you say that there's a direct correlation to distance on Earth to measured angle of star and sky, right?
Roughly, yes, roughly, and depends on the direction.
Depends on the direction. Either way, let's just take Polaris and we're moving away from the north.
Yep.
So we're heading towards south. So can I take a measurement of Polaris from the equator all the way to the North Pole and have accurate distance measurements?
Yep.
Can you show me where this has been done? Meaning from 0 to 20 degrees has been measured at 60 miles?
Yeah, I don't think that they do it at the equator with the Polaris. They use another star to get it higher, so it's more accurate.
Either way, can we do it from 0 to 20 and it work accurately as far as distances are concerned?
Probably not, because there's a lot of refraction just at the horizon. So I would use a different star. With a different star, it works perfectly. So.
Oh, so you're telling me the further away we get, the more there's a deviation from the alleged claim?
When it's at the horizon, sure. But like, if I would just take the first 45 degrees, say, and just see if that works on a flat Earth, and it doesn't.
It's so only the first 45 degrees works in your model. Anything after the 45 degrees, it somehow becomes what?
No, that's not what I said. I said that I could take just the first 45 degrees and check if it works with a flat Earth, and it doesn't.
What do you mean if it works with the flat Earth? What do you mean if it works with the flat Earth? What would your assumptions be if you went in to make a measurement on the flat Earth? What would your assumptions be about what you're measuring to?
The assumption would be that the surface is planar, and there's a direct line of sight to the object, and you have a horizontal baseline, sort of, and a 90 degree at the North Pole.
Yeah, and you have objects that aren't technically objects; they're point sources of light, right?
Yeah.
So you have lights that are outside of our perspective.
They're still in our perspective, though. What do you mean out of our perspective?
No, because they're outside of our perspective, meaning that the normal laws of perspective do not apply to the stars. If they did, then they would follow exactly the same as if you were mapping out something in a much smaller visual space.
Why don't the laws of perspective apply to the stars?
Because of the distance to them.
How do you know the distance to them?
That's my question.
Yeah, you don't apply.
You said that the reason is the distance. How do you know the distance? You said that the perspective doesn't apply because of the distance. How do you know the distance?
I don't know the distance. I just know that the distance is outside of our perspective.
How do you know that?
Because the standard laws of perspective don't apply evenly at that distance.
Assuming that the Earth is flat, right? If we assume that the Earth is a globe, they do work, right?
Nope.
Oh, they don't?
Nope.
How don't they work if the Earth is a globe?
Because with your measurements on the globe, how do you take into account perspective? What is your measure for perspective, meaning when something moves further away from you, it gets lower in the distance?
Do you agree with the normal definition of perspective, which is the reduction of angular size with distance, nothing else?
Oh, so it's just a reduction in angular size. So if I move away from something, it only gets smaller. It doesn't appear to drop or raise depending on how close or far away I get from it in my field of view.
Depends if it's below or above your eye line, but the stars are at your eye line, so it doesn't.
So I just destroyed your idea that perspective only applies to angular size. It also applies to position. Does it apply to position as well?
Well, no.
No? So the further I get away from a street light...
If something is at your eye level, it will remain in your eye level. It won't move away.
So nothing is at our eye level when we're talking about the stars. So we're not talking about anything at our eye level. So
They
anything
are.
above or below our eye level does change its location with distance. Would you agree or disagree?
Now the stars are at our eye level if we look at everything you look is at your eye level.
Incorrect. Everything
What?
is at your eye level. So how do you explain everything being at your eye level within perspective? So where do you draw your vanishing point? Is
My
everything a
vanishing
vanishing
point.
point?
No, whatever you're looking at is at your eye level.
Whatever you're looking at is at your eye level.
Yes.
That makes absolutely no sense, and that has
Yeah.
no.
Okay. So if you're looking at a car that is moving away from you, that's not at your eye level.
Eye level is defined as the level of your eye above the surface that you're residing upon. That's what eye level refers to.
Yeah, you're just making a new definition for it, and then you're not even taking into consideration. You just said from 0 to 20, it doesn't work, which would be the most at eye level.
What? So eye level is something like, are you saying that eye level is horizontal? What do you mean?
I don't think you understand what eye level is. Maybe you need to go do a little research, figure out
Maybe I
what
gotta
you
check
think
the
eye level
definition
is
first.
and its application, because you're just trying to skate around everything, and it's not going to work, bud. Just like you did earlier.
I'm just getting a definition for eye level.
You said
I know what
everything. You
I know
said
what eye level is. I
everything.
can give you a
Hold on.
definition.
You
Do you
said
mean field of
everything
view?
at eye level is not going to appear to either rise or fall due to distance. And then you just literally said that everything is at eye level. So nothing
level.
appears to rise and fall.
Like,
Well, it's an
bro,
interesting
helicopters.
problem for globers, because if they define eye level as whatever you're looking at, then when a flat earther says that the horizon rises to eye level, well, that has to be then true definitionally. So
Because you're looking at it. Yeah, because you're looking at it. No, that's not what it means. What it means is
I know
if you look at.
Oh boy.
That's my point.
I know you know that. I'm just saying the definition is eye level, something at your eye level, perpendicular to the plumb line from your eye. That is eye level. It's a horizontal line out into the distance from your eye, perpendicular to plumb from your eye. Has to be referenced to plumb though, down.
So just clarifying, airplanes aren't flying at our eye level then, is that correct? Because I can see them, but that doesn't mean they're flying at my eye level, right?
If we take, I guess we can.
I'm clarifying for Mailman right now. That's all I'm doing.
Sure. So if we take the, I can agree with this definition, but then again, perspective isn't about the eye level, because if you're looking up, things are still rising to that level that your eyes are pointing at.
They come down. If you're looking at something up and it's moving away from you, it's going to come down to eye level. Everything will converge to eye level. You know that, right, Milan?
Sure, but if you're looking straight up, like
Straight
let's say
up?
you're looking, let's say you're in an elevator shaft and you're looking straight up.
Okay, that's not eye
Do
level.
things still?
Yeah.
It's not eye level, but it's perspective.
I think
That's not eye level. That's just looking straight up.
You're
Why
mixing.
don't throw perspective in there unless perspective incorporates a change, a position relative to you, further away, closer to you, up or down. That's perspective. Perspective applies to eye level, in where things moving away from you at eye level will never move position in your field of view, up or down. But things above eye level will come down to eye level. Things below eye level will come up to eye level as they move further away. That's and from the sides converging to the center as well.
Yep,
That's
I agree.
It's not that complicated.
Exactly what
Yeah,
I
it's not that complicated.
That's not what he was saying,
They
Mail. That's not what
they
Mailman was saying.
That's exactly what I was saying. That it doesn't matter where you're looking. The point that you're looking is the eye level that things are converging to. Doesn't
So if
matter
I'm
if you're
looking at an
vertical,
airplane,
horizontal.
I'm looking with eye level. If I'm looking at an airplane,
If you're looking at an airplane moving away, does it drop or rise in relation to your eye level? You're looking at the airplane the whole time.
But okay, the airplane as it's traveling away from you will go into the horizon line.
Okay. What if you follow that
field of
airplane?
view. But field of view, I think you may be hung on field of view versus eye level.
Well, the horizon line can be below eye level. The horizon line can be below eye level, by the way.
Yep.
That's an
we
important
can
point.
we can say that in perspective it's field of view, but if you're looking at the Polaris, it doesn't move up or down from that field of view. The center of that field of view doesn't move, and that was the point. that you don't have to take perspective into account when you're looking at a star, because it doesn't make a difference. It just changes the
Yeah,
angular
but
size.
the point being is if you traverse away from the north, if you're at the GP of Polaris, which would be the exact north quote unquote pole, if you moved south, that object that we call Polaris will appear to drop towards the horizon in your field of view. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Sure. Yes.
That
because of your orientation changing. Yes.
Cool. So if I'm underneath a street light on a perfectly flat surface, and we have a perfectly flat surface of 50 miles, and I have a street light that is 100 feet tall, that street light would be at my GP when I'm standing directly below it. And as I move further away from it, what would the appearance of that street light appear to do within my field of view?
Inverse tangent.
It inverse tangent, it will go down, but the Polaris is linear. So
No, but see, that's what we were talking about earlier. It doesn't necessarily happen because when you get towards the horizon, that changes.
No, but for the first 60 degrees, it does it.
And what changes?
Linearly.
What changes?
It doesn't, nothing changes.
You
It's still
take
linear
away
function.
you take away your idea of perspective when you're looking at the stars. You say, "Oh, we don't need to use that anymore."
So there's no application to the stars the same way that you would apply it to objects that are closer, right?
No, it's the same thing. How did you take perspective into account?
What do you mean it's the
when you-
same thing? So within your celestial navigation, if you're just taking elevation angles to something and it's the same application, can you explain to me how it's the same application and somehow we're dealing with a curved surface?
Like, well, how did you take perspective into account when you're looking at a streetlight? You don't.
Yeah, you do. If you're measuring an angle to it, you're measuring that angle based on perspective.
How do you measure an angle based on perspective?
So is the street light physically getting smaller as I go away from it?
You don't measure the size, you measure the angle.
Well, is the
Correct.
ground curving on his flat example?
Can I tell you something I found out today?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, the European education system and media and government is secretly controlled. This is why Europeans have different.
That's too far off topic, bro.
Right, bro.
That was very far. But yeah, when you measure the angle.
Stay in your lane, bro. Stay in your lane.
So what do you do? Like, what does the angular size of the street lamp has to do with the angle to it?
Nobody said anything about angular size. We're talking about taking angles, elevation angles. Can you tell me how elevation angles apply to size?
You said that is the street lamp getting physically smaller? That's
Yeah,
what
you kind of
asked.
said that, but I think
No.
I think the confusion. Can I just mediate here for a second? There's a difference, which is the angular change with respect to distance. That inverse tangent, and as Melman mentioned, that's the difference between moving away from a straight light and then moving away from the star Polaris. The inverse tangent rule will always apply, and if it doesn't, then the surface has to be at fault. And that's what happens when we see you move away from Polaris. The inverse tangent relationship specifically shows that we're on a curved surface, whereas the street light in short, proximity will follow more of also inverse tangent.
So hold on, Zanuck, you said the surface comes into play. So the surface shape is the only thing that comes into play. So this has relevance with objects regardless of distance?
No, it applies to distance. I might have misspoke about moving from Polaris. It does not follow inverse tangent because it is a 1-to-1 relationship. It's 1 degree for 60 nautical miles. So there's no inverse tangent there. That would that'd be indicative of a curved surface. You couldn't do it any other way. As long as you can establish a plumb along the way and measure an elevation angle or a co-altitude angle, which is even easier, that you will find that relationship of 1 degree per 60 nautical miles applicable. Whereas you're looking from the street light, you'll see inverse tangent for the most part. Someone also mentioned earlier about things going to the horizon. No, actually, the horizon will be below eye level in long distance observations. So that's another point I thought I'd bring up.
Nobody ever said that the horizon was directly at eye level.
Yeah, someone said that earlier. Said things will go down and converge to the horizon line. Someone
towards
said horizon line.
towards the
And
horizon line, but
too.
if things converge towards the horizon line, that doesn't necessarily dictate that that's exactly at eye level.
It's not. You're right. That was my point, because we have the horizon line below eye level, so things would converge they would not go to the horizon line. Things would converge upward above the horizon and go to eye level. That's what we see.
Hold on, you're double speaking there.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
Yeah,
the horizon
because
line is not what things converge to. The eye level is where things converge to. Make sense?
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah. Thanks.
So, who said that things converge to the eye level?
I did. Someone before that said
Can you
converge to the
demonstrate
horizon.
this?
I said that as things disappear from you, like i.e. we take a plane going away from you, it goes into the horizon, i.e. the horizon gets eaten or eats the plane, so to speak.
Yeah, that's the horizon. The horizon is not the eye level. The horizon is an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Meets the ground in front of it.
Right. So please don't try to conflate that with the eye level, Zanuck, which you're trying to do now, because
I'm not.
nobody said that.
He just clarified. I agree that things will go behind the horizon, but that's not at eye level. That'll be below eye level.
Bro.
And Zanuck, you
For
just
the
said you
point
don't.
of this discussion, it's that those are definitely semantics to a degree, because I think we're here just to suss out the topic at hand. But thanks anyways.
Yeah, Zanuck, so you're saying that you don't take into perspective when looking at the stars. You don't take into consideration perspective when looking at Polaris. You don't use that inverse tangent like you just said, right?
No, you do not.
You do not, because you assume you're on a curved surface.
Not assume. We measure that we are on a curved surface by the fact that there's that 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship. Now, if you can think of a way,
that's marking points off the sky by pointing and shooting at the sky, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you're pointing and shooting at the sky. How accurate can your pointing and shooting be? Like when you use a sextant, is there just a star in the view, or is there any black around the star in the view?
There's black around the star as well.
How many miles you think of black around?
Around what?
Around the star. How many between the edge of the sextant glass and then the star in the middle? How many miles you think in between that?
That's a non sequitur straw man type of leading a discussion.
I'm just asking
the fact that we don't care the distance around the star. We know the accuracy to the star in the sextant is within the accuracy that your eye can detect the marker on the sextant and the lit object.
Without taking
that is your accuracy. So if you're off by you're off by a few minutes, then you're off by a few minutes, and that'll be a relationship that will still comport with the 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship. So you're going down a rat hole for unneededly. You don't need to go that direction.
So we're taking optical. You're doing it optically, and then you don't have to take perspective into consideration when doing this.
Perspective is you're backward. The perspective is the result of this angular change with distance. We're not seeing an angular change with distance with the star, because all the stars are parallel to us. The light is parallel to us.
So parallel lines never look to converge to my eyes?
Of course they do.
I guess if I'm just going down a rat hole, I'm not going to continue, because I thought that was pretty important, how much space would be in between. But I guess I'm just stupid.
No, there could be millions of light years between these objects. It doesn't really matter, because their position is still an angle, and that angle with respect to the ground. That, for example, if they were closer, or the lines of the light wasn't parallel, then you would see and the ground was flat, you would see a 3,000 mile distance from the equator to the North Pole.
So if I ask you to point
to the star,
at something,
that doesn't make any sense, right? How is that possible when we don't measure along the way a inverse tangent relationship? When we move from the equator to the North Pole, we see a 60 nautical mile, a linear relationship. In the most basic essence of trigonometry and geometry, that doesn't work for a flat surface. It can't work. It's not possible.
Yeah,
Can a
without
trap
taking
yourself?
perspective into consideration.
It's not. You keep on saying perspective. Perspective is this. Perspective is trigonometry. That shows that this object should move inverse tangent from your position as you move in any direction on a surface. That is
So you,
perspective. That's what it means. If I look at railroad tracks and they converge, that's perspective. That's also inverse tangent. It's very accurate.
But that doesn't work in trigonometry because parallel lines are always parallel in trigonometry.
No, if I'm looking at the corner of if I look at my fireplace and I look at the ground at the bottom of the fireplace and I look at the mantle, I can tell you exactly how far away it is by giving you the angle from me, eye level, to the ground or to the base of the fireplace. And I can also tell where it will be at any place in between using trigonometry, which is perspective. That's what perspective means. That's why the fireplace is at eye level, but it looks like it is smaller in the distance.
So if you point at something, you can guarantee you're pointing directly at that object.
If it's at eye level.
You mean like if you know like how like people practice like shooting guns to hit the center of a target, like they don't need to do that anymore because they hit the center every time.
No, if you're shooting and you have no drop with the bullet, there's no drop. Where the bullet is projectile, it can actually fly level and horizontal and not drop. You can look at something at eye level and know I'm going to hit it. If it's at eye level, I can shoot the gun at eye level and it will hit it. But that's not what we're shooting at. We're shooting at things that are further away and perspective comes into play.
How much
Things in
drop
between.
does a bullet have in 10 feet?
Depends on how fast it's going and how fast it's going.
Okay, does it have much drop, do you think, at 10 feet?
It'll fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is people set up targets 10 feet away and have a hard time hitting the center of that target.
That's not because of perspective, that's for sure. And it's not because of the bullet's drop either, because it's going fast enough, even if it's going 800 feet per second, like a high-powered pellet gun. It's not going to drop. How much will it drop in a few milliseconds? How much will it drop?
Point and shoot is not accurate, is what I'm saying, and it's not dependent
You're
on
just
the bullet
you're
drop.
diverting to something that makes little or no any relevance to what we're talking about.
You don't point and shoot with a sextant?
You point and shoot with a sextant. There's no bullet being dropped.
Well, if you did have a bullet in your sextant, do you think you'd hit the star?
Yeah, because you'd have a bullet that would fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well, say it wasn't one. Say it wasn't you were out in space.
A laser? How about use a laser then? That's point and shoot.
And you think it'll hit the star?
Why wouldn't it?
Because of the many miles in between.
But why would it deviate? Why would it deviate from the position in your field of view? Now we're not even talking about perspective. Now we're not even talking about perspective. We're just talking about the object in the sky. You want to see it. Where's it going to go? If it's straight up in the air, I think this is back to Mailman's point. If you look at something anywhere in your field of view and you see it, that's where it is. Unless there's refraction or gravitational lensing, that's where it is. Or diffraction.
So there's no refraction when we look at Polaris?
There's not much in between us and Polaris. No.
Except for when you're at 0 to 20 degrees, right?
I'd say more like 0 to 5 degrees. Yeah, 0 to 20 degrees, there'll be some levels of refraction in the atmosphere due to the varying density and the angle of incidence that changes. Differential versions of Snell's law.
Does that affect the accuracy of the globe, causing them to say it's a little wider at the equator?
Just sophistry to go there. Concentrate on the first 60 degrees.
No, they wouldn't be doing measurements where there is errors. So they use things that are above that field of your observation. They use things like Polaris. Like when you're at 45 degrees angle and you see Polaris, and it's okay, there it's 45 degrees, and then you move 60 miles and you see it change 1 degree, that can be indicative of the shape. Now there's also anomalies of the gravitational strength and direction anywhere on the Earth as well. Those variations have to be taken into account. That's why they did them so many measurements over the years. And they even take these measurements from airplanes and from satellites. That's snuffed the air out of the room. Sorry.
Still trying to figure out where the straight lines are. Like, why would you sight the horizon if it's not visible?
Did you say the horizon is physical?
No, I asked why would you sight it with a sextant if it's not physical at all? Nothing to do with physics.
So the horizon is physical?
Yeah, the water or the land is physical. It's just stuff. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Even if
So
you
you're,
sight it with a sextant, right?
so what you're citing is a physical location?
All locations are physical, but yeah, the horizon composes of the surface of the earth and the sky. Both are physical.
How many horizons are there?
How many
Yeah,
horizons?
which horizon?
There's one horizon, usually. I mean, it depends on who you ask. I mean, some people, like Bev says that there's more than one. I would say there's just one.
So the
Like the one,
horizon is an apparent location, right?
an apparent location? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I asked why someone would sight it with a sextant if it has nothing to do with physics. And I'm still waiting for the answer. Don't know.
What do you mean? What does physics have to do with this?
Oh, why do you sight the horizon with a sextant if it has nothing to do with the physicality of the surface of the Earth?
Because it's the flipping point of where you can measure the elevation angle of the celestial body that you're referring to, i.e., the crest or the tip of that surface, whether it's water or land, is the end of the quote surface of your viewing point, your perspective. You then look up and establish what the angle is of the celestial body that you're viewing through the viewing device on the sextant.
Yeah,
So
it's effectively establishing a horizontal, right? And then your deviation based on elevation is accounted for.
How do you establish a horizontal with nothing physical?
No, you shoot a line towards the apparent horizon and make adjustments based off of your height above the surface. That's
Why?
how you would try to, because you're trying to establish a horizontal in order to get a baseline for your angle of elevation. What do you mean, why?
Why do you sight the horizon? It's not physical. Like, it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Why do you sight it?
It has to deal with the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is what establishes the bottom of the
horizon
field of view. Yeah, and the
So
delineation between the
physical.
delineation between the surface and the sky is what causes the horizon. It's an apparent location.
So why do you still sight it if it's apparent? How do you get the horizontal from it? It's not physical.
You shoot towards it.
Why?
And then you make
It
an
doesn't
adjustment. Think of it this way. Hey, buddy, if you wanted to try to figure out a horizontal on a long distance, where would you try to point to establish a horizontal from you to something in the sky?
To establish a horizontal between me and something in the sky, I wouldn't, because that's not horizontal.
Where else would you point the sextant? Why would you not try to point it straight outwards and then make a adjustment for your height above the surface? Why would you do something different?
Why would you take your elevation above the surface into account if the horizon isn't physical?
Your elevation above the surface is a relation to your horizontal based on because you're trying to establish a horizontal on the surface, right? So what we're trying to do is try to map to the surface. So the surface, we are above that. So when we're looking out in the distance, we're trying to establish a horizontal to get an elevation angle from. So we shoot to the horizon and then we make a slight adjustment because we know that the horizon is not at our eye level because it's established by the surface, which is below our feet. So we make an adjustment for that.
Okay, is the surface physical?
The surface is physical.
But the horizon isn't.
The horizon is the apparent location where the physical surface appears to meet the sky.
Okay, and how is it then not physical?
Because it can deviate based on atmospheric conditions.
Sure. Does that only apply to the horizon, or does it always apply to everything, like houses, buildings, everything, airplanes? Do those also deviate based on atmospheric refraction?
Yes,
I think
they
they do, right? Okay, are they physical?
Are what? Objects? All objects are physical, of course.
Sure. So then the horizon could also be physical, right? Doesn't matter if it moves, like the buildings are physical, but they can appear to be at different locations based on the atmospheric conditions, right?
No, the horizon is an apparent location. It is not a physical location. So you're telling me if I walk to a specific point that I somehow am at the horizon, right? Is what you're saying?
So you can be at the horizon, yes.
Everything is at the horizon that's in the distance. What do you mean?
What?
Anything at the distance goes towards the horizon. The horizon is an apparent location that fluctuates.
Some things go further than the horizon too, like over the horizon.
They don't go over the horizon. They go into the horizon. What do you mean they go over the horizon?
You can see the horizon in front of objects too, right?
Yeah, because it's an apparent location.
Okay. So is everything is an apparent location because you can see a building 5 degrees higher.
No. A building has buildings have geographical locations that you can actually visit. The horizon you cannot visit.
Correct.
Can't go there, dude.
Okay. Sure.
Just because physical things comprise it doesn't mean that it's an actual location. It's an apparent location that changes from day to day. My horizon when I go out to the beach changes every single day.
Sure.
So your claim is that is the horizon is the causality of the surface of the Earth. So does the surface of the Earth change every single day?
No. Well, yeah, it does. Yes, it does, but not too much.
Can you go to the horizon for us and let us know when you get back?
No, because I can't go to my own horizon. Yeah, I can't.
It's kind of like
visit it.
Listen,
can you go to a horizon? Hold on, please. Can you go to a horizon, check to see if it's actually what's blocking your view, 500 yards from that spot, and then go back to that spot and say, yep, that's confirmed. Can you do that?
Yep. No, that doesn't work. Just like you can't do that.
You can't test any horizon to see if the horizon actually is the thing blocking view.
Sure, you can't do that with perspective either. You can't follow the sun and see if it actually disappears due to angular size.
So it's ambiguous either way. We can't say that. We can't say. But the point is, we can't say. Not only does it not prove flat, but it doesn't prove globe either. We can't even make a determination because we don't know what's happening at the horizon. It looks one way or the other, doesn't it? Just looks one way.
That's why I wouldn't look at the horizon. That's why I would just take the dimensions of the Earth.
You don't have the dimensions of the Earth, sir.
We do though.
Mm-hmm. When did you get those?
That means you included yourself in that. Yeah. So when did you measure the Earth, dude?
Present that.
You don't have to do everything yourself, though.
Oh, okay. So because you say we, you included me and the other guy and these guys talking, but that was dishonest because we haven't actually done any work, have we?
Yeah, we haven't done any work. Yes, you haven't done anything.
That's right. Okay, so you just assume without having done any work. Got it. I appreciate it.
Your coordinate system is based on elevation angles to celestial bodies, right? That's how you derive your alleged coordinate system, which you claim are the measurements of the Earth, which are all derived from an observation of things in the sky. So it's how you observe the world has a relation to what you claim is the physical surface. There has not been an actual physical measurement of the Earth's surface itself. It's only an applied apparent curvature due to the fact that we see in an arc of vision, an azimuthal grid of vision, and based on our azimuthal grid and arc of vision, you take that arc and you apply it to the surface below your feet incorrectly.
As long as you can admit that Earth curvature is just an assumption, we can move past this, Globers.
Yeah, it's not, though.
Oh, so you just want to keep being dishonest?
Hand wave?
No, I'm not dishonest at all.
It is.
Just
There
like
are measurements.
you never
for
stop
it.
being a believer. You just change religions.
Wait, just reply back with his logic there. It is though.
Yeah, it is measured. It sure is.
Who did it? Who measured it then?
Now, many people have.
No.
I mean,
One.
from,
So
from,
okay. So if
from people
listen,
among
let's just
in our
pick one.
community, Jesse Kozlowski did GPS measurements across Lake Pontchartrain several
But
times.
since we're still asking for it after having seen his information, it looks like he didn't. So next.
Is
No, it looks
GPS
like he
measuring
did.
device?
No, because we're
Yeah, it
still
is.
asking for it, so that means he didn't.
No, it's there. Go to his channel. You can see it.
No, sir.
GPS is set.
Since you
Hold
already
on.
listen. No, hold on. He's saying that they presented already evidence of the globe as Jesse Kozlowski. But see, I remember that stuff being posted months ago, and since we're still having to ask for proof of the globe, looks like he didn't provide it, did he?
That means you didn't accept it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, we're pretty good at this by now, so we know what Earth curvature would look like, and we can't find it.
Yeah, you are pretty good at it.
Well, thank you.
At hand waving evidence.
Does GPS use
We
the
have yet to see evidence, kiddo. Anyway, go ahead.
Does GPS use the WGS84 or the geoid model when it maps out its coordinate system?
I couldn't answer that definitively, but I hear the WGS84 is what the GPS is based off of.
Oh, okay. So we get our GPS coordinate system based off a pre-assumed ball, right? So what is the middle of the 3D visual space that is being mapped out by the GPS? Where do all the coordinates tie to? What is the central point?
The center of the Earth.
Oh, okay. So how did we establish the center of the Earth to the satellites?
Am I cutting out or are you cutting out?
Don't know.
Did I cut out? I think I cut out.
No, I don't think you cut out. He said, how did they establish the distance between the center of the Earth and the satellites?
You know, I'm not sure to answer that. You know, I'm not sure how to answer that. But the satellite's in orbit. It's orbiting around a central point that they would call the center of the Earth.
The North Pole. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, no, the center of the center
North
of
Pole.
the circle that it's, you know, its orbit. It would have a central point.
You can circle around the North Pole. That's cool. Yeah, we can still call it an orbit too, because it's a circular pattern above the surface. Yeah, I agree. So we have things in the sky that are circling around the North Pole, and we establish their coordinates based on their relative distances from one another and surface based on our preconceived notion of the sphericity of the Earth. So then we map into how they're displaying their coordinates. We map into that the WGS84 or the geoid model. I don't know exactly which one they use. And then that's how we establish where we're at on the Earth. Doesn't mean that we're on a ball. It's just the chosen coordinate system to map to.
But Napalm, we're confirming that the sky orbits the ground, though, right?
I mean, if we're talking about orbits, orbit just means something that's going in a circle above the surface.
Exactly. Thanks for that, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So anything that goes in a circle above the Earth, like in the sky, if you do a circle, you're orbiting.
I don't think that's the definition of an orbit.
No, it sounds like what I've heard, like a racetrack, like cars on a racetrack going around and around and around like a carousel. That's what I've heard before. Actually, I think Enoch described the motion similar to that, like on a circuit or something like that. So I have heard this explanation before. I really appreciate it.
Yep, it's a circuit above the Earth. Yeah, we call that an orbit, and it can easily happen on a flat surface with a central point, which we would call the North Pole in this case. Yeah. Easy peasy.
But anyway,
Napalm. You still there, Napalm?
Yeah, what's up?
Would you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist?
I consider conspiracy theorist a loaded term.
I do too, and I made kind of like a funny video. It's about a minute long. I was wondering if I could send it to you and just get your feedback.
Yeah, sure, 100%. Shoot it over to me.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, if anybody else wants to see it, just DM me. I would post it in the live stream text, but I bring up some topics, even though I'm kind of doing it in levity, that would probably get the server in trouble. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think there's a movement to update the terminology of conspiracy theorist and have it now be conspiracist, because I think there's some subconscious implications that can take place if you try to move the already established loaded term of conspiracy theorist to conspiracist, because it falls along the same lines as like racist, right? It's
terrorist.
Oh,
terrorist.
Whoa.
Yeah, so there's
I see. So
rapist.
maybe.
Yep.
So
yep.
yeah, so you want to put ist at the end of it so that it makes it sound worse.
Yes.
Dude,
so
we should.
sorry,
go ahead.
It's kind of like a linguistal type of programming, right? So the language and how the enunciation is being put onto the term. So we've already established conspiracy theorist as this kind of taboo term or trump card or whatever you want to call it, right? This loaded term of conspiracy theorist. Now, if we say somebody is a conspiracist, then you can have the same emotions that can be aroused from somebody in the same way as the application of something like racist, rapist, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, exactly.
We should just start calling ourselves noticers. Like, yeah, no, I'm just a noticer. I happen to notice that, there is no curvature. I happen to notice that they're spraying shit in the skies, that there's fucking fluoride in the water, etc., etc.
There's a term for when you take a word and you put a negative connotation on it. I forget what the name of the word is, but that's exactly it. You take the term negative, spin it, automatically has that negative connotation associated with it that paints
Is
a
it called
picture.
weaponizing? Weaponizing the word?
Well done, thank you, my man. Weaponizing would be it. Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Where's my prize money?
I'll FedEx it to you.
It's a tattoo from a Cracker Jack box. Sorry. All the budget allows.
Noticers, mount up.
Yeah, dude. My friends all call me the noticer in the group. Because I'm like the most conspiracy oriented. So yeah, you use it. Noticer.
You're always the guy that everybody's like, how did you notice that?
I like it because it works with the term watcher, right? You've heard about watchers. Now you got the noticers. It's pretty dope.
Oh yeah.
Let's be watchers, bro. We are.
I'd go watch that. I'd go watch the noticers for sure.
Isn't that what like Jerry Seinfeld was? You ever notice?
You ever?
That's like his opening
Whoa,
line.
what's the deal?
Do you ever notice?
That's what comedy is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Comedy is the brother of truth.
Man, I wanted to interject the other day with some with the Seinfeld analogy, because Kosha was going on, and he was trying to talk about something specific, but without actually getting into the specifics, because that would have kind of destroyed the argument or allowed for or it would have allowed for an opening up of a can of worms, possibly. So it was just filled in with the and yada yada yada, blah blah and blah blah blah, move forward, and then yada yada yada. I don't know if you guys have seen the episode of Seinfeld with the yada yada yada, but one of the things that takes place is George's girlfriend. He's like, I don't get this. She just says yada yada yada, and initially he loved it because he's like, I don't have to talk to her. There doesn't have to be a long conversation. She just fills it in with yada yada yada. But then he had a conversation with her where she was like, so I was hanging out with my ex-boyfriend yesterday, and he came over to the house, and yada, 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 and I'm really tired this morning. And he's like, whoa. What do you mean, yada, yada, yada? Right?
Yeah.
What do you mean, yada, yada, yada?
What happened to the yada yada? I need to know what happened to the yada yada yada.
Yeah, because there's some big implications to the yada, yada, yada. You can't just yada, yada, yada
It
over
could be anything, right? The
Yeah.
yada could have been anything. Was it the middle yada that actually everything got done? The first two yadas were like, the first yada was a lean in, and then there was like an intro and outro yada. Like, what happened during the middle yada? I want to know.
Dude, I thought the same thing, Napalm. That's so funny. I think that was yesterday.
Y'all to explain it.
It was totally yesterday,
I don't even know. Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of like you keep going all over this place. You keep measuring level everywhere you go. Sitting back trying to figure out where the hell this curve shows up. Again, Seinfeld humor.
Yada, yada, yada.
Cross-examination, yada, yada,
I went
yada.
out to observe the curvature, yada, yada, yada. Came back a flat earther.
Right? It's like, well, what happened in between the yadas? How did you come to this final decision?
Well, actually, I employed the yadas correctly because there was no curvature found. So you might as well have just had yada, yada, yada because I'm still a flat earther here.
You sound like a noticer. I also find it funny we're talking about Seinfeld and Superman's right behind me. It's pretty awesome.
Always in Seinfeld, the Superman.
Always. Every single damn episode.
I'm finally getting a chance to date a Lois.
I'm finally getting a chance to date a Lois.
And yada, yada, yada. Anyways, yeah, I'll take a look at that platypus. Platypus, did you send it to me? DM it to me.
I thought I did. Did you not get it?
Oh, hold on. I have to accept it. Sorry. I'm not good at direct messages. I pay attention to them about as much as I... Okay, got it. Cool. Thank you.
No, thank you. I really appreciate it. I made it, and it's like I know that only a couple people are gonna get it. Like, but yeah, hopefully.
Can I view this without an account to the website?
Yeah, you can view it on a browser, I believe.
Okay. Let's see if that works. Okay, cool. I'll let you know.
Napalm, you also said you surfed yesterday, and I was a little confused on that coast. How you getting waves?
No, I did not surf yesterday. Did I say that I surfed physically surfed yesterday?
No,
I probably
no,
said
like
yesterday that I do surf, but yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, if you ride a wave long enough, are you going over the curvature, man, or what?
Napalm, you can surf? That's awesome, dude.
He surfed all the way to the horizon, dude.
Yeah, man.
like,
Why don't you
so-
surf out to that horizon, man? Tell me if it's fucking blocking your view of me, man.
I
Come on,
surf and
Napalm.
skateboard. I haven't surfed in a while. It's been a while. And unfortunately, it's starting to be a while since I've skateboarded too. I just have a lot of other crap going on because I play soccer and hockey as well. So it fills up a lot of my time, and I have 3 jobs. So yeah.
Nice. I gotcha. Well, when a hurricane's heading this way, you're always welcome to come over here and surf a
Tough
little
being
bit.
such a badass, eh, Napalm?
I'm not a badass. I just try to keep myself busy.
I just ride my hog everywhere. I don't need
He's
to.
like, I skateboard, I surf, I work 3 jobs. I'm getting late all the time, man. Whatever.
I'm married, dude. You'll figure out.
Well, hey, I
You'll
mean,
figure
okay.
out the longer you're with somebody, that doesn't take place quite as often as you think.
We're still in the honeymoon phase.
I'm just saying. Get 15 years into the relationship, and it's not all the time.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I understand completely.
All the time is a relative term, I guess.
Yeah, like all the time, or
6 months all the time.
what do you mean?
Yeah. Well, not every 6 months, but yeah.
Yo, what are you guys talking about?
Do we
Hey,
have
you
to
know what?
invoke space time
Being
to
married,
observe?
Because not
hold on.
every 6 months.
Not every 6. Being married to the globe, however, I don't think you ever are satisfied, right? You're just kind of like always searching for that next moment where you could find the Earth's curvature, but then it's like, fucking damn it, it's not there either. Fucking damn it, she doesn't want to have sex tonight either.
Exactly.
I know it's out there.
So then you go look for some ballers to abuse with some blue balls, if you will.
Blue
Wait,
baller?
no, that didn't come out right. Never mind. I'm going to withdraw.
No, that was funny. That was funny. It was funnier. I mean, listen, it was more gratifying than talking to an anti-flat earther about anything.
Hey, yo,
so,
Black. We're going to be chatting in 24 hours, man.
Yeah, man.
Look forward to it, dude.
So they
Yeah,
have curvual frustration.
got it. Yeah, curvial frustration. Right.
Followed with premature assumption.
Ooh, nice. Always with the premature assumption. I mean, that's why they sound so curvularly frustrated, right?
Exactly.
But when you introduce that wobularity, off we go.
Ooh, yeah, there you. It's all about that wobble, baby.
Wobble, wobble. Shout
You
out to
gotta
Alan for coining that one. The wobularity. Wobble, wobble, baby.
Priceless.
Yeah, the only curves I see are my wife's. Okay.
Ooh.
Those are the type of curves
Attaboy.
men are supposed to pay attention to. Well done.
Correct.
The real flat Earth models, right?
Exactly. Exactly. I bet you flat earthers have better looking chicks. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we do.
Or at least have chicks.
Or at least have them, right? Oh my God, we're dunking on you, as Witsit said.
There are
Anti-flat
some
earthers.
married. There are some married globers, all right. And
I mean, are they though?
Yeah,
You know, you ever heard from their wives? Like, do we know for sure? Or come on, let's be honest. What kind of guy would be able to attract the kind of woman that would want to come and talk to us, right?
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
flat. Their wives are all up in my DMs all the time. So unfortunately, that's why I never check my DM.
I always wonder, does McToon's wife know what he does?
Has to. She has to. There's no way that he'd be able to hide that from his husband, wife.
I'd love to get her take on things.
Would you though? I mean, I almost feel bad for her at the end of that. Yeah, it's cool, but
he never comes to bed. He's always up all night arguing with you guys. I don't know.
He spends 3 days sometimes researching for one argument. I just don't get it. And he keeps losing. Why does he even go back? I just don't get it.
How does someone look homeless?
I don't know. Like the guy looked like he hadn't taken a bath in forever. Hair was long, beard was unkept, and going on about how lonely he is, and no one talks to him in real life. Yeah,
I've looked
like
homeless
some
before, for
years.
sure. I remember looking homeless in my 30s. Yeah.
Probably me too. Some drinking mornings.
Also depends on what kind of band you're in, because like I was playing for certain kinds of bands. Some of them were pop rock. Pop rock, you got to be pretty boys, and some bands are just like nobody gave a fuck about how they looked, and they all looked homeless. It smelled like it too. I smell homeless right now, right, baby?
Yeah, and I think this guy drank his own pee, and he was all
pee?
fucked up.
Yeah,
No,
dude,
no.
what is up with that? I just don't understand it.
That's weird.
Yeah, that is really weird. When people start going on about that, I get so turned off.
The direct, it's a direct violation to scripture and it's part of satanic practices to eat your own excrement and urine.
Oh wow, that
Well, there
must
you
mean
go.
it's wrong.
I think he's even been in this server. Have you
don't
guys
need to
never
go to
met
the
him?
Bible.
That fat guy that never brushes
God
his
forbid you
teeth.
go against the Bible.
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
Here we
Damn,
go.
Yeah,
he's a
that
weird
guy.
guy.
That
Yeah.
he doesn't brush his teeth, drinks his own
Yes,
pee.
sir.
He's even trying to teach his son to drink his own pee. You know, it's gross.
His pee or his son's pee?
His son's pee. So he's trying to teach his son to drink his son's pee.
There you go, son. Never brush your teeth.
Yeah, so that guy hasn't apparently he hasn't had sex in 2 years or something.
Well, that
His
does
life
make
was
sense.
all fucked up. Mm.
Yeah. He's a weird guy, though. I met him like some time ago in politics and religion. He was there. I asked her if he still drinks his own piss, and he said, "Yeah."
But according to
Even
him, the Bible says you should drink your own pee. Apparently, Jesus drank his own pee.
Damn. Jesus is rolling in his grave. Oh, no, he's not.
Sounds like you're
Yeah,
taking
I
the
don't
piss
think he
there.
had one. I don't think he had a
Yeah,
grave. Jesus was
he's
so cool, he
risen.
skipped the grave.
Yeah, he died but didn't. I died once. I'm gonna die today too, and then wake up tomorrow. Clean of
Yeah, that's why
sin.
they call it mourning.
Yeah.
Mourn.
You're
You
mourning.
mourn every morning. You mourn the. It's weird because, like, what I've heard is it comes from, like, someone believed that you connect with your real self when you sleep, and then you mourn the death of that every time you wake up into this life. I don't know, some weird shit you hear.
Sounds interesting. Like this is not the real life, but your dream. So,
Yeah, something like that.
but they changed though quite a lot.
What are you guys doing for Mother's Day?
Gonna see my mother.
I'm going to hug my wife as much as possible because she's pregnant with our daughter, and call my mom and my grandma.
Congratulations.
Congrats, man. Nice, yeah.
Thank you. She's the one
Yeah,
doing all the work.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see my mom, but I'm gonna go work, and my girlfriend's gonna work too. So. I'm satanic. I work on a Sabbath.
That's today, brother.
I'm just coming from work, driving out. Saturday, Sabbath.
I don't know. A lot of people take different days.
I think they changed it.
The Catholics did change it to Sunday.
I work every day, so it doesn't matter.
You need some rest time, my friend.
I work like every weekday. I have 5 days on, 5 days off. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, not like every day, but yeah, I work every weekday, some days.
What is your profession, Mo man?
Just factory work, nothing interesting. Just lateral line work, nothing. I used to be a truck driver, but it doesn't pay as much. But I like the 5 days on, 5 days off. That's very good. Especially in the summer when you can take big trips on the 3 days.
Is it time for Geo's billionaire astrology class? I've been waiting here. It's my favorite topic.
Astrology. Yeah, and she was
been
deep
off
into
from
that
this
stuff.
server for a year. What is that? Oh, it's fucking summer now. Nice.
Yo, can anyone do animations, dude? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do this shit on like paper and do like a PowerPoint presentation.
What are you doing?
I got a dope ass core. I know you heard me come up with Coriolis arguments in the past, but this new shit I got is fire, bro.
What's this new one?
Has to be fire. I mean, you've been doing
It's
that for
fire.
fucking 5 years.
I know, and
What?
I finally got it. You know, you keep trying something, you fail, and then one day you get it. I got it. Get it, got it, good.
You
What
have
is
to
it?
give it to a Coriolis guy for checks.
I am the Coriolis guy.
Ah, okay, so the math guy is different.
What kind of are you trying to make a video about it, Jeremy?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I need like a little like PowerPoint presentation, maybe a video, whatever. Yeah, it just needs to be like words, some circles and lines and shit, and some numbers and letters.
Well, dude, get it made. Get it made, and I'll
Speak to
fucking
Arma.
help you get it. I'll help you get it out there.
Just speak to Arma. I mean, Arma does that stuff for a living, doesn't he?
Armor was supposed to help me 7 Wednesdays ago.
Oof.
Kosho's too lazy. All right, I'm just gonna have to do it on paper with crayons.
Dude, fucking do it on paper with crayons and send me the video so I can post it ASAP.
What's the argument though? Like, what's this new Coriolis argument? Do you want to explain it, or is it a secret?
You haven't heard it? You haven't heard
Is
it?
Is it the one about the planes and?
Yeah, the planes. Yeah,
Oh,
Coriolis, Great Circle Routes, planes. I'm gonna just do it on paper. Whatever, it's fine.
If you do it on paper, maybe someone can help to animate it after they see it on paper.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
I'd help, but I'm stuck to crayons and paper as well. So
There's no talking their way out of this, because if you only put enough fuel in the drone to go a certain distance, it's obvious which one is the shorter distance. Like, no matter what frame you want to use or whatever, it's irrelevant. That's honestly what kills it right there, is if you put enough fuel, if you only have enough fuel for the thing to go a certain distance, and then you try it in other frames with other references, and you could go a longer distance, you know that is not the, that there's a shorter, that's the shorter distance. If you can get more if it goes farther with the same amount of fuel.
yeah, no, you should definitely animate it, bro.
No doubt. I gotta wait till Monday though, because I don't have any like printer paper.
Why not just get some tomorrow? Well, today, like, why Monday?
Oh, I'm busy doing shit, bro. I got fucking lawns to mow and tree. I just got done chopping a tree down and shit. Fucking
Jeez, bro.
lumberjack shit over here.
You
I'm
stacked
like Paul Bunyan out this. I'm like Paul Bunyan out this bitch.
there's still trees in New York, dude.
Oh, dude, I live upstate. It's fucking beautiful. Chipmunks, there's squirrels and birds chirping and shit. Yeah.
Nice.
How much
That's the
money
better
have you
one.
lost on? How much money have you lost on crypto this year?
No, I can't even lose at this point. It's impossible.
How many
I had
phones do you have?
I had no idea you was built that way, Jeremy. Like I thought you was out of shape, bro. You be chopping down
Bro,
trees.
I will slapbox the shit out of you, Nate. Okay. We're slapboxing on site, me and you.
On site. Yeah. No, but that's what's up, bro.
When people use the term out of shape, what is the shape that we're supposed to be in?
Bro, I'm chiseled rock like a gargoyle.
Fuck. You sound like a gargoyle.
I don't know, just so
You
you
sound
know.
like you got that egg shape. You get hard boiled.
It's like a wet egg.
I'm telling you, man, you guys gotta stay in shape. You guys all got soft during this whole pandemic shit, right? Everyone sat around, had some coffee and cakes and shit, right? I've been doing fucking calisthenics, all
Hey,
types of shit over here.
Jeremy, do you think how fast can you do 100 push-ups?
In one sitting? I don't even know if I could. Like legit real push-ups, not those fake ass army bullshit push-ups.
That's some prison talk right there.
I think if you can just automatically sit down and do 100, you're doing good.
I don't think I could do 100 real push-ups. I could do this 100 of those fake ass army push-ups, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, just a general push-up, right? Like you're just keeping your body planked, and you're going up and down with your arms, and they're spread apart, past the shoulder width.
Yeah, like the full extension from the floor to the full extension of your arm, like a legit push-up. I don't think I could do 100 of those in one sitting, in one set.
We'll try it. Try it. We'll start the timer. You let us know when you're ready.
I could do 100 in one sitting, not one set, though. If that makes sense.
You're talking about
Yeah, you'd sit for 10 years.
You're probably doing 2 or 3 reps at 30 each time, kind of thing. I can definitely.
I don't push it to the max like that. I could do. I usually do like 15 a set.
I can do 50 to 60, but then I have to take a break, and then I have to do the other ones after there. So my goal is to do 100 in one setting. Believe it or not, this whole pandemic, you're right, we got soft, and it was embarrassing, man. I was exhausted at just doing 30, and now I can blow past 30. I've been doing it every week, every day for like weeks now, and I can blow past 30, no fucking problem.
When are you gonna do your book? Can we buy it?
His book's out. His book's out.
It's not
It's
out.
out?
No, it's not out. It's just being, like I said, the editing is the thing, and I sent a copy to Witsit, but he hasn't got it yet, just to kind of just get a affirmation on the story, not necessarily all the grammar error, but obviously.
You told us the book was out, bro.
So the book is done. It's sent it to Witsit for a version of it, and then I'm just editing the final. I'm just basically making sure that I cutting off whatever fat I need to, and then trying to make it.
Can't we just get a copy data? Come on, man. Please, bro.
Well,
you
Dave,
will,
you need to
yeah.
make sure that it's grammar error free, because these internet heads, man. Any grammatical error is then going to disprove anything that the book says. Okay.
I understand. That's why I haven't published it yet,
Come on.
and I
Data,
have like 3 or 4 eyes on it right now. I'm just waiting for Witsit to go through.
We've been
I already
waiting
know what I.
since last year September, bro.
Yeah. Look, dude. It's really not going to break the bank whether you get it tomorrow or next week or next year. The story is not fully written yet. I'm always holding off.
Damn.
You didn't even put my Coriolis argument in it, dude. Your book sucks.
To be honest with you, I've only put in my arguments, nobody else's.
Okay, but it's basically is it a book with flat Earth proofs or arguments against the globe?
It's the so for instance, I don't know how where you were educated or your level of education. I wasn't educated in any of the physics, any of that stuff.
Here.
Yeah, well, the idea is to explain, being exposed to the information and where do you find the information. So it's a little bit of that self discovery of trying to hunt down. Let's say if you did believe the Earth was flat, where would you find that material? Who would promote that material? Who would give you that material to question?
And then obviously, you know, the history is stated that they've known the Earth is spherical for thousands of years, and the armillary sphere is what they used because there's, you know, this is interpretation. People are saying, well, they didn't know, and they just assumed. Well, they had actual tools and a good indication of why to build the model, and that was the armillary sphere. But you don't learn those things unless you go out and actively seek it. So what I decided to do is to put it in all one spot, all one place. So if you were ever curious to know if the Earth was flat or a globe, you would get the story, and then out of that story, you could go on and to make your next journey, which would be, well, telecommunications, satellites, all that stuff. I mean, you're like I said, we're all limited to what we can talk about. And of course, part reason why I end up apologizing to people is because, dude, there's a foreign entity wanting to come over and take over the United States in North America. How are they going to do that? They're going to divide people. So you get a little angry at that, and then you see all this, and you kind of like, what the fuck? They don't treat people very nicely under that umbrella of thought, if you will. So again, that's also written about how people are polarized with this information too. So it'll be a good read. The first chapter is really long, man. It's like 40 pages. The first chapter.
Well, I mean, we're all waiting patiently.
Yeah, we've been waiting.
Well,
waiting for
I'm
about 4 years
finishing
now.
off. I'm finishing. Yeah, it might take me. It may take me a
couple more years. Yeah, at this rate, I mean.
Am I breaking up, or is he?
I was breaking up, probably.
No, it's him.
There's quite a bit of implications on trying to break the United States apart, right?
Are you on some of that Yuri Bezmenov shit right now, or what?
That was long ago. That's when you first get into this kind of thing. Before even Flat Earth, you get into, I mean, the whole zeitgeist thing was the birth of it to some degree. You know, the conspiracy, the fiat money, and then of course, if you find out who's bringing in Bitcoin. So yeah, it's a pretty big story.
Oh, Mole Man left. I was going to break him off my Coriolis argument.
Leading the target is
yeah,
leading the target is a pretty good one there, Jeremy. As far as setting your heading when you leave, you set your heading when you leave, as opposing to setting your heading to adjust for rotation, right? So it's an interesting argument.
Yeah, if you were to shoot a bullet or a ballistic or something from the North Pole to the equator, you have to shoot it where the target's going to be because you don't have controlled flight. So it's going to travel in just a straight line from the North Pole to the equator. It's going to just go in a straight line. You know, it's going to curve down, but it's going to go in a straight line left to right. It's not going to curve left to right.
Yeah, any ballistics, as you said, the rail gun. I didn't know how far that thing can shoot to, but same deal, right? We're talking 100 miles, 1.25 mile drop.
That's got to be that's a line of sight weapon, right? The railgun, or
that's the idea.
Do they claim they're shooting that around the curve?
Well, I don't know what their claim is, but what's actually happening in real life is this thing is mounted to, generally, sometimes land mounted, but they also mount it to a ship, and it will shoot from water, land, over onto a landmass to distances that well exceed there being a curve. Again, 100 miles. And 100 miles, it's a 1.25 mile drop based on the 3959 plane radius, and that's an exponential drop. Then you have to also introduce spinning. But I don't know, does Coriolis affect the item as it's traveling across the surface?
The Coriolis, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Coriolis doesn't really affect the item. There's no like actual force on it. It's just a like the Coriolis force is not a real thing. It's not a real force. It just looks like a force, right? So nothing, whenever there's a Coriolis involved, like nothing's actually, the object's not actually getting pushed left to right. It just appears that way. So what was your question?
I didn't have a question.
Who, me?
Yeah, what did you have? Was there a question there? I forgot it.
No, dude, I was agreeing with you. I was providing, like, you talked about ballistics, and I was just providing an observation based on the ballistics, which is the railgun. So I don't really have any questions because I understand the way that this thing works. It's just an understanding of like these things exist and these things are shooting and they're hitting things and it's all working. I don't know where the accounting for a 1.25 mile drop comes into play. I'm looking for the distance right now that they've shot to with a railgun, what the expected distances.
With the railgun, it was 197
miles.
Kilometers, whatever that is in miles.
So that's about 150 miles.
Right.
Yeah, so that would definitely be like a 1.35, 1.4 mile drop over that distance.
Hey, any of you guys interested in debating FTFE or McToon in the future?
I already debated McToon last year. He told me that he measured his shadow, and then he showed me a bunch of charts that claim spherical excess. Yeah, Adam.
Nice. All
But
right.
yeah,
How about
FTFE
you,
is
Jeremy?
crazy. Good luck, guys.
How about
If
you,
they
Jeremy?
come in here, yeah, if they come in here, I'm ready to go on site with anyone. Let's go.
No, well,
Yeah.
I'm setting it up in the asylum for Fridays and Tuesdays. So like Harp is going to go against McToon on Tuesday, and then Jim World is going to go against FTFE on not next Friday, but the following, so the 26th.
I thought his title was freaking hilarious. Visiting visiting Sin at the asylum and a couple other inmates.
What title?
The title of Nicktoon's video, dude, from Sin's debate. That was the title of the video.
You mean for his show?
Yeah.
Oh, how did that go? Because he was a little lit pre debate.
They got roasted. They got fucking roasted. That's how it went. Everyone over there was drunk. And they got fucking wrecked.
Dude,
I don't know about that. They pretty much beat him to the punch at his own game, just freaking over talking him and just ad homing and just all sorts of debauchery, dude.
Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? That guy kept saying, "Do you know who I am?" repeatedly before that debate.
Wait, who are you guys talking about? Sorry, I missed it. You talking about
Sin. Yeah, Sin.
Sin was in here, and I was acting like I was McToon, and dude, even before. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nate. You know what Sin did right after he was in here? He went into QE's show and started talking all kinds of shit about us.
What?
Really?
Serious?
What did he say?
I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was beef. What's up?
No, sorry, dude. I just said what a dingbat. I'm so sorry, Jared. Please go ahead, dude. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, they ended up calling him out, but yeah.
Is all this stuff on YouTube?
Yeah, we have the shows recorded too, because I'll put an invite for the server real quick. Thanks, Gio, by the way. I know you always let me do that, so I appreciate you. I like to see you over there too. I like Gio. I want to hear Gio. I want to hear you go up against McToon, to be honest.
Bro.
I think that'd be a good debate. But yeah. So I was just saying, like, I have a portion where it's like recorded shows because I have Hammer recording and live streaming the show on YouTube, like the debates, and then like Nathan Oakley, like he was mentioning our show or getting clips from the debates in our shows, and he's kind of putting these little packages together for his show. So we added those as well to the I guess I called it like show mentions or something like that. But you can listen to the debates if you want to. I put them I gave him an area.
Your boy Sin Cleanser's out of line, bro.
Yeah, I heard he said some crazy shit before he dipped out of here. The other day when he was like super drunk, and then yeah, I heard about that.
But then he was like,
not gonna
"Oh yeah, all
lie,
the
he's allegedly trying to represent the flat Earth, but he came in here just talking all shit about flat earthers, and that's it.
Yeah, that was sad, man. There's two
you guys
types.
actually try to answer this stuff."
He got in Witset's face. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, I heard he was talking shit to Witset. And yeah, he went off the rail, sort of. I heard about that.
What is his deal, man? I've never heard him actually make like flat Earth claims. I've just heard him talk shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I guess you just gotta kind of maybe just
Allow
listen
somebody to
him.
call themselves a flat earther while they just talk shit about everything? Is that what we got to do?
He doesn't. Well, I guess so. Yeah. There's
That guy didn't have shit though. That guy didn't have shit.
He does have very good arguments, and he has a way of. I think the thing about Sid. Let me say this. He's my buddy, and he's my boy.
He might have shit other times, but the day he was
he
here wasn't so.
But he loves. I will say this, and he will. I'll say this to his face, and everybody knows this about him that knows him. He loves to troll, just for shits and giggles. And I think for the most part, he's usually doing that. But there are times where he absolutely can destroy people in discussion. The way he says things, the way he
when he's sober. Let's make
yeah,
that point.
Yeah, when he's sober. Yeah, when he's
What
sober.
What was sad was hearing him go on, and then I asked him for one base axiom, one operating principle, one observation, just one thing. And yeah, it seemed to be he was keeping everything tight-lipped and proceeded to just be a belligerent drunk.
Well, I mean, when he's drunk, he's
I think
drunk. That's
it's
another story.
the unfortunate part is I think it's guys like that cause the anti-flat earthers to come up with words like Poe and stuff like that. Because if you're just going to be a contrarian, you're just going to be a troll. It's tough, man. I know he doesn't want the mask or anything.
They called him out when he went on QE shit. Brian's Logic did. So did this other guy who I didn't know. They took care of him.
I didn't even know he went over there too. I didn't even know that.
Anyways.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm ready to debate anyone. So, I mean, we're all on site. Anyone comes there, we'll debate them right away.
Right. No, that's cool. That's cool. I meant just in regards to like scheduling something so that it's an event and then people show up and it'll be recorded and it'll be I personally like it because we get audio of a recorded audio, just like you guys do it here all the time, but we get recorded audio of certain people saying certain things, and then when you go back to when they said something different years ago, it kind of shows like how they've
but
changed
it's kind
the
of
game
hard.
up.
It's kind of hard to like debate somebody when you got like Harp and all these other people in the background.
That's why. Well, if you notice, Dicelo, I made some changes in the asylum, and I finally added the staged events, so that way it will just be only certain people talking, and everyone else will be like you have to raise. You know how it is. It works, right? You have to raise your hand to talk. You can't just like blurt out stuff and start screaming. So that's why it's going to be more controlled. on the stage.
Make me a mod over there. I'll mute the shit out of
You
Sin,
were a mod, weren't you? I thought I made you a mod.
I don't know, at one point, but everything's just kind of flipped. You've made so many asylums, dude. You know what I mean, throughout the years.
Yeah,
so.
you're right. And I gave 3 of them away, and yeah. All right, hold on.
You've made so many asylums, he's gone crazy.
Yeah. It makes sense. Yeah. It's just a matter of like controlling that. It, and it is controllable. I mean, it is possible. There you go. I just made you a mod.
Yeah, it is, but you know, there is a lot of repercussion and backlash that comes from dealing with Harp and just the whole crew over there, bro. Like,
it is a
they don't want to be
yeah,
they don't want to be muted. They'll fucking boot you out the server and shit.
Yeah, that was a problem. I had to take away that capability from certain people because they definitely abuse that. Like, what? Fuck you, and then kick them. Like, yo, whoa, what are you doing? Like, don't just be kicking people because you're mad at them.
Right.
So I had to
Yeah,
take that away.
Harp can't be trusted in my opinion either. But you were running a good show over there, Pocket Fun. I was over there when you got Jump Panda to come in, without a mute button. You got the dude Vant, a few other people. Yeah, it was pretty good show.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, we have fun. Gets a little hectic, but we have fun.
Yeah, what's your YouTube channel's name?
It's Hammers. It's I think it's called something Refracted.
Yeah, Refracted Philosophy.
Yeah, there it is. Refracted Philosophy is the YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I watched it on.
We got something similar over here, like the Asylum. We call it the Shit Show Saturday. A lot of fun.
No, we don't do that. We don't do. We don't do
that. Nah, the Asylum goes crazy sometimes. I mean, I guess it's named appropriately because
it goes crazy because you guys are drunk.
Well, there you go. But it serves its purpose. It's a fun place. It could be at least. We have some good conversations over there. I ain't gonna lie, and I think I've been getting a lot of DMs even from ballers like, "Hey, thanks," for like, because I guess I give them more leeway, I guess sometimes, just because I like to give them enough rope to hang themselves. So I'll be like, "Yo, shut up, let them talk." Like I want him to say everything they got to say, because then you get them. You point them out on something, but ballers and be like, "Oh, thanks, man." But yeah, it's cool. I'm cool with all of them, so it's all good. Some of them I can't stand, but I'll still accept them. But yeah, I want to try to get it more organized. Every Friday and Tuesday, I guess. So on Tuesdays will be like something with McToon, and then on Fridays will be something with FTFE. And then as it develops, there'll be different days, different people. But always want to make sure that there's somebody to debate, or even just have a discussion. Like it doesn't even have to be like a structured debate or whatever. Just even like someone just wanting to go up against somebody.
Maybe you could do me a favor then and reach out to somebody for me, a Pocket Fun, somebody who's been wanting to debate FTFE without much interruptions. Maybe you could reach out. Maybe you could reach out to Bev and set that up with FTFE and Bev.
All right. Pretty sure I talked to I hit up Chemo. Chemo was like possibly going to go against McToon. We'll see how that goes.
That's my boy. Chemo's fucking yeah. He's
Chemo's
been on
good. I like
TikTok
him.
killing him. He's been on TikTok killing him recently.
Nice. Yeah,
He's got like some TikTok. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm with APOC on a Tuesday. Asylum goes or APOC, yeah. Club goes up on a Tuesday. Asylum goes up on a Tuesday.
Nobody even represents home.
Up on a Tuesday.
I'm with APOC and he's choosy. Asylum goes up on a Tuesday.
That should be the theme song, huh? Like for the YouTube. Just kidding. No, but yeah, I wanted to try to set that up. Chemo versus McToon. I hit him up. Let me see if I have the message still. He replied, and then he gave the thumbs up, but nothing was ever scheduled. So it's just got to go organize it. Let's see. Yeah. But yeah, any of you guys too, if you guys want, if you're interested, let me know. Cause I know, like, you know, I know they want to get the discussions going. And I know a lot of people want to take shots at them too, like, especially during the debates. That's why everyone's like, just, you know, they all start over talking to each other because they all like want a piece. So like, no, well, I'd rather schedule it. Everyone, you know, you get your 2-3 hours, you know, to have at it if you want. I just gotta organize it. Wait, what's Chemo's other name? Because it's not Chemo. It's like Snuffy or what is it? Snazzy or
Spurs Chemo.
Spur?
Spurs. SPURS.
Oh yeah, Spurs Chemo. Oh yeah, Chemo. Spurs Chemo. All right, cool.
APOC, how long you been in this for? I'm just wondering.
Since it's been a while now. What, 6 years?
You've been in this for 6 years?
Yeah, on the Discord with everybody. Like I remember, like way back on, I used to be on another name, and I can't even remember my other name. But I used to be on here way back. I first found this place through Nathan Oakley's show, like about six years ago now, because it's 2023, right? I think since 2001, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 5, 6 years, maybe 17, 18. But so I went into Flat Earth debate, theirs, because it came up as an option on my YouTube, like a suggested video, and it was the Nathan Oakley 1980 show. It was the first time I ever saw it. So I clicked on it. He's like, "Oh, if you want to join Discord, click on the link." I clicked on it. I went to FED, but I wasn't a Apocryphon back there. I forgot the name I had back there. I think it was like Fusion something. And then through there, they were talking about 24/7. So then I went over to 24/7. This was way back before like it broke apart and everything. When there was, I think even you were there, Jeremy. I remember your voice. I think, if I remember correctly.
And the Science versus Pseudoscience channel?
Yeah, Science versus Pseudoscience.
Yeah, I was in that for a minute.
And yeah. And way back then, I mean, I just, you know, like I just sit in the background, just listen and listen and listen, and then that's then like, you know, a few years go by, and a lot of trouble started happening in Nathan Oakley's server, and there was like a lot of disputes between mods, and I even became a mod for a little bit, and then that's when we like me, Sin, and Don, we ended up starting Asylum, like apart from Flat Earth debates, and I think Righteous was kind of mad about that, or maybe you know he was a little hurt or something, but we kept it cool though. We're cool now, and this was, I started Asylum. What? Damn, that was like about what? 3 years ago, something like that. And it's switched so many times. Like we made a new one. Then I nuked my own server. Like I stepped away from Discord altogether for a little bit, and then started up again. Gave it to Shines. Now I started a new one, and I'm just trying to rebuild it. But yeah, why interested? Why I'm interested? Why are you wondering how long I've been here?
What turned you on to flat Earth?
Oh well, like I was saying, a video came up as a suggestion, and probably because I was like starting to look into it because I had heard somebody talk about it being flat, and I was like, dude, that's stupid. Because I'll be honest, I loved science and space, and oh, dude, we're gonna land on Mars, and like that type of person, right? So, uh, I actually was like, dude, that's total bullshit. So, set out to disprove it. But once you go in that rabbit hole, things start making sense, start clicking, and honestly, I think like those who are meant to come out of that lie are going to come out of it, and they'll get it. You'll understand it. Something clicks. Something's like, oh shit, we are being lied to. That doesn't make sense. Well, how did I even think of that? Why didn't I think of this or that before? And then I think like there's just like a calling, if you will, like people are being called out of the lies, and those who are meant to know the truth, see the truth, and hear the truth, they're going to get the truth and understand it and believe it and receive it. But I don't know.
I feel like that's what happened to me. I feel like a lot of people don't like wanna. They're like only a select few that'll be able to hear or see the truth. And I found out through a video too.
Right.
You don't always see that stuff in libraries too much.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We just live in a different time, and searching for flattered stuff. I guess that's why this was back before YouTube was before they changed their algorithms. So I guess because I was searching for flat Earth, Nathan Oakley popped up, and then that's how I even found out about the Discord server, pseudoscience for science. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, but that's kind of where I'm at now. So no, I was Jeremy. I was asking you, why did you ask how long I've been doing this?
Because I didn't hear you before Geo started his shit up anywhere ever.
Yeah, I get that.
So I was wondering. I thought you were like new or something.
No, I've been around way back in the. Matter of fact, there's guys that used to like come in all the time. Not necessarily Geos, but in FED and 24/7 even. And I haven't heard from those guys in a long time, like years now. And I just wondering, like, what happened to those guys? I even forgot some of their names, but I know if I hear their voice though, I'm like, oh shit, I remember that dude. You know what I mean? Because I can remember the voice. They had very distinct voices, and they would always come in, always have good conversations. But yeah, I go a little bit back. Not as far as others. Some of you guys been doing it for a long time. But
I think am I the Omega Wolf in this room?
What was that?
I am.
How old is that?
Snacks, you're an OG. Just stop, Nate. It's your first day. Snacks been back in Google Hangouts, right, Snacks?
Yeah, so I feel like there's two different ways. Sorry, Snacks, go.
No, I'm good. What are you gonna say?
Go ahead, man.
No, sorry, man. I'm in the middle of making food. Sorry, I don't really have time. I got time for like 2 words or something.
Yeah, I feel like there's two different ways to come about that question, right? Like, how long you been in this? Because, like, as far as Discord is concerned, like, I haven't been around that long at all. But like, I was researching into like what the Earth was for a couple of years before YouTube fed me the first like flat Earth, random like flat Earth video talking about whether or not the Earth was flat. I'm pretty sure it was like a Math Powerland video or something like that. So, but I've only been
I
on
was in it
Discord for
before.
like.
I hear
I've
you. I
only
think we were all the same. Like I was on YouTube for like a year or so, probably before I even got into Discord.
Yeah, I like never had. So I still don't have. I've never had a YouTube account, right? So that's helped me stay away from like the back and forth and like comment sections and stuff like that. Like I never had those interactions, with the exception of a long time ago when I was on Facebook debating like other things with people. So a little bit of that. But I've been like off the radar, just taking in information for years and years and years until Discord, which was just like 2 years ago or something like that. So I think there's a lot of people that are at least partaking in the conversation in their own way that aren't necessarily in the debates in various forums. Like I was, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the first, if I can remember, the first time I jumped into Nathan Oakley's show, I was tripping out because he was just berating someone, dude. Like, oh my god, I'm like, how can this dude just be yelling at this guy? This is a grown man right here. Like, I was laughing, like, what the fuck? Like, this dude's gonna have a heart attack. That was the first time I ever heard Nathan Oakley ever. He was like yelling. Rah, 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 rah. I was like, whoa. That was a long time ago. He's still kind of like that though.
When is Nathan Oakley and Whitsitt gonna have a debate?
That's a good question.
Dude, there's people within these realms that will never debate people on an actual legitimate, like, neutral platform, right? There's some people that only debate if they have the mute button or the ability to live stream it on their own platform to generate revenue. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. There's also too, like, some people will not go into other people's servers as their other name, maybe like as a sock account, but they won't go in there because I don't know, I think they're very comfortable where they're at in their power, if you will, or their position of the server, if you will. Like I've never seen QE go in any of the other, 15 different flat earth servers that have been spun off from all the different servers.
He was in here when Geo first opened us up. He came in here.
Yeah. So, but has he been back other than 24/7 and FED?
Yeah, he was here about 5 minutes.
Yeah, he made it
Whoa.
like a minute or two in gems one time while I was there.
I would like to see him go more to gems because the way he tells people in 24/7, I was banned from 24/7, and so I can't even go back over there no more. But the way he used to, like when I would hear him in 24/7, he would be like even calling out flat earthers, like, "Oh, fuck you, you're an idiot. You don't even know the arguments. We have the arguments." And he'll like degrade, belittle people that even like were against the ball, but maybe only maybe because he has like this mentality where you gotta like strengthen up your soldiers. I don't know, but he it would be awesome to hear him go to Gem Pandas and use the arguments that he tries to teach people in 24/7 or says that we have. Because I think like, dude, he has some like pretty fucking concrete ways to make a point. Like, why doesn't he go to the battle lines or to where the war is at, right? Like, that'd be Gem Pandas.
Well, because they're terrible arguments and they don't work when you don't have the mute button. When you can't mute your opponent's rebuttal, then your arguments get exposed when you argue how he does.
Yeah, so, if everybody's giving out the origin stories, I didn't come to Discord to argue. The Earth is not a globe. But I did come to hear like other ideas on how the sun could function and how things could work, because the flat Earth has just explanations that are just make more sense than the globe. Right? It's just the easier option. It makes more sense, common sense, that the Earth is not a globe. But yeah, to argue about it is ridiculous for people. They're set. They're done.
The talking about it leads into the arguing about it, though. That's the thing. I didn't come here to debate about it either. Like, I came here because I wanted to talk to other people about the topic. You know what I'm saying? Not debate it, but that's just what it ends up falling into that.
Right. You end up in an angry rant because someone's pissed you off.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, Jeremy. Yeah, just came to talk about it, right? Yeah, just meet like-minded people, and then there's these fucking anti-flat earthers, never leave people, just like
there was
challenging
no
the
one in
same
my
thing.
real life. Yeah, like there's no one in my real life where I could like dive in deep on this subjects with them, and you know what I mean. I was like, where I got to talk to somebody. Where do I go to talk to somebody? And then wound up here debating nonstop.
That's kind of like what Kosho says when they're like, dude, why do you always come to speak with flat earthers if you don't believe it? He's like, well, because I don't have anywhere else to go talk about it or argue about it. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
He's like, keep talking to us and letting us in you if you don't like us.
Because people are free to voice their opinion, right? It's an open platform.
All right.
But it is kind of like, like I had never really discussed this topic with anybody other than like my friends and family and people that I meet, right? Never really discussing it much online until I come onto Discord like a year or two ago, something like that.
You've been here for like a year or two?
Yeah, something like that.
No doubt. Yeah, you spit it like a vet, though.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I've
been taking in the information for a very long time. I just hadn't like discussed it with people, and it wasn't until like I met Austin and I was like, and I met other people that are on the server like Blaze, and I was like, oh, there's a place where I can go and talk with these people. And then it turned out to be like, oh, it's not just talking with these people. There's some people that are vehemently like opposed to people having the conversation about it, and we have to deal with them within these realms. Okay, this will be interesting. So then it turned into like the debate thing, which I was certainly not used to at all.
No, I don't think it's like so to the anti-flat earthers, like if you're here for like I get you're like trying to talk it out and reason. You're just set. It's a globe. All the evidence, like you can't possibly assemble all this evidence. It would take years, decades, right? Like who are you? You're one person, right? You just want to just give the information that somebody else assembled to us, right? But you're set in your ways. Like after a year, just give up and go. Maybe just go somewhere. Just leave.
Yeah, it's weird because there's always this. So you guys just want an echo chamber kind of like mentality. It's like,
do you guys want us to leave?
So
do we leave?
No, it's not that. It's just a lot of us just wanted a place to be able to like freely and openly discuss these topics that you ruin a dinner party if you talk about them, right? You kind of feel alone in your head sometimes when you have thoughts that are the opposite, like completely antipodal to what the average person you're going to bump into in your life believes, right? So you can sometimes live in your head, and it is nice to be able to be like, okay, let me go to an area where I can just freely discuss these topics with people to help not only like for me being able to verbalize them helped me talk out a lot of things that I hadn't necessarily worked out prior to, just through the verbalization of it, through the audible communication. Right. So it's not that people necessarily want a echo chamber to not hear the opposing viewpoint. Like we all understand the opposing viewpoint, and it's good that you guys are around to kind of like help us sharpen our ideas and sharpen what we should or should not do to kind of prove out these things to ourselves. But on the flip side of it's like we have a frustration sometimes with the opposing side. And it's not that we don't necessarily want them to have them around. We just want to be able to freely like speculate on crap and figure things out without our feet being held to the fire every second that anything comes up like that, because we don't have the ability to do that in real life. Hopefully that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, like to what you're saying, like when like let's say Witsit, right? When he starts trying to go like deep into like trying to like I guess find out, you know, what's the mechanism that these things are working, right? Zanuck will just jump in and just keep bringing it back to like the script. It's like, dude, can you just let it go for a second and dive into the thought with me and challenge me on this thought, not back to the old thought? That would be what I would say people are looking for. Like, yeah, challenge me. Yeah, of course I'm making a mistake on where I'm kind of, you know, using my inductive reasoning, but don't keep bringing me back to what we already know.
The thing is, these guys are admittedly. Hold on, Apom. The thing is, these guys are admittedly like bi-curious when it comes to the shape, so to speak. Because I mean, they already said that you can't 100% prove anything, so it's not 100% a sphere. Could be something else, even in their own mind. So I mean, they're just curious to the shape as well.
Oh
yeah. And what I was gonna say is
you can't 100% prove anything, right?
No, we can't.
So boom, there you go. You guys are.
I was gonna say I've been around. I'm sorry, I keep trying to interrupt. I'll just shut up for like a few minutes. Go ahead.
Nah, it was me. My bad, bro.
Just real quick, then I've been around long enough to have heard the arguments change and the goalposts moved, and I remember way back, you know, few years ago, when there was it was all about the horizon, and then became a geometric horizon, and then it now changing back away from that, because now they don't want to claim that, when before there used to be, until it was finally shown, like, oh wait, this particular photo or video debunks your geometric horizon, because now technically we have a fixed position that we're seeing farther from. Then all of a sudden they switch the argument. So I've been around long enough to hear the arguments continue to change and change, maybe about 3 or 4 times.
Those aren't real life people. Like that. That's not like this place is detrimental to spreading the.
Before we move on from that, I have seen that change as well. APOC. Okay, now go ahead. They are not real life people. Agreed. Go ahead with that.
Yeah, no, I've seen the argument change, but those are not real life people. Like you go out in the world, right? That argument is not these arguments are detrimental to the flat Earth, because you show real people that you can see beyond where they say the Earth falls away from you, and they're fucked. Their head is all fucked up. They're like, man, no, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I don't refraction. I'm seeing 8 miles further, perfectly horizontal.
Nobody in reality thinks like these goombas. Yeah.
Right. So to like learn that argument, right? To learn refraction, bending towards the more dense medium, and then the pressure of the heat, right? Who gives a fuck? Real people don't give a fuck. Yeah, I mean they don't. You know, it's not. It doesn't make it. You can't make. You can make it make sense. It just won't make sense to them. So it's not. It's not really like. I don't want to say it's not a good argument. It's just not a good for the human race argument. Yeah.
Right.
And so you want to learn it. I want to learn it too, right? Like right, like a little bit. But then I think to myself, why learn that? Like, there's no reason. Like, this is real life. Go out into the real world. It doesn't present itself as anything other than horizontal and measured in the vertical change from horizontal.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I was watching a video that Harp had put, and I just realized, like, dude, I didn't realize that, or I didn't know that the Black Swan video is right off the coast, you know, about like 25 minutes away, 35 minutes away. And I'm like, I need to go out there and go check it out with my own eyes, because I know, like, a lot of, you know, that should be something
All the
very,
Black
very.
Yeah, I've been. They're all going to be there on the Pacific Ocean, right? It's called the Pacific Ocean for here in California, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called the Pacific Ocean for a reason, because it's passive. It's not a lot of waves, right? So like what I came to find out was things like exactly how big does a little inch wave need to be to block something 40 miles away. But what happens in the argument when the anti-flat earthers are here, it's like they'll make fun of you. It's like, oh, there's no way. It's got to be going down, and you never get to the air. Like you never can. to get to the math of it or the answers of
Wait. The
how these
Pacific Ocean, the coast of Cali has like way bigger waves than the East. That's why it's
Mm,
known for surfing. People go surf there.
yeah, the tide right there at the right there at the beach. It's you know, got some tides, but not out into the ocean.
The West Coast has way more waves than the East Coast. That's why people go surf there. It's even like that with Florida. The East Coast is way calmer. The East Coast of Florida is way calmer than the West Coast.
Nope, other way around. But a lot of that
I
also
don't
has
think
to.
so.
Yeah. The West Coast is way calmer because it's protected because that's the Gulf Coast. So you don't have a lot of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But am I right about the overall coast?
So I don't think it's
Like
as easy of an answer as just one coast is because of some certain thing. Because the coastlines, their underwater elevation profiles are different, which have a huge effect on the waves. Because you can go out to some place like Tahiti and you can have these huge, massive waves, but the only reason they're that massive is because the underwater profile and the elevation under the water, how quickly there is a ramp up will determine how big the waves are. So it's a lot to do with under the water stuff too. So sorry, that was kind of long.
No, that was like I mean, if that's that was my understanding is that the shoreline, like where the what is it called when like undertow or whatever, like at the shoreline is where there's waves, but out in the ocean, it's very common in the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, so you can have places like in Tahiti where you'll have a much slower ramping up of the seafloor elevation profile in a specific area, and then a really steep ramping up right next to it, and you'll get these huge waves. I mean, just look up Tiapu. It's called Chopu, but spelled Tiapu.
I just
It's
Googled it.
crazy. It's
Yeah, I just
crazy
Googled
waves.
it. It says that the West Coast has bigger waves than the East Coast.
But see, the wave profile is defined by the undersea elevation profile.
Yeah, and we got a steeper. The West Coast has a steeper profile, where the East Coast has a gradual sloping. So if you look at the charts, the West Coast has like significantly larger waves than
So
the
the
East Coast.
Atlantic, yeah, in theory, the Atlantic could be a much more volatile ocean, but its interaction with the coast may be less volatile than like the Pacific Ocean. I'm not saying I know this to be fact, but if somebody said it, Pacific because it's passive, kind of like calm, the water could be less aggressive throughout that whole entire ocean, but its interaction when it gets to the shoreline could be more aggressive.
Well, it also says that it's because there's a way longer stretch of where stronger winds and longer stretch of the winds affecting the water. Well, it says a longer open distance of water. So yeah, all that accumulates to larger waves. So they're a little bit more spread out, but they're larger. Where you guys have more consistent waves, but they're a lot more gradual, I guess. So the perception is a little different. Yeah, because I've just always heard that if you wanted the best place to surf is Cali, the West Coast. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never.
yeah.
Surfed.
The waves are definitely going to be better out there. But like I said, it might not have to do with the overall calmness or lack of calmness of the actual body of water that's interacting with the coastline. Hopefully that makes sense.
I guess because the wind.
Actually, I just want to come out with it because I want you to fucking prove it to me. All this bullshit you keep talking about. I want to see a citation.
So the wind goes west to east, and if the wind goes west to east with longer stretches, so it's gonna like affect the water more. And then it does say it has a lot to do with like the continental shelf being more of a steep decline on the west. So Pillar Point Harbor, just outside of California, has the biggest waves in America via Wikipedia. But it does have a lot to do with underneath, like the ground as well. Like he's right. That's what it says.
Hold on. You mean it has the most Earth curvature, not the biggest waves? Correct yourself.
Yeah. Like the waves cannot obstruct things from the bottom up when things are in water. So that has to be Earth curve. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way around it. Pack it up, flatties. No way around it.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Checkmate, bro. Like, I can't believe there are people alive in 2023 that think that if there's a boat in water, that the waves would block the bottom of the boat that's in the water. That's so retarded.
Are you making up some weird thing about boats like they're actually pushed down into water when we all know that they're literally floating on like a hair above the water? They're not in the water. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, like who thinks that boats are in water? Like, why would you think that the water would block the boat? Like, that's ridiculous.
You know what's funny? If you look the river I live, if you look at some boats, when they're fully loaded up, the thing where you walk on, you know, and the thing you can hold your hands to, I forgot what in German we say reeling. I don't know what the English word is. But anyways, you can see that between the boat or the ship, it's a ship, and the water line, it's like 10 centimeters max. Like and they're like very deep inside the river. And if they're not loaded at all, they literally like you see like a huge black portion of the ship, like let's say like 10 meters of the ship above the surface, so to say, if they have no load at all. So it's actually crazy how deep a ship can be in the water when it comes to its load, you know. So it's also a huge factor if there's load on the ship or not, and so forth.
Yeah, yeah, especially like if you go to the ports of Long Beach and you see the cargo ships, you know, when they get emptied, like when they get unloaded, like how much they rise, you know, that because they're being pushed down into the water, how much they rise is actually pretty interesting. Like, and you
Yeah.
even see like the lines from being in the water for so long, you know, as they traveled for how many days it takes them to come from China. But that's pretty cool thing to see.
Yeah, I think there's like time lapses on YouTube showing that how they rise.
Yeah.
Dude, I just think it's so funny. Like when you step back and you just look at the world, everything that we do on the Earth operates as if the Earth is flat and stationary. Like everything.
Right.
I don't know. There shouldn't even be like any type of dispute about that part, right? Like
Yes.
everyone on both sides should immediately agree with that, and then you proceed to try to convince us it's all an illusion. Because that's
Yes.
just
Yeah.
the facts. Yeah.
Yeah, if we're giving away like the origins, like I guess you know, like Dubé definitely turned me on to everything because all it's a 200 proof, I guess you want to call it, whatever list of exactly that of how everything's used. Nothing's used according to the globe. It's all used in just straight lines, horizontal above the surface, and airplanes don't nose down and everything else. Like you know, yeah, it's just yeah, a 200 proof, whatever it was, like 3 hour.
I would
Read off
say
yeah, we don't use this shit for anything.
I would definitely
Yeah,
say
that's it.
yes. Yes to all the points which it made, but actually it's nah.
Well, like, so you have like sea level treated as horizontal, extending adjacent to land masses. Then you measure vertical perpendicular to the horizontal to get elevation. But you can just do it that way, and you have to do it that way, but it's actually curving. Whenever sonar waves are sitting 10,000 miles by wells, well, we can map it out like it's horizontal. It propagates as if it was horizontal, but it's actually stuck in a little ducting zone that bends it around the curve, but it's going to look exactly like it would if it was horizontal, and everything's going to happen as if it was just horizontal point to point. When we send microwaves out horizontal point to point line of sight, you can do it as if the earth is flat, and they'll go way further than they would if the earth was a ball, but actually it's a ball. You can just do it all as if the earth was a horizontal plane. When we send radio transmissions, we can just do it as if the earth's a plane, send it out thousands of miles horizontally, even way beyond the frequency limit of what can allegedly bounce off the ionosphere. And you can shoot at 2,500 miles, 3,000 miles, where it can't bounce off the ionosphere, but it actually just going to duct around the globe and look exactly like it would as if it was horizontal, and you would do it exactly like the earth was flat. When you fly the plane as if the earth is completely flat and stationary, but that's just an illusion. But you do have to fly the plane like it's flat, but it's actually not flat. And we could just go forever. It's like everything. When we do engineering and railways and build canals, we build it as if the earth is flat and horizontal, but actually it's not. But you do have to do it like it's flat, but it's actually curving. It's like
Exactly.
everything, dude.
It's actually it's what you actually say is true, but in actuality and in reality, we should teach kid the opposite, right, Matthew?
Hey, Witsit, it's funny when you put it that way because it's exactly like when you tell ballers, like, dude, I get the story that we were all taught, but it's not making sense, and they just go, but yes, it does. And it's like, well, in whose mind does it? Because that's the only place where it makes sense, in one's mind.
Well,
Yeah,
like the
well-
globe model has the luxury of just making unfalsifiable claims. So, like when you send the radio transmissions out and it goes way past where it's supposed to on the globe, they just invented the ionosphere. They didn't go up there and discover it. They just said, "Oh, this must exist," and luckily they
Right.
just got it right, right? And then whenever it even goes further than that, whenever it's higher frequency, they're like, "Oh, well, there must be a section of the Atmos that just reflects it back down." Oh, but we can receive it in between the 2 points where there should be a skip zone. Oh, well, it just scattered and went in all directions or something that doesn't matter. Like there's no way to defeat the globe because it's been boiled down through all the years to 2023 where every one of the claims are unfalsifiable. That's why if you ask the globe, because now they changed their argument even from 2016 to now where it's like you can have infinite refraction. Like it can be coefficient of 2 or more, meaning it can go all the way around the globe at the exact rate of the curvature of Earth, and it can go however far. So that's why they can never even say anything out loud that would debunk the globe. They can't even come up with a way to actually falsify the globe. If you have a theory antithetical to all empirical evidence and observations, and you have the burden of proof, and then in order to substantiate your burden of proof, it's built upon nothing but unfalsifiable claims, you literally have nothing. You don't have anything.
Well, they're standing purely on beliefs. They've got a biased belief system, and they've literally stepped away from logic and natural order as to support this belief system. So anything that's contrary to it is just an attack, and that's why they take personal offense towards it, and defend it with their lives.
Right.
It's just funny, man. It's like, and like they have like these really childish tactics. They do a lot of gaslighting. They're just like, oh, what sophistry? I'm like, define sophistry. I can't do it. They're like, oh, this is so cringe. LMAO. Like you're an adult speaking with acronyms saying cringe in Discord. Like, I don't know. I guess I find it very intriguing, right? That's why I started the In the Field show, where I'm bringing up because like we can talk to these people that still think mass attracts mass, or which is retarded, or we can go talk to like the professionals that they constantly appeal to, and when they're like flat earthers are so stupid, that entire idea gets blown out of the water. You can't really say that flat Earth is not a discussion that belongs anywhere near like high level intellectual and professional academic environment, because I'm sitting here bringing on all of these experts, going toe to toe with them, having to correct them the whole time. That's like a way more effective method to get down to the bottom of it. It's to just talk to like the experts in each field. That's my opinion, because
Yeah, you're dealing with somebody that has to stand on the fence, even though they're leaning one way or the other. They have to perceivably be on the fence, otherwise they're not supporting science. Whereas these people that come on here are just, believer enthusiasts,
I
like straight up zealot.
disagree. I'd rather debate somebody who is an expert in all fields. That's why I'm here listening to Zanuck all the time.
Well, that's what else is funny. So like for one, of course, just because someone specializes in a certain field doesn't mean that they're right or their conclusion's right? But that's how they want to paint it, is that they got their back. But then these people come in there, like Jace is a perfect example. Jace does a specific thing, but he'll come in here and act like he is the authority in every field brought up in here, whether it's cosmology, quantum mechanics, chemistry, whatever it is. But now if he went and acted like that with his colleagues, they would laugh at him. They would laugh at him. They'd be like, why are you pretending to be the authority and expert in all these different fields? But that's why they come here. That's why they come here. Because here, the fact that they just have a degree, that they just do something they can brag about, they can like talk about anything and pretend they're authority for all of it, right? And that's got to be the only reason that they're here. I don't know that we should, like, to me, it's going to cause us to be stagnant. Whereas my In the Field show is going to make way more leeway with the honest, good faith person that listens to the convo. Why is this flat earther able to go tick for tack about every conversation and every topic that this astronomer that runs an observatory that's taught physics and astronomy at multiple universities for many, many years? Why is he able to rebut every single thing the professor is saying instantly and correct him and get him stuttering and contradicting himself? And why is that? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's way more effective. If I was new to flat earth and I heard that, I saw that, I'd be like, wow, this is obviously not as retarded as I thought it was. This goofy person that never gets off the couch and says flat earthers shouldn't breed, that flat earth is so laughably dumb you can just put a stick in the ground. Obviously, he's lying, right? He's misrepresenting it. It's obviously much more of a legitimate conversation than that. That's what I think. I think we should all do that. We should focus on going straight to NASA, and we should focus on going straight to the professionals. All right, rant's over.
But I was gonna say this. I think it's even in the, I would think that even in the world of, you have a degree, you have a title, you have a position, I think that they too would say, like, yeah, but I'm still learning and I'm still open to learning, because that's what true science is, right? Because it's to change and to learn, to find, one way or another what is and what isn't, but through experiment. But when you get into these, like you said, like someone that runs an observatory, so like he probably has a bigger belief, than a person that goes to church, because he has these unmeasurable, like uncalculated, like you can't. That's why I think that one Japanese guy is like 96% of our thing is like it's a miss. Like we're off. We're way off. We're so far away from what it actually is. But they have these ideas and theories, and then they just run with them, and then they teach them to be a fact, I guess. But I don't know. I think
There's
these
just
guys
so
would be
many.
better.
There's so many things that, like, I can ask. Like I was Professor Parks is a super nice guy, super nice, respectful guy. I wasn't gonna just pull out the sword on him or something, but there's so many questions you can ask they can't answer. Like, what's up with Hubble tension? This is what they'll do. They'll be like, ha, 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 ha. With such an idiot, he thinks Hubble tension's a big deal, because they can't answer it. They'll just gaslight you, right? Like Hubble tension, it flies directly in the face of your entire cosmology. It shows you that this accelerative expansion is not in any way what you think that it is. It doesn't work. The data doesn't match, and the data is consistently separated by roughly 8 kilometers per second per megaparsec, and that is way beyond the error bar of the instruments used. And it's consistently done with every type of method. Every time.
Do you know what they say? Do you know what they say? They say 1 sigma is not that bad. What I liked about Robert Parks, he said it was close to 2 sigma off. So that was pretty good.
Wait, so you know what the problem is with most of these people? They simply can't follow you, man. They don't have let's say, they don't have the capabilities of actually following 2 sentences in a row. Like they just can't comprehend what you're saying. They themselves would never be able to gain such information, because I guess they're probably lazy bones. So they just pretend to actually know what you're talking about. Or either just dismiss it directly because they have no clue.
Dude, this was so funny. Like, this is what, like, Nate's like, I explained it to him, and he's like, that is what causes it.
I
But,
did. Different measurement methods are what causes Hubble tension. I explained it to you, Winston. I don't know why you're sitting and lying about it.
Hey, is the separation greater than the error bar of the measurements?
Yeah, that is why it's an issue. But I explained to you what it is that causes Hubble tension. So to sit here and say, like, no one answered you, that's a blatant lie.
No, what you just said is incompetent and doesn't address it if it's beyond the error bar. That's what I'm saying. We can sit in here and pretend you guys give us answers.
It's an issue
but the astronomers say they have no
that
explanation.
cosmology
They
is
don't know
working
what
on.
causes.
Like,
They say they have no idea what the cause is. They can't explain it. They don't just claim it's just because it's different methods. No one ever says that, ever. No real astronomer would ever say
that is what causes it, literally. It's the measurement methods used that create this difference. And we don't know why there's a difference. It's definitely beyond the error bar, and it's something that's being worked on. It's not something we hide away in the corner and say there isn't this issue. It's there. Everyone knows about it, Whitson. To sit here and say no one answered you is a lie, bro. Stop doing that.
No, you still aren't answering it. So like you're
I told
pretending that
you.
you have an answer.
I'm telling you what a Hubble tension is. It's a discrepancy that appears when we use different types of measurement techniques with regards to the Hubble constant. Like I don't know what else you want to hear, bro.
So you're claiming that you have the answer for it, and then you finish off by saying it's definitely an issue, and we're trying to figure it out. So you don't have an answer.
I don't have the answer for it. Yeah, what I'm saying is we don't know, how to fix this issue. What I'm saying is there is an issue, and this is what's causing the issue. That's what you're asking me. What is Hubble tension? You aren't asking me what is the solution to it. We don't have a solution. Bro.
I know it's a
yes,
problem.
That's what you asked. What is Hubble tension?
Yeah, it's
stop
a problem.
lying. It
Buddy,
is a problem. I agree with you. It's a problem.
Oh, yeah,
but to say no one explained what Hubble tension is a lie. Stop
That's
lying.
not what I said. No one can explain
that is what you said.
No one can explain it. So, and there that just so everyone understands, because this is literally just making my point. Okay, they give this facade that there's no problem or it's not a big deal, but in reality, it is a big deal. It shows that the expansion rate doesn't match. It doesn't match at different scales. The expansion rate, the assumed expansion rate of the universe doesn't match, and it far exceeds the error bar of the measurements and consistently shows this difference. In your cosmology, there cannot be a 10 kilometer per second per megaparsec difference in expansion rate. That's not an option. So you can say like, oh, it's just the measurements, but what if it's actually just different? What if what you're actually measuring is truly different?
That could be a solution to it, which we don't have a solution. But that isn't the question you asked me. You aren't asking me what is the solution to the problem. You asked us what is Hubble tension, and we explained what it is to you. We don't know how to fix it yet. So to sit here and say no one answered you when you asked what Hubble tension is a lie, bro. Yeah, what's up, Dave?
That's a misinterpretation of what he's saying. He's saying they can't explain it, meaning they don't have an answer to it. Not that they can't explain what it is.
Well, he needs to be a bit more clear. Then you can't just say what is Hubble tension.
But we all understood what he was saying, though. I mean, maybe you just didn't. But look, here's a question I have for you, though. Are you, when you say that we don't have an answer for it yet, are you saying that then the universe has to be expanding? We just don't know how to calculate it? Or are you at least more open to saying, well, if we had this theory and we can't prove it and we're not figuring it out, what if the alternative was that it's not expanding and that's why whatever you're measuring is just not even making sense because that's not even our reality? Like, can you at least be like, well, maybe it's just not doing that? Can you do that, or do you have to?
We always, whenever we go out and measure it, it's not an experiment or something we have a formula for. It's a measurement. Whenever we measure it, we always measure an expansion, but depending on where we measure and the type of methods used, we always come up with a different figure for the expansion rate, and that's what's causing this Hubble tension. We're looking towards a solution.
Remember when I?
All right, never mind. Don't ask me questions.
You're still going. You're still going.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Whitson, remember when I mentioned to you about finding the red and blue shift in the same spot? How could something be moving away and coming at you at the same spot? How is that possible if it's expanding? And this is what Hubble addressed. Now, I don't know where I can find that information for you, but the idea is they found where redshift is happening, they found blue shift at the same spot. So how can something be moving away and coming at you at the same spot if it's expanding infinitely outward?
Yeah, dude, this is what's so funny about the whole thing. When he says we do measure expansion, and like Professor Parks is basically saying the same thing. It's not that we know it's expanding. We know it's expanding. Like, no, you don't. If it's expanding, it should be expanding the same everywhere. Okay? There is no center to your universe. It should be expanding the same everywhere. It's consistently not doing that, though. So what you're interpreting as expansion may not be expansion. That is blatantly obvious. You guys, it's a religion. You can't even entertain the obvious answer. It's just like with, I'm not even asking you to concede that it is the answer. I'm asking you guys to admit it is one of the answers, and they won't do it. It's not even on the table. The same thing with Mickelson Morley. One of the answers is that the Earth's not moving. Wasn't even entertained.
You know what? Let me put it this way, Witsit. If my kids were to tell me, and I call on the phone, hey, is the house getting clean? And they're like, yeah, it's getting clean for sure. But then there's no cleaning going on. Nothing's happening. Well, then they're just lying to me at this point. So, how do you even say her name? Chirality? Maybe, I don't know. Whatever it is. Chirality, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Well, on a side note, I have a video of Michio Kaku talking
Data.
about
He was
how.
talking, man. Data. He was still talking.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. He's really low. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, my bad. So just real quick though, I'll finish with this. If you and your community and those that believe in that, if you're telling me the universe is expanding, and but yet it seems that it's not because your calculation, I just don't think you guys are measuring and calculating what you think you're calculating and measuring. Because if it's not like Witsit said, and like you even agreed to, if it's not lining up mathematically with what you're saying is happening, then at that point then you're lying to me, right? Like, show me your work, but then you don't show me your work. And, okay, well then, if that's not adding up,
Apocryphon.
then you get an F. Go ahead.
Yeah, why can't the universe be expanding and the Earth not be a globe? Why can't the sky be expanding on a flat Earth? I don't.
No, but you have to understand where the expansion thing came from, though. So like they're like, okay, the Earth's not geocentric. They looked at everything in the sky is moving in relation to the Earth. Specifically, all the observations just match as if the Earth was in the center. So then they're out here is the claim, oh, it's expanding in all directions to be an illusion that we're in the center. They didn't go out there and pull out some measuring device and be like, oh, look, space is expanding. That's not what happened. The evidence showed the Earth's in the center. They said, how can we explain it still not being in the center? Okay, it must be expanding in all directions away from us. Then when they take that, it's cornered them throughout the years. They have to claim it's expanding. So now it's an accelerative expansion, and that's cornered them even further, where now it's going super fast. It's going way faster than the speed of light, and they're trying to figure out how. But when the people convey it in here, oh, it's just super easy. Everyone knows the answer. It's dark energy, and that was actually in Einstein's work. He just didn't really even know it himself. It's all super easy. What is dark energy? Doesn't matter. We know it's there, and it was predicted in relativity, and that's what's causing the accelerative expansion. So that's what's always swept under the rug, is where it came from, the assumptions required to try to save the model, and then what has been built upon that. And then they always they repeat the most recent pop sci article that says that they think they can explain it, or what everyone agrees on as of now, and they come talk down to people in here like it's so obvious that's the answer, when everyone that's actually a professional in the field will tell you, we know that's not the answer. It's the best we have right now, and we're pretty much positive it'll have to change. So why such a discrepancy in what really is the truth, and then how you guys represent it in here? That's the whole point. You guys came in and just made my point for me.
They love to refute physics with magic. Magic and numbers and geometry refutes all physics somehow. Isn't this crazy? Go globe.
I'm just very curious. Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying this is just one thing. Like with Professor Parks, because I like the guy, he's nice, right? But I had a whole list of things that he would have just had to been like, yeah, we don't know. Yeah, that is a problem. We don't know. For a list of 30 things I had typed out. Hubble tension was just, I had dark matter, dark energy, Hubble tension. Dude, we didn't even get past 3, right? And like, it's a bunch of I don't knows. Yes, this goes directly against our predictions, directly against our model. If you guys would be honest and be like, yeah, we don't really know what's going on in cosmology, and we're just trying to figure it out, and we could be drastically wrong about a lot of stuff. There's a whole bunch of problems that we can't figure out and goes against our theory consistently. If everything is expanding away from us at the same rate in all directions, then why is there such a discrepancy in the distribution of redshift? Why do we have quasars that have to be an immense amount of energy, yet they're not at the edge of the universe? They're actually closer to the galaxies than they should be, much more local than they should be. Like, how do you even explain the singularity that this all eventually came from in the first place? How do you explain the energy density being just the right amount so that it expands out flat? How do you explain the horizon problem? Like, I could go on and on and on, on and on. There are dozens of things that have to be true if your cosmology is true, and the evidence directly flies in the face of it. So you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's going on in space. That's the reality of it. Your model sucks and it's wrong. That's the reality of it. You guys portray it like it's bulletproof. It's a religion. It's a cult. I'm sorry. I'm not even trying to be mean.
It's right. It's nothing but an excuse, build up for an excuse, because the first thing you say is it's nothing, no particles, nothing. Then you say it's not nothing. Then you say it's this and this. It's always something, but it's not that, but it's this, but that. I mean, can you guys ever get like a bearings on what it really is? Like the globe, it's not a parabola, it's a pear, it's a ball. But there's no calculation for waves and cliffs and waterfalls and mountain tips in your geometry. So something's wrong here, guys. Something's definitely wrong.
Is Whitson, sorry, mate. I can't get confused. Are you geocentric or are you flat, or you don't know yet?
Both.
Both, yeah. No, that's cool, man. I just want to get that clear. Cheers, man.
Yeah, but like this is the thing, and like when I talk to these people, I focus on geocentrism. I let them even take it as a dichotomy of ball in the center, ball not in the center, because there's layers to it. Like if I'm talking to an astronomer, I'm going to talk to them about geocentrism, right? Because I want to show that it's a facade, that heliocentrism has been definitively proven, and that geocentrism has been debunked. That isn't true. It's not. It's a philosophy. It's a lie. So that's why I focus in on that part. If I start bringing up flat Earth, I'll never get to the meat of the geocentrism heliocentrism thing, right? So like, yeah, I've just familiarized myself with that argument as well, with that aspect as well. And I bring it up. Like if I'm going to start having all these different people on my show, I'm going to talk to them about what they do. Like that's why I talk to Professor Parks about geocentrism predominantly. You know what I'm saying?
And it's funny that
So
he
that's
said
kind
that
of the play.
that it's totally observable that geocentrism does not work and wouldn't work at all. He was like so confident about that last night, and
And he
he
said
had
because
no
of Kepler's
idea.
laws. He said because of
Yeah,
Kepler's laws, dude. And I sat there and quoted the guy who like shows the model. A neotectonic system completely satisfied with the ellipses of the planets, completely satisfies all of Kepler's laws. How is
yeah, he had no
Kepler's
clue.
laws proof that the Earth isn't in the center? The fact that guy had a religious motivation to say we go around the sun, according to himself, it was a religious reason that he thought we went around the sun. He said that it was all acoustics and it was just kinematics, meaning if I walk around that tree, I can say, and then you walk around the tree in a little bit of a different circle. If I describe how all of us move in relation to each other, that's kinematic. That's it. It's just mapping it out, assuming the tree's in the center, then I can just map out how we all move in relation to the tree. That's called kinematics, how bodies move in relation to each other. How can that in any way prove that we're not at the center? It's so goofy. You just looked at the ratio of what we see in the sky based on the cycle and then tried to build it in through heliocentric assumption. And they all assumed, even Newton, that it was just the sun in the center of everything. None of their stuff could be applied outside the solar system. These people say it works good for the solar system. Are you retarded? Yeah, it doesn't work anywhere else. So if your model's so good, why are you only talking about 0.00000000000000000? A lot more zeros, 1% of the universe. If your model's so good,
Not only
it's
that, the
all weird.
kinematics are just a mathematical explanation that doesn't deal with the dynamics, which breaks it all down. It doesn't work at all when you add when you try to apply dynamics instead of kinematics.
Yeah, like I'm gonna I am actually, so I have, this will probably be a process of years though, because I have so much other stuff going on. But I'm going to map out a geocentric model. But it's like bittersweet because you have to kind of like presuppose distances and sizes to just do math. And I know that those won't be correct. I don't want to be a part of the problem, but I'm just going to show it to where it's like, stop claiming it doesn't work. It provably does work, right? And you're just making stuff up. And then I'm going to do the same thing with electromagnetic gravity. The only problem that we have here is like they think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be explained in a certain way that doesn't, right? Like they think that gravity has to do so many different things to explain their model. So no gravitational replacement will be acceptable unless it explains all of these presuppositions they have. But anyway, that's kind of what I plan on doing, is just, and then taking it to the next step and integrating that into a geocentric stationary plane. Just showing that the model works. I don't care if it's definitive reality or not. It's like just shutting up the claim that it's you can't even model it out. That's not true. That's ignorant. That's 100% ignorant. You definitely can model it out. So I guess that's what we have to do. And if no one else is going to do it, I'll do it. Does everyone agree that we should do that? Like, I feel like most flat earthers vehemently disagree with me on that, like that we shouldn't be doing that. But I think when you're talking about trying to,
I don't think you can model it. I don't think you can model it to fruition. I think you have to. You'll be stuck to the limitations the globe model is, and therefore compartmentalize what you deem to be cause of the phenomenon. I've tried to model.
Wait, now you're talking about modeling out the planets moving over like a geocentric Earth, or you're talking about
all of it, everything that we see
right?
in
But
the
then
sky.
are you gonna treat them as planets with sizes and things like that, though?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like it requires those type of assumptions, and like that's the reason that it doesn't already exist. It's just because no one's putting time into that. Like no one in these fields are trying to map out astronomical model of geocentrism. Like why would they're not trying to do that?
The only thing you could do, the only thing you think you can do that I've tried, which I'm not very good at math. I like math, but I wish I was better at it. Was to go back and place the planets at 220,000 miles away, like almost the distance of the moon. So all the planets are relatively within the moon's reference frame of distance, and then apply it that way with sizes and ratios, and then you can bring it more local, because the idea is that you're just going to change the distances and size, and then obviously if you're going to apply this this force, this perpetual motion, or whatever the cause is, again, just go back to the ontologicals, because they did it already. They already had the premise at 200, like Mars was 300 million miles away, right? And before the astronomical,
I can make it way more local by changing the medium, right? Like to a fluid, like more dense medium. And when I asked Professor Parks last night, I'm like, so like based on your observations, like is it possible that it would just be a more dense medium in space? Like, do you have anything that can show that it's not? And he's like, his answer was, I would need evidence for it. I'm like, what? Like that's not the question. We have all the evidence we have right now. Is it possible that you can reinterpret all that with a more dense medium? The answer is yes. And if it wasn't yes, he would have said no.
Yeah. So
how did that?
I would agree.
How did that guy that you said that there's a 700-page paper that you were going to send him that already mapped it out, geocentrism?
Yeah, well, it maps out specifically the dynamical aspect, the kinematical and dynamical aspect of everything moving around the Earth with both annual and diurnal rotational periods. But yeah, I'm going to send him that paper. I have to do that later.
How would what you're doing be different than that?
So yeah,
it would be a more dense medium.
You proposed the question to the room. You proposed the question to the room, like would any flat earthers like be in contention with you, basically plotting it out? And here's my thing. I think it would be fantastic. And maybe we're coming at this the exact wrong way, and maybe we've intentionally been led to come at it the exact wrong way. Instead of coming at it from the ground out, maybe we come at it from the sky down, meaning we completely destroy the sky illusion, right? Show how it can be, give an alternative as to the explanation of the sky things, and give them their globe to begin with, right? And then we chisel away the globe after we establish that, oh, your claims of exclusivity to the sky can only fit on your heliocentric model with the ever-expanding universe. Yeah, we've destroyed that. Here's how we've shown you that the alternative can take place. and then transition that alternative that is still retaining the globe into its dissolution of the globe after the fact, instead of trying to do it the other way around.
I would say just don't keep it a ball, because if you keep it a ball, you're gonna have a lot of flat earthers saying, "Well, it's still a ball. What are you trying to do? Keep us on a ball?"
Yeah,
but what are they doing though? What are they doing though?
No, I know,
Because
but I'm saying there's a way to do it without having it be a ball. I mean, because when he asked you, "Are you geocentric or flat or flat Earth?" you said both, but
That's
that's
a
just
false
because
dichotomy,
you think
yeah.
we're the center. Yeah, and you're not saying it's a ball, possibly still.
But here's the thing, Dave. Here's the thing, though. Once you destroy the ideas that they have of the heliocentrum and all the sky shit only being exclusive to their model of the solar system, if you can prove geocentrism is just as viable, if not more viable, even if it retains the globe at the center, then it's just a step from the ground aspect to the applications of the sky. Because right now their claim to the sky is everything only fits if it's a globe because of the sky. So destroy the sky first. Then they don't have
right.
activity.
He's exactly
You're
right.
gonna get a lot of people upset about it being a ball.
I don't care though. There are people upset on me talking about the ether. A bunch of flat earthers are retarded. So
I know.
like that's the problem, is that we get confined with all these egos, these flat earth egos, where they're not doing anything. They're reading they're repeating QE, read off a 7th grade science textbook. Oh my God, I don't care. That's stupid. Okay,
Ether
like I don't
is a
care about that
repetition
anymore.
of an old guy from the past too, from an old scientist or whoever thought there was ether, right? Isn't that a repetition of someone else's reading? So what's the difference?
No.
Can we stick to physics? Can you guys produce a star in a room that looks like any other planet or anything to show that you don't have to worry about whatever they say they are? So you can produce something different that has the same action or attribute? That's all you'd have to worry about.
It would be more important to make things more. It'd be more important to make things more local.
Cool.
It'd be more important to make things local. It'd be more important to make things local for the reason is that they attribute their model to an infinite boundary, a sky that's endless. So if you make things local,
if I attribute leprechauns and leprechauns aren't real, what the fuck does that mean?
Watch this.
Watch
It
allows
you
you
to
look at the idea,
making kinematic equations or what?
One at a time. Oh my God.
I'm going to put superconduction around the edge of my flat sandbox and have two light source and another little ball floating around in a circle. That's going to mimic the sun and moon over my flat surface. I'm going to pour some water on it. I'm going to put a fan on there, and there you go. Case closed.
Okay, now I want to point this out. Like, so, for example, what like the mainstream or the main talking point from flat earthers for many years now have been no gravity, no gravity, no gravity, density, density, density. Oh, do you think density is going to make a bunch of objects or whatever they are, whether they're material or not? It's going to make all these things we see called stars and planets. I'm asking a question. Please stop interrupting me. I'm saying, I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking in general. Everyone was talking about density, 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 relative density, disequilibrium. Hey, does relative density disequilibrium cause all of these things we see in the sky to move in a circle around the Earth? No, you still need a force that's going to move everything in the sky. We know for a fact that the stuff in the sky moves in a circle around the Earth, right? So that means there has to be some type of force that causes that to happen, right?
No such thing as density.
Okay, I'm making a point though. Flat Earth's been tricked.
Yeah, and I don't know.
This
I
is
don't
why
know
they're
if
laughed at.
I don't know if the things in the sky appear to move.
What?
Yeah,
Either they move or they don't move.
They actually tried to do this
You
morning.
like with the kinematic equations that he's proposing. Hello, yeah, DMOC. He's just proposing you can break it into two sections, one being physics and one just being equations for whatever you want to put into it. You know, I mean, one for the for the movements, right? And then one you can just you can have a subsection that figures out the physics. You don't need to have it both in the same at the same time.
No, you can't. You can't
First,
figure out
no, you don't. First, you just observe what you observe, and you record what you observe, and then you can figure out the physics for something. Sure.
Hey, does
so
there
what's
have
the word
to be a
density have to do with? Hold on a minute, man. I was talking to the dude that was just talking to me with it. Slow the fuck down, dude. You don't even let people answer your question. You ask a question that makes no fucking sense to ask, and then you answer it. The answer is no. There is no density. I don't care if Globers think there is or if you think there is. I don't care if you think there's ether. There's electricity and that's it. There's not magical gravity. There's not 9.8 meters. There's no relevancy of weighing anything that you guys are talking about, especially if it's fucking moving, right? So let's get it straight. You can only calculate anything that's stationary, for one. And there is no density. Density depends on whatever the shit is doing and whatever it's doing. Whether it's in water, air, whether you electrify it. What are you talking about? Density. What does that mean?
Density depends on what the stuff is doing and what the stuff is doing with what the stuff is doing. I like
Yeah,
that.
in what medium the stuff reacts in. You don't
Specific.
comprehend anything? An apple in
Yeah.
water floats. An apple in air drops. Depending on the shock, the electricity, the heat.
Can I make a suggestion? If Witsit, if you can make Mars work out at a closer distance, because apparently it's a pretty big problem upon its path, the distance from Earth. If you can make the math work with Mars and bring it closer, and change the size and the distance and make it work mathematically, then you could start there, because everything is really heavily revolving around Mars and Venus.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I just want everyone to this is my point, though. Okay, do all the flat earthers agree that if everything in the sky is moving around the Earth, then there has to be a force causing it to perpetually move?
The idea.
So I think there's three options. So, but maybe everybody else agrees.
What's the option? Is that it just looks like it's moving, but the stuff just sitting there? What's causing it to just sit there? That would still require
right. So I mean, I said it to you before. So we got the Earth moving, option one; the Sun moving, option two; or the medium moving and causing like a focal point, option. Some sort of, and the Sun is
You're
not
gonna have
moving.
people
Like the light in
saying
the
it's
sky
just
is not
light.
moving.
Yeah, your mic's
You're gonna say
shit.
it could be a projection that's just lights. We don't know what it is. We can't say that they're little balls of anything because we don't know that they're balls of anything for real.
It doesn't have to be a ball. How is everything perpetually moving? No one
Here-
can answer my
Well,
question, dude.
Here, I'll
No, you
answer
would have
Can
to
you hear me,
define what
Dave?
it is that you're saying these things are, maybe to make it clarified for people to because then it sounds like you're assuming that there are things that are like planets, but maybe they're closer, and
Said
maybe they're
nothing about
what the heliocentrics are saying, but it's just smaller and closer instead of saying that these things are moving. Well, what are the things? You kind of have to define what the things might be in this model first.
You don't have to define it. It doesn't matter. His question is, can
the force
things
is
move?
necessary. Definitely.
Yes, that's the point. And correct me if I'm wrong, Witsit, but what you're trying to say is, can anything have motion without a force?
Exactly. And the answer is no.
Right. So then if something is in motion, there has to be a force that caused the motion. Period.
Yeah.
End of discussion.
So things like convection can do it. So if you have a heat source in the space and it's basically just causing the pot to stir because of convection and chemistry and shit like that, you can get the whole thing moving in a simmer in one direction where you throw a little bit of mercury into the solution, a little bit of electrification, but definitely heat from one heat source and one extreme cold source could easily make a trend or make a pattern, because a bit like a pool cleaner, and a pool cleaner uses vacuum or vibration, and it can clean the whole pool, and it'll cover every single part of that pool. So nature will naturally always come back on itself.
But this is the point, right? We know that everything that exists is electric and properly defined electromagnetic. Like there's nothing that exists that's not like that. And if I want to try to replicate these things moving in a circle around a central point, I'm going to have to use magnetism. Okay? And even convection and heat are both intrinsically electric as well. Any version
Doesn't electricity and magnetism change based on temperature differences? For instance, electricity in colder temperatures won't have much of a charge.
There's a direct relationship between temperature and electricity, yes. But my point is, but it's not heat though. Heat is a byproduct of electricity. Like this is my point though. Like it's obvious, it's very obvious that what's causing this motion in the sky is electric. It's electromagnetic. So like why would we as flat earthers never even acknowledge that? Like, why would we bury electromagnetism and talk about density? Like, that's what I'm saying. This is why people don't take flat Earth seriously at the higher levels, because they're like, we know that stuff's moving in the sky one way or the other. Something's moving, so that requires a force. So what's causing it? You're so stupid. We're not talking about the sky. Okay, well, that's going to go over really well at a university. That's really going to get the.
Could
That's
just
just my
be Newton's. Could just be Newton's for what is it? His first law: an object in motion will stay in motion. Could have been there was a force put on it, and now there's just no force and it's moving, right, in their paradigm.
Yeah, but like, well, how would it perpetually move without this sustainable energy source, right? I mean, you can have a medium that has no reciprocation or impedance, I mean, but still, like, something is causing the motion. I mean, it's so abundantly clear to me that it's electromagnetic. Like, it's so obvious. And I'm just saying that I don't like, this is the part I think's been overlooked. It's like, yeah, we're not talking about the sky, we're talking about the Earth. Fair enough. Okay, we've established we can test the Earth. It's not what they said it is. But even on a geocentric stationary topographical plane, the stuff in the sky is moving in a circle over top of us. Why? Like, something's causing it to do that. There is a relationship.
If you drop a water molecule into a hot pan, what happens? It spins around. It's doing something like that. So if you've got something hot in space and it all of a sudden heats up, or it cools down and heats up and stuff like that, it could actually possibly move through space because it's trying to repel the components of space.
But what causes heat, though? Like, can you create heat without manipulating electric? Exactly.
A light bulb, you can induce a light bulb. With a light bulb low pressure, you can heat a light bulb up using induction.
That's electric. Like I'm saying, every time you're going to make heat, you're going to use electricity every time.
You're using an electromagnetic field, yes, I agree with that. And if you're heating, but what I'm saying is that if the induction is causing the start of the generation of the heat is then causing the convection. So it's not directly causing it, it's a contribution or a contribute. So, or, a second thing. So I wouldn't think it directly does it indirectly does it.
Like if I set an object in the middle and I have things orbit around that object in the middle because of a magnetic field, I mean, that has nothing to do with heat, but like the temperature can fluctuate, right?
Yeah,
like whenever
we also have to assume that everything is revolving, orbiting around that one single thing. But if that's not the case, then we can easily have a nice little sort of swimming pool, above or whatever like that. It's a different type of phase of liquid or whatever like that. So it sits above our layer, and it's just a whirlpool, and it slows down and heats up or speeds up, whatever, depending on how much energy is coming in. Probably the love of Earth. And we are providing all the energy, all the ammonia and all the fuels that we are putting back into the atmosphere is keeping things alive. But if we stop industry and everybody stops working, then everything will just fall to the ground because we're no longer contributing,
Yeah, I would say if you model this out and you show how it could be a more dense medium and everything being electromagnetic, you should try to at least include, the lead up to, well, this doesn't have to be a ball, things don't have to be orbiting around us and under us, because as soon as you say this is how it works if we're a ball geocentric, but then you don't have the topper, which is, well, we don't have to be geocentric. Look how it works when it's a flat world, the same way, include that. And then you won't have flat earthers or ballers jumping on it and be like, oh, well, yeah, well, we already knew it could work geocentric. It's just not a ball. The ball has to be moving, but as long as he keeps it a ball, we're okay. Because there's a lot of heliocentrists that'll be okay with it, with you saying we're still on a ball and it's geocentric.
Yeah, that would be refuting the mainstream claim of the model, which is our actual
right.
battle.
I know it's a step, but could you take the next step and do it over a flat Earth, which is what it is anyway, right? Yeah.
But
so
this
do
is
that on
the
top
main problem. Like, how many other people in flat Earth are trying to do anything like this? Zero. The answer is zero. The answer is zero. So, like, they have a million different people in each different little field and each little different question. They're all trying to answer it together. They have decades of trying to do it. And
it's the true reverse engineering of their model. it's like reverse engineering the reverse engineering, because they went from, well, they didn't have like flat was just what it was, and then they started this whole thing about a ball and gave us the false dichotomy between the ball in the center or the ball going around the sun. So you have to reverse from there and go. I understand. Take steps
I'm saying we
backwards.
have a huge advantage because we can fix all these major problems. Like we don't have a dark matter problem. We don't have a dark energy problem. We don't have all these different problems that they have. We don't have them. So if you can actually put forth a model, even if it's just in theory, to show the viability of it, and then say, well, look, this is way better because it doesn't have all these problems. That's very valuable.
Have any of you, I'm sure you have, seen a lava lamp?
Yeah.
So the typical thing is that the bottom heats up first, and then generally the convection starts to heat up the water, and eventually the wax floats to the top. So in a simple thing like that, if the thermals of the ground temperature around Earth at different times of the year and stuff like that constantly changing because of the positions of such and such, then the intensity and stuff like that. So if you've got
pressure mediation.
Yeah, so if you've got hot pockets on the flat Earth and cold pockets on the flat Earth, then naturally things are just going to sort of rise and fall like a Galileo thermometer.
Hot pocket.
I was going to mention to you as well. You know, he said he kept referring to Kepler's laws. When you go research Kepler's laws and where he started, how do you think he developed his model? He developed his model by putting the Earth at the center and having the sun along the elliptical, and then he took all of that information and then applied it to the sun at the center. So this is what I love about the ontologicals of how they devised their model. They had to start with something first to quantify all their math, and then apply their hypothesis to their math. So if he's developing all of his laws must have been developed first with the Earth at the center, having the sun in the elliptical, because that's his first model that he used.
Mic check.
Yeah, I was about to do the same thing. It's done.
Hey, yo, what's it? You still around? Oh, well. Anyways, I think it's a good idea to, at least in my opinion, like let them have the ball. Like we know the true nature, right? We can destroy the ball, but let them have the ball and let them have everything from the surface. Destroy the sky and the ideas and the conceptions that they have that they need for everything that they try to apply to the ball. Right? Gravitational models, all that shit.
Have you noticed that when you do look for representations of CGI or models of the Earth in general, even if it was the Earth at the center or vice versa, do you notice that you never really see many of the models as a geocentric? You've only been given the heliocentric model and the flat Earth model. Nobody has gone out and modeled the geocentric model in a that I've seen in a you know, obviously CG or, you know, Blender format or Cinema 4D format, right? Find it really interesting how it was pushed upon those two particular platforms. It either has to be flat with the bodies moving over, or it has to be heliocentric. And nowhere did you see anybody represent the geocentric in this argument.
Yo, Napalm, so how are you guys going to destroy the sky? Like, what's the plan?
The distances to Mars, the size of it, the distance to it, and explaining its orbit would be one of the first things you do, because as their religion states, Mars is pretty poignant, and apparently they had an issue with Mars determining its orbital path around the sun and its position to Earth. I guess it's been been a struggle.
Yeah,
So
the perihelion of Mars, whatever. But that's
Sure.
been fixed.
I
What are you
understand
guys
it's
gonna
been fixed now. I understand it's been fixed, but it's based on the size of the sun, the distance to the sun. And so if you have all of those ratios, there should be a way to back calculate to reduce the size, make it more local, make the medium more dense, therefore providing the energy needed to change the path. So if you make the medium more dense, you
Oh,
give
I
it more
see.
energy. You give it more energy, and then it can explain the smaller size and the smaller distance.
Okay.
On that topic, Data, why do you think do you think it's possible to find the distance using the inverse square law of light?
Well, how was the inverse square law of light made, right? Wasn't it done with Calvin and Joules? Or Calvin, pardon me, originally? Obviously, that's an I don't know. It's just interpretation. Obviously, there's probably, again, a rule of thumb with the inverse square law, but as far as it being 100% accurate, I don't know.
Right. Here's the problem with the inverse square law of light and trying to apply it to things of unknown distance and unknown luminosity. You have to have one of those in order to get the other. Hopefully that makes sense.
Well, I mean, when the sun rises and sets, it changes. What the measurement changes, and you can judge distance based on that, and then you could judge. Yeah, I mean, and then I'm just
Do you
guessing
guys
right now,
have like people on the job for this, or do you need help? Or?
I can't
Well,
model
that
it.
part's
Also
done.
need to know the medium that it's going through. I know, Data.
Exactly. There you go.
I know. You also
What
need
do
to
you
know
know,
the
Jimmy?
medium. I know you'd be trying to barrel through people. Just relax, bro. I also know that you need to know the medium that the light's going through in order to use that. Because if you got to go in through some fucking weird medium or some shit that's blocking a lot of the light or something, it might not work for the inverse square law.
Well, that's the idea with the mathematics, is the mathematics has to be void of any matter so you can create the field, the geometry with it. As soon as you throw matter into it, then the geometry changes, and then your mathematics become even harder, right? That's the whole point of Bernard Riemann's manifold, is the idea the space is complete vacuum and there's no matter affecting the geometry.
But I mean, you guys aren't going to use like manifolds and whatnot, right? Or are you
I'm
going
not
to
saying
use that?
what it is. The idea is that you would have to have an understanding between non-Euclidean and Euclidean, of course, right? So why wouldn't space still be non-Euclidean if you made it work? But the idea is I would start with Mars and its orbit around the sun, and then reverse engineer it, make it local, and then what they do is if they have an action that they're witnessing, and they have a conclusion, or sorry, let's say a cycle, and they don't know how it's getting to that point, then they just basically add the equation in for it and then call it dark matter or dark energy, because there's something providing the energy.
All right. Good luck, man. I hope this works out for you guys.
It's Nate's first day, guys. Take it easy on him.
So I missed the explanation on the inverse square law. So you're saying you have to know the original luminosity? I mean, once you go, you can do it with a light bulb to figure out.
But you can test that, though. You can actually go to the light bulb. That's the problem.
Well, to confirm, you can go to the light bulb to confirm. Yeah, but you can deduce it from several different measurements beforehand. Why not with the sun?
Well, I could trick you though, because I could trick you depending on what I put in between you and the bulb. I could have it going through different mediums and different stuff. That's the difference. We can go to the light bulb. We can't go to the sun.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with I can't, I don't know the difference in mediums from there. I mean, they already claim that. I mean, that it's different, density density gradients, right? But, you can still do something with it. You don't think you can do anything with it?
Whatever you do with it, it's going to be based on an assumption of what the medium is in between you and the light, for one. So right off the jump.
You can totally use it for sure. Why not? It's just depending the size and the distance. So if you're willing to speculate on the size and the distance, And you can make it fit. Sure, why not? They did it.
In the medium.
I'll share this
Remember, it's a
video that
vacuum.
somebody
It's a
recently
vacuum
did.
of space. They can't have matter. It fucks up their math, right? Fucks
There's
up their
no
manifold.
vacuum.
Oh, or if we're using their model, then it is what they say it is, right? What are we doing? What are you guys trying to do?
I'm not
Just he's
use their
trying to
model.
say if he can find the distance of to Mars using the inverse square law.
I mean, we know how much of the ground is lit up by the sun, right? Like, we know, time zones. We have it mapped out pretty decently. We don't. I mean, I guess you could bring into contention, the latitudes and all the other mappings. The maps that we have. Yeah, you could bring those in contention. But we have a decent idea of how much land is lit up by the sun at a certain time. Then you have the inverse. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. Like, you can take a light source that is much larger and much stronger luminosity and place it at a further distance and have it appear to be the exact same as something that's smaller and closer, right? So if you're not somehow determining the distance, the size, the luminosity, and the medium in between the two, right? Because in this scenario, typically you're going to have the same exact conditions of the medium for the most part. If you don't have those things satisfied, you're never going to get a proper determination, and it would just be an assumption. I mean, we can do those kinds of things if we want to be like Globers and just say, yeah, we made all these assumptions, therefore this works, this must be it. But I don't think that's what anybody really wants to do, right?
Yeah, I'm not against it. I mean, I'm not against just the whole thing of making an assumption and testing it. I know that I get that that's like the enemy, but that's what
We could
that's what I
build
do
a
in real
model
life.
off of assumption, though, right? Like, say, let's take all of these objects and give it a much denser medium, and like Data was saying, that everything can become much closer, right? The more we increase the density of the medium, the closer everything can become, right?
Oh yeah.
So then it comes down to hey, this can work. Here's the proposed model that flies completely in the face of what you guys think is taking place, and everything within my model here works out perfectly, right? Thus tearing down the dissolution that they have some sort of exclusivity to some sort of understanding of the sky.
Yeah, did you see the inverse square law video that Taboo Conspiracy shared? I don't think it was him who did it, but I'm going to post it in the chat just to give you an idea of what he was able
But
to do with.
why you guys?
It's claimed.
Why are
how
you guys
accurate do you
worried?
think the
Data, you heard me, man. Why are you guys worried about the medium and what's in it when calculating with the inverse square law? I don't understand.
Nobody said we were scared.
How accurate do you think the inverse square law is? 100%? Because it is a scientific law.
You
You think it's 100% in the ratios? It's 100%.
I don't know. I mean, you can test it, and you can. I mean, it seems to be.
Well, you can test it celestially. Like I've seen it tested here, where it does work proportional to distance and the energy of the light as you move away from the object you're shining the light on. So I have seen it work. I've seen it work proportionally that way. But I mean, terrestrially, yes, but celestially, how do you verify that it's 100%?
I don't know. Raising altitude. I don't know. That's what I don't. I don't know. Like I know like I said, the sun lights up a certain amount. I don't know if you could use it with other with Mars or whatnot. Right? It doesn't light up the ground.
But
right?
why
You
not?
could use it. Maybe you can. I just I think it would be easier to do with the sun moving left to right across the sky or in a circle or just left to right, pretty much in your field of view. The ground, how much it lights up, the distance it's going away from you, and to capture that that change as it moves away. And record it. Yeah. I mean, I almost don't know. I think these things are already recorded. I mean, time zones are a thing. We already know like how much it lights up in a certain amount of time on the ground.
Do you think that potentially, just like the ultraviolet light catastrophe, understanding energy input and color association is not congruent with how space is, because it would mean that it would require infinite amount of energy to come from nowhere to get the color. So that has to be delivered in small packets of energy, right? Hence the birth of quantum mechanics. I mean, that's a loose translation. I hope I didn't fuck it up.
Well, I wouldn't be able
So
to check your
you're
work on
looking at
that.
applying the same inverse square law here terrestrially, and I kind of see the same as spectroscopy, same thing. You're applying terrestrial as 100% as above, so as above, so below, right? That's the concept. So if you're inverse square law above,
I might have lost you. I'm not sure.
well, if the sciences that we're using, say, like we use spectroscopy here and we see what hydrogen glows at or whatever, when we see the sun, well, the sun and hydrogen too, because it glows the same color, right? So that's pretty good deduction, I suppose, from observation and experiment. But then it's applied. That basic understanding is applied throughout the whole system. So as above, so below. So if there's an inverse square law here terrestrially, and it's proportional to the distance away from the wall and how it goes 1/4, 1/16, or whatever it is, how it the equation is equal to the distance. Anyway, don't you understand what I mean by like as above, so below? Like this is the
No.
inference. Right? If I see what I see here, I'm going to reify that. Either I look up and I see two spheres, I'm going to reify that I'm on a sphere. In the same regard as above, so below, you're going to look at elements here on Earth, or you put a certain amount of energy in them, shoot them with lasers, they're going to give off a color based on their element. And so you apply that same principle as above, right?
I mean, I think I kind of get maybe what you're saying. I mean, I believe that whatever's going on in the sky is a system, right? Like a cyclical system that's powered from the ground. Like which one started first, I can't tell you, right? The Bible does give you the order if you want to go into that order, right? But I see it as a cyclical system, and what I mean is I've always proposed that what I see is that the sun doesn't just survive on nothing. Like we make the gas at the ground, right? We make all these gases, all these things at the ground. They go up to the sky, and then there's this claim to be this, big gas giant up in the sky. I mean, I don't know if that's a coincidence. I mean, it doesn't seem like one to me. Seems like and then the sun shoots right back down to the ground. So it's like it's a and then it towards the more dense medium, right down here where it's created. So I mean, I see it as a system. Yeah, if that's as above, so below. Sure, I don't see the Earth needing to be a globe for it to happen.
Well, I just see what you call Michikaku says leaps of logic. Right? That's what he would defend these claims as. So if I take an element here on Earth and I shoot it with laser or light, burn it up, it's going to react. The energy is going to glow a certain color. And I'm going to know that there's a pattern there, a consistent pattern with that element in the color. That's basic spectroscopy. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
So that same principle is applied terrestrially. And then it's like what it says to me is that, well, there's an ultraviolet light catastrophe, and that's the understanding of energy input here, and at which color it does glow. So if it doesn't apply celestially, and they have to come up with quantum mechanics to explain it. I mean, I think it's just the classic mechanics of or the you know what I'm talking about? His and it's been a while since I read this stuff. It's Planck's equation, right? That came out of the idea this energy transfer on Earth to an element is not it doesn't translate celestially, and I've said that a few times now. Do you know what I mean? Have you heard of this situation, the ultraviolet light catastrophe?
Uh-uh.
Well, it's the birth of quantum mechanics, right? And it has everything to do with mass and energy and how an element glows and like, you know, energy's got to be transferred and it's got to come from somewhere, right? So in this case, it's delivered in small packets for their as above, so below.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know the issue that you're talking on.
What's
I
leaps
know
of
that they
logic?
have. I
Like,
know that they have these objects very far away. So how would the energy transfer? Right? I mean, I get. I mean, you know, through the infinite vacuum of space, right? I guess, but things transfer just fine locally. So.
Anybody want to? I'm trying to understand this article I'm reading on Wikipedia. It's got to do with pseudo, or it's got Riemannian space.
Yeah, it's a
Riemannian
space-time.
manifold. I've
Yeah,
sent a
it's a
couple
space-time
people the article.
manifold.
Yeah. Who said that?
You know, you get different types of manifolds. You get that. You get Minkowski
You
space-time
got a
manifold.
sauce manifold problem, whatever. It's. I'm not asking you for help.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay. My bad.
You don't
no,
even know
I'm
fucking
not
basketball. What, you pretend to know
I'm not the
basketball too?
quantum.
Whatever.
My bad. Bro.
Yeah, dude, I'm not the quantum Planck's constant solver guy. You know, sorry I couldn't kind of get in on that with you.
it's all good. I was just saying that it's a leap of logic. Like we were talking about the inverse square law and applying it celestially and thinking that it works the same way in finding the distance to objects in the sky. Because like I think it was Napalm that suggested it doesn't matter because you could be it could be fooled to you based on the size and distance of the glowing object, right? You can manipulate that. So if anybody's interested or hasn't seen or would like to see, there's a video of Michio Kaku. It's not a new one; it's very old, but he's trying to beat it into the university students' heads that the reason why you're sitting in your chair is because space is pushing down on your head. Gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean that's something that's been said to me a few times. Like when I ask people, is gravity pushing or pulling? You got like 80% saying, oh, it's pulling, and then you got the new age guys saying, no, it's pushing down on you. So I don't know where they're at on that.
According to their model, it doesn't do either. Gravity now is not pushing or pulling; it guides things like a railroad track down the gravity well.
Yeah, but there's no gravity wells on Earth, though.
The Earth is inside a gravity well, according to them.
Okay.
It's like a guidance system. It cannot be a real force anymore. It's not pushing or pulling. It's just a guidance system of the fabric of space-time, which is dumb, but that's like it's nothing new that the ballers don't know their belief. So,
Hey, Witsa, just real quick. I was asking you in chat, but you might not be paying attention to it. But what's that website or that app where you can load a photo or a video, and it will tell you like where else it's been used or where it came from? And I'm sure you
oh,
know.
I don't know anything about that. No, I don't.
Oh
I
man,
know
because
there's a website that'll show if it's like been doctored or photoshopped or layered, but I don't know. I don't know about that one.
yeah, I thought it was the photo forensics, but it's not allowing me to see like where it's been used before.
Yeah, that one doesn't do that.
Yeah, but I did see Jaren using that though, because he uploaded a
Oh,
video, photo.
I'll ask Jaren. I'll ask Jaren.
Yeah, if you ask him, that'd be cool. Because I saw him use it on his show before. And the reason why I'm bringing this up because remember we were talking to Kosho about the interview where there's like, and I've been trying to find it like all over NASA's page, and I cannot find it. Well, I finally found